Ding, the gambler life burn system has been bound. Hearing this mechanical voice in his head, which had arrived a full 15 years late, Wang Dang felt no joy at all. Instead, he fiercely flipped off the gray sky outside his window. I have spent 15 years scavenging in junkyard number 3, fighting wild dogs for food and risking my life against rivals, just to get into the Imperial Military Academy. And now when I finally have a future and a career ahead of me, you show up. Damn you. However, the system's next words instantly doused the hope that had just ignited within Wang Dang. Detected that the host is in an extremely weakened physical state. Remaining lifespan, 13 points, which is 13 years. Friendly reminder, this system operates on a life-burning gacha mechanism. Consuming lifespan allows you to draw top-tier mechs and activate star power talents. If your lifespan reaches 0, the host will be eliminated on the spot. Wang Dang looked at the bottomless mountain of trash outside the window and laughed out of pure rage. Everyone else gets transmigrated as a hero, but he got transmigrated as a guy living on borrowed time. Mech piloting is a money-burning profession. He was already dirt poor, and now that he only has a few years left to live, what is the point of playing with mechs? Wait a minute, Wang Dang stroked his chin, his eyes suddenly becoming as crazed as a wolf guarding its food in the junkyard. So I only have 13 years to live, is that it? Death is coming either way, so what if I go all in with all the time I have left? He grinned. No gambler loses every single time. System, draw for me. Please do not associate this with reality. This is a non-modern civilization 10,000 years into the future with an interstellar setting. Rewind to a few hours ago. Blue Star, junkyard number 3. Metal scraps were compressed into cubes by robots, piling up into mountains of trash that stretched as far as the eye could see. Below the trash transport pipes, pairs of gleaming eyes lay in wait. Keep a close eye on that little thief, Wang Dang, this time. The dark-faced boy clenched his fists, staring intently at the pipes while his peripheral vision kept darting toward a pier nearby. Wang Dang was the best dressed among them, a washed-out blue vest paired with faded jeans, at least appearing clean. At this moment, like everyone else, he stared fixedly at the 2 pipes above, not even blinking. The waste in junkyard number 3 all came from high-level planets and was incredibly valuable. A century ago, a scavenger once grabbed an intact A-grade mecha chip and moved his whole family off Blue Star that same night to retire on a higher-level planet. Though it was just a legend, it was enough to drive these scavengers wild. Scavenging is a technical job. Even though Wang Dang looked emotionless, his nerves were actually stretched to the breaking point. They only had 5 short minutes from the moment the trash poured out until the cleaning robots arrived. They had to lock onto their target the instant the trash landed and defend themselves against dirty tricks from their peers. As a scavenging master who had been picking up scraps for years, Wang Dang had long become a living target for the whole crowd, with everyone watching his every move. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the 2 gates in midair swung open with a roar and the trash poured down. Everyone's eyes darted wildly, hunting for prey in the cascade of waste. Wang Dang locked onto 2 targets first, a battle raging in his mind. Pipe 1 had a limited edition robotic crab, an expensive toy for kids from high-level planets. The Star Energy chip inside was compatible with most space rings on the market, but if the chip was damaged, he could never afford the exorbitant repair costs. Pipe 2 had a high-quality piece of mecha plating. If he grabbed it, his profit was guaranteed, but its value was far lower than the Star Energy chip. Play it safe with the mecha plate, or risk coming away empty-handed for a shot at the crab. In a flash, Wang Dang gritted his teeth hard. Take the gamble, no gambler loses every single day. The moment the pipe stopped, Wang Dang dashed out like a cheetah, heading straight for Pipe 2. His sudden move set the whole crowd into a frenzy. Everyone abandoned the targets they had picked out and swarmed toward Pipe 2. Following the scavenging master never goes wrong. Wang Dang lifted his left arm to block a heavy strike from a muscular middle-aged man, twisted to avoid a malicious elbow strike from the dark-faced boy, and kept sprinting toward Pipe 2 with a crowd of red-eyed peers hot on his heels. Grab it, he wants that mecha plate, shouted the fat guy lagging behind, his eyes sharp. Hearing this, the crowd immediately accelerated, pushing even harder. The middle-aged man saw an opening and lunged at Wang Dang's back like a tiger. To everyone's surprise, Wang Dang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He slid his feet and narrowly dodged the lunge. Using the momentum, Wang Dang made a sharp turn and accelerated toward Pipe 1. He snatched the robotic crab from the corner, shoved it into his crossbody bag and made a quick getaway. If he were not in such a rush to check the chip, he would have definitely wagged his hips and given them the finger before leaving. For now, he only left them with a cocky silhouette. This kid, the middle-aged man, stopped and gave a bitter smile. He is already a cadet mecha pilot, yet he still competes with us for trash. He ran so fast he did not even bother to mock us. He must have found a huge score. The fat guy gasped for air, his expression complex. Pa, the dark-faced boy spat at his receding back. If his teachers and classmates at school found out, they would laugh themselves to death. Alright, hurry up and grab what is left before we clear out. The administrators will be here soon. An elderly man stepped forward. The Imperial Military Academy branch is opening soon, and this is his last time here. From now on, he will not be one of us anymore. The crowd fell silent. Although that brat Wang Dang could be a handful, ever since he established the first-come, first-served rule, there had not been any deadly fights in Junkyard Number 3. Whenever someone in the shantytown had broken appliances, they relied on him to fix them for free. Most of the neighbors had practically watched him grow up. If I ever see that brat coming back here to scavenge again, I will break his legs. The middle-aged man wiped his reddened eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and went back to digging through the trash. At this moment, Wang Dang was hiding in his dilapidated shack, having taken the robotic crab apart on his workbench and extracted the star energy chip hidden at the bottom. He carefully took out the chip, wiped it clean, and connected it to the detector. Seeing 3 green lights flash on the instrument, Wang Dang smiled like a Buddha and acted profound. All in is a form of wisdom. Ding detected host's gambling nature, binding to the life betting system. System binding successful, generating host panel. Hearing the mechanical voice appear out of nowhere in his mind, Wang Dang was stunned. His eyes filled with ecstasy, but it soon turned into pure speechlessness. It is finally here. I have been scavenging for 15 years and my golden cheat has finally arrived. But on second thought, I managed to get into university solely by scavenging. Why the hell did you show up only now? Wang Dang muttered to himself. When he first transmigrated here, this body was only 3 years old and dumped in a landfill, a total hellish start where he could not even snatch the fresh trash. Luckily, he was a mechanic in his past life, so he managed to scrape by, picking up discarded parts to trade for expired nutrient fluid in the slums, stumbling his way through growing up. Just as he was reminiscing about those 15 years of dark days, a ding sound suddenly echoed in his mind. System loading complete. Host, please check your system panel. Wang Dang felt a surge of energy and rubbed his hands together. There were fewer than 100 star energy masters in the entire blue star. He did not dare to hope for that, but if his cheat code could help him activate his psychic powers and make him a decent mecha pilot, it would be worth it. A virtual panel then appeared before his eyes. Host Wang Dang. Age 18. Talents mechanical mastery low-level combat. Elemental power not activated. Psychic power not activated. Strength mecha soldier beginner. HP 13/unknown. Wang Dang locked his gaze on the last line and frowned. I am fit as a fiddle, how is my HP only 13? This crappy system is called the gambler's life burning system, but with only 13 points of life total, what am I supposed to burn? The system does not make mistakes, a cold electronic voice rang out. Then if you are so smart, why is the max HP grayed out? Wang Dang started to get rebellious. Cannot you detect it? You have got to be kidding me, right? The system was silent for 5 seconds. No comment. Is it really that hard to admit you are useless? Wang Dang let out a roguelike whistle, perfectly capturing the swagger of a street rat from the slums. The host has poor physical condition in all aspects, with HP far below average. It is recommended to increase exercise and maintain a balanced diet. Hey, are you implying I am weak? Wang Dang rolled up his sleeves, and if the system had a physical form, he would have punched it already. But he felt suspicious. Artificial intelligence in this world was incredibly advanced and would never make such a low-level error as avoiding a question. Was this really a transmigration cheat, or just a trick played by higher civilization beings on those from the lower ranks? The host's HP is critically low, and there is a constant risk of death. If the host dies, the system will also dissipate. Hearing this life-bound warning, Wang Dang licked his lips, his eyes fixed on the psychic power column. As long as he had psychic power, he could build his very own mecha. So how exactly do I burn this life? HP represents your remaining survival time, with 1 point equaling 1 year. The host can consume HP to activate talents and increase combat power. Each consumed point of HP grants 1 chance to draw cards, with a possibility of obtaining SSR and limited edition cards. The card pool covers advanced mechas, rare materials, special talents, and everything else you could possibly need. Wang Dang could hear a hint of temptation in the cold, electronic voice. So that means I only have 13 years left to live. He smacked his lips. He had died at 21 in his previous life after being hit by a truck, and now he was a short-lived ghost again after transmigrating. The host need not be discouraged. The current 13 points are not the maximum limit of your HP. Wang Dang stared at the 3 question marks after the HP. Is the max HP fixed, or can it increase with my strength? The initial cap is fixed. It can only be increased once the host's strength reaches a certain level. Wang Dang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way to increase it, he would not be afraid to touch this life-burning cheat. How much life will it cost to activate the psychic power talent? Psychic power talent is 3 points, elemental power talent is 4 points, but the bundle for both is only 5 points and it comes with 6 free card draws. Damn, are you possessed by a greedy merchant? The marketing tactics were so familiar. That is how he lost all his money in his past life. Newbie limited time offer expires in 24 hours. Do not miss out. If he spent 5 points, he would only have 8 years left to live. But buying psychic power alone would clearly be a huge loss, and the bundle offered extra draws. What if he pulled a high star card? Wang Dang wavered in his mind. He was not wavering on whether to buy, but rather whether to spend 3 points or 5. Giving up was impossible. Few men could resist the temptation to grow stronger. Even knowing it was a trap, he jumped in willingly. Either way, he was a short-lived ghost, and there was not much difference between living 13 years or 8. Besides, once he awakened both psychic and elemental powers, he could become a star energy master and command the stray star energy in the universe. Legend has it that a single star energy master is enough to rival an entire Mecha legion. Let us do it, go big or go home. Wang Dang clenched his fist tightly. Deducting 5 points of HP, activating psychic power and elemental power talents. Host, you have 6 card draws remaining. Hey, I have not even agreed yet. Wang Dang widened his eyes. The host gave consent in their mind, which counts as a confirmation. Before Wang Dang could curse, a familiar wave of dizziness slammed into him. Oh no, I am passing out again. In the split second before losing consciousness, he noticed the tester with the star energy chip on the workbench and forced himself to fall in the opposite direction. Phew, at least I did not crush the chip. At the Nanchang Elementary and Middle School, Wang Dang had a nickname, Sleepyhead, because he would faint anytime, anywhere. It could be as short as 5 minutes or as long as a dozen hours. The school doctor could not find anything wrong with him, so Wang Dang figured it was either because he drank too much expired nutritional fluid as a kid or he had developed a conditioned reflex from fainting due to hunger. Anyway, Sleepyhead sounded better than Trash Wang, so he accepted it gladly. When Wang Dang woke up again, it was already dark outside. How long have I been asleep? He rubbed the back of his aching head as he scrambled up, feeling lucky that he had landed on the back of his head this time and did not bump his face. The host has been unconscious for 3 hours. Please pay attention to exercise and ensure a balanced diet. Wang Dang actually heard a hint of concern in that cold, electronic voice. I know, quit nagging, he muttered, his voice sounding a bit awkward. As an orphan, he spent his days either fighting others for scrap or facing his classmates' mockery. It had been way too long since anyone cared whether he lived or died. Fortunately, he had the system now. He had activated dual talents for mental power and elemental energy, meaning he could not only become a star energy master, but also learn to build mechs. It is just a shame the system arrived so late. In this world, everyone gets their talent tested for free at 8. Just having mental power was enough to get into a mech academy, and if you were talented in both mental and elemental, you would be a hot commodity fought over by every major academy. He still remembered how hopeless he felt when he was tested as having 0 talent back then. Does the host want to draw a card now? The system's voice interrupted his memories. No, Wang Dang rubbed his chin, looking deep. I do not have the inspiration right now. I will draw when I get some inspiration. Wang Dang put the star energy chip on the table into his treasure chest, pulled out a green nutritional fluid and downed it, letting out a long sigh. Back to life. Then he dug out an old, faded iron pot, heroically poured in 5 bottles of nutritional fluid, and pressed the heating button. Gurgle, gurgle, the green liquid started bubbling quickly. He had an incredibly huge appetite. A normal person would be full after 2 bottles a day, but he could drink 10 and still be seeing stars from hunger. Usually, he only drank 3 for dinner to save money, but today, with a golden finger and a chip to his name, he had to have a hot meal as a treat. This chip would have been enough to keep him well-fed and clothed for half a year, but things were different now. The mech fighter major was expensive enough as it was, and with the cost of being both a mech master and a star energy master, it was basically a bottomless pit. Now he just had to hope he could draw a huge amount of star coins from the system's card pool, or he had really be stuck. Wang Dang carried the steaming iron pot, biting the iron spoon, and casually turned on the ancient TV from the last century. Everyone used holographic displays these days. He was probably the only one in all of Nanchang still using this piece of junk. The screen lit up and the news was playing. Breaking news at 9:15 am tomorrow, Nanchang will experience a magnitude 8 tsunami. Citizens are advised not to go out unless necessary. Nanchang Coastal Road and the airspace above will be closed from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please plan your travel routes accordingly. Wang Dang finished the liquid in the pot in one gulp, staring at the news report on TV. A magnitude 8 tsunami would have destroyed an entire steel city in the old days, but here, it only required closing off a few road sections. Because the Star Energy Masters would step in. This is not a natural disaster, it is a pile of shiny star coins waving at him. Wang Dang put down the pot and sprinted all the way from the shantytown to the wealthy district. Fatty Liu, he shouted in front of a small white villa. I told you my house is across the street. Liu Neng opened the door behind him looking helpless. And stop calling me fatty, I lost the weight a long time ago. Wang Dang wiped his sweat and went straight to the point, holding out his hand. Lend me your light brain. No way, brother Wang. You got accepted into the Imperial Military Academy and you still cannot afford a light brain. Liu Neng looked surprised. You are so stingy. Before he could finish, a roar came from inside the house. You little brat, bringing your loser friends home again. Liu Neng immediately cowered. Dad, this is my classmate. Liu's father eyed Wang Dang and slapped Liu Neng on the back. A classmate? This kid looks like a street thug. Wang Dang rubbed his head awkwardly. Was it his fault he was born looking like a handsome rogue? Dad, he was the one who fixed our flying car last time. Still lying, Liu's father's fan-like hand raised up again. He got into the Imperial Military Academy. Liu Neng shouted his trump card with his eyes closed. The hand stopped in midair. The next second, Liu's father grabbed Wang Dang's hand with lightning speed, shaking it vigorously, his face blooming into a wide smile. An honor student. Come in and sit down quickly. Classmate, please help guide our Liu Neng more often. You youngsters chat, your uncle is going to get you some of this year's fresh sea cucumber. In the living room of Liu Neng's house, Wang Dang sat on the sofa, looking awkward and stiff, while locking eyes with Liu Neng across from him. From the kitchen came the clattering sound of Liu's father chopping vegetables, occasionally mixed with a few lines of popular tunes. What do you want to borrow the brain for? Liu Neng tried to change the subject to cover up his inner embarrassment. Just to buy something, Wang Dang intended to brush him off. After all, if this kid knew he was about to make a fortune, he would definitely want a piece of the action. Just to buy something, Liu Neng leaned closer toward Wang Dang. Brother Wang, are you really going to play dumb with me given our relationship? We have been classmates since elementary school. We have been through so much together, have not we? Wang Dang shot him a look. Sure, back in elementary school, your family ran a scrap recycling station and I was a trash picker. I was the king of trash and you were the trash king. Stop, just stop. My family changed businesses. We are a public hovercar rental company now. Liu Neng clearly did not want to revisit those dark days. If it is just buying something, why would you come all the way to my house in the middle of the night? That is not like you, brother Wang. Wang Dang sighed. He knew this kid was not easy to fool. There is a tsunami coming tomorrow and all the coastal roads are blocked, but I know an excellent observation point. Before Wang Dang could even finish, Liu Neng's eyes started sparkling with greed. 50-50 split, and the cost of using my brain to buy the supplies will be deducted from the profits. Liu, you fat man, do you even have a conscience? You are already so rich and you are still haggling over a bit of profit with me. Wang Dang looked pained. But since he did not have a brain and the only person he knew who had one, and was willing to lend it to him, was this fat Liu. Business is business. Besides, who complains about having too much money? A shrewd smile appeared on fat Liu's face. Fine, 50-50 it is. Wang Dang let out another long sigh. I messed up my college entrance exams and got grounded, so I will have to leave the outing tomorrow up to you, brother Wang. Liu Neng put his palms together and bowed to Wang Dang devoutly. Then let us make it 40-60, I get 60 and you get 40. Wang Dang would not miss any opportunity to fight for his own interests. Liu Neng glanced at his father who was busy in the kitchen, gritted his teeth and said deal. Before long, Liu's father walked out carrying several steaming dishes. Uncle does not know your taste, so I made a little bit of everything. Eat these first, if it is not enough I will go make more. I heard that top students like you have great physical fitness and big appetites. Uncle will make you more. Wang Dang looked at the delicious-looking dishes, and although he said no thanks uncle, that is enough. His body involuntarily headed toward the dining table. There was no helping it. Ingredients that were once common were now luxuries that only the rich could afford in this world. Because nutrient solution provided the body with necessary nutrition and energy quickly and conveniently, and it was cheap and easy to make. Slowly, these common ingredients were ignored and had now almost become luxury goods. As a poor kid scraping by in the junkyard, Wang Dang had rarely eaten such a feast, so he was now eating from the bowl while staring at the plates, completely unable to stop. That kid Liu Neng, From selling notebooks to reselling exam answers since he was little, always had to have his hand in everything. He had to make his money's worth today. "Brother Wang, slow down, you're scaring me." Liu Neng watched Wang Dang wolfing down the food, looking like he had more to say. But at this point, Wang Dang was so hungry he could not even talk. For a moment, all that could be heard was Wang Dang munching away, mixed with the clatter from the kitchen. After Liu's father saw Wang Dang off, he turned to Liu Neng with a stern face. "Look at that, no wonder he could get into the Imperial Military Academy. Just looking at his appetite, he is no ordinary person. From now on, you need to add this much to your meals too." Liu Neng's face immediately fell. He said indignantly, "Dad, I just finished losing weight last year." "Do not even mention that. If it were not for you insisting on losing weight, maybe you would have got into the Imperial Military Academy this year too." At 7:00 the next morning, Wang Dang arrived in front of Liu Neng's house right on time. He had intended to take the things he bought yesterday, but Liu Neng did not trust him, thinking that if he took the goods, he would not come back to pick him up today, so he kept them. "How can Fat Liu be like this? It is simply an insult to my character." Wang Dang stood across from Liu Neng's house cursing. "Damn it, I told you my place is across the street." Fat Liu opened the door and sure enough, he found Wang Dang standing on the opposite side again. He pulled Wang Dang over. "Come here, look, is not this green villa pretty? Why do you keep running to the house across from me every single day?" Wang Dang looked at him speechlessly. "What do you think? It is a complete eyesore." Liu Neng glared at him. "Dad, I am heading out with Wang Dang." "Good, spend more time with student Wang. It is fine if you do not come back tonight, learn a thing or two from him." Liu Neng quickly pushed Wang Dang forward. "Hurry, hurry, or my dad will start droning on again." Wang Dang looked back at Liu Neng with a hint of envy. "Where is the stuff?" "It is all in my spatial ring." Liu Neng proudly showed his left hand to Wang Dang. "Latest model, cool, right?" On his left hand was indeed a silver ring with ripple-like patterns. "A college entrance gift. My dad did not think I would not get into college, ha ha ha." Liu Neng looked smug. "Is not getting into college something to be proud of?" Wang Dang looked at Liu Neng with disdain. "Not everyone has your talents," Liu Neng muttered under his breath. The two of them spent the whole journey bickering until they arrived at a hill behind the coastal boulevard. Standing here, you could get a panoramic view of the coastal boulevard below. After choosing the best spot, Wang Dang and Liu Neng divided the work and quickly used folding tables and chairs to occupy it. They even set up a small bar with everything they needed. Once the spot was set up, a crowd had also gathered on the hill, clearly drawn by the incoming tsunami. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have the best viewing spot and fine cocktails available for only 500 star coins per person. You will be able to see the first-person view of Star Energy Masters stopping the tsunami right here." Wang Dang was hustling hard at the entrance. A price of 500 star coins was not cheap. You could buy a box of high-energy nutrient solution for that. But once it was linked to Star Energy Masters, in the eyes of most people, those 500 star coins were well worth it. What is more, the Star Energy Masters would be working hard at the front to stop the tsunami, while they could sit comfortably in lounge chairs and enjoy the view, a feeling you could not usually buy with money. Once everyone was seated, Liu Neng brought over a drink menu with a beaming smile. "Hey there, big guy, want to take a look at our special house-crafted drinks? They are all original recipes you will not find anywhere else." The man who had just sat down finally felt something was off and muttered, "So, 500 per person does not even cover the drinks." Wang Dang immediately leaned in. "Sir, we are just university students working part-time. It is a small business and you know how pricey alcohol can be. Besides, all our cocktails are made with fresh fruit juice." Hearing that it was made with fresh fruit juice, the man's expression softened slightly. "True, it is not easy for college students these days. All right, get me a golden apple cocktail." "You got it, coming right up." Wang Dang immediately turned and headed to the bar, expertly mixing the drink with quick, practiced hands. Due to the widespread use of nutritional supplements, the culinary culture of this world had regressed severely, and things like cocktails were nearly extinct. What they called fine liquor mixed with fresh fruit juice was actually just fruit-flavored nutritional additives poured into alcohol. The strong taste of the spirits masked the flavor anyway. With this method, the profit margin on a single cocktail could reach 90%, so even if they did not sell out today, it was still a guaranteed profitable business. After serving the guests up on the hill, Wang Dang left Liu Neng to watch their makeshift shop, while he went down the mountain to scout for more customers. "Hey buddy, you are here to see the Star Energy Masters, right?" Wang Dang approached a well-dressed middle-aged man with a mysterious air. "I know a spot where you can get a bird's-eye view of the coastal boulevard. Just pay me 100 star coins and I will take you there." The middle-aged man looked at the crowded scene ahead. He really could not see anything from here, so he took out his bank card. "Fine, I will pay." Wang Dang skillfully pulled out his own bank card and tapped it against the man's. 100 star coins were transferred. "Hey kid, take us to that great spot you mentioned too." Other passersby who had been watching grew restless. All right, do not rush, one at a time." Seeing more business rolling in, Wang Dang's smile was practically stretching to his ears. Just as he was busy collecting money, a fair, slender hand appeared before him, its delicate nails shimmering in the sunlight. But Wang Dang had no time to appreciate her hand. He was completely mesmerized by the black card she held. An Imperial Bank Black Diamond card, a VIP client. "Hurry up, just charge whatever you want, I am booking the whole thing," an arrogant yet impatient voice echoed in Wang Dang's ear. "And do not bring anyone else." Wang Dang looked up to find a girl wearing a pink striped short-sleeved shirt and a denim skirt, her skin glowing with a pearly translucence. A pair of oversized sunglasses covered most of her face, making it hard to see her true appearance. But one thing was certain, she looked every bit as stunning as the interstellar stars he had seen on screen. Wang Dang snatched the black diamond card with lightning speed and without batting an eye transferred 5,000 star coins to his account. "Understood, I will take you there right away." The first man who had paid looked at Wang Dang's maneuvers in stunned silence, feeling a bit of internal sentiment. This kid is truly heartless. Even with someone looking like that, he still has the nerve to gouge them for all they are worth. After Wang Dang returned the card to the girl in sunglasses, she waved her hand, and several more well-dressed youths followed. It looked like an interstellar variety show crew filming in the South City. Looking at the new group of handsome men and pretty women, Wang Dang counted the heads in his mind. "All right, any more people and the spot will not fit them. This is the perfect number. Plus, there are a few big spenders in the mix. I will definitely have to squeeze them for a fortune later. Come on, everyone, follow me and do not get lost." Wang Dang led the group, his eyes nonchalantly scanning the necks of the people in the girls' party. If he was not mistaken, the necklaces hanging around their necks were the legendary Mecha pendants, used specifically for storing mechas. The reason they were legendary was that in the Empire, mechas were strictly controlled by the military and top brass. An ordinary person like him never even had the chance to touch one. In the entire South City, there were only 5 registered mecha owners, and here 6 had appeared at once. It was clear this group had serious backing. If this were the past, Wang Dang's eyes would have been glued to those necklaces, but things were different now. In a few days, he would be reporting to the Imperial Military Academy. Rumor had it that every student received a basic-level mecha upon entry for practice. Soon, he would finally have a mecha of his very own. Moreover, he had already earned the qualification to learn how to construct mechas. When that time came, he would build one that was uniquely his, a one-of-a-kind creation. At the thought of this, Wang Dang's step became noticeably lighter. "Sister Molly, I have always heard the South City was poor, but looking at our guide, he is at least a third-tier mecha pilot." A girl with a butterfly clip in her hair leaned toward the girl in sunglasses and whispered. Tan Molly glanced at Wang Dang leading the way. "Should be a 5th-tier mecha pilot." My Xiaomai covered her mouth in surprise. A 5th-tier pilot working as a scalper? That does not make sense. Should not he be going to the Imperial Military Academy? A 5th-tier pilot has only just barely qualified to board a mecha. Given his background, he probably knows his limits. Even if he gets into the academy, he will just be a stepping stone for someone else. Tan Molly said with a cold face. A person's greatest virtue is self-awareness. It was not that Tan Molly looked down on Wang Dang, but the world was simply this realistic. A small-town nerd dreaming of piloting a mecha was nothing more than a pipe dream. So what if he reached the threshold of the Imperial Military Academy? While mecha pilots do not spend as much money as mecha technicians or star energy masters, it is certainly not a career for an ordinary person from a small town. She had seen too many such people at the academy. They could not even afford to repair the junk mechas assigned by the school, let alone dream of becoming qualified pilots. It was just a waste of their time and everyone else's. Of course, there was the rare possibility of a genius with freakish talent emerging from the commoners, but that kind of person barely comes around once in a century. After all, the best genes and the best talents were concentrated in the upper echelons. These things were determined at birth, and they could not be changed. My Xiaomai, hearing this, seemed to recall the impoverished students at their school and showed an expression of pity. "Sister Molly, let us give him a bit more money later. It is not easy for him." If it were her, being a 5th-tier pilot but never even getting a chance to touch a mecha, she could not imagine how heartbreaking that would be. "Xiaomai, you are a mecha technician, but being soft-hearted goes against the Academy's motto," Tan Molly lectured with a stern face. My Xiaomai pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. "Sister Molly, you cannot keep holding me to the same requirements as a mecha pilot. Mecha technicians also have to go to the battlefield eventually." Tan Molly remained unmoved. By then, it will be too late. All right, Sister Molly, did not we come here to see Senior Yue? A guy with a buzz cut quickly intervened to smooth things over. Yes, this is Senior Yue's first mission. I am so excited. My Xiaomai immediately switched to a lovesick expression full of anticipation. Once everyone arrived at the location, some were initially annoyed to find an entry fee of 500 star coins, but Tan Moli and the others paid without a second thought and walked right in. Furthermore, as Wang Dang had promised, the view was excellent, and the place was fully equipped with tables, chairs, and fine wine, so they happily accepted it. Young mans, you really know how to make money. The middle-aged man who first paid Wang Dang could not help but sigh while looking at the drink menu in his hand. He felt that the longest road he had ever traveled in his life was the path of Wang Dang's schemes. In less than half an hour, he had been charged twice by this kid, and now he was about to be charged for a third time. There was no other way. The names of the drinks on the list were simply too tempting. How could one watch Star Energy Masters hold back a tsunami without a glass of fine wine? Compared to the middle-aged man's penny pinching, Tan Moli's side was incredibly generous, ordering every single drink on the menu without even batting an eye. By the time Liu Neng finished settling their bill, he was calling her a grand madam at every turn, and even received a tip of 500 star coins for his efforts. When Wang Dang saw this while mixing drinks at the counter, he regretted it so much his guts turned green. If he had known, he would have done the serving himself and shouted Grand Madam 5 times. Look, the Star Energy Masters are here. Someone shouted while pointing ahead, and the entire venue fell silent, everyone focusing intently on the front. Sure enough, the coastal boulevard was now crowded with people, including official media and the Nanchi city staff responsible for handling the tsunami. The most eye-catching of them all were 5 men wearing tight-fitting combat suits. I heard that one of the Star Energy Masters arriving this time is a student from the Imperial Military Academy, a space-type specialist. The tsunami is too large this time, and we are afraid it will not calm down anytime soon, so they have to discharge some seawater, otherwise the lockdown will not be lifted by tomorrow. A space-type Star Energy Master that is truly rare. Just as everyone was chatting away, the 5 masters summoned their mechs, entered them, and soared into the sky, flying above sea level until they disappeared from everyone's sight. Hey, I cannot see them anymore. Why did they fly so high? If I had known, I would have stayed home and watched the broadcast. What a wasted trip. A round of boos erupted in the small temporary shop. Fortunately, Wang Dang was well prepared. He instantly produced a box of the latest mechanical telescopes from under the counter as if by magic. Dear guests, the shop is selling telescopes that can help you see all the details of the Star Energy Masters battle more clearly. For those who have already made purchases in the shop, we have a special price of 888 star coins, while those who have not will need to pay 1,000 star coins. The middle-aged man took a sip of his cocktail and sighed deeply. Young man, give me one. Forget it, he had already spent so much today. What was another 888? Besides, this feeling of someone putting so much effort into emptying your wallet was actually quite impressive. He was almost moved. Everyone else felt much the same way. They were already here and they had already spent so much money. If they tried to save those 888 star coins now, it would be as if everything they spent before was in vain. So before long, the 2 boxes of mechanical telescopes Wang Dang had procured were completely sold out. I have hit the jackpot this time. Once I get to the Imperial Military Academy, I will not have to worry about living expenses for a long time. Wang Dang hid behind the bar, opened the holographic projection of his bank account, and stared at his balance with a love-struck grin. Look, they are starting. At this moment, Liu Neng was also holding a telescope, leaning against the bar and looking out at the sea level. You kid, you are paying for that telescope, 1,000 star coins, not a penny less. Wang Dang rolled his eyes at Liu Neng. Just as expected of a young master from a wealthy family, he has no concept of being frugal. Would not it be better to just watch the TV broadcast at home? Why insist on craning your neck here to watch it live? Are not you tired? Just as Wang Dang was complaining about Liu Neng, the 5-star energy masters in the air had already set up their positions. Apart from Yue Xinjai, the others were all from the Empire's Blue Star Legion. Junior brother Yue, the 4 of us will raise the star energy barrier, and we will leave a gap in the middle. We are counting on you. Do not worry, seniors, I will do my best. Yue Xinjai looked serious. He had just crossed the threshold of a tier 10 star energy master and successfully upgraded from an apprentice to an intermediate star energy master, while the other 4 masters working with him were all advanced masters who had long since graduated from the Imperial Military Academy. If it were not for the scarcity of space-type star energy masters, he would not have been assigned to this mission. He could only try his best to use the dimensional gate to move as much seawater as possible, easing the pressure on the other 4 seniors. Soon, the 4 advanced star energy masters activated their star energy barriers, which appeared in blue, red, and purple. These colors represented their elemental affinity. The 4 barriers surged like a flood, firmly enveloping the entire sea surface. Star energy barriers began to rise across the rest of the sea as well, covering the entire southern city like a dome. Your star energy is not sufficient. Wait for the waves to come before opening the dimensional gate. A voice echoed in Yue Xinjai's mind. Understood, Yue Xinjai replied solemnly. Do not feel too much pressure. You are the most talented star energy master in the Blue Star Imperial capital. Keep it up. A kind senior consoled him. Wang, look, the star energy masters are just too cool. Liu Neng pulled Wang Dang over and shoved the telescope into his hand. Look at that barrier. It is absolutely amazing. Wang Dang also saw the magnificent scene on the sea level through the telescope, and his heart surged with waves of emotion. So this is what a star energy master is. Looks like he needs to work hard to save more money so he does not waste his star energy talent. Thinking of this, Wang Dang summoned the system in his mind. System, what type of star energy master am I? Host, you have only ignited your star energy talent. You do not yet have any elemental affinity, so you are a non-specialized star energy master. Wang Dang suppressed the urge to curse, and his mouth twitched. You mean I have to activate an elemental affinity to become a real star energy master? Wow, you are really smart, host. Do you want a space-type elemental affinity? It only costs 5 points of health. Go to hell, Wang Dang finally could not hold back and shouted out loud. Damn it, what a ripoff. Wang Dang's cursing startled Liu Neng, who hurriedly snatched the telescope back to see what had happened to make his Wang suddenly start swearing. There is nothing here. Liu Neng peered through the telescope, looking around but finding nothing unusual. What? Tsunami is coming. Following a shrill female voice, everyone quickly peered toward the horizon, and sure enough, they saw massive, towering waves. By visual estimation, the waves were about 100 meters high. Facing such monstrous walls of water, the defensive mechs of the star power users looked as tiny as ants. Yet the star power barriers they erected held firm, blocking the cataclysmic waves like a steel cage, trapping the aquatic beast right at the sea surface. Junior Yue, now is your chance. Hearing his senior's command, Yue Xinjai immediately opened a dimensional gate in front of him. The roaring, raging seawater poured endlessly into the dimensional gate, and the sheer destructive force nearly made it impossible for Yue Xinjai to maintain the gateway. Go, Senior Yue, my Xiaomai cheered, holding a telescope in one hand and clenching her small fist in the other, as if rooting for him. Facing the surging water, Yue Xinjai gritted his teeth and channeled more star power into the gate, which just barely kept it stable. But such heavy consumption meant he could not sustain the gate for long, which was much worse than their original plan. A star power user nearby noticed he was struggling and sent a telepathic message. Junior Yue, how is it going? Can you hold on? Yes, Yue Xinjai replied with great effort, but I might not be able to hold out for the full hour we expected. That is fine, the tsunami is at its most ferocious right now. If we weather this wave, the rest will be easier to handle. As long as we do not end up like those idiots in the Federation who destroyed an entire city just dealing with a tsunami, we will be fine. Yeah, Yue Xinjai was too busy to entertain his senior's joke. He had focused all his concentration on maintaining the dimensional gate. Waves kept crashing against the star power barrier, the immense force dimming its glow, but the users quickly refilled it with star power to keep it from dissipating. Just when everyone thought this tsunami crisis would be resolved peacefully like the previous ones, a sudden turn of events occurred. After 3 earth-shattering waves, an ugly sea beast with 2 antennae on its head, each tipped with a fist-sized eye, was slammed against the star power barrier by the impact. Looking closely, one could see a significant number of other sea beasts mixed in behind the following waves. They varied in size, but they all shared one trait. They were hideously ugly, looking like products of radiation-induced mutation. Oh no, sea beasts are attacking. Everyone move to level 3 alert. Blue Star Legion, this is Nanchang City calling for fire support. The scene turned into absolute chaos. Media crews who had been operating drones and cameras began a panicked retreat. The Nanchang police, maintaining order at the perimeter, responded quickly, deploying their lines to enclose the coastline, fearful that the beasts would break through the barriers and invade the city. Damn it, why is there a sudden sea beast attack? The star power users at the sea surface were also shocked. It must be the Federation's doing. Everyone focus your energy, do not let them break our line. As members of the Imperial Blue Star Legion, we swear to protect the civilians of the Empire to the death. United in purpose, the star power users did not flinch in the face of the combined attack of the tsunami and the beasts, standing firm on the water to maintain their barriers. Though the tsunami's force was great, it was just ordinary kinetic energy. The beast's attacks were different. Many carried star power, causing the barriers to deplete extremely quickly. The original 2-hour tsunami clearing mission would likely not be possible now. Junior UA, expand the dimensional gate. Our barriers will not last long. We must minimize the damage to Nanchang. I understand, Senior. Yue Xinjai stood inside his cockpit, his face already turning pale. He pulled 3 vials of star power nutrient solution from his pocket and gulped them down. He had no other choice. Overdrawing his star power or his mental energy, it did not matter. He had to save Nanchang and not disgrace the Imperial Military Academy. With that thought, Yue Xinjai exerted all his effort, pushing the dimensional gate to its absolute limit, while the nearby star power users cooperated by shrinking their own barriers. Look, the beasts are coming ashore. Liu Neng handed the telescope to Wang Dang and pointed downward. They are heading straight for us. Brother Wang, let us run. I will evacuate the crowd. You pack up the gear, hurry. Wang Dang also realized the gravity of the situation. The beasts have broken through. Run for your lives. Wang Dang shouted while quickly folding up tables and chairs. These things cost good star coins. He could not let the beasts ruin them. Lucky the bills were already settled. Otherwise, he would have stayed to protect his customers and fight the beasts for 500 rounds. Although that is what he thought, his hands moved with incredible speed to pack up. The customers also saw the disaster unfolding through their telescopes and began fleeing without needing Wang Dang's warning. When Wang Dang reached the table where Tan Moli and her friends were, he found them sitting calmly, with no intention of moving. No, I mean the beasts are here, Wang Dang warned again. Tan Moli picked up her cocktail, took a sip and said slowly, I know. The beasts are here. Then get up, I have to pack up and save my own life. Wang Dang started to suspect that this young woman was not quite right in the head. As a tier 5 mech fighter, your first thought upon seeing a sea beast is to run, Tan Moli sneered. If that is the case, why did you even become a mech fighter? Big sister, Wang Dang's eyes widened. I am only a tier 5 mech trainee. You want me to wrestle a sea beast? I do not even have a mech. Sister Moli, do not give him a hard time, let us just stay. My Xiaomai said gently while tugging at Tan Moli's sleeve, then smiled kindly at Wang Dang. Boss, do not be afraid. We are students from the Imperial Military Academy. We will not let the beasts hurt you. Wang Dang felt a headache coming on. It was not that he feared being hurt. After all, his intuition had struck while counting money, and he had drawn an SR gold card from the system, which was more than enough to save his life. He was just heartbroken over the tables and chairs. They were brand new and had only been used once. If the beasts ruined them, that was real star coins down the drain. If he got beaten up, he would recover in a few days. But if the furniture got scratched, it would be considered damaged goods and would not even fetch a good price at the seafood market. As they were speaking, the sea beasts had already climbed up the mountain wall, as nimble as sea monkeys. My, get in your mech. Tan Moli pushed Wang Dang aside and was the first to board a red and white mech. You just hide yourself well. The others also summoned their own mechs, switched into combat stance, and met the endless stream of sea beasts climbing up. Brother Wang, hide quickly. Liu Neng grabbed Wang Dang and nimbly ducked under a large rock. This is so terrifying. How come there are sea beasts here? Is this the Federation playing tricks? Wang Dang looked thoughtful. Not necessarily. Alien beasts have always been targets for both the Empire and the Federation. Although the Federation does not get along with us, they would not go so far as to use alien beasts. After all, these alien beasts have cost both the Federation and the Empire a painful price. Are those people students from the Imperial Military Academy? Their mechs look so cool. Liu Neng lay behind the rock, looking at Tan Moli and her team battling the sea beast with envy. Brother Wang, when you start school, you must take a photo of your mech and show it to me. Yeah, if only it were mine. Wang Dang also watched Tan Moli's mech intently, the corners of his mouth reflecting the sunlight. Tan Moli's mech was a heavy-duty model, which did not match her slender appearance, but she operated it with ease. Before long, 3 sea beasts died under her laser hammer. Wang Dang had grown up without ever touching a real mech. The Nanchang High School only had 2 mech operation simulators to mimic the feeling of being in a cockpit. Even those 2 simulators were treated like precious heirlooms by the school. In his 3 years of high school, Wang Dang had only been on them 6 times. Tan Moli and the other mech warriors were fighting on the front lines, while Mai Xiaomai boarded a light blue defensive mech, showing no intention of participating in the battle. Wang Dang judged that the short-haired girl must be a mech engineer. After all, the only people mech warriors would treasure that much are mech engineers. Although mech engineers also possess mechs, they themselves have no combat power and cannot fully unleash the destructive potential of the mechs. Generally, mech engineers only use mechs for defense. Wang Dang licked his lips. Therefore, a mech engineer's mech is the easiest to steal. No pickup. As more and more sea beasts climbed up, Tan Moli's side began to struggle. In Wang Dang's field of vision, 2 two sea beasts had already broken through their line of defense and were targeting my Zayamai behind them. Fortunately, my Zayamai's mech had strong defensive capabilities. No matter how the two sharp-toothed sea beasts bit and clawed, they only managed to leave some scratches on the surface. This was also normal. Mechs for engineers are produced by the Mech Engineer Association, and their defensive power is unquestionable. It is the special care the seniors give to their juniors. After all, the resources required to train a mech engineer are enormous, equivalent to the annual income of a small town. Wang Dang watched the various new scratches appearing on my Zayamai's mech, his heart aching with every mark, although he did not know the raw material of the armor plates. He could tell it was rare stuff just by its hardness. Now, it was being constantly worn down by the claws of the sea beasts, and yet the short-haired girl did not show any intention of fighting back. If his mech were treated like this, he would have hunted down the sea beast's ancestors to the 18th generation. Otherwise, he would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. Just as my Zayamai was pinned down by 3 sea beasts, one of the sea beasts facing Tan Moli exploded without warning, spraying the slime from the blast instantly onto Tan Moli's mech. Oh no, my star energy pool is corroded. Tan Moli smashed a sea beast flat with one swing of her hammer, not giving it any chance to explode again. Sister Moli, I cannot move. My Zayamai noticed the situation ahead. She wanted to help Tan Moli repair her mech, but she was currently trapped by 3 sea beasts. Help my break through. Tan Moli smashed another sea beast and shouted to her companions. But at this moment, her companions were each dealing with at least 5 sea beasts and had absolutely no way to free themselves to help my Zayamai. Warning, star energy levels dropping significantly. Warning, power insufficient. Inside the cockpit, the electronic voice kept warning, making Tan Moli even more anxious. Without star energy, a mech is no different from scrap metal. Unable to receive timely assistance from a mech engineer, Tan Moli could only speed up, killing as many sea beasts as possible before her mech was rendered unusable. As military academy students, protecting civilians is their top priority. Although civilians are weak, her father had said that without these civilians, she would not have her comfortable life. As Tan Moli pushed her mech to the limit, the star energy depleted even more rapidly, and the surrounding sea beasts seemed to sense her weakening state, circling in like wild wolves catching the scent of meat. Sister Moli, my Zayamai's voice was now choked with sobs. If she had known, she would not have listened to her sister and brought this pure defense mech along. I should not have chosen this mech just for safety. A pure defensive mech is hard to operate in the first place, and since she was not a professional mech warrior, combined with the strength of the sea beasts, she could not move at all, forced to watch as Tan Moli's mech constantly bled energy. Protect we must hold out until reinforcements arrive. The Empire is proud of us. Tan Moli's mech held its hammers in both hands, still standing its ground without retreating. Sister Moli, let us retreat. My Zayamai was already in tears. She did not want to be the pride of the Empire, she wanted her friends to stay alive. Just as she fell into despair, she heard a crisp, young male voice. Exoskeleton, activate. Since she had given up, he could not let go of this mech that looked expensive as hell. Just tearing off a few key components would pay for his 4 years of college without a worry. Who cares about pots and pans? Wang Dang's limbs suddenly sprouted metal skeletons of different colors. The left arm was red and the right arm was blue. On his right leg, the colors of the thigh and calf metal frames did not even match. He could not help it, he was just too poor. He could not even afford the standard exoskeleton for mech recruits. This set was scavenged from a classmate's discarded gear, which he had repaired and patched together into a full set. With the aid of the exoskeleton, Wang Dang felt his physical strength increase by several notches. He usually hated using this set for fear of dents or scratches, but now he had a chance to upgrade from a pea shooter to a cannon. It would be a waste not to use it. Brother Wang, do not be impulsive, those are alien beasts. Liu Neng saw Wang Dang use the exoskeleton and was so scared he could not even speak properly. Watch me pull off something big. After dropping those words, Wang Dang's speed doubled under the support of the exoskeleton, and in a blink, he arrived in front of my Zayamai. Metal skeletons encased his fists, and he launched an attack at the sea beast clinging to my Zayamai's back. Wang Dang used all his strength for this punch. He had never fought sea beasts before and did not know their strength, but seeing how even Tan Moli and her group with mechs struggled, he had to give it his all. With a bang, metal collided with metal. The huge impact made Wang Dang step back, the metal skeleton on his fist already dented. However, the sea beast did not fare much better. Wang Dang had knocked it off the mech with that punch. Its crimson eyes locked onto Wang Dang, looking exceptionally eerie. Are you crazy? An exoskeleton cannot hurt a sea beast. My Zayamai roared, run away. Damn, it is that tough. But it was too late to say anything. The pain had triggered the beast's instincts, and it was already pouncing toward Wang Dang. Mai Xiaomai's little face turned pale with fear. What did the teacher say to do in such extreme situations? Right, I remembered. She channeled her energy and shouted, "If you cannot even protect your support, what kind of warriors are you?" Wang Dang leaned back to dodge the sea beast's attack, simultaneously clenching his right fist. The exoskeleton spikes on his right hand protruded and carved a deep gash into the beast's abdomen. Green slime seeped through the wound, dripping onto Wang Dang's skin, instantly corroding his flesh and clothing while emitting trails of white smoke. "So you are not entirely made of steel after all, are you?" Wang Dang gritted his teeth, enduring the burning pain. If he did not drive these sea beasts away, there was no way he could get near Mai Xiaomai's mech. The hideous sea beast landed on the ground, with 4 long wounds on its abdomen still continuously dripping green slime. Meanwhile, the other 2 sea beasts that had been entangling Mai Xiaomai seemed to notice that this moving target was more interesting. They abandoned Mai Xiaomai and roared as they lunged toward Wang Dang. Wang Dang barely managed to dodge the pounce of the 2 beasts, but he was slashed across the abdomen by one of their sharp claws during the maneuver, and blood gushed out instantly. The scent of blood further triggered the ferocity of the sea beasts on the scene. Even their roars became much more intense than before. Hearing the roars, Mai Xiaomai finally reacted. The shop owner was not dead yet. But she could not afford to overthink it right now. Helping her teammate repair the mech was the top priority. She scrambled to maneuver the clumsy mech to assist in repairing Tan Moli's mech. Wang Dang watched helplessly as his walking credits slowly disappeared from his sight. Who told him that mecha pilots were just support units with no combat capability? Why is this pilot in front of me so fast? Tan Moli was also cooperating perfectly, killing the sea beasts while exposing the energy cell compartment on her back for Mai Xiaomai. Wang Dang's plan to take over was forced to be interrupted. The situation was grim. The exoskeleton was simply no match for the sea beasts. Its hardness was even lower than the beast's bones. What was even more terrifying was that the sea beast's aggression had shifted entirely toward him. He admitted he was being a little too greedy, but should not these beasts be dealing with the high combat power targets first? There was no other choice. Wang Dang had to bite the bullet and fight. After a few rounds, the exoskeleton on Wang Dang's left arm was completely shattered, and his whole body was covered in wounds of all sizes. However, the 3 sea beasts were not much better off. Wang Dang targeted their vulnerable abdomens, a trade-off style of fighting where if you bite me once, I am going to slash you twice. Brother Wang, Liu Neng was sobbing audibly. He hated himself for being such a poor student, only reaching second-tier mech pilot status, not even qualified to use an exoskeleton. Wang Dang heard Liu Neng's sorrowful wailing and coughed twice, coughing up blood. He was not even dead yet, and someone was already holding a funeral for him. It was absolutely bad luck. Though he was about finished himself, he was only 2 claw swipes away from death. With that thought, Wang Dang narrowly dodged another claw swipe from the beast. Damn it, all or nothing, I am on my last breath anyway. Wang Dang took a deep breath and activated the skill he had obtained from an SR card, Glass Cannon. Once Glass Cannon is activated, defense decreases by 100%, attack increases by 200%, and speed increases by 300%. As the name suggests, the attack power is off the charts, but one touch and you are dead. He had gotten inspired while counting money and did 1 pull on the system's card draw, never expecting to get an SR card on the first try. But he never imagined it would be such a goddamn skill card. He had asked the system at the time, is this even right? The system replied cheerfully, host, what are you afraid of? As long as your blade is fast enough, no one will be able to touch you. Once the glass cannon skill was activated, Wang Dang instantly felt terrifying energy coursing through his body, and even his 6 senses became several times sharper than before. So this is what it feels like to be a powerhouse. But Wang Dang did not have time to think about it, because he was now a glass cannon. He would shatter at a single touch. You dare break my exoskeleton, I will kill your entire ancestral line. Wang Dang whipped his shattered left arm and moved in 3 steps, kicking the head of one of the sea beasts until it exploded. But the exoskeleton on his leg could not handle such immense power and disintegrated into powder. Losing another part made Wang Dang's blood surge. He took a giant leap onto the back of another beast, grabbed its spike with one hand, and used his right-hand exoskeleton to form a blade, slicing directly into the beast's abdomen and splitting it in 2. This way, it will not damage the exoskeleton. Wang Dang's eyes lit up, and he turned into a blur, doing the same to the final sea beast and splitting it in half, with only the tough metal hide on their backs connecting their bodies. Killing 3 sea beasts in one breath without taking damage, Wang Dang finally vented his frustration. This set of exoskeleton, even though he scavenged the parts from a classmate's scrap pile, cost him a full 10,000 star credits in repair fees. This was all his hard-earned money. While Wang Dang was dispatching the 3 sea beasts, Mai Xiaomai was racing against time to finish repairing Tan Moli's mech. Tan Moli re-established the defense line with her companions, and Wang Dang was temporarily safe. Brother Wang, Liu Neng came out from behind a rock with snot and tears on his face, rushing straight toward Wang Dang. I almost thought I would never see you again. Do not come over. Wang Dang saw Liu Neng charging like a bull and immediately had a bad feeling. He was still a glass cannon right now, the kind that dies at a touch. It would be so unjust to not be killed by the sea beasts, only to be run over by this kid. But Liu Neng acted as if he had not heard a word, charging straight toward him. Left with no choice, Wang Dang had to dodge the bull-like charge. This dodge caused Liu Neng to miss completely, stumbling forward several times. As he stumbled, a small stone flew up and struck Wang Dang's right hand. A soul-wrenching pain shot through Wang Dang's right hand, as if the bones were being pulled apart piece by piece. His vision went black and he collapsed. Before losing consciousness, Wang Dang felt lucky that he had just deactivated the glass cannon. Otherwise, that impact would have surely killed him. Looks like this glass cannon should not be used lightly in the future. System, can you act like a decent person, please? Brother Wang, Liu Neng dove quickly toward the direction Wang Dang was falling, acting as a human cushion, and cried out, "Someone help! My brother Wang is not going to make it." Tan Moli and the others ahead heard the cry and silently sped up their attacks on the sea beasts. Although their backs were turned, as mecha pilots, they knew exactly what had happened behind them, and they felt sincere admiration for the young man who could only rely on an exoskeleton. If it were not for his courage to step up at a critical moment, they would have lost Tan Moli, their strongest combat power. And it is quite possible they would have all been buried here. Tan Moli felt the urge to slap herself, as she recalled the mocking words she had used against the young man earlier. What imperial pride, what honor of the Imperial Military Academy. It all seemed like nothing compared to the boy who faced the sea beasts with nothing but an exoskeleton. What happened here today is enough to make those pampered prodigies at school die of shame. Brother Wang, I will never be lazy again. Boo-hoo, please do not die, Brother Wang. As Wang Dang drifted in and out of consciousness, hearing someone wailing over him like he was already dead made him feel incredibly unlucky. Although he was fated to die young, it was still a bit too early for a funeral. Wang Dang struggled to open his eyes, taking in the starlight in the darkness, and rasped, "I am not dead yet, save the tears for a few years from now." Liu Neng's wailing stopped abruptly, and the medical pod opened a small window just in time for Wang Dang to see a bit of the outside. "Brother Wang, I thought you were done for." Liu Neng leaned in, his eyes brimming with tears. Wang Dang immediately wore an expression of deep disgust. "Keep your snot off my face." "Brother Wang, I am just worried about you." Liu Neng whined coyly, making Mai Xiaomai, who was standing behind him, break out in goosebumps. After complaining, Liu Neng quickly turned his head and shouted outside, "Doctor, hurry. My brother is awake." "Where am I?" Wang Dang felt his whole body was restrained and unable to move, so he could only roll his eyes around, seeing only a vast expanse of white. "This is the Nanchang City Military Hospital. After you passed out, the military arrived and saved us all." Liu Neng felt a sense of relief from surviving a disaster. "By the way, I also packed up the tables and chairs from that last table. They are not damaged at all." Hearing it was a hospital, Wang Dang did not even care about the tables and chairs he had died protecting. "Quick, quick, let us go." He had been different from others since he was a child. Not only did he faint easily, but he also recovered quickly after every injury. Not to mention that he had now awakened psychic powers and star ability talents, which did not match the test results from when he was 8. If either of these were discovered, he would be locked in the Imperial Military Research Center and never come out for the rest of his life. After all, Nanchang Middle School had such a precedent before. Although the officials did not report it and strictly forbade private discussions, everyone knew it very well in their hearts. To the Imperial higher-ups, people of their class were not even considered human, but rather resources that could be extracted at will. The law of the jungle in this world was even more naked and brutal than in the world Wang Dang came from. "It is fine, Brother Wang. I just asked, we do not have to pay for the medical expenses, the treatment is free." Liu Neng looked confident. "This medical pod is a luxury you will not find outside, you should lie in it a bit more." As the two were arguing, a doctor wearing a white coat over a combat uniform walked in. He did not look at Wang Dang in the medical pod immediately upon entering, but instead opened the pod's panel, looking a bit strange. Strange, the recovery speed is much faster than expected. Wang Dang's heart skipped a beat, and it began to pound uncontrollably. Mai Xiaomai tried to lean in to look at the information on the panel, but the doctor quickly closed it. Then he adjusted a few things on the panel, and Wang Dang felt his body lighten, and the restraints around him all vanished. He immediately pushed open the medical pod door and sat up from inside. The doctor in the white coat pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a shrewd smile in his eyes, and reached out a hand with prominent knuckles toward Wang Dang. "Student Wang Dang, right? I am Dr. Su from the Nanchang 1st Military District. Thank you for the contribution you have made to Nanchang City." Wang Dang was silent for a moment before shaking his hand. "Student Wang, I wonder if you have felt anything abnormal about your body in your daily life." Dr. Su looked at Wang Dang with a meaningful gaze. "Numbers," Wang Dang replied with an innocent look. "I just do not have money to eat and I get hungry easily." "I will give you money." Mai Xiaomai popped up from behind Dr. Su and declared firmly to Wang Dang. Wang Dang glanced at the generous Mai Xiaomai, and his gaze immediately became firm. Yes, he was aiming to save her from the beginning. He absolutely did not want to hijack the Mecha. How could someone like Wang Dang be that kind of profit-seeking person? Facing the sudden interruption, Dr. Su looked a bit displeased, but Wang Dang was clearly relieved. "Honestly, from now on, Mai Xiaomai will cover all your food expenses at the Imperial Military Academy." Mai Xiaomai patted her chest with great pride. It turned out that when Wang Dang had just passed out, the military district's rescue team had arrived. Liu Neng, worried that Wang Dang would not get timely treatment, revealed that Wang Dang was a preparatory student of the Imperial Military Academy. Sure enough, hearing that, the rescue team brought Wang Dang to the military hospital without a word, and used the most advanced medical pod. "Do not worry, Junior. As long as I am at the Imperial Military Academy, I will make sure you eat and drink well." Mai Xiaomai felt particularly fond of this boy who had saved her with his exoskeleton. Before Wang Dang could speak, Dr. Su patted his shoulder, saying meaningfully, "Student, I have heard about what happened with you. Very good, courage is a young person's most precious asset. You will surely not be a person of low status in the future. It is just that once you go to the Imperial Military Academy, even a dragon has to lie low. That place is the true hell for the poor." Wang Dang looked at Dr. Su and nodded slightly without saying anything. For some reason, he felt a creeping sense of dread from the bottom of his heart towards this mild-mannered Dr. Su. He had not felt this kind of dread even when facing that mysterious system. On the other hand, Mai Xiaomai did not seem to notice the tense atmosphere between the two and kept on chattering, "Junior, the people with me today are also your seniors. They are busy helping the Nanchang military clear out the remaining sea beasts, so they could not come to thank you in person, so I am here waiting for you by myself. Sister Molly asked me to apologize for her. Her attitude was poor earlier. Let me tell you, Sister Molly is just a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You will know after interacting with her more, she is definitely not a bad person. Alright, you young people, chat, I will not disturb you. Your injuries are fully healed, you can leave at any time." Dr. Su nodded to Wang Dang, left with an inscrutable smile on his lips. An interesting little fellow has appeared in Nanchang. Leaving behind a pensive Wang Dang, a chattering Mai Xiaomai, and Liu Neng, who was nodding repeatedly at her. After Dr. Su left, facing the chatterbox Mai Xiaomai, Wang Dang pretended to be casual and managed to extract a lot of information about the medical pod from her. Mai Xiaomai said that this medical pod could detect the functional state of the human body, and it was infused with nutrient fluid containing star energy, so no matter how severe the injury, as long as there was one breath left, one could be saved by being put into it. Like Wang Dang, who had his intestines nearly spilling out and his right hand completely shattered, one would usually have to lie in the medical pod for 2 or 3 days, but Wang Dang recovered in less than 5 hours. Maybe the military researched some new star energy nutrient fluid that allows for rapid recovery. Mai Xiaomai said naively, "Do not worry, Junior. If Dr. Su did not say anything, then there must be no problem." Wang Dang would not give up. Can this medical pod detect psychic powers and the like? Mai Xiaomai looked at Wang Dang with a look of, "Are you an idiot? Do you think machines that test psychic powers and star abilities are a dime a dozen? There is only one in the entire blue planet at the Imperial Military Academy. Did not you get tested when you were 8? If not, it does not matter. You can apply to the teachers once you enroll. Every year, many Mecha warriors who are unhappy with their 8-year-old test results request a retest. You can go and test with them." Wang Dang and Mai Xiaomai were having a pleasant conversation. Of course, it was mostly Mai Xiaomai doing the talking, while Wang Dang and Liu Neng listened. Perhaps it had been a long time since Mai Xiaomai had met someone willing to listen to her so attentively, so the smile on her face never faded. When it was time to leave, she even insisted on getting Wang Dang's light brain ID, telling him to notify her once he reached the imperial capital so that she, as his senior, could treat him to a meal. Unfortunately, Wang Dang did not have a light brain, so he had to settle for noting down the serial number of hers, planning to add her once he eventually got one. "Junior, you must add me," Mai Xiaomai emphasized again before leaving. I will look after you at school, and apart from those cunning star energy masters, no one will dare to bully you. After leaving the military hospital, Wang Dang and Liu Neng started settling their accounts on the road. Excluding the tips each had kept for themselves, they had earned a total of 19,500 star coins today. After deducting the cost of the raw materials for the tables and chairs, they made a net profit of 13,000 star coins, plus the furniture they could likely sell for about 500 more on the seafood market. Liu Neng generously took the furniture and gave an extra 250 star coins to Wang Dang. In the end, Wang Dang made 8,050 today, which was not even enough to cover the repairs for his damaged exoskeleton. Fortunately, he had tucked away 5,500 in tips, which helped him recover a bit. Everyone says mech masters and star energy masters are money pits, but does not anyone realize that the cost for mech soldiers to repair their mechs is also quite significant? He now somewhat understood why the mech soldiers in movies cherished their mechs so much. It all comes down to being broke. Back home, Wang Dang stared at the broken exoskeleton on his workbench, lost in thought. Is there any path for physical cultivation in this world? If a punch lands on him, he will be fine after a day of pain. But if that punch lands on his mech, the pain will not go away in just a day. That would probably hurt for months. No wonder when he applied to the Imperial Military Academy, the teachers were hesitant and suggested he choose a field other than mech soldier. Fields like artificial intelligence, advanced programming, or even nutrition science are all essential to society. No wonder so many classmates whose grades were clearly enough to get into the Imperial Military Academy did not choose it as their final preference. When he was filling out his preferences, Wang Dang thought it was very simple. In his previous world, there were no such magical things as mechs, nor was there star energy or spiritual power. Now that he had transmigrated to this world, and the doors to becoming a mech master or star energy master were closed to him, he had to try this path of becoming a mech soldier no matter what. What is there to be afraid of? My life is cheap, just go for it. Wang Dang slapped the table. At worst, I will go all in and make my life glorious for once. Having made this decision, Wang Dang suddenly felt all the worries that had been clouding his mind disappear. Yes, this world is full of injustice and discrimination, but what did he have to fear? He was born at the very bottom of society. He did not have much, so he was not afraid of losing anything. The ones who should be afraid are those who have a lot. Thinking of this, Wang Dang took out his treasure box, looked at that star energy chip over and over, and finally sighed, wrapping it in a clean cloth. He had originally planned to save enough money to buy a broken space ring at the seafood market, use this chip to fix it, and keep it for himself. But school was starting soon, and he had to fix his exoskeleton before then. Although the military academy would issue mechs once school started, for Wang Dang, the imperial capital was undoubtedly a strange place full of various dangers. Therefore, he could not afford any gaps in his readiness. He at least had to have the ability to fight back. Even if he could not kill the enemy, he had to tear a piece of meat off them. Wang Dang tucked the star energy chip into his suitcase. It seemed like it was time to buy a light brain, or else it would be inconvenient to buy or sell things. Actually, Wang Dang had wanted to buy a light brain for a long time, but the price, often 5 or 10,000, made him daunted. The key was that light brains are tied to biological information, so he could not buy a used one. Combined with the fact that he had spent almost all his savings on a set of exoskeleton, the matter of the light brain had been shelved. But he had heard that the Imperial Military Academy strictly implemented military management, where students could not leave without reason, and only had 1 day off per month to go out. If that were the case, he would be truly helpless at school without a light brain. System, do you have any star coins? Wang Dang asked with a long sigh. Dear host, I do not have a star coin exchange function. Life is precious. How can it be measured by such worldly things as money? Wang Dang rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Those worldly things are exactly what he is lacking right now. Forget it, I will take it one step at a time. If I am really starving, I can always ask my Zayamai for a meal or two. In such a massive military academy, surely no one would starve to death, right? 2 days later, in the early morning, Wang Dang took his old suitcase and quietly arrived at the levitation station, waiting for the arrival of the Imperial Capital Special train. His timing was perfect. Only a few minutes later, the train arrived quietly. Just as he picked up his suitcase to board, he heard an urgent shout from behind. Wang brother, wait for me." Wang Dang turned back and sure enough, saw a sweating Liu Neng standing in the crowd waving at him. "Why are you here?" Wang Dang was slightly surprised. Because he was leaving Nanchang for school, and although the tsunami had been 95% blocked, many coastal houses had been damaged, making appliance repair business very busy. He had been too busy to stay in touch with Liu Neng. "You used my light brain to buy your ticket, remember?" Liu Neng panted as he reached Wang Dang and flashed a grin. "Wang brother, this is for you, your graduation gift." Wang Dang hesitated, looking at the light brain box in Liu Neng's hand without reaching for it. Why did this stingy guy suddenly have a change of heart? Is there a bomb in that latest model light brain? Seeing Wang Dang's suspicious face, Liu Neng's face dropped and he shoved the box into Wang Dang's hands. "I have made plenty of money following you all these years. Besides, I heard the Imperial Military Academy is full of beauties and the capital is very prosperous. I have never been there. This light brain is not a freebie. You have to take plenty of pictures of beauties and show them to me." Fatty Liu, Wang Dang was at a loss for words at this sudden move from his longtime partner in crime. "Alright, the train is here, go." Liu Neng went behind Wang Dang and pushed him toward the train. "I am the first in your friend list. If there are no photos of beauties, we are no longer brothers." "Got it," Wang Dang nodded heavily. "I will remember that." He did not specify what he was remembering, whether it was the photos of the beauties or this friendship. Liu Chen watched the train pull away and cursed, "Damn it. Why did you have to get such high grades? Why go so far?" As he cursed, tears streamed down his face.
What?
Wang Dang sat by the window, listening to the guy in the seat in front of him bragging on a video call. "Yeah, it only takes 3 hours to travel by ship to the Imperial main star system, while it takes an hour and a half just to get from South City to the Imperial capital. If you ask me, Blue Star is still way too backward." Wang Dang listlessly fiddled with the optical computer Liu Neng had given him. Although this was not his first time using one, it was the latest model on the market, and he had not quite grasped all its functions yet. Just as he was getting familiar with the settings, a friend request suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner. Wang Dang opened it to see a profile picture of Mai Xiaomai posing with a cat. After Wang Dang accepted, Mai Xiaomai's messages started coming in like a machine gun non-stop. "My Meow Jr., why did not you add me? It was Liu Neng who gave me your optical ID." My Meow, forget it, I am your senior, so I will be the bigger person and let it slide. You should be arriving in the Imperial capital soon, right? Wait at the school gate, I will welcome you and help you with the enrollment procedures. My Meow, the capital is much more fun than South City. When I am free, I will take you to try some delicious food. Wang Dang, no need senior, I want to gain some experience on my own. Wang Dang politely declined Mai Xiaomai's invitation, partly because he did not know how to handle her enthusiasm. On the other hand, well, there was no other hand. At the time, he had only acted out of a desire to save someone in danger, with no other intentions. Mai Xiaomai was sweet and adorable, and a girl like her likely had countless pursuers at the military academy. If he, a new student, acted too familiar with her, he would probably be dead before he even knew what hit him. He had heard from his teachers that the Imperial Military Academy was not like a normal school. People dying there was practically a common occurrence. My Meow Jr., you are so cold, crying face. My Meow, how about this? Let me treat you to a meal another day to thank you for saving my life. You are not allowed to refuse me again. My Meow or senior will actually be angry. On the other side of the screen, Mai Xiaomai puffed up her cheeks. After all, she had never been rejected like this in her life. But this junior had saved both her and Sister Jasmine. Otherwise, she would not bother trying to be friendly to someone who gave her the cold shoulder. Wang Dang, okay, thank you. After replying to Mai Xiaomai, the announcement on the maglev train began to play. Attention, dear passengers, we have arrived at the Imperial Capital Station. Please collect your belongings and exit in an orderly fashion. Fighting is prohibited in the station. Violators will be fined a minimum of 50,000 with no upper limit. Wang Dang grabbed his suitcase and followed the crowd out. Not long after stepping off, a young man ahead of him instantly hopped into a mecha. I have put up with you for long enough, today I am taking you down. The other person was just as fast, immediately jumping into a pure black mecha. The surrounding passengers seemed accustomed to this, quickly dodging and creating a large clearing in the blink of an eye. Unlike the others who fled the scene, Wang Dang stopped in his tracks and started to admire the two mechas. Neither of these machines were official mass-produced models, which meant these two were either wealthy or influential enough to hire mecha designers for custom work. The red mecha that struck first seemed to use some kind of fire element material, leaving a trail of flame residues whenever it moved. Wang Dang thought the designer behind this red mecha must have had a keen eye for aesthetics. In comparison, the black mecha did not focus as much on aesthetics, but its power was nothing to sneeze at. Wang Dang stood there, staring at the two mechas in a trance, only leaving while glancing back repeatedly after the security droids came to clear the area. The capital really is different. He had not even left the station and already saw two mechas, something he never could have imagined back in South City. Wang Dang was in high spirits. Arriving in the capital meant he was one step closer to his dream of building his own mecha. He was already impatient to study the mysterious and precise internal structures of a mecha. System, I want to draw another card, Wang Dang thought on a whim, immediately summoning the system in his mind. Alright host, pick a number between 1 and 30. 9. Please let it be a decent card this time. Ding, congratulations host, you have pulled an SR card. Wang Dang was delighted. Even though the previous skill card, Glass Cannon, was unreliable, he could clearly feel the increase in his strength and speed. It is just that once he used it, he would pass out and would not be able to get back up. Congratulations host, it is the Mecha Performance Doubling Talent card. During the process of making a mecha, you have a 20% chance to double one of its performance stats, a 5% chance to double 2, and a 1% chance to double all 3 performance stats. Wang Dang's eyes lit up. Even though it was only a 1% chance, as long as he increased the quantity, one of them would definitely have all 3 stats doubled. He could sell the rest, essentially getting a high-performance mecha for free. The 3 performance stats of a mecha are defense, firepower, and mobility. The defense value depends on the materials used to make the mecha. The better the material, the higher the defense, ensuring the safety of the pilot inside. Firepower is related to the weapons configured within the mecha. Base-level mechas are generally equipped with laser guns or hand cannons. High-level mecha weaponry varies widely, depending mostly on the pilot's preference. Most of these weapons are crafted from materials containing star power and pack a serious punch. Mobility is related to the weight of the mecha and its construction. The more precise the design blueprint, the higher the mobility. Higher mobility means the mecha is faster and has better handling, while also requiring the pilot to have extremely high reflexes. I knew it, a gambler does not lose every day. Wang Dang gave a small fist pump. That is 2 SR cards in a row. The next one must be an SSR level card. Faced with the prosperity and luxury of the capital, Wang Dang straightened his back again, walking confidently toward the Imperial Military Academy with his suitcase in hand. He would definitely become the most outstanding mecha designer and pilot in the future. As for being a star power user, he knew that anything related to star power was ridiculously expensive. Even with official subsidies and resource allocations, it was still just a drop in the bucket for a star power user. So he would think about that when he was truly successful, and did not have to worry about his next meal. Wang Dang arrived at the majestic gate of the Imperial Military Academy by public star shuttle. Although this was only a branch campus on Blue Star, the towering architecture still left him dazed for a long while. Standing before the academy, the constant stream of people at the entrance seemed as tiny as ants. Local students from the imperial capital check in over here, students from out of town go over there. An admission officer's shout pulled Wang Dang back to reality. Wang Dang regained his focus and began to size up the situation. The registration area was split into 2 spots. Local students were processing their enrollment inside a corridor within the campus, so he could not see what it was like inside. However, the registration area for out-of-town students was clearly visible, a makeshift canopy where students were left to bake in the sun, yet not a single one dared to utter a word of complaint. Meanwhile, at the local student area, even with a spacious corridor to shield them from the scorching sun, there was endless groaning as they kept urging the people in front to move faster. Seeing this, Wang Dang could not help but click his tongue. He had always known that school was a microcosm of society, but back when he was at Nanchang Middle School or Nanchang High, this society had felt relatively invisible. But at the Imperial Military Academy, it was clearly a very realistic society, laid out right in the open. Wang Dang walked to the very end of the out-of-towners line and stood there obediently. Standing in front of him was a scrawny guy with a pair of dark, shifty eyes that looked very sharp. "Excuse me, classmate, did you get in the wrong line? Local students are over there." The scrawny guy looked at Wang Dang with a suspicious expression. Although this classmate was dressed modestly, the light computer on his wrist was clearly the latest Blade 24 model, which started at a minimum of 30,000 star coins. Other out-of-town students were carrying big and small bags, while Wang Dang only had one carry-on suitcase, clearly someone who owned a spatial ring. "I am from Nanchang City." Wang Dang nodded slightly at him. "I am in the right line." The scrawny guy's eyes darted around and he immediately stretched out a hand with a smile. "Pleased to meet you. I am from Dongcheng. My name is Li Yang. You can just call me Monkey." Wang Dang also gave a brief self-introduction, and the 2 young men soon became acquainted. "Hey buddy, your family must be quite wealthy, unlike me, who is destined to be a stepping stone for others," Monkey said, seemingly thinking of something unpleasant, and his face instantly fell. Wang Dang shook his head. "No, my situation is not great either." Monkey sighed and shook his head again. "All right, brother, do not try to comfort me. I know the rules of this military academy. Do not worry, I will not ask for anything unreasonable." Wang Dang stared completely confused at Monkey, who had suddenly started wallowing in self-pity. You clearly do not know, right? Well, that makes sense. Your family is rich. You do not need to pay attention to these things. I have already looked up lots of guides from seniors on my light computer, the Poor Student's Guide to Survival. Do not worry, I will definitely survive in this school, and I will live well too, Monkey rambled on. The Poor Student's Guide to Survival. Wang Dang clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. My goodness, is not this tailored perfectly for him? Monkey was just about to explain something to Wang Dang, but the bushy-bearded teacher in front slammed his hand on the desk. Quiet back there. Stinking rats who do not even know the rules, why did you even come to school? Monkey immediately shut up, not even daring to turn his head back. Seeing this, Wang Dang could only open his light computer and search the star network for the Poor Student's Guide to Survival that Monkey mentioned. Very quickly, he found the post on the Imperial Military Academy's Blue Star Branch forum. First, at the Military Academy, keep your words and actions cautious. Keep your head low and avoid offending others with a single look, lest you receive a challenge to a duel. Second, try to avoid practical combat classes, as you might encounter mixed classes with different years. If you meet someone from an S-rank class or higher, your mecha will definitely be totaled. Note, if your mecha is destroyed at the academy, you are finished. Even a dog passing by could take a bite out of you. Third, definitely try to get on good terms with students from the mecha engineer department. You might get a chance for free mecha repairs, though there is also a risk that a failed repair could lead to the mecha being totaled. Fourth, if someone intends to spar with you and you clearly cannot win, you can kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then bark 3 times like a dog. This is a secret signal of surrender, and the other party will usually let you go. If someone challenges you to a duel, you must refuse. Do not let your pride take over. Fifth, if you have money, upgrade your mecha. If you have money, upgrade your mecha. If you have money, upgrade your mecha. Important things must be said 3 times. Only strength can increase your survival rate at the academy. This is the Imperial Military Academy, where the strong are respected and the weak are merely stepping stones. Please do whatever it takes to increase your strength. After reading this, Wang Dang felt a sense of agitation, along with some indescribable emotions mixed in. What made him agitated was that he could now browse the star network without restraint using his light computer. He would never have to mooch off the school's computer room again. He could absorb the knowledge of this world anytime, anywhere, any knowledge he needed. If he had known, he would not have skimped on the money for this light computer. The indescribable part was that although he had long known the truth about this world, he was still struck by these naked, brutal rules. That is right, this is no longer the civilized world he came from. In this era where might makes right, humanity is like a beast, unashamedly displaying its savagery and carnal desires to the entire world. A tall, muscular man behind Wang Dang looked with a complex expression at Wang Dang, using his latest, Rich Kid exclusive light computer to read the Poor Student's Guide to Survival right in front of him. If that was not enough, damn it, he was not even using privacy mode. Was he doing this on purpose for them to see? Just because his family is rich, does he have to look down on others like this? The people behind naturally saw this too, but they all dared not speak out, as they had all checked quite a bit of information on the Imperial Military Academy before school started. At the academy, rich students and poor students effectively live in 2 different worlds. Rich students can pick fights with people without restraint, practice to their heart's content in combat classes, and never worry about mecha repair costs. While poor students have to be cautious everywhere, because once their mecha is damaged, they simply cannot afford the repair fees. So even in practical combat classes with only classmates, they are hesitant and anxious, almost wishing they could jump out of their mechas and fight with their bare hands. Under such conditions, how could their strength improve quickly? Therefore, at the military academy, the people you must least offend are the wealthy ones. Even if their strength is not as good as yours, they have no worries. They can fight without caring about wear and tear. Compared to the cautious poor students, even a 40% chance of winning could be boosted to 80%. At this moment, Wang Dang was completely oblivious to the resentful glares from the rows behind him. He was like a dried-out sponge, soaking up knowledge from the forum, unable to pull himself away. And the students behind could only watch helplessly as Wang Dang went from the Poor Student's Guide to Survival to how to get on the good side of a mecha engineer, then to my days being bullied by a wealthy campus beauty. Their faces all turned green with rage. Going too far, he is absolutely going too far. What? The enrollment process was fast. Despite his fierce look, the bearded man was very efficient and did not leave Wang Dang out in the sun for long. Wang Dang was assigned to Freshman Class 2, a temporary class for out-of-town students. After their mechs are issued, there will be a live combat simulation, and based on the results, these students will be sorted into new classes. For out-of-towners, there are three classes, A, B, and C, while the local students from the Imperial capital are split into SSS, SS, and S classes. Wang Dang walked to the door of room 222 with his dorm card. He double-checked the card and confirmed this was the right place. It was a four-person dorm, and there was no one inside yet. Wang Dang left his suitcase on the desk to the left of the door and walked out. He had just learned on the school network that the Imperial Military Academy's curriculum was quite flexible. Aside from some practical courses led by instructors, theoretical subjects were all stored in the school library. So Wang Dang decided to go to the library now to try his luck and see if he could find a way to study basic mecha engineering courses. After browsing the forums, he had roughly figured out how to survive in this school. Strength comes first, and the second essential thing is star coins. Among all the professions, the fastest way to make money is undoubtedly being a mecha engineer. After all, even as powerful as an energy user is, they still need a fully defensive mech for protection. Otherwise, they might get ambushed by a mecha warrior while they are still in their spell-casting animation. The library is a relatively safe place in the Imperial Military Academy, as the students who frequent it are mostly energy users or mecha engineers. Almost no mecha warrior would be foolish enough to come here, and among the three professions, mecha warriors are the most aggressive. Wang Dang learned all of this from the forum. If there was nowhere else to hide, the library would definitely be a good choice. From the outside, the library of the Imperial Military Academy looks like a giant dumpling standing in the middle of the school. After entering, Wang Dang went straight to the mecha studies section on the second floor and began picking out introductory books on mechs. Just as he was carefully selecting books, a surprised female voice came from behind him. "Junior, what are you doing here?" It was Mai Xiaomai's voice. Wang Dang hurriedly shoved the books in his arms back onto the shelf, turned around and put on a standardized smile. "Hey. What a coincidence," Mai Xiaomai leaned in happily. "Wait, are not you from the Mecha Warrior Department, Junior? Why are you reading books on the second floor?" Well, Wang Dang had already prepared an excuse, so he answered calmly. "They say that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never lose. I thought if I could master the theory, I would understand the enemy's mechs better, and I would not be nervous during a fight. Plus, mastering the theory also helps with controlling one's own mech." Wow, after hearing this, Mai Xiaomai was enlightened and slapped his back hard. "You are so thoughtful, Junior." Not only Mai Xiaomai, but even her companions looked thoughtful after hearing his explanation. Mecha warriors are notorious for being simple-minded, while mecha engineers are known for being rigorous and meticulous. And the most cunning ones are the energy users. Is this Junior really not a freshman from the energy department? Since we are fated to meet, let me treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. Mai Xiaomai's eyes curved as she smiled. "I will show you around the school while we are at it." Wang Dang instinctively wanted to refuse, but as soon as he heard the word cafeteria, his stomach let out a loud rumble. Perhaps it was because he had been living on nutrient solutions for so many years that his stomach and mouth were constantly at odds. Let us go, you are already hungry." Mai Xiaomai started pulling Wang Dang along. "Otherwise, people might think I am a bad senior who does not take care of you." "Yeah, Junior, do not be shy. Mai's friends are our friends." Seeing Wang Dang's awkwardness, her friends also started chiming in to persuade him. Since they had already put it that way, it would be rude to refuse again, so Wang Dang readily agreed. "Since you are new, you probably have not gotten a library card yet. Just put these on my tab." Mai Xiaomai waved her hand generously, telling him to pick whatever books he wanted. Although they were called books, they could not actually be opened. One needed a brain-computer interface to access the content inside. "Thank you, Senior," Wang Dang accepted immediately. According to the folks on the forum, getting a library card cost a fortune, and each book had a different rental price depending on the content. But one thing was certain, anything related to mecha engineers or energy users was never cheap. After picking his books, Wang Dang followed Mai Xiaomai and her group toward the cafeteria. Once they sat down at the cafeteria, it was Wang Dang's personal showtime. Mai Xiaomai sat with her mouth slightly agape, watching helplessly as Wang Dang gulped down his 5th serving of chicken leg rice. "One more serving of chicken leg rice," she said to her friend with a dazed expression. She even began to suspect if Wang Dang had precognition and knew he would meet her in the library today, intentionally starving himself for a week just to fleece her. But if he wanted to fleece her, he was only eating the cheapest chicken leg rice in the cafeteria. "Thank you, Senior," Wang Dang squeezed in a word of thanks during a brief break. "Do not mention it, but will you be alright eating this much, Junior?" Mai Xiaomai looked at Wang Dang with concern. "I have had a big appetite since I was a kid," Wang Dang muttered vaguely. Mai Xiaomai nodded slightly, looking a bit relieved. Otherwise, she would have feared that he might actually burst from overeating. "Mai, I found someone to repair that spatial ring you asked about. It will cost 300,000 star coins, said a girl with bangs sitting next to her. 300,000 for a chip, why do not you just buy a new one, Mai? A boy sitting next to Wang Dang asked, sounding confused. I really like this bunny ring and you cannot buy them anymore, Mai Xiaomai smiled. 300,000 it is, when can it be fixed? Wang Dang's head snapped up from his meal, his eyes flashing with greed. 200,000, I can fix it. He still had not sold the chip he pulled off the mechanical crab, and he had checked the marketplace. The average selling price was only about 120,000. Mai Xiaomai was his senior, and she even treated him to a meal, making 80,000 off her would be quite fair. Can you really fix it? Mai Xiaomai tilted her head and looked at Wang Dang, who had just finished half a serving of rice in 3 bites, clearly skeptical. Wang Dang wiped his mouth and said decisively, yes. In dormitory 222, Wang Dang sat at his desk, carefully examining the small pink rabbit ring in his hand. He had just tried to look up the internal structure of this type of space ring on his optical computer, but could not find the same model. However, it stands to reason that the internal structure of such space rings is roughly the same. Once he took it apart, he would have a good idea of the subtle differences. He was actually quite curious why Mai Xiaomai, being a mecha engineer herself, needed to find someone else to handle something as simple as changing a chip. But he suppressed his curiosity. After all, he really wanted to earn this money. With this money, he could properly modify the mecha issued by the school and improve his combat effectiveness. Wang Dang put on his eyepiece, opened his toolbox, and began to dismantle the tiny space ring. After opening it up, he understood why Mai Xiaomai did not dare to repair it herself. Mecha engineers usually deal with large parts and gears, but the internal structure of this space ring was tiny and precise. The slightest carelessness could easily damage the internal components. Without the steady hands of a veteran of 10 years, it really would not be easy to fix. Having repaired all sorts of things in the South City for so many years, such tiny and precise parts were naturally nothing to Wang Dang. He carefully bypassed the complex structure and used tweezers as thin as a needle to extract the chip inside. Then he replaced it with a functioning star energy chip, clicked all the small slots into place, and restored the space ring to its original state. After awakening his psychic talent, Wang Dang could clearly feel the star energy pulsing on this tiny ring, whereas the replaced star energy chip no longer had any trace of energy left. Wang Dang closed his eyes and probed the ring with his psychic power, immediately sensing the space inside, roughly estimated to be about 10 square meters, equivalent to the size of an average small bedroom. It seems Mai Xiaomai's family is quite wealthy. Space rings on the market are usually only about 5 square meters. Wang Dang put the ring away, planning to wait a few days before returning it to Mai Xiaomai, to create the impression that he had gone to great lengths to fix it. After all, she spent so much money, you have to make her feel like it was worth it, right? Wang Dang is a very qualified businessman who knows how to provide emotional value to his clients. Just as he finished tidying up the messy desk, Wang Dang heard noise outside the dorm door. His roommates must have returned. I wonder which dorm Brother Chicken Leg lives in. If I knew, I would definitely go over and learn from him. It is too impressive. Several beautiful senior students were sitting across from him, and he did not even glance at them. He only had eyes for his chicken leg rice. He hooked up with a beautiful senior girl right after enrolling, and I heard she is from the Mecha engineering department too. I bet he must be a star energy master. Monkey was chatting with the roommate behind him while opening the door. He was stunned when he saw Wang Dang and immediately beamed with joy. Hey buddy, are you in the same dorm as me? Hey buddy, let me tell you, we just heard outside that there is a big shot among this year's freshmen. Monkey came up to him with a familiar air, which made Wang Dang feel a bit awkward. Mostly because that big shot Monkey was talking about seemed to be him. These people really have not seen much of the world. Is eating 6 servings of chicken leg rice in one go really that rare? While Monkey was chatting with Wang Dang, the other 2 roommates were also quietly observing him. The most eye-catching thing about Wang Dang was the latest model of optical computer on his wrist, followed by his very minimalist bed area, with only an old-fashioned suitcase on the desk. This led them to almost the same conclusion as Monkey. This person, who was dressed in such a low-key and understated manner, must be a hidden wealthy kid. And while they were sizing up Wang Dang, he was also silently observing them. As for the 3 roommates, he did not even need to ask about Monkey. Monkey spilled everything himself. The other 2 roommates, one was fair and chubby, and the other was a young man with wheat-colored skin. Soon, with Monkey's help, Wang Dang got familiar with the other 2. The chubby one was nicknamed Luo Dapen. His family runs a mining market. He is a 2nd-generation mining heir. The wheat-skinned young man is named Haiji, whose home is in a small city not far from the imperial capital. When Haiji mentioned that his home was not far from the capital, he started sighing. Just 100 kilometers more, and I almost became a true local of the capital. Monkey and Luo Dapan both looked at Haiji with pity. If it were not for that extra 100 kilometers, Haiji might be like those local capital students now, living in a single room instead of squeezing into a dorm with the three of them. Sooner or later, I will settle down in the imperial capital and become a true local. Loyalty to the empire. Haiji clenched his fist with a determined look in his eyes. Loyalty to the empire. Monkey also bumped fists with Haiji, looking equally determined. Even Luo Dapan, who was on the side, raised his fist and bumped it with theirs. Loyalty to the empire. Then the three of them looked at Wang Dang with expectant eyes. Wang Dang turned away, opened his suitcase and pretended to organize his luggage, refusing to participate in this childish oath. Loyalty to the empire, loyalty to the Federation. He was only loyal to himself. Although he was born in a region under the jurisdiction of the empire, when he was nearly starving to death several times and faced difficult life circumstances, he never saw the empire extend a helping hand. His reason for choosing the military academy was simply because he could gain access to mechas, did not have to pay tuition, and received a monthly stipend. Faced with Wang Dang's indifference, the other three did not take it to heart and soon shifted the topic elsewhere. We will get the standard issue mecha from the school tomorrow morning. I am so excited. Haiji and Monkey were in a similar situation, so they talked very enthusiastically. Yeah, I will definitely take good care of it. Monkey clasped his hands, looking very pious. As he spoke, Monkey suddenly remembered something and turned to Wang Dang and Luo Dapan with excitement. Brother Dang and Brother Dapan definitely do not care for the school-issued mechas, right? When you get your custom mechas from the engineers, you must show me. After entering the military academy, everyone was no longer in the civilian class. They were now part of the military and possessed the qualifications to commission custom mechas. So most wealthy students would commission their own mechas from the Mecha Engineer Association upon entering the Imperial Military Academy. I have already submitted my application to the Mecha Engineer Association. It should take at least a month or so to go through the process, I guess. Luo Dapan showed a confident smile. I do not know yet, we will see. Wang Dang did not understand why Monkey lumped him together with Luo Dapan. But he indeed was not satisfied with the newly issued school mecha. He would soon have 200,000 star coins in his account, and he planned to use that money for modifications. So he did not give a definitive answer. And this vague statement only made the other three more certain that he was hiding his true depth. It seems that the wealthiest person in dormitory 222 is definitely Wang Dang. The next day, Monkey got up early to help everyone line up to collect their mecha necklaces, while Wang Dang and the others were still fast asleep in the dormitory. Luo Dapan and Haiji had been gaming on their optical computers until 3 in the morning, while Wang Dang had spent his time until midnight studying the introductory mecha books he had brought back using the brain-computer interface. He discovered that the theories of mecha were actually quite similar to the mechanical principles he had learned in his past life, especially regarding parts and axles, which were largely the same. The only difference was that most of the materials selected for the mecha were harvested from exotic beasts and contained star energy. Therefore, both the construction and the manufacturing process of the mecha required the assistance of mental energy. Otherwise, the resulting mecha would be no different from ordinary machines and would lack the powerful destructive and defensive capabilities of a true mecha. After clarifying the general principles, Wang Dang felt much more assured and grew more confident in his own ability to modify his mecha. However, before he started modifying his own mecha, he still had to find ways to study other people's custom mecha more closely. After Monkey brought back the 4 mecha necklaces, everyone was impatient to go to the open space below the dormitory to get familiar with their new mecha, while Wang Dang alone remained immersed in the ocean of knowledge, unable to pull himself away. He was also looking forward to the day he would finally step into a mecha, but the mecha blueprints left behind by his predecessors in the brain-computer interface were so exquisite and dazzling that he could not bear to leave. In just a day and a half, Wang Dang finished reading the 3 books he had borrowed from the library. Although they were called books, once connected to the brain-computer interface, they were filled with pictures, text, and even patient explanations from predecessors, giving Wang Dang the illusion that the gates to the world of mecha had been opened for him. Wang Dang wandered through the world of mecha, and when he finally came back to his senses, he realized it was already dark outside. Luo Dapan and Haiji were already sitting together playing a game on their optical computers, while Monkey was lying on his bed, tinkering with something on his own device. Wang Dang sat up on the bed and stretched his limbs. He was now very familiar with every part of a mecha, and he could not wait to study his new one. He took out the Mecha necklace Monkey had given him earlier, but as he prepared to get out of bed, his vision suddenly went black. He realized then that he had not eaten anything since last night. It was fortunate that he had those 6 chicken leg rice meals earlier, otherwise he would not have been able to hold out until now. Hey. Before Wang Dang lost consciousness, he heard the panicked shouts of Monkey and the others by his ears. Dr. Su, how is it? You young people today, you rely on your health and pay no attention to your lifestyle or eating on time. Of course your bodies are going to break down. 2 voices echoed in Wang Dang's ears. He struggled to open his eyes and felt that his body had regained much of its strength. Although there is no major issue now, I suggest this student Wang stays in the infirmary for a day of observation. The man in the white lab coat stood with his back to Wang Dang. Brother Dang, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Monkey, who had been keenly watching the bed, noticed Wang Dang opening his eyes and hurried over, looking at him with deep concern. Wang Dang shook his head about to say something, when his pupils suddenly constricted. The man in the white lab coat turned around, and it was none other than Dr. Su from the Nanchang Military Hospital. Student Wang, you really are prone to bad luck, are not you? Dr. Su walked over with a gentle smile. This is only your 2nd day of school and you are already in the infirmary. Wang Dang felt goosebumps on his arms and feigned calmness. Dr. Su, what are you doing here? Dr. Su lowered his head to adjust his glasses and explained, I transferred from the military hospital to the military academy. That is quite a coincidence. Wang Dang looked up, staring straight at Dr. Su as if trying to find a flaw in his expression. He did not believe in such coincidences in the world. Dr. Su smiled, took a military green nutrient solution from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to Wang Dang. This is a special nutrient solution provided by the military academy. Drink it and you will feel better. Wang Dang took it and gulped it down. Thank you, Dr. Su. Student Wang, you must pay attention to your nutrition. Drink more Star Energy nutrient solution regularly. It is good for your body. Dr. Su looked Wang Dang up and down, and a sharp glint seemed to flash across his lenses due to the light. Star Energy nutrient solution. Is not that something only Star Energy masters need? Monkey muttered, looking puzzled. Do we Mecha warriors need it too? Drinking it occasionally will not do any harm. Dr. Su turned to smile at Monkey. But you cannot live on it like a Star Energy master unless you are exceptionally gifted. For the latter half of his sentence, Dr. Su clearly turned his head back to gaze at Wang Dang as he spoke. Oh right, student. I will write 2 sick leave slips for you. Take them to the dormitory supervisor. Both of you stay in the infirmary today, Dr. Su said, pulling a slip pad from his coat pocket and scribbling a few lines. I have to stay too, Monkey pointed at himself, feeling confused. Trust me, you had better stay here. Dr. Su handed the slip to Monkey with a smile. Go quickly and come back soon. All right, although Monkey was suspicious, he did not argue and left with the slip. In the large ward, only Dr. Su and Wang Dang remained. You, what is your intention? Wang Dang paused and asked directly. Dr. Su stared at Wang Dang for a while and smiled. As the school doctor of the military academy, I naturally hope that student Wang remains healthy. Saying this, he brought out a box of military green nutrient solution from the back and placed it by Wang Dang's bedside. Keep this, take 3 a day. Come to the infirmary to get more when you run out. Wang Dang looked at the small box of nutrient solution and swallowed hard. After drinking just 1 tube, he felt an unprecedented level of comfort in his body, as if a traveler in the desert, thirsty for a long time, had suddenly received rain. Even the system had just prompted him that his future nutritional standards should follow this level. Is this Star Energy nutrient solution? Wang Dang asked, unsure. If it were Star Energy nutrient solution, Star Energy masters would only take 1 a day. If Dr. Su wanted him to drink 3, would not he explode from the overload? This is a special military-grade Star Energy nutrient solution. It contains 3 times more Star Energy than what is sold on the market. Dr. Su looked down at Wang Dang and explained, but trust me, your body needs this much energy. His gaze seemed to be examining a satisfying piece of work. Trust me, I will not hurt you. What? Wang Dang was filled with suspicion after listening to Dr. Su. He could not be certain if his body's high energy requirement was due to the system. But one thing was clear. This Dr. Su had already realized that his physique was different from a normal person's. He probably realized it back when they were at the Nanchang Military Hospital. However, he chose not to report it to his superiors. At least, no one from the military had come looking for him yet. And yet, he had followed him all the way from Nanchang to the imperial capital, and even provided so much expensive nutritional solution. A regular school doctor at a military academy would not have access to this much military-grade Star Energy supplement. So in a way, Dr. Su had handed him a piece of leverage. Why are you helping me? Wang Dang weighed his words for a long time before asking tentatively. This is an investment, Dr. Su said, taking off his glasses and wiping them nonchalantly. Perhaps there will be a time I need your help. Are not you afraid that I will take your food and drink but refuse to do anything for you? Wang Dang narrowed his eyes. You would not, Dr. Su said calmly. All right, get some rest now. A friendly reminder, do not return to your dormitory tonight. Not long after Dr. Su left, Monkey returned, looking at Wang Dang with concern. Brother Dang, are you feeling better? You suddenly collapsed from your bed earlier and nearly scared us to death. I feel like I could knock out a cow with one punch now. Wang Dang laughed and threw a punch into the air, truly creating a sound of breaking through the air. Forget it, since Dr. Su wants you to stay for observation, I will just stay here and keep you company tonight, Monkey said, looking skeptical. Wang Dang suddenly remembered Dr. Su's words, though he did not know what they meant. But Dr. Su had not tried to harm him yet, and if he said he was investing in him, his intentions were likely benevolent for now. Right, stay here with me tonight. Wang Dang had a bad feeling. Did something happen at the dormitory? I just came from there, everything's fine, Monkey laughed. Black Jai and Fat Luo are planning to pull an all-nighter anyway, so I can get a good night's sleep here. Hearing that Black Jai and Fat Luo were planning to play games all night, Wang Dang smiled knowingly. It reminded him of the days when the four of them in his university dorm would game together. But he could not do that here. He had struggled for so many years to finally have a chance to touch the mysterious world of mechas, and there was just too much for him to do. Thinking of this, Wang Dang regretted not having Monkey bring a book over earlier. Monkey got a pillow from outside, laid down on the single sofa next to the hospital bed, and started scrolling through his light computer. Wang Dang also opened his light computer and started browsing the major mecha pilot forums on the Star Network. Meanwhile, in the freshman dormitory building, a storm was brewing. Stay in your rooms and do not move, you hear me? Young men in tight combat suits were kicking doors in the freshman building, threatening them. If you wander around, face the consequences. These people who suddenly swarmed in were clearly seniors. Their black combat suits were issued by the Military Academy's Mecha Warrior system, while the freshmen had not received theirs yet due to how recently they had arrived. Fat Luo and Black Jai had turned off their game when the commotion started outside, and hearing the warnings from the seniors, they both felt extremely nervous. The forum did not say anything about seniors raiding at night. Black Jai swallowed hard and he and Fat Luo stared at each other. Check the freshman group chat. Fat Luo quickly reminded him, scrambling to pull up the messages on his light computer. They were shocked by what they saw. The messages in the group were popping up frantically, all warning everyone not to step out of their rooms. A few hot-headed ones had just run out and were immediately punished by those seniors, who destroyed the mechas they had just been issued. Many freshmen were actively sharing what they knew in the group. I heard a sophomore from the mecha department planned this to give the freshmen a welcome ceremony. Good luck to you all. We have never heard of such a rule in previous years. Forget it, rules are made by those with power. We are new here and do not know anything, so naturally we are at the mercy of the upperclassmen. Are we really that unlucky? Why did it have to be our year? Sai, look on the bright side, maybe next year we will be the ones bullying the freshmen. Fat Luo and Black Jai leaned their heads together, their eyes wide as they read the comments. I mean seriously, people are like that. We are not even through this yet and he is already thinking about bullying others, Black Jai said with righteous indignation. You would better focus on how we are going to get through tonight first, Fat Luo sighed. He knew the military academy was dangerous and had done plenty of research before coming, but he never expected these seniors to be so bored that they would attack before school even officially started. Little cuties, sit tight, the seniors are coming in for bed check. A blonde youth shouted from the hallway with a wicked grin and his companions laughed along. Hahaha, I thought there would be a few rebels among this year's freshmen. Did not expect them to be so obedient. Yeah, what about that chicken leg brother? Was not he supposed to be a freshman this year? If we catch chicken leg brother, do you think his senior sister will come looking for trouble? I heard she is from the mecha pilot department. The blonde youth laughed disdainfully at his companion's words. Senior sister's little cutie, oh I am so scared. What kind of mecha warrior hides behind a woman? Alright, Brother Jiao, let us start the bed check. Cannot let the fun the boss found for us go to waste, a stocky companion said to the blonde. Then let us go meet our sweet little juniors. Jiao Zuo and his group were not far from room 222, so Fat Luo and Black Jai heard their conversation clearly. Black Jai had already clenched his fists, muscles bulging under his short black t-shirt and veins popping out on his neck. They have gone too far. Calling a full-grown man like him a sweet little thing was a supreme insult. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Fat Luo's expression was also grim. They had been raised to be mecha warriors since they were kids, men among men. How could they accept such an insult? Sound after sound of doors being kicked and echoed through the hallway. and it quickly approached room 222. A loud crash followed shortly after, as a thin, dark-skinned young man kicked open the door to dorm 222, causing Luo Dabang and Haiji to jump to their feet by reflex. "What are you doing? Sit your asses down," the thin young man pointed at their noses and shouted arrogantly. Luo Dabang quickly reached out to stop Haiji, pulling him down to sit with him. Although he had not known Haiji for long, Luo Dabang could tell he was a hot-blooded, delusional teenager, and he was afraid he would not be able to stop himself from challenging these people. Judging by their accents, these guys were locals from the Imperial capital, and they were seniors too, so they were definitely not people they could afford to cross. Seeing that the two had sat down, the thin young man looked at them with contempt and began to inspect the dorm room. Yo, the thin young man turned to Wang Dang's desk, and as if he had discovered something incredible, called out to his companions waiting outside the door, "Brother Jiao, come check this out." As he spoke, he waved the copy of basic mecha construction he was holding and raised an eyebrow at Luo Dabang and Haiji, saying, "You guys have a mecha pilot among you." Zhao Zuo quickly entered with two underlings and became interested upon seeing the book in the thin young man's hand, saying, "Yo, looks like we have an intellectual among the new mecha recruits this year. Are you planning to build your own mecha because you cannot afford the maintenance fees?" As soon as he said this, the group burst into laughter, mocking the owner of the book for being way out of his depth. Haiji glared angrily at the uninvited guests, but at a warning look from Luo Dabang, he held his tongue. Zhao Zuo walked over to Haiji with the book and gave his chair a casual kick, asking, "Where is the guy? How come there are only two of you?" "Well, you see, senior, one of our roommates fainted today and the other went with him to the infirmary and has to stay there for observation tonight," Luo Dabang explained. "I was asking him." Zhao Zuo looked at Luo Dabang impatiently, "Not you." He then turned to look at Haiji, whose forehead was throbbing with veins, and reached out to pat his face condescendingly. "Are you a mute? Speak up." Haiji slapped Zhao Zuo's hand away and glared, "Did you not hear me? He is at the infirmary." Luo Dabang's heart sank, realizing that things had gone south. He quickly stood up and bowed to apologize to Zhao Zuo. "Sorry, senior. He just got dumped by his girlfriend. He is in a bad mood." "I think this dark-skinned kid has more guts than you," Zhao Zuo said with a side-eye at Luo Dabang. "A spineless coward like you thinks you can be a mecha pilot." Luo Dabang cursed internally. "If I do not suck up to them, I will get beaten up and have my mecha ruined anyway. It is just a lose-lose situation no matter what." Just as he thought that, Haiji shouted out his exact inner thoughts. "What exactly do you want? The ones who stood up to you before had their mechas destroyed and were hung outside the dormitory building, and now you are complaining about sucking up to you. If you just want to bully people, say it straight. Playing these games, what kind of man does that make you?" Haiji's words made everyone laugh, except for Luo Dabang. "I want to bully you, so what are you going to do about it?" Zhao Zuo sneered at Haiji and squeezed the book in his hand, crushing the basic mecha construction to pieces. He quietly slipped a tiny chip from the book into the palm of his hand. It was rumored that once a mecha pilot reached the 10th rank and advanced to a junior mecha pilot, their own physical strength would increase significantly. Now it seemed that was not just a tall tale. As Luo Dabang and Haiji watched Zhao Zuo effortlessly crush the book made of light metal, one of them felt a deep sense of dread. The other's eyes, however, burned with fanaticism and a desperate thirst for such power. "I will give you two a chance. If one of you steps up to spar with me, the other's mecha will be spared," Zhao Zuo said, staring at Haiji with a playful smile. Clearly, he was targeting Haiji, that arrogant kid who did not know his place. "Of course you can choose not to fight, and I will not ruin your mechas either," Zhao Zuo said with a sinister laugh, turning his gaze toward Wang Dang's desk where two more books remained. These three books combined were worth much more than the mass-produced mechas issued by the school, as they utilized brain-machine technology. It was said that these brain-machine chips were plated with a thin layer of gold. Gold was a true treasure, the source of all star energy. The amount of star energy contained in a small piece of gold was immeasurable. Even though it was just a thin plating on a tiny chip, its value far exceeded that of a mass-produced mecha. Luo Dabang let out a long sigh of relief after hearing Zhao Zuo's words. Wang Dang was clearly not short on money, but Haiji was different. Zhao Zuo was obviously targeting Haiji, and if Haiji lost his mecha, he would never be able to get ahead. He did not want to lose his gaming buddy, and as for the library loss, he could just cover half of it for Wang Dang, which would not be too bad. After weighing his options, Luo Dabang steadied his heart and said, "Senior, we cannot beat you." But in Brother Wang's books, Haiji hesitated. In his mind, since Wang Dang was not there, they had a duty as roommates to protect his property. "Let us just save the mechas first," Luo Dabang said, pulling Haiji toward him for fear he would stir up more trouble. Zhao Zuo cast a mocking glance at Luo Dabang and snorted, "Hicks. He then snatched the 2 remaining books from Wang Dang's desk and walked away with his group. Although Jiao Zuo was a local and his family was upper middle class in the capital, the allure of gold was still significant to him. He would not dare rob the school library, but it was a different story now that the books were in individual hands. According to school regulations, once school property left the rental area, the school took no responsibility. This was just another way to limit the educational resources available to out-of-town students. The school was happy to see these students die off anyway. Once an out-of-town student entered, their quota was filled, and the empire provided a one-time grant to cover their 4-year college expenses. Once the resources were received, they would not have to spend any more money on their education, so the school was happy to see them gone. This was the reason why, for so many years, the school administration had turned a blind eye to the suffering of out-of-town students. From Jiao Zuo's perspective, killing them in school was actually doing them a favor. Otherwise, they would just end up in the alien beast war zone mining for minerals, where they would die even faster and more painfully. After Jiao Zuo and his group left, Haiji suddenly slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. Luo Dabeng looked at Haiji, who seemed to have lost all his fire, and felt a pang in his own heart. He comforted him, "When Wang Dang comes back, I will explain it to him. I will help him cover the cost of the lost books, but you are different. If you lose your mecha, you will not be able to learn anything, let alone get stronger." Haiji slammed his fist on the table. "I just feel like such a clown. Even knowing I could not beat them, I still could not hold myself back." Haiji covered his face in pain as he said, "And now Brother Wang's books are gone." Seeing Haiji so full of self-reproach, Luo Dabeng let out a long sigh. "I get it. Back in our hometowns, we were considered the strong ones, and we never had to deal with treatment like this. But I am afraid this is going to become the new normal." With a self-deprecating bitter smile, Luo Dabeng added, "My grandfather always said that courage is the most precious treasure a young person has. Maybe you are more qualified to be a mecha pilot than I am." And who was Luo Dabeng kidding? He was just as envious of the courage Haiji showed in the face of the strong. When Wang Dang and Hu Zai returned to their dormitory the next day, they were greeted by the sight of Luo Dafa and Haiji with long, sorrowful faces. After learning the full story, Luo Dafa insisted on covering half of the losses. Wang Dang pondered for a brief moment and then declined, "No need. You did not steal the books, so there is no reason for you to shoulder the loss." The reason Wang Dang hesitated for a moment was mainly because he had been poor for so long that he had developed a stingy habit. So when Luo Dafa offered to pay half, his first instinct was to be tempted. Then he realized that Luo Dafa was also a victim, and he was not the type to let a victim suffer a loss. Of course, he was not going to suffer the loss either. Wang Dang would eat anything except a loss. Besides, he barely has a few years left to live, so how could he possibly swallow such a bitter pill? So right then and there, he was already plotting how to deal with that guy surnamed Jiao. Facing Wang Dang's refusal, Luo Dafa stared at him with a complex expression for a long while. After Jiao Zuo left, he felt something was off, so he searched the Starnet for the general price of books for brain-computer interfaces. He did not know until he checked, and once he did, he was shocked. A military academy student had lost a library book before and had to pay 1 million star coins in compensation, and that was 10 years ago. 3 books meant over 3 million star coins. He had spent an entire night psyching himself up just to convince himself to keep his promise of paying half. Yet Wang Dang had just lightly dismissed the offer after a moment's thought. This only made Luo Dafa more certain of Wang Dang's financial strength. Turning down 1.5 million star coins just like that is enough to customize a decent mecha. "Brother Wang, how about this?" Luo Dafa, now genuinely impressed, started calling him Brother Wang. He took off the mecha necklace from his neck. "You have not found someone to customize a mecha yet, have you? As soon as yesterday's incident happened, I called home and had them pay extra to expedite things. I will get my new mecha in a few days. Take this one. It is good to have a backup mecha for protection until yours arrives." Luo Dafa said with absolute sincerity. As mecha pilots, the most important thing is team spirit. Since they share a room, they are comrades in arms. He and Haiji failed to protect a comrade's property last night, and they could not forgive themselves for it. No need. Wang Dang found it hard to refuse. He was starting to wonder if Luo Dafa was a legendary spendthrift. "You need a backup mecha too." Luo Dafa insisted and shoved the mecha necklace into Wang Dang's hand. "Brother Wang, if you refuse again, it means you are blaming us for not looking after your books." "Brother Wang, I do not have the money to compensate you right now, but I do not believe I will never have it." Haiji looked at Wang Dang with determination. "Wait for me, I will work my tail off to get stronger, and then I will compensate you for your losses." Wang Dang was getting uneasy because of these two earnest guys, and he started to wonder if books were ridiculously expensive in this world. "Alright then, I will hold on to it for you for now. Wang Dang took the necklace, thinking he would just return it to Luo Dafa once he got his compensation back from Zhao Zuo. Fine, Zhao Zuo, you had better never be caught alone. Otherwise, you are going to taste the power of a glass cannon's possession. But before that, he had to get the money from Mai Xiaomai first to upgrade his own mecha. Before heading to find Mai Xiaomai, Wang Dang, filled with suspicion, went to the library to find the librarian at the front desk. Excuse me, sir, I would like to ask, if a student happens to lose a book, how much compensation is required? The librarian was a refined, gray-haired old man. He looked at Wang Dang seriously, a hint of amusement flickering in his cloudy eyes. It ranges from 1 million to 3 million star coins per book. It depends on which book is lost. What? Wang Dang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He instantly wanted to run back to Luo Dafa and solemnly accept his offer to pay half the cost. What if a student from out of town loses a book and has no money to pay? Wang Dang voiced his doubt. The Imperial Military Academy does not even charge for tuition or housing, and yet library books are this expensive. Why allow them to be borrowed at all? Then they get sent to the interstellar battlefield as laborers until they pay off their debt. The librarian shrugged helplessly. The school is not a charity. If you owe a debt, you pay it back. That is only fair. Makes sense, Wang Dang muttered twice, looking completely stunned. Is there an anti-fraud app to download here? He suspected he had been scammed by the Imperial Military Academy library, but he had no proof. What's wrong, student? Did you lose a book? The librarian asked with a kind smile. Do you need me to check the price for you? No need, Wang Dang waved his hands hurriedly. How could I be so careless as to lose a book? Good then, library books can be borrowed for up to a month. If they are not returned after the deadline, our practical training instructors will come to collect them, the librarian said with a smile. It might get a bit ugly, but do not worry, the instructors are usually quite fast, so it will not be too painful. Wang Dang gulped, murmured yes 3 times and slunk out of the library. According to Luo Dafa and Hai Jai, that Zhao Zuo was at least a junior mecha pilot, someone who could truly be called a warrior. And he was currently just a grade 5 mecha recruit. If he faced Zhao Zuo now, it would be extremely difficult to win unless he used unconventional means. Wang Dang was speechless. Usually, protagonists with golden fingers are scripted to marry rich and successful partners and become CEOs. What, am I some kind of pathetic loser? Worked his butt off to get into the Imperial Military Academy, only to be 3 million in debt the moment he stepped in, and that is in the best case scenario. Just thinking about his golden finger made him angry. He called out to the system in his mind, "System, aside from draining my lifespan, do you have any other use?" Host, that is not the right way to put it. This is a fair trade between us. If you want to become strong, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. Wang Dang held his head in frustration. Then at least let me become strong first. Give me an upgrade card or something. Host, there are no shortcuts on the path to strength. The system can only provide assistance. You must walk the road yourself. The system's voice became quite serious, sounding like an old man trying to guide someone. Yeah, right, I can see it now. You are useless at everything else but world-class at preachy lecturing. Wang Dang grumbled in his mind while keeping his hands busy, opening his optical brain to message Mai Xiaomai to meet up and exchange the space ring. Regardless, he needed to get the money first and try upgrading his mecha himself. Wang Dang knew clearly that the only way to break the current deadlock was to rapidly increase his strength. Following Mai Xiaomai's directions, he walked through the school garden and arrived at the dormitory area for mecha pilots. Throughout the entire Imperial Military Academy, only the mecha pilot department distinguished between local and out-of-town students. Whether rich or poor, mecha pilots and star energy masters were the absolute treasures of the empire. Even though Wang Dang had mentally prepared himself, his expression stiffened when he saw the luxurious apartment building where the mecha pilots lived. Compared to the exquisite apartment building before him, their own dormitory was like a crumbling old shack, not much better than the college dorms he lived in back in his original life. Mai Xiaomai trotted out of the apartment building, spotted Wang Dang from a distance, and waved her hands high with a smile, calling out, "Junior, over here." Wang Dang walked quickly to Mai Xiaomai and pulled the little rabbit ring out of his pocket to hand to her, saying, "Try it on and see if you're satisfied with anything." As soon as Mai Xiaomai saw her little rabbit ring, her eyes lit up. She joyfully took it and slid it onto her ring finger. Instead of checking the storage space inside first, she carefully inspected the ring's appearance repeatedly to see if there was any damage. It was clear that she cherished this little rabbit ring deeply. "No problems at all, you are truly amazing, Junior." After confirming that her precious ring looked exactly as it did before, Mai Xiaomai beamed, "Send me your star card number, and I will transfer the money to you right now." Wang Dang opened his optical computer and sent his star card number to her. By the way, senior, can I ask you about someone? What is wrong? Is someone bullying you? My Xiaomai looked up and stared intently into Wang Dang's eyes. If anyone is bullying you, you must tell me. I will help you beat them up. Even if I cannot win, do not forget we have Sister Molly. She is a third-tier junior warrior and is about to become an intermediate warrior. You saved my life and Sister Molly's life. If you have any trouble, neither of us will sit idly by. My Xiaomai said to Wang Dang with complete seriousness, her large eyes filled with sincerity. I will definitely tell you if I am in trouble. I am not the type to act tough when I should not, Wang Dang said with a smile. I really am just asking about someone. He was not stupid. He certainly would not waste such a life-saving favor on something trivial. It had to be used for something he absolutely could not resolve on his own. A senior mecha pilot, just someone he would run into at school, could be taken care of secretly at any time. A month is enough. Wang Dang was moved by my Xiaomai's sincerity, but he was not used to relying on others to achieve his goals. Although this world was bizarre and surreal, its essence was exactly the same as the world he came from. That is, relying on external help is unstable. Only one's own strength is truly reliable. As for the life-saving favor, Wang Dang preferred to have it repaid in money. After roughly describing the physical characteristics of Jiao Zuo to my Xiaomai, Wang Dang left. He did not go straight back to the dorm. Instead, he found a quiet corner, pressed the button on his mecha necklace and summoned his mecha. Looking at the behemoth before him, Wang Dang did not rush to enter. Instead, he circled around it, gazing at every part of its construction with fascination. The mecha shell, the cockpit, the star energy fuel cell compartment, the joints. He examined every detail, reviewing the basic knowledge he had learned from books. After admiring the pure black mecha from head to toe, he opened the cockpit and climbed inside. Entering the cabin, Wang Dang put on the helmet from the console and immediately felt a mysterious connection form between himself and the mecha. Wang Dang checked the 3 core parameters of this mecha. Defense 20, Mobility 20, Firepower 20. It was a standard, subpar B-class mecha. Mechas in this world are graded. Those with parameters below 50 are B-class, those between 50 and 100 are A-class. Parameters between 100 and 200 are S-class mechas. 200 to 500 are top-tier SS-class mechas, and as for those reaching 500 or above, those are the legendary SSS-class mechas. To date, no such mecha has ever appeared. If one were to appear, it could likely destroy a small planet without any effort. These were all details Wang Dang had learned from his study of basic mecha theory. When Wang Dang was in the infirmary last night, he had nothing better to do than mentally construct a blueprint for a B-class mecha, but he experienced chest tightness, shortness of breath, and even nosebleeds after just outlining the basic frame. Clearly, his mental power at the time was insufficient to construct a B-class mecha, but he did not give up. After drinking a military nutrient solution, he started again, stopping only when he reached his limit. After a night of trial and error, he could now construct 20% of a design schematic in his mind. Therefore, Wang Dang was quite confident about crafting his own B-class mecha. Once he promoted to a junior mecha pilot, he would be able to use the B-class mecha he crafted himself. By then, he would ensure all 3 parameters were maxed out. With that thought, Wang Dang confidently began to maneuver the mecha through a set of basic boxing techniques he had learned at Nanchang High School. At first, he was a bit rusty, but thanks to his familiarity with every part of the mecha, he quickly adapted to it. The pure black recruit mecha began to move from clumsy punches to fluid, powerful strikes. If anyone saw this now, they would surely be amazed at Wang Dang's control over the mecha. Keep in mind that the current freshman could barely take a few steps without failing, and the best of them could only manage a few basic attack moves. Someone like Wang Dang, capable of controlling a mecha to execute a vigorous full sequence of strikes, was nowhere to be found. This was also thanks to Wang Dang activating his mental power talent, which provided a massive advantage in operating mechas. Coupled with his deep knowledge of every component, it was as if he had divine assistance, bypassing the usual breaking-in period and establishing an immediate mental link with the machine. Wang Dang was so immersed in the world of mecha control that he would only drink a military nutrient solution when the system reminded him to replenish his energy. By the time it grew dark outside, the recruit mecha was still hidden in the night, practicing its strikes tirelessly. Wang Dang had long forgotten how many military nutrient solutions he had consumed under the system's reminders. If he knew, he would have broken into a cold sweat, praying that he would not explode from the overload. It was 11:30 p.m. when Wang Dang finally returned to the dorm under the cover of night. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with the respectful gazes of his 3 roommates. After he had left earlier, Fatty Luo had told Hai Jai and Monkey the price of the book. Hai-Jai and Monkey were shocked to hear it. For them, a latest model optical computer costing 30,000 star coins was already an astronomical price. Yet faced with a compensation claim of at least 3 million star coins, Wang Dang did not even blink. Comparison is truly the thief of joy. Fatty Luo had even started to wonder if Wang Dang belonged to some reclusive family from the Blue Planet. After greeting them, Wang Dang promptly headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Burdened by massive debt, he had no time for idle thoughts. Even while showering, he was busy constructing mecha design blueprints in his mind. A drop of nosebleed mixed with water washed onto the bathroom floor and quickly vanished. After his shower, Wang Dang lay on his small dormitory bed to check the messages from Mizaya-ama. The yellow-haired guy who came to their dorm yesterday was named Jiao Zuo, a sophomore at the Imperial Military Academy. He was a Tier 1 beginner warrior with a B-grade mecha that had top-tier stats bordering on a grade performance. Wang Dang's optical computer was still not in privacy mode, so his 3 roommates could clearly see the content on his screen, and they were looking at each other in bewilderment. They even began exchanging glances. Fatty Luo, he is definitely from a reclusive elite family for sure. Monkey, this is so mighty, he is actually going to cause trouble for a senior student. Hai-Jai, brother Wangs, you're my god. Wang Dang had no idea what his 3 roommates were thinking. He closed his optical computer and began to rest his eyes. He felt his physical fitness had reached its limit today, but he still insisted on building blueprints for a while before finally drifting off into a deep sleep. With only 2 days left before the official start of school, he had to make the most of this time to familiarize himself with everything in the imperial capital. It would be best to find some unofficial, fast money path. Having officially entered the profession of a mecha designer, he naturally knew how expensive quality mecha materials were. If he wanted to modify his mecha, the star coins he currently had were clearly not enough. The next day, Wang Dang woke up full of energy and headed straight to the infirmary to find Dr. Su. He got straight to the point. Do you know where the black market is? He had checked the star network last night and discovered that tools and materials for building mechas could only be purchased by officially certified mecha designers. For an unofficial designer like him to buy tools and materials, he could only take an unofficial route. But no matter how hard he racked his brain searching online, he could not find any purchasing channels outside of official ones, so he had no choice but to ask Dr. Su. Why should I help you? Dr. Su sat at his desk, holding a medical record and raised an eyebrow at Wang Dang. Wang Dang grinned, because you invested in me. You will not withdraw your capital until you get a return you are satisfied with. No one understood investment better than him, a gambler. Even though he lost everything trading stocks in his past life, at least he paid the price to learn a lesson. Dr. Su laughed at his words. That is right. I will help you, but I need a small return right now. With that, he pulled a syringe from his desk drawer and looked at Wang Dang with ill intent. Wang Dang felt a chill down his spine from that look. What are you doing? Are we role-playing a doctor-patient scenario? Saying this, he carefully took a step back to put some distance between them and insisted, I am a real man. Do not misunderstand, I just need a vial of your blood. Dr. Su ignored Wang Dang's banter and got up, signaling him to sit. Wang Dang's internal alarm bells rang after hearing the request, and his eyes filled with caution as he looked at the doctor. The request for blood reminded him of a classmate who vanished back in junior high. A single vial of blood had turned him into a lab rat for a research facility. Do not worry, this is just for my personal research and will not be reported. I give you my word as a soldier. Dr. Su curled his lips slightly. What you are worried about will not happen. Wang Dang let out a long sigh. He knew his only choice was to trust him. He sat down as requested, but his mouth did not stop. Take it easy, I am afraid of pain. I might have a stress reaction. Hey, do not take so much, I am anemic. A whole vial, are you trying to harvest my blood? Dr. Su ignored the chatter, expressionlessly injecting the blood from the syringe into a test tube. Then he carefully tucked the tube into his lab coat pocket and finally held out his hand to Wang Dang. Give me your optical computer. Wang Dang took it off his wrist and handed it over, perplexed. Are you going to plant a virus in my device to monitor my movements 24/7? Dr. Su rolled his eyes. You are overthinking it. You are not worth that much yet. He skillfully pried open the device and inserted a grain-sized chip into the motherboard. The star network is just what is visible on the surface. Most people do not know there is a dark web hidden underneath. Dr. Su explained while working. After installing this chip, your optical computer is qualified to access the dark web. You will be able to see things beyond the standard network. You might even see things the higher-ups do not want you to see. Some are true, some are lies. You will have to judge that for yourself. But note this, it is illegal for Imperial citizens to access non-official networks. If you get caught, pray for mercy. Wang Dang understood, so basically, the dark web is just a gathering place for outlaws. Dr. Su gave him a meaningful look, you could say that. As he spoke, he rebooted the device and frowned after checking it. Why is not your privacy mode turned on? Wang Dang paused. What is privacy mode? Dr. Su was so amused by the question that he laughed. If he had not been cautious, this guy would have been browsing the dark web out in the open on the street. After Dr. Su's explanation, Wang Dang generally understood that the difference between the star network and the dark web was like the difference between an internet and the internet in his previous life. The chip Dr. Su installed was basically a bridge to connect the two networks. Remember, you must have your own judgment. Dr. Su handed the computer back solemnly. If you lose your ability to judge, you are no different from a robot.
What?
Wang Dang returned to his dormitory, followed the instructions Dr. Su had taught him, successfully connected to the dark web, and sat at his desk, earnestly beginning to learn about this unknown side of the world. Hey, Brother Wang has changed his style today, finally using privacy mode, Monkey whispered to Big Fatty Luo. Well, we cannot grasp the thoughts of a reclusive expert, Big Fatty Luo said in a low voice. Whatever Brother Wang does, he has his reasons. Hai Jai joined the discussion. Wang Dang was completely immersed in the dark web at this moment, learning that there were two black markets in the Blue Star Empire, one of which was not far from the military academy. There were a large number of mechs discarded by military academy students for sale, and an even greater quantity of mass-produced recruit mechs. It could be said that this black market served the area surrounding the military academy. In addition, Wang Dang also found a forum for unofficial mech engineers on the dark web. Of course, unofficial is a polite term. In reality, they were a group of rogue mech engineers, or those who had been expelled by the authorities for committing crimes, and there was no shortage of famous wanted criminals among them. The forum was called Did You Go Scavenging Today? They referred to the black markets on various planets as scavenging spots, and the mech engineers on the forum all mixed in these black markets to obtain the supplies they needed. This forum had not only black market mech engineers, but also clients. These clients, for some unknown reason, could not order mechs through official channels and had to turn to these black market engineers for help. They would usually post their requirements on the forum, attach a deposit, and wait for a black market engineer to take the job. Once these black market engineers accepted the order, they would go to the scavenging spots to hunt, acquire all the materials, and then complete the mech construction. Afterward, the forum would step in to have the goods delivered to the designated location. In addition to all sorts of trading information and posts bragging about scavenging hauls, the forum featured many black market engineers pouring out their experience, making Wang Dang feel like he could not leave once he had entered. The mech engineers on the scavenging forum were clearly much more generous than those on the Star Network. They would post precious blueprints as if they were common cabbages, inviting fellow peers to discuss them. This was something you would absolutely never see on the Star Network's mech engineer forums. On official forums, blueprints were the most highly guarded secrets, and unless you paid to buy their designs, no one would show them to you. Even clients commissioning custom mechs had no right to demand to see the blueprints. Of course, this also had to do with the rules of the two different places. The Star Network was equivalent to the real world, where mech engineers were naturally treated with reverence by mech pilots and could afford to be arrogant. On the dark web, everyone was an outlaw, money was king, and as a result, class hierarchies were not as prominent. Wang Dang spent all his time on the dark web, only putting away his light brain and leaving the dormitory at night. He had learned on the dark web that the black market near the Imperial Military Academy opened promptly at 8:00 p.m. and closed at 3:00 a.m. So he planned to go out tonight to try his luck and see if he could do some scavenging. Wang Dang seemed to be wandering aimlessly around the school, but in reality, he was silently observing every corner, calculating where it would be safest to climb over the wall. Imperial Military Academy students were only allowed to go out on the 15th of each month, and leaving at other times was strictly prohibited. With over 10 days left until the 15th, Wang Dang obviously could not wait that long, so he had started planning to climb the wall. After wandering for an hour, Wang Dang finally found a hidden dead zone with no surveillance. Wang Dang flashed toward the dead zone, pressed his hands against the wall at the corner, kicked off, and started climbing up like a spider. After reaching the top of the high wall, he leaped down gracefully, successfully escaping the military academy's restricted zone. Wang Dang looked back at the high wall he had just climbed, brushed the dust off his hands and thought, the security is so tight, I did not expect climbing the wall to be so easy. Because the climb had been too smooth, he even started to wonder if many Imperial Military Academy students were just like him, sneaking out by climbing the wall. He did not know that, according to the Imperial Military Academy's regulations, unauthorized departure was strictly forbidden, and violators would be directly expelled from the military service. However, even if he had known, Wang Dang would not have hesitated. He was already a person with a short life expectancy. To be a law-abiding person with a short life expectancy would be truly foolish. After leaving the Imperial Military Academy, Wang Dang walked under the neon-lit night view of the Imperial capital while humming a tune. I have to say, the night view of the Imperial capital satisfied all his previous fantasies about cyberpunk. It was just a pity that this colorful, bustling, and extravagant world had nothing to do with him for the time being. "What? Give me an entry token," Wang Dang said, placing 1,000 star coins on the table and a mask too. The entry fee for the blue-silver black market was 800 star coins, and the common masks sold at the front desk were 200 star coins each. This was information Wang Dang had learned from a post shared by a fellow scavenger on the scavenging forum. The muscular man at the front desk did not even look up as he tossed out a circular entry token, then grabbed a white mask from under the counter and slapped it down. Facing the muscular man's hostile attitude, Wang Dang said nothing, quietly put on the mask and left. He did not dare to speak up. According to fellow scavengers, the security at the black market's front desk were at least intermediate mech warriors. An intermediate mech warrior, those were the guys who could pilot A-grade mechs. The blue-silver black market was located beneath the blue-silver bar. Wang Dang walked through the noisy bar and went down into the underground passage via a hidden staircase. Entry token, the brawny guard at the passage looked at the mask on Wang Dang's face and knew he was a customer for the black market. After Wang Dang presented his entry token, one of the brawny guards stepped forward to scan his iris, and the iron door at the end of the underground passage creaked open. Honorable Mech Masters, our shop has received a grade Mutant Beast Blood today, the best choice for mech paint. B-grade silver-scaled snake skin, great price, limited quantity. Inside a massive underground market, all sorts of people were hawking the goods at their stalls. The customers coming and going were, without exception, wearing masks of various colors just like Wang Dang. I do not know if it was just Wang Dang's imagination, but the vendors seemed exceptionally excited when they saw him, constantly asking what he needed or if he wanted to check out their stalls. After rejecting the fifth person who tried to talk to him, Wang Dang finally realized that among the people walking by, he was the only one wearing a simple white mask. It seemed his identity as a rookie had been seen through by these people, and he was being treated as a naive little lamb. Regulars who frequent the blue-silver-black market have long since abandoned the masks purchased at the front desk, opting for their own personalized ones to stand out. Deep inside the black market, there is a place that customizes masks. Most people get theirs made there, which not only guarantees that they are one of a kind, but also ensures they are beautiful and comfortable. But a customer like Wang Dang, wearing a standard mass-produced mask from the front desk, is clearly a newcomer. A naive sheep unfamiliar with the way things work is naturally going to attract everyone who wants a piece of the action. Wang Dang learned on the scavenger forums that the blue-silver-black market is roughly divided into two zones. The front area is the stall zone. Most of the people setting up stalls here are independent operators, and the variety of goods is dazzling. However, it also comes with a lot of fakes and scams. Those without experience are essentially handing out their money for nothing here. The area at the back is the shop zone. It is roughly the same size as the stall area, but instead of stalls, it is filled with individual storefronts. Those operating here are mostly permanent merchants of the blue-silver-black market. To open a shop, you must first pay a large security deposit to the market management. As a result, the prices of goods in the shop zone are much higher than in the stall zone. The benefit is that you do not have to worry about being scammed. As a rookie trading in the black market for the first time, who has theoretical knowledge but no practical experience as a mecha engineer, Wang Dang naturally had only one choice: the shop zone. So he went straight to the shop zone and ducked into a tool shop that caught his eye. The shop was filled with various tools needed for building mechas, ranging from energy-driven ones to manual ones. Everything was clearly priced, but the tags were 50% to even double what Wang Dang had seen on the Galactic Network. The people in the shop zone were clearly not as enthusiastic as those in the stall zone. Wang Dang had been walking around for a while already. Yet the owner acted as if he did not see him at all, busy tinkering with a mecha model in front of him. "Boss, if I buy more, can I get a discount?" Wang Dang asked, forcing a smile and trying to negotiate. The shop owner was a short, middle-aged man. He heard Wang Dang put down the mecha model and looked at him with an icy expression. Could it be that there is no tradition of haggling here? Wang Dang was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, his eyes caught the mecha model on the table, which had a broken jet wing on the back. Repair tools were scattered on the table, indicating that the owner had just been trying to fix it. "You are not going to fix it that way," Wang Dang said, spotting the problem immediately. He picked up the broken model and used a screwdriver from the table to dismantle the entire back compartment. These jet wings are part of the kinetic energy system and are usually connected to the star energy pool in the back. You have to take it apart to fix it properly. As Wang Dang explained the principle to the owner, he skillfully repaired the damaged parts in the back compartment. The owner watched his skillful movements, his expression softening slightly. "Young man, even if you are a mecha engineer, you should not be playing games with people, should you?" Wang Dang's hands continued to move swiftly. "Playing games, what do you mean? You are a mecha engineer, surely you are not short on money." The owner's voice rose an octave. The owner was right. Even if star energy users were short on cash, mecha engineers would never be. After all, whether they are mecha warriors or star energy users, they all need to hire mecha engineers to customize their machines. Mecha engineering is definitely one of the most profitable professions in the entire universe. Wang Dang put the repaired model on the table and pressed the start button. The model immediately fired its jets, flew a short distance forward, and then landed steadily on the table. "I'm not really a mecha engineer yet," Wang Dang said with a wry smile. "I have not even started." The owner looked at the undamaged model on the table, looking skeptical. "Even a half-baked mecha engineer charges a lot for repairs." "Boss, I am just a beginner, and I really have not found a way to make any money yet," Wang Dang said, throwing his hands up in resignation. Seeing that Wang Dang did not seem to be lying and probably was not here to play around, the owner's tone softened further. "There is an arena on the 3rd basement level, and they are in short supply of mecha engineers." Wang Dang's eyes lit up at the owner's words. Although he could not build a mecha yet, he had experience as a mechanic, and with years of repairing home appliances and light computers, repairing mechas would surely be no problem. "Do they have any requirements for mecha engineers down there?" "As long as you know how to fix a mecha, that is enough." Watching Wang Dang's excitement, the owner was even more convinced this really was a broke mecha engineer. It looks like he could place a bet at the arena today. He had stumbled upon a 1 in 1,000 chance. "I still need tools. If I buy a whole set from you, could you give me a discount?" Wang Dang had not forgotten his original purpose. The owner hesitated. "Fine, if you really do not have the money, take a set of tools and go. Once you have earned money down there, just come back and pay me." Giving a discount to a mecha engineer, if other merchants found out, they would laugh their heads off. Seeing that the shop owner's attitude was so firm, it was clear he would not drop the price by a single credit. Wang Dang had no choice but to go back and select the tools he needed. In the end, he spent 128,000 to purchase a full set of repair tools. Wang Dang had initially thought that even if black market prices were higher than on the galactic network, they should not be that much more. He had not expected them to be doubled. It truly was a black market, well deserving of the name. Carrying his new repair tools, Wang Dang followed the owner's directions to the arena on the 3rd basement level. Plans cannot keep up with changes. He could only hope to earn enough money tonight to complete his set of tools and modify his own mecha as soon as possible. It seems that being a mecha engineer is hard. Being an uncertified rogue mecha engineer is even harder. Wang Dang sighed and entered the 3rd basement level with his toolbox. Just as he stepped in, he was greeted by a roar of cheering mixed with boos. It seemed a match had just ended. Some were happy, some were sorrowful. In the past, Wang Dang would have definitely stepped up to test his luck. But now, carrying a mountain of debt, he did not know how much it would cost to walk the path ahead. So he could only listen to the voices of the gamblers inside and get a vicarious thrill. The winner of this match is Scarlet Moon. A soft, enchanting female voice boomed over the arena's broadcast system, announcing the results of the match. "Scarlet Moon, huh?" Wang Dang mused. "One day I will name my own mecha something just as cool." What? Following the arena's directions, Wang Dang arrived at the mecha maintenance area. Standard mecha mechanics cost 150,000 star coins a month, the receptionist said to Wang Dang with a beaming smile. "Sure thing," Wang Dang thought to himself, feeling pleased. But the next sentence from the receptionist made his mood plummet to the bottom. "Go pay over there," the receptionist said, smiling as she gestured to the right. Tug. Wang Dang was completely thrown off by this. Wait, so he has to pay 150,000 a month? Paying to work. The 150,000 star coins is the management fee, payable over there, the receptionist said, never losing her smile. Is it possible to pay by the day? Wang Dang tried to negotiate. He had just bought maintenance tools and simply could not come up with the 150,000 fee. The smile on the receptionist's face stiffened a bit. "I am sorry, Mr. Mechanic, we do not have such a precedent here." A person wearing a golden stag mask heard the conversation and could not help but laugh out loud. You cannot even afford the management fee, and you call yourself a mecha mechanic. Hello, Mr. Stag, the receptionist said, bowing to the golden stag with a smile. What, never seen a broke mecha mechanic before? Wang Dang turned his head, his tone just as disdainful as the golden stag's. Do not make such a big deal out of it. What a big mouth you have. The golden stag was clearly annoyed by Wang Dang's attitude. Do you know what the price is for pulling a scam here? Mr. Stag, I am so sorry for the disturbance. I will send someone to handle this immediately. The receptionist bowed to the golden stag again with an apologetic look and picked up her light computer, ready to call for security. Clearly, she did not believe for a second that this young man in the plain white mask was actually a mecha mechanic. You are in big trouble, kid. The golden stag stood his ground, eager to watch how Wang Dang would end up. If someone like you can be a mecha mechanic, why cannot I be one? Wang Dang's face turned completely dark. Damn it, which law states that a mecha mechanic cannot be broke? Heh, looks like your mouth is the hardest thing about you, the golden stag sneered. He pointed at a big man in the corner who was mourning over a pile of white metal scrap. If you can fix that mecha, I will pay your 150,000 management fee. Wang Dang followed his finger and paused. Forgive his poor eyes, he truly had not realized that pile of junk was a mecha. What on earth did it go through to sustain that level of damage? The golden stag's offer tempted Wang Dang, but he did not agree immediately. After all, that heap of scrap looked absolutely catastrophic. Wang Dang grabbed his toolbox and walked behind the big man, starting to inspect the wreckage carefully. Just by the look of it, he could tell a brutal fight had just taken place. Both of the mecha's legs had been completely torn from its body. The left arm was embedded deep into the chassis, and the head was barely attached to the main frame. The only part of this mecha that seemed intact was the cockpit. Because although the big man in front of him was covered in bruises, at least he had not lost any limbs. Then, seeing the red warning light flickering on the mecha's back, Wang Dang realized the energy core housing was also intact. As long as the cockpit and energy core were intact, it could be fixed. This is so easy, you are practically giving me money. Wang Dang intentionally goaded the golden stag with an arrogant tone. Is not that a bit embarrassing for you? Huh, if you can fix that, I will kneel down and call you dad. The golden stag laughed in anger. The mecha's name was Big White, and it had just been defeated by Scarlet Moon. Everyone in the arena knew that Scarlet Moon's greatest hobby was destroying his opponent's mechas. After a match with him, no mecha was left in any decent condition. Every mechanic in the arena refused to repair mechas that had faced Scarlet Moon. This big man clearly knew no mechanic would take his job, so he had been sitting on the sidelines mourning his machine ever since leaving the arena. Fine, but you have to cover the repair materials. Wang Dang spread his hands. After all, I am a broke mechanic. The golden stag shrugged. No problem. But if you cannot fix it, we follow the blue, silver, black market rules. You break your own hands, then kneel and knock your head 3 times to me. By now, the security the receptionist called had arrived, but they hesitated, not wanting to intervene in the two men's bet. Get someone to guarantee this. I do not want you welshing on the debt later. Wang Dang looked the golden stag up and down. Call Sister Me, the golden stag ordered his men. It was clear the golden stag had high status in the arena. The guard left to fetch her without any hesitation. A moment later, a sultry woman in a shimmering silver camisole dress swayed over. How rare, running into 2 mechanics placing a bet. As soon as she spoke, Wang Dang recognized her as the female voice from the broadcast earlier. Nothing for it, this kid is too conceited, he needs a lesson. The golden stag turned his head away, looking down on associating with Wang Dang. Eyed Wang Dang for a while with her almond-shaped eyes and smiled. Sir, I am the head of the arena's maintenance department. Shall I act as the guarantor? Wang Dang nodded. Do we need to write this down? Huh? The golden stag laughed in pure rage. Do you think I cannot afford to lose? No need for a contract, just go by what you both said, Dai said, giggling behind her hand. You lot, the big man who had been mourning on the ground stood up and glared at everyone. Did you even ask if I agreed to this? As he spoke, his eyes, barely visible through his thick features, began to leak tears. Big White. Big White has been with me since I first came to the black market. In my eyes, it is just like family. The big man began to sob uncontrollably. The onlookers, watching the 200-pound man weeping so pathetically, let out waves of jeers. A mecha pilot crying like a baby, what a joke. What a disgrace to our class of mecha pilots. Damn it, keep crying and I will beat you up. Even the golden stag could not take it anymore. Your Big White is a total wreck anyway, might as well let them try to save it. No, I will never let you insult Big White's remains. The big man shouted with his eyes shut, accidentally blowing a snot bubble. How about this? Next time you order a custom mecha, I will give you a 10% discount. The golden stag shielded his mask with his hand. Alright, Master Mechanic, Big White is yours to handle. The big man who was crying just a second ago was suddenly beaming, so happy he nearly clapped his hands. The sudden flip in his attitude left everyone stunned. Wang Dang cast an appreciative look at the burly man before him. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall, a real man. Soon, the arena staff carried the battered White into the Golden Stag's workshop. I have to admit, even though the Golden Stag has a sharp tongue, his workshop is fully stocked with all kinds of materials. Before long, Wang Dang found all the materials he needed and laid them out on the workbench one by one. You can fix it right here. I will watch you, the Golden Stag said, casually pulling up a stool to sit down. Wang Dang did not say much in response, simply burying his head in organizing the tools on the bench. Generally speaking, mecha technicians do not allow outsiders to watch when they are repairing or building a mecha. After all, every technician has their own unique methods and steps, and they fear their secrets might be stolen. But since he was on someone else's turf, using their supplies, and given that Wang Dang had no weird quirks about being watched, it did not bother him. He believed that good techniques should be shared. It would be wonderful if the mecha technicians on the Star Network were more generous. Thinking this, Wang Dang grabbed White's left leg, pried open the broken outer casing with a special tool, and began repairing the internal parts. Following his long-standing habit, he would never replace something with a new part if he could fix it, only opting for a replacement when it was truly beyond repair. This way, he could minimize costs. But the Golden Stag, watching these operations, found it completely incomprehensible. The repair process of this white-masked individual was skillful and professional. There was no doubt he was a mecha technician. Yet his methods were a far cry from a pro, more like a roadside repairman fixing home appliances. After all, no real mecha technician would waste their valuable time fixing cheap, tiny parts. Most would simply choose to replace them with new ones. But Wang Dang was so unwilling to even replace a small connecting plate that he took it out, hammered it flat, and welded it back on. It was truly an eye-opener for him. Recalling what he said earlier, the Golden Stag looked at Wang Dang again with a scrutinizing gaze. Could there really be such a thing as a broke mecha technician? That does not make sense either. If he is broke, how could he be a mecha technician? As the Golden Stag fell into a paradox, Wang Dang was becoming more and more proficient. Since it was his first time repairing a mecha, he had been very cautious at the start. But the more he worked, the more he felt it was not any different from repairing home appliances. As long as you understand the structure and the parts inside, the techniques and logic of the repair are exactly the same. So he simply sped up, treating the mecha repair like the repair jobs he did to make a living. The Golden Stag watched with his own eyes as Wang Dang's speed increased, yet he did not show any sign of anxiety. Based on his experience with such severe damage, the mecha's star energy chamber must have also been affected. In a mecha, apart from the cockpit, the star energy chamber is the most complex and intricate part of the machine. When it comes to repairing the energy chamber, even senior technicians have been known to fail. What is more, the white-masked guy did not look very old. Even if he had experience in repairs, it was likely limited to external work. Even he could count on one hand the number of times he had repaired inner cabins and energy chambers. Time slipped away second by second. However, Wang Dang was in a state of high concentration and could not feel the passage of time at all. Repairing a mecha is just like repairing ordinary appliances. Once you know the internal structure, you find the problem area and troubleshoot it one by one. A seasoned master would know what was wrong at a single glance. But at this point, Wang Dang did not know mechas that well, so he could only use the most laborious method, combining his knowledge of the structure to troubleshoot point by point. By the time he had finished repairing all 4 limbs, nearly 4 hours had passed. During that time, the Golden Stag just watched him work quietly, without uttering a sound. Soon, Wang Dang fixed the outer plating of the mecha's torso, and as the Golden Stag expected, skipped the pristine cabin to reach the star energy chamber. Wang Dang had already systematically learned the construction and repair methods of the star energy chamber in basic mecha theory. So he quickly identified an abnormality in the reactor, where the energy chamber connected to the right side of the mecha. Anything involving star energy fell into a blind spot for Wang Dang. So he could only follow the steps taught in the book, repairing it step by step, not daring to make any mistakes. Seeing Wang Dang start repairing the energy chamber, the Golden Stag narrowed his eyes, becoming even more convinced of his theory. This kid must be from the military, or at least a former veteran. Those of them who are wildcat technicians are nowhere near as experienced in internal repairs as official military ones. because official technicians have long since accumulated their internal repair experience throughout the cruel wars. And that experience was never made public, leaving them with no opportunity to even come into contact with it. Before he entered the blue-silver-black market, he had encountered a few orthodox technicians, and this white-masked individual's methods were exactly the same as theirs. The Golden Stag looked at Wang Dang with a probing gaze. Anyone showing up in the black market must have had a military past. Otherwise, if they were discovered by the military, death would be the only outcome. While the Golden Stag was deep in thought, Wang Dang finished the last of the repairs and snapped the mecha's back panel into place. As he did so, he heard a clear chime in his ear. Double reward card is now active, calculating results. Wang Dang was startled. He had not built a mecha, so why did the card activate? Regrettably, you did not trigger a multiplier bonus this time. The probability will accumulate for the next attempt. Currently, you have a 40% chance to double one performance stat, a 10% chance to double two stats, and a 2% chance to double all three performance stats. Wang Dang was stunned, so the card's probability could actually accumulate. He was starting to suspect that his system was designed by some major gaming company from his past life. Is not this just a pity system for bad luck? Besides, he had only repaired a mecha, so why did the card take effect? Could it be because this mecha was so heavily damaged that he basically rebuilt it from scratch, counting as completing a full machine? He would have to test that later. For now, there was something more important to handle. With that thought in mind, Wang Dang shot a malicious glare at the Golden Stag. "Good son, your daddy is here." Upon hearing Wang Dang's words, Golden Deer's face darkened beneath his mask. Without a word, he stepped forward to check Da Bai's stats and status. Finding them no different from before the match, he opened the door and let Mitty and Da Bai's owner in. When Mitty and the burly man entered the workshop, both of them froze in the doorway. Da Bai, the burly man, let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering wail. "What did you do to my Da Bai?" Watching the burly man so shocked that he was making hand gestures, Wang Dang felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, there were not any matching panels left, so I just mixed and matched a bit." "You call this mixing and matching?" The burly man, still gesturing, bristled all over as if he were about to faint on the spot. It was no wonder the mech before them did not fit the name Da Bai at all. The head was green, the left arm was a mix of black and red, and the right arm was purple. The left leg was a tapestry of green and yellow panels, and the right leg was even more intense, featuring every color of the rainbow. The back plate had also been replaced by Wang Dang with a camouflage one. Da Bai now looked like a bizarre, chaotic mess with all these colors woven together. Just as the burly man rolled his eyes on the verge of collapsing, Golden Deer said coldly, "Pay the repair fee before you faint." No, the burly man backed away in horror. "This is not my Da Bai." Golden Deer glanced back at the monster and cleared his throat. Although it does not look like much, its functionality is exactly the same as your old Da Bai. The repair fee is 990,000 in total, cash or card. Now it was Wang Dang's turn to look at Golden Deer with a shocked expression, as he was the one who had repaired the mech. He knew the cost of the materials perfectly well. Even at black market prices, it should not have exceeded 400,000. Golden Deer just blurted out 990,000. He really lives up to his black market reputation. Seeing the burly man still covering his face and wailing, Mitty stepped forward and swiftly punched him in the chin. "Stop howling, settle the bill. If you do not like the colors, just go find a paint shop later and spray it over. Will not that solve it?" The burly man finally pulled out a card with a grievance-filled face, looking back and forth between Wang Dang and Golden Deer, hesitating over who to hand it to. Wang Dang snatched the card with lightning speed, swiped it against his own, and skillfully transferred 990,000 star coins. He did not forget to say to Golden Deer with a straight face, "I will draw up a list of material costs and transfer it to you later." With the repair fee received, Wang Dang felt a sense of relief. Not only was his pocket full, but knowing that being a mech mechanic was this lucrative gave him real confidence. "Now it is time to honor our bet, right?" Wang Dang handed the card back to the burly man and turned his head toward Golden Deer. Golden Deer pondered for a moment. "I am not kneeling and I am not calling you daddy." "What cannot afford to lose?" Wang Dang immediately squinted, his expression unfriendly. He had put his own hands on the line. How could he let the other party off so easily? Mitty looked at Golden Deer, then at Wang Dang, showing a troubled expression. "Mr. Deer, since you lost the bet, what do you think?" 400,000, no daddy, no kneeling. Golden Deer stared straight ahead. "No way, you want to welch on the deal for just 400,000. 800,000, no kneeling, no daddy." Wang Dang's eyes flashed. "No, I really feel like having a son today." 1.2 million, Golden Deer said through gritted teeth. "Deal." Wang Dang slapped his thigh, his tone growing excited. Mr. Mechanic, are you sure you do not need Mr. Deer to kneel? Mitty asked Wang Dang, looking uncertain. After all, 1.2 million really was not a huge amount for a mech mechanic. Oh, one should be forgiving when they can. Besides, I am not such a pedantic person. Wang Dang grinned, showing his white teeth. What could he do? The guy was paying too much. He did not care about anything else, as long as there was money. There is also a 150,000 management fee. I will transfer that to you too. Golden Deer's tone sounded as miserable as if he had just eaten shit. Not only did he not make any money today, but he had to pay out another 1.35 million. It would take him almost a week to earn that back, or 2 weeks if he was unlucky. Once the deal was settled, Golden Deer took his card back and looked at Wang Dang seriously. Your technique is good, but there is no need to repair some of these parts. For example, the connector blocks in the mechanical arms only cost a few thousand star coins to replace with a new one, but repairing them takes a lot of time. A mech mechanic's time is very valuable. With that, he pointed to the light computer on his wrist, signaling Wang Dang to check the time, and then turned and left. Wang Dang stood there stunned. When he did repair work before to save costs, he strictly repaired rather than replaced whenever possible. While repairing the mech today, he had done the same thing subconsciously. Wang Dang looked at the time on his light computer. It was already 3:30 a.m. and the blue-silver-black market would close in half an hour. That meant he had spent about 5 hours repairing this mech. If I just replaced them instead of repairing, I could have saved half the time. Wang Dang muttered to himself, then I could have used the saved time to repair another mech. Thinking of this, Wang Dang felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Right, the work of a mech mechanic is different from his previous job. The pay is dozens of times higher. Naturally, he could not calculate it based on his old cost-profit models. From now on, time is a cost too. Our blue-silver-black market welcomes exchange and competition between mech mechanics. Mitty said to Wang Dang with a smile, "Welcome to the blue-silver-black market." As she spoke, Mitty extended her right hand toward Wang Dang. Wang Dang also extended his hand and shook Mitty's gently. "Thank you. Come with me, I will take you to your exclusive workshop." Mitty swished her waist, turned around and gestured for Wang Dang to follow. Wang Dang took one last look at Golden Deer's workshop before following Mitty. Although Golden Deer had been a bit unpleasant earlier, he was actually quite generous. Not only did he pay up readily, but he also pointed out Wang Dang's shortcomings. It seems these outlaws who skulk around in black markets are not all heinous villains after all. The black market was about to close, so Wang Dang placed his toolbox in his exclusive workshop and left the blue-silver-black market. Now that he had a way to make money, he planned to start modifying his own mech tomorrow to improve his strength. And then beat the crap out of Yellow Hair. In the dead of night, Wang Dang climbed over the wall and returned to the military academy the same way he left. As he tiptoed to open the dormitory door, he noticed the lights were still on, and everyone was still awake. "Brother Wang, you are finally back." Monkey let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Wang Dang return. "Where did you go? We all thought you went to give Jiao Zhu a hard time and we were worried sick." Haiji patted his chest. "Relax, I am not that stupid. I would not do something as suicidal as throwing my life away." Wang Dang took off his clothes and hung them on the head of his bed, saying with a faint smile, "It is rare to see you guys still up so late and not gaming." Haiji raised his fist with a determined expression. "After what happened last time, we have already quit gaming." As he spoke, he picked up a simulation training helmet from the table with a firm look. "We have decided that from today on, we are going to study hard and improve ourselves." "Good attitude." Wang Dang immediately gave him a thumbs up in admiration. This type of simulation training helmet is used to improve the coordination between mecha pilots and their mechs. But Wang Dang possesses a level of mental power that other pilots do not have, so his natural synergy with mechs is extremely high, making the simulation helmet useless for him for the time being. What he needs right now is to improve his own speed and combat prowess, so he can push a mech to its absolute limit. After some banter with Monkey and the others, Wang Dang took a shower, lay on his bed, pondered for a moment, and called the system out in his mind. "System, I want to draw cards." Wang Dang was desperate to become stronger now. Dabai's owner had taught him a lesson today. If a person lacks strength, even their mech will end up getting bullied. "Understood, host. You currently have 4 card draw attempts remaining. How many would you like to use?" "All in." Received drawing from the card pool. "Congratulations, host. This 4-draw session resulted in 1 SSR card and 3 R cards. The 3 R cards are Dawn of Mecha, Moon Shadow Movement, and 6 Harmony Spear Technique. Note that Dawn of Mecha requires a grade mental power or higher to unlock and read. The SSR card is a puzzle piece. Collecting 3 puzzle fragments will reveal a mysterious treasure left behind by a mecha master, which includes essential materials for crafting an SSS-grade mech. Current puzzle progress 1/3. Wang Dang felt a lump in his throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it. The feeling was as uncomfortable as constipation. Let me guess, does your boss behind the scenes have the surname Ma? Wang Dang rolled his eyes at the ceiling. This system is a higher dimensional creation and has no boss. The system corrected Wang Dang's statement quite solemnly. Wang Dang sighed and decided to redeem the moon shadow movement and the 6 harmony spear technique first. At least he managed to draw something he urgently needed right now. Yesterday, after entering the mech, Wang Dang realized embarrassingly that he only knew the set of basic combination punches taught at Nanchang High School, and he was completely clueless about other offensive movement techniques. Therefore, the movement technique and spear manual provided by the system could be said to be an urgent remedy for his predicament. Although the system is unreliable most of the time, it did not fail him this time. After Wang Dang chose to redeem them, the full content of these 2 techniques immediately appeared in his mind, and he could not help but start practicing them in his heart. The moon shadow movement focuses on being as fast as a lingering shadow under the moonlight, making it difficult for the enemy to track. It is a movement technique that wins through speed. The 6 harmony spear technique uses a spear as a weapon, emphasizing the harmony of internal and external force, coordinating the body with the spear, and highlighting the flexibility and practicality of the spear. Wang Dang silently digested these 2 secret manuals. If it were not for the fact that it was already too late, he would have wanted to find a secluded corner to start practicing right away. The next morning, Wang Dang got up early, went to the school's training ground, rented an empty special training room, and began to practice his newly learned movement and spear techniques. It is just that Wang Dang did not have a suitable weapon yet, so he simply pulled off a metal pipe to use as a practice spear. The placement exam is tomorrow, so he plans to practice here all day today, striving to get into Class A tomorrow. Although Class A, no matter how elite it is, still cannot compare to the heaven-sent prodigies in Class S and Class SS. But Wang Dang did not believe he would always be inferior to them. The blatant discrimination at the Imperial Military Academy had kept a fire of unspoken anger burning in his heart ever since he enrolled. No one helps me achieve my lofty ambitions. I will tread through the snow to the mountaintop myself. In the empty training room 3, a black-haired boy controlled a pure black mech, swinging the steel pipe in its hand over and over again. It was as if he was holding a paintbrush, painting his dreams over and over again. When hungry, he would stop to drink a nutrient solution. When tired, he would slump onto the ground to rest for a while. It was not until around 7 in the evening that Wang Dang stepped out of the mech, drenched in sweat. Although training all day made him feel like his body was no longer his own, he still did not want to miss the chance to earn money. He definitely had to pay back the library soon after all. He used my Xiaomai's card. If it were his own card, he could have found some reason to delay it and pay it back later. Thinking of the massive debt he had incurred for no reason, Wang Dang gritted his teeth. You just wait for me, yellow hair. Becoming a specially hired mecha pilot for the arena had gained Wang Dang quite a few conveniences in the blue-silver black market. For instance, he could buy everything in the black market's shopping district at a more favorable price. And he did not even have to go there himself. He just needed to make a list, and staff members would immediately go and purchase the items. Then they would be delivered to the mecha pilot's exclusive repair room. Even though it was a paid job, buying materials in bulk meant he could save quite a bit on administrative fees. Wang Dang arrived early today. The matches outside had not started yet, so naturally no clients had come by. So he simply locked the door of the repair room and made a list, intending to spend the night properly modifying his mech to prepare for tomorrow's placement exam. The mechs issued by the school did not come with a standard main weapon. They only had a star energy laser gun hidden in the right arm. And using it once would consume 2/3 of the energy from the star energy fuel cell, meaning that after one use, the mech would quickly reach a state of energy depletion. And an energy-depleted mech is no different from a pile of scrap metal. In actual combat, when facing a mech out of energy, unless there is a mechanic behind you, you have no choice but to step out of the cockpit and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. After all, the enemy will not give you the chance to leave the mech and swap out a star energy block. Unless you are certain of finishing the enemy in one shot, this star energy laser gun cannot be used at all. Therefore, Wang Dang needed to equip himself with a reliable main weapon. Wang Dang spent 390,000 star coins at the black market to buy a large chunk of mithril. He planned to use the mithril to craft a silver spear as his primary everyday weapon. He had practiced the six-harmony spear technique for the entire day and felt he had finally grasped the basics. There is a saying that every inch of length brings an inch of strength, so Wang Dang was quite satisfied with the spear as a weapon. He chose mithril because it is lightweight yet highly durable, meaning the entire spear would not be too cumbersome even if made entirely of this metal. Moreover, the strength and toughness of mithril are excellent among metal materials, so he would not have to worry about his weapon being damaged during a fight. Wang Dang picked up a star energy torch and began to melt the block of mithril in front of him. In his previous world, processing a metal with such strength and toughness would have been extremely difficult. But in this world, with both star energy and highly advanced technology, it was effortless for Wang Dang to process the mithril all by himself. Once melted, the mithril was very malleable, and before long, the prototype of the silver spear took shape. Wang Dang wiped the sweat from his forehead and focused on crafting his weapon. After the main body of the spear was roughly formed, Wang Dang applied a layer of star energy coating to the spearhead. This would make the tip sharper and harder, enabling it to pierce through mechs that were also protected by star energy coatings. After finishing his main weapon, Wang Dang summoned his mech. He circled the pure black mech 3 times, then, as if having made up his mind, he took his tools. He grabbed a ladder and began to dismantle it with bold, decisive strokes. In no time at all, the complete mech was reduced to a scattered pile of parts. As expected, mass-produced mechs really lack attention to detail, Wang Dang sighed. After taking this mech apart and comparing it to his previous mech, Wang Dang discovered many flaws. No wonder the stats of the school-issued mechs were so low. In this mech, Wang Dang saw no sign of a mechanic's dedication or ingenuity. It looked more like parts churned out by factory machines and assembled at the very end. Even the internal components had not been calibrated properly, so it was no surprise the stats were low. After drinking a nutrient solution and resting for a bit, Wang Dang began reassembling the mech. The first step was to reduce unnecessary weight by replacing all the bulky, cheap internal components. Next, he coated the underside of all the mech plates with the blood of a spiked beast to enhance its toughness. Finally, Wang Dang used the leftover mithril to make a turbo blade, hiding it within the mech's left arm. It was also powered by a star energy battery, but consumed less than half the energy of a laser gun. It could serve as a hidden secondary weapon. As soon as he finished assembling the whole mech, Wang Dang heard a prompt from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a mech. The multiplier card is now in effect. Congratulations to the host for triggering a mobility stat multiplier. The mech's mobility increased from 24 to 48. Accumulated multiplier chance reset. Listening to the system, Wang Dang had a rough idea now. It seems assembling a mech counts as completing one. And this proves there is a pity system for triggering stat multipliers. Out of every 5 mechs made, one is guaranteed to trigger a stat multiplier. As for 2 or 3 stat multipliers, that is purely up to luck. After figuring this out, Wang Dang could not help but feel a little disappointed. It would be great if the triple stat multiplier also had a pity guarantee. However, his disappointment only lasted a few seconds before he could not wait to enter the mech and check its current stats. Defense 25. Mobility 48. Firepower 22. Compared to before the modifications, all stats had shown some improvement. After all, the base of this mech was limited, and modifications could only optimize certain areas. If he wanted a significant boost in stats, he would have to build a new mech from scratch. But since Wang Dang did not have the capability to design a full blueprint yet, he had to make do with this one. Still, thanks to the multiplier card, the mech's mobility was now approaching that of an A-class mech. Even though it looked like a medium-sized mech, its mobility was higher than that of light mechs of the same level, which made Wang Dang very satisfied. He had originally replaced those bulky parts specifically to boost the mech's mobility and improve its close combat capabilities. He had not expected to get so lucky as to double the mobility stat directly. It was already past 1:00 a.m. and the gladiator matches had been going on for several rounds, yet the repair bay remained quiet. Wang Dang felt a bit puzzled. He stored the modified mech and the spear into his mech necklace. He walked outside and found the repair area deserted, while the waiting area was quite lively. "Golden Stag, are you there?" Wang Dang called out while knocking on a repair room door. There was no response from the door he knocked on, but the door opposite him opened, and a voice said, "I am here." "Sorry, I got them mixed up." Wang Dang withdrew his hand and pretended to be busy adjusting the white mask on his face. "Are you here to pay for the materials?" Golden Stag's tone was calm. "I have already listed the bill." Hearing this, regret immediately surged in Wang Dang's heart. Why did he have to go and show his face when he did not have to? But since he was already there, Wang Dang could only bite the bullet and acknowledge, "Yes, give me the bill." Golden Stag glanced at him and signaled for him to come inside. "It is 42,538 in total." "Why is the repair bay so empty today? Is no one coming to repair their mechs?" Wang Dang asked naturally as he took the bill. Scarlet Moon did not come today, and the other contestants were careful, so their mechs did not suffer any major damage. "Scarlet Moon, that is the guy who wrecked by last time, right?" Wang Dang clicked his tongue. "He fights pretty dirty." "Scarlet Moon is the name of his mech," Golden Stag explained. "He does fight dirty, but we mechanics particularly like him." Wang Dang's face immediately showed that he understood. They need these dirty fighters so that they, the mechanics, can get orders right. If every contestant signed a non-aggression agreement every day, they would have no business at all. "Will Scarlet Moon be coming tomorrow?" Wang Dang asked the question he cared about most. "Who knows?" Golden Stag shrugged. "He might come tomorrow or he might come next year. Or he might have changed locations and never come back at all." The next day, the 4 members of Dorm 222 got up early. "I hope all 4 of us get placed in the same class," said Big Fatty Luo, putting on his newly issued combat uniform and stretching his limbs. "You and Brother Wang will definitely make it into Class A. But Hai Jai and I am not so sure," Monkey said with a dejected look on his face. "Do not be so discouraged." Hai Jai walked over and threw an arm around Monkey's shoulder, saying, "We are all going to make it into Class A." "Let us go," Wang Dang said, having finished getting ready. He wore a tight black combat suit and a pair of leather military boots. With his lean build, he looked sharp and capable. "I have noticed that both you and Hai Jai are built like clothes hangers," Monkey said to Wang Dang with a look of envy. They were all wearing the same standard-issue black combat uniform, so why did Wang Dang and Hai Jai look like officers about to head into battle? While he and Big Fatty Luo looked like they were there for odd jobs. "I have been poor and unlucky, but I have never been ugly," Wang Dang said, resting his chin on his thumb and forefinger, looking incredibly smug. "Hess, I have never been thin," Big Fatty Luo joked while patting his large belly. The 4 of them joked and messed around all the way to the open square, in front of the Mecha Warrior Department teaching building. This is where today's placement test would be held. At that moment, 2 instructors in dark green military uniforms were already standing at the front of the square, maintaining order. "Welcome to the Imperial Military Academy, Blue Star Branch," said a bearded instructor at the front to the newly assembled students. "I am Instructor Ross. I know that everyone here is the best from their respective cities. Otherwise, you would not be qualified to enter the Blue Star Branch. But do not for a second think that your life will be smooth sailing now that you are here. Any fool who thinks that had better get rid of that stupid idea right now. Today marks the turning point for how you will live and learn here. Whether you enter Class A to compete with the best of the best, or go to Class C to rot away, depends entirely on your performance today. Everything depends on your results. Now, I will announce the specific details of the placement test." Instructor Ross began explaining the rules and precautions for the test. Meanwhile, the new students below began to whisper among themselves. "It is not like Class A is not just rotting away too. Are not they just stepping stones for the local students? Sai, it is our fault for not being born into better families. We are actually lucky. I heard some second-year seniors raided the dorms in the middle of the night and several poor guys had their mechas wrecked. I wonder how they are going to take the test today." Amidst the discussions, the placement test soon began. The test consisted of 2-on-2 matches, designed to evaluate teamwork and combat ability. The examiners would select those who performed exceptionally well in these battles to enter Class A. Wang Dang drew number 1, meaning he would team up with number 2 to fight against numbers 3 and 4. After drawing his number tag, Wang Dang followed the signs into Combat Room 1 inside the building. "Are you number 1? A thin, scrawny young man limped over, his eyes sporting some bruises. It looked like he had been hurt a few days ago. "Do not tell me you are number 2, Wang Dang said, arching an eyebrow. The skinny guy rubbed his hands sheepishly, you guessed it. Wang Dang was speechless. The guy in front of him had an injured leg and was covered in bruises. Next, the skinny guy hit Wang Dang with another blow. My mecha was totaled a few days ago." "What the heck?" Wang Dang could not help but blurt out. "Classmate, how do you know my name?" The guy was surprised and delighted. "Do you know me?" Cough, cough, cough. Wang Dang choked on his own spit and began coughing uncontrollably. He started to seriously question his own luck. "How did your mecha get destroyed?" Wang Dang knew his chances in this test were slim, so he just started chatting with the guy. "A few nights ago, that group raided our dorms. One yellow-haired guy insulted my family and I could not take it, so." Remembering that night, the guy still looked angry. He pointed at his right leg and the bruises on his face. "This is what they did to me that night." Wang Dang had heard from Big Fatty Luo that a few new students who fought back had their mechas destroyed and were hung up and beaten. Clearly, this guy was one of them. After hearing his story, Wang Dang felt slightly more balanced. At least there was someone even unluckier. Just then, the door to the combat room opened, and two tall youths walked in, followed by a female instructor. They walked to the staging area on the opposite side and released their respective mechas. The mechas they released were clearly not the cheap stuff issued by the school. One was a black and dread heavy mecha, low on mobility but high in defense and firepower. One of its arms was as thick as two normal mecha arms, clearly hiding a significant arsenal. The other was a purple light mecha, which was highly agile and perfect for close-quarters combat. Wang Dang slapped his forehead. This was definitely a disaster. A light and heavy combo, the light mecha handles close combat while the heavy one provides fire support. It was a perfect pairing. And on his side, for two people, they only had one mecha. Number 1 and Number 2, please summon your mechas. The test starts in 3 minutes, the female instructor said expressionlessly while looking at them. Wang Dang sighed softly and summoned his own modified pure black mecha. He had originally planned to use the mecha Big Fatty Luo gave him for the test, assuming he had a competent teammate. After all, his current mecha had mobility rivaling a Class A model, but with no external modifications, he feared it might cause unnecessary trouble. But now he had no choice but to go all out. Furthermore, the rules strictly stated that students could only use their own mechas and could not borrow them from others, or face expulsion from both the academy and the military. Wang Dang did not even have a chance to lend a mecha to his partner. Number 2, where is your mecha? The female instructor glanced disdainfully at Wang Dang's mecha and looked at the skinny guy. Instructor, I do not have a mecha. The guy lowered his head, rubbing his hands awkwardly. As soon as he said that, the Number 3 and Number 4 opponents burst into laughter. No wonder, a mecha pilot with no mecha was just too hilarious. Hey buddy, why do not you put your mecha away? We do not want to bully you guys, Number 3 said to Wang Dang with a snap of his fingers, sneering. Yeah, consider it just bad luck on your part. Nobody will doubt your courage as a warrior, Number 4 added, clearly enjoying the spectacle. How about this? Wang Defa looked at Wang Dang with a guilty expression. Let us just forfeit the match. After saying this, he lowered his head in embarrassment, his voice trailing off. Class C is not that bad anyway. The female instructor glanced at Wang Dang's side, shook her head, pulled out her notebook, and drew 2 red crosses behind Number 1 and Number 2. In her eyes, there was no suspense left in this duel. After all, Numbers 3 and 4 both possessed custom mechs, while for Numbers 1 and 2, one was using a novice mech issued by the school. And the other did not even have a mech at all. Even if Number 2 had a mech, this battle would still have no suspense. After all, the mass-produced mechs issued by the school were nowhere near strong enough to compare with custom ones. Stepping into the arena was undoubtedly just throwing eggs at a rock. For hundreds of years at the military academy, the placement exams had always been this way. The ticket to Class A was a custom mech, distinct from the novice ones. Wang Dang glanced at Wang Defa, then turned his gaze toward the mechs of the 2 opponents opposite them. He came from being an orphan scavenging for trash all the way to the Imperial Military Academy, not to retreat without a fight. And right now, he was also extremely eager for real combat experience. Being a mech pilot was his dream, but fighting in a mech he had crafted with his own hands was just as much his dream. Wang Dang understood in his heart that his chances of winning this battle were slim to none. After all, since this was not a life-or-death battle, he would not be using his glass cannon skill. For now, he could only rely on his true strength to fight. Wang Dang clenched his fists, and under Wang Defa's incredulous gaze, he opened the cockpit, climbed inside, and shouted, "Number 1 is ready." The female instructor turned to look at the black mech that had already powered up and gave an almost imperceptible nod. This boy before her, despite having no background, was at least quite courageous. It was just a pity that the ticket to Class A had never been won by courage alone. Seeing their opponents so defiant and stubborn, Numbers 3 and 4 exchanged looks, sneered, and climbed into their respective mechs. They seemed to be laughing at Wang Dang's overestimation of his own abilities. The exam begins, both sides enter the arena, the female instructor commanded, standing tall with a forceful voice. Wang Defa watched Wang Dang enter the combat zone, hesitated in place for a long time, but ultimately decided not to follow him in. Although he was a 5th-rank warrior, a body made of flesh and blood could not compete against steel bones and iron teeth. As soon as the instructor gave the order, Number 3 piloted the light mech and flew toward Wang Dang, while Number 4, in the heavy mech, remained motionless at the back. While most of the incoming freshmen were still just finding their footing, those with custom mechs could already pilot them in real combat. That was the gap. Facing the rushing light mech, Wang Dang did a backward leap to put some distance between them. The most taboo thing when fighting a light mech is letting it get close. Once they get close, they are like flies that you cannot shake off. Except unlike flies, a light mech can kill you in one hit. While retreating, Wang Dang immediately summoned his mithril lance, performed a quick flourish, and thrust it straight at number 3, attempting to force him back. But number 3 saw through his intention, flexibly dodged to the side and closed back in. Number 3 seemed to be toying with Wang Dang, not yet bothering to draw his weapon. Behind them, the right arm of number 4's mech had already transformed into a machine gun, silently aimed at Wang Dang. Wang Dang's reaction was extremely fast. After missing with the thrust, he immediately shifted his stance and gained some distance from number 3 again. At the same time, he brandished his lance to prevent number 3 from getting closer. It was then that number 3 realized this solid black mech seemed different from the ones the school issued. Although this was a medium mech, its mobility was in no way inferior to his light one. Seeing how Wang Dang could quickly pull away again and again proved it. Only now did number 3 become truly interested and start to get serious. 2 wings behind the purple mech unfurled, and the metal feathers on them shot toward Wang Dang's mech like sharp swords. Seeing this, Wang Dang immediately used his moon shadow footwork, along with his lance to deflect the feathers he could not dodge. Even inside the cockpit, Wang Dang could still feel the vibrations traveling through the lance every time it swatted away a metal feather. No, I cannot just keep dodging. Wang Dang's keen eyes spotted that after he put significant distance between himself and number 3, number 4's machine gun was already locked onto him. If he did not take the initiative, he would lose this match in their pincer attack. What is it that a gambler hates most? That would be losing. Wang Dang's aura surged. He dodged the dense barrage of gunfire with a flash and charged straight at number 3, lance in hand. Seeing Wang Dang stop dodging, number 3's eyes lit up. He manifested a pair of silver short blades in his mecha's hands and moved forward to meet the challenge. Seeing his partner engaging Wang Dang, number 4 had to temporarily stop the barrage and wait for an opening. Wang Dang thrust his lance at number 3, who blocked it with his left-hand blade while striking toward Wang Dang with the right. Wang Dang immediately switched from thrusting to blocking, parrying number 3's short blade. Sparks flew as the blades collided with the mithril lance, the intense shock forcing both to instinctively take a step back. Seeing his chance, number 4 in the heavy mech once again opened fire at Wang Dang with the machine gun. Wang Dang reflexively dodged, but because he did not have enough time to react, he was still grazed by a few star energy bullets. Even though it was a modified mech, the armor plating on its chest shattered after being hit by those few bullets, exposing the parts beneath. Wang Dang had specially soaked this chest plate in silver-scaled snake blood, making it several levels stronger than before. But under the assault of the star energy bullets, it still shattered. The black mech lowered its head, looking at its chest in disbelief. Following that, everyone present felt an invisible force of oppression sweeping over them. It turned out that in a fit of extreme rage, Wang Dang had lost control and released his spiritual energy. "You, how dare you damage my mech?" Inside the cockpit, Wang Dang's eyes were bloodshot. For a split second, he seemed to see the number 3 scrapyard where he had grown up. This piece of armor plating was worth enough scrap for him to scavenge for 15 full years. Burning with rage, Wang Dang completely ignored the purple light mech in front of him, and used the flowing light gleaming shadow technique from his footwork to charge at number 4. Flowing light gleaming shadow like moonlight in motion, his shadow following his body. To number 3, it looked like a gust of wind sweeping past him, so fast that he could only see a blurred afterimage. Wang Dang lunged toward number 4, unleashing his strongest technique, Azure Sea Golden Waves, which he had practiced just yesterday, and pierced toward him. Azure Sea Golden Waves, the spear force surged like rolling ocean waves, one swell after another. The force channeled through the spearhead, pouring over in relentless waves, continuous and endless. Number 4 only saw a blur of an afterimage flashing toward him, accompanied by a series of intense, pounding shocks. Amidst the wave after wave of tremors, he crashed heavily to the ground, while red warning alarms blared incessantly inside the cockpit. Wang Dang's strike had actually triggered red alarms all over the heavy mecha, which was known for its defensive capabilities. Number 3 finally reacted, immediately engaging his thrusters to dash toward Wang Dang. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Wang Dang deftly retracted his spear and turned to face the enemy head-on. Having just unleashed his most powerful strike, Wang Dang's speed was noticeably slower than before. He knew in his heart that he only managed to knock down number 4, because he had unexpectedly broken through number 3's defenses and caught the overconfident number 4 off guard. Now that number 3 had seen his partner fall, he would certainly be on high alert and fight with everything he had. Therefore, the next part of the fight would be a bitter struggle. What he did not know was that number 3 was currently filled with shock and fear. Number 3 was still reeling from the way Wang Dang had defeated his comrade in a single blow. Is he some kind of Super Saiyan? The kind that transforms the moment you break his mecha. Number 3 was feeling hesitant and had become cautious, trying his best to avoid damaging the opponent's mecha. That momentary burst of power was just too terrifying. He felt an invisible pressure looming over him, rendering him unable to move. Wang Dang and number 3 engaged in close combat, their weapons clashing repeatedly and sending sparks flying everywhere. The female instructor watched the two mecha without blinking. Ever since Wang Dang took down number 4 with one shot, she had taken out her notebook. She crossed out the X next to number 1's name and drew a circle instead. This meant that regardless of whether he won or lost this fight, Wang Dang had already qualified for Class A. But she did not speak up. She wanted to see what other surprises this brave young man had in store for her. As they tangled, Wang Dang suddenly realized the opponent was not as difficult to handle as before, which gave him more control. In another bout of close-quarters fighting, Wang Dang used his spear to block number 3's full-force overhead strike. Then, he used the turbo blade on his mecha's left arm to wedge into the joint between number 3's mecha body and its mechanical wings. Engaging the turbo blade, Wang Dang effortlessly sheared the pair of mechanical wings right off the mecha. This was the advantage of knowing mecha construction. Wang Dang knew exactly where every weak point was. Number 3, having lost his wings, reacted quickly, stepping back 3 large paces to put distance between them. I surrender. Those mechanical wings were the propulsion units. The high mobility of a light mecha relied entirely on them, beyond just the mecha's inherent lightness. Once stripped of those wings, number 3's light mecha lost its only advantage. Plus, this opponent was just too bizarre, and number 3 did not want his custom-made, expensive mecha ruined here, so he chose to surrender decisively. The female instructor gave a slight nod. Number 1 wins. Wang Dang stood there, eyes gleaming as he stared at the mechanical wings on the ground. Hey number 3, are you still going to keep those mechanical wings? They looked very useful. Although his was a medium mecha, nobody said a medium mecha could not have wings. Upon hearing this, number 3 immediately controlled his mecha to walk forward and retrieve the wings. Of course I am. The light in Wang Dang's eyes faded instantly. He should not have even asked. Next time I should just grab them. Wang Defa, who had been watching the whole match, heard the instructor's words and cheered, waving his arms. Great, I can get into Class A. The instructor turned her head toward him. Who said you could get into Class A? Wang Defa was stunned, but we won. Number 2, Class C, the instructor said with a cold face. Winning or losing does not determine admission to Class A, performance does. Number 4, Class B numbers 1 and 3, congratulations on entering Class A. The instructor announced immediately after. Although number 4 had a custom mecha, judging by its current state, it was likely half-wrecked. Furthermore, his lack of reaction in the moment cost him his qualification for Class A in the instructor's eyes. Number 3 had performed better than number 4, and his mecha had not sustained too much damage. Although he surrendered, this was a match, not a real battlefield, and his ability to judge the situation showed excellent reflexes, enough to meet the threshold for Class A. And as for number 1, the instructor looked at the black mecha with admiration. Although it looked identical to the standard-issue school mecha from the outside, from the way it performed in combat, she was certain that this was far beyond the speed and explosive power of a standard school unit. In her view, number 1 definitely had the strength to be in Class S, and he would likely promote from Class A to Class S after the first test. Fortunately, this instructor was just a mecha pilot and was not familiar with mental power. She did not associate Wang Dang's brief release of mental energy with the skills of a mecha master. At this moment, Wang Dang, who was highly regarded by the instructor, had already left the arena and was standing in the preparation area, lovingly petting his mecha in distress. He looked exactly like a man whose beloved wife had been bullied by others, heartbroken. You may leave now. Report to your respective classes at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the instructor said, closing her notebook. Yes, the 4 of them replied in unison, though some sounded excited while others sounded dejected. Wang Dang retracted his mecha into its necklace form, shot one last vicious glare at number 4 and started walking out. Number 4 cowered under the glare, thinking that Wang Dang was being totally unreasonable. His mecha only had a few cracks on the outer plating, while number 1's mecha had malfunctions everywhere and might not even be repairable. It was clear who had suffered the bigger loss, yet the one who came out ahead was looking at him with pure hatred. It made no sense. As Wang Dang passed by, the instructor smiled and nodded at him. Wang Dang, you have great potential. But do not be too protective of your mecha, or you will find yourself held back during future battles. Mecha are inanimate, but people are living, do you understand? Wang Dang nodded obediently. Thank you, instructor. Alright, you may go now. Seeing that Wang Dang had listened, the instructor nodded with satisfaction. She looked at him just like his former teachers looked at top students. Although Wang Dang knew the instructor was right, he could not bring himself to accept others damaging the things he cherished. He had come a long way from the junkyard, and it was not easy scraping by to survive. Damaging his mecha was like cutting into his own flesh. As a mecha master, he knew exactly how much it cost to repair every little thing. It was practically daylight robbery from his own wallet. How could he put up with that? He could not stand it one bit. As Wang Dang left Combat Room 1, the other 3 people from Dorm 222 immediately surrounded him. They had all drawn later numbers, so they were waiting outside for news from Wang Dang. Wang, how did it go? Fatty Luo looked at Wang Dang with a nervous expression. He had already recognized that the number 2 on Wang Dang's team was the same unlucky guy who got beaten up in the freshman group chat. So when Wang Dang went in, he was genuinely worried for him. I will wait for you all in Class A. Wang Dang forced a smile at Fatty Luo. After a fierce battle, he felt completely drained and tried to reach into his pocket for a nutrient solution, only to find that he had already finished them all. So he was just barely holding himself up to talk to Fatty Luo and the others. That is incredible, Monkey muttered with a dazed look on his face. Wang, you are officially my idol, Blackie said with admiration. All right, I am going to give it my all to get into Class A too. Fatty Luo had a complicated expression on his face at this moment. While he was happy for Wang Dang, he was also amazed by his terrifying strength. It seemed Wang Dang had won the match 1 against 2. Fatty Luo became even more convinced that Wang Dang must be a descendant of one of the hidden families on Blue Star. He believed this not just because of Wang Dang's strength, but because after hundreds of years of cultural integration on Blue Star, pure-blooded people with black hair and black eyes like Wang Dang were extremely rare. Fatty Luo had heard from the elders in his family that many ancient Eastern families on Blue Star strictly prohibited their descendants from marrying outside their race. Perhaps Wang Dang was a descendant of one of these ancient families. Thinking of this, a trace of respect appeared in the way Fatty Luo looked at Wang Dang. I am going back to the dorm to wait for your good news. Wang Dang patted the 3 of them on the shoulder to encourage them. Wang, you should go back quickly. You sound like you have no energy left. The observant monkey noticed Wang Dang's condition and said quickly, Yeah, you just fought a tough battle and must be exhausted. Get some rest. Fatty Luo chimed in with concern as well. Without realizing it, the 3 of them had come to view Wang Dang as the backbone of Dorm 222. After saying goodbye to the 3, Wang Dang did not go straight back to his dorm but walked with unsteady steps towards the infirmary. He had been building mechs and training for the past few days, burning through all his military-grade nutrient solutions, so he needed to ask Dr. Su for more. You finished an entire case. Dr. Su dragged him to the examination room immediately. I need to give you a full physical. You are going to have problems if you keep drinking them like that. Wang Dang reflexively resisted the exam. Dr. Su, I feel fine, I am just a bit hungry right now. If you want to live, lie down. Those military nutrient solutions are no joke. Not even star ability users chug them like that. Do you think this is sugar water? Dr. Su sounded quite agitated. Wang Dang carefully observed Dr. Su's expression. Seeing that his anxiety seemed genuine, he hesitated but still followed his instructions and lay down in the examination pod. A red laser scanned Wang Dang from head to toe, then changed to a green laser to continue the scan. After several different colors of lasers were used, Wang Dang was finally let out of the pod. Dr. Su approached the medical console and frowned as he checked the various readings of Wang Dang's body. After reviewing all the data, he promptly deleted all of Wang Dang's medical records before leading him back to his office. Once back in the office, Dr. Su pulled a cigarette from his drawer, lit it, and stared at Wang Dang with a look that he could not quite understand. The way Dr. Su was looking at him made Wang Dang feel uneasy. After all, anyone would be unnerved if their doctor stared at them like that after a full physical exam. Could it be that I have a terminal illness? Wang Dang asked, feeling a bit insecure. That would not make sense though, even if he had traded 5 years of his life for his spiritual and star power talents. He should still have 7 years left, right? What kind of terminal illness allows someone to live for another 7 years? Number, Dr. Su said, surrounded by smoke from his cigarette. Your body is in great shape. Then why are you looking at me like that? Wang Dang pulled up a stool and sat opposite Dr. Su. I was just wondering how you even managed to grow up. Dr. Su extinguished his cigarette and said with a serious look. Wang Dang, an orphan from the Jinfeng shantytown in Nanchang City, officially tested at age 8 and deemed to have no spiritual or star power talent. But I can feel spiritual power fluctuations coming from you. Dr. Su squinted at Wang Dang. What are you trying to say? Wang Dang said expressionlessly. Do you know that you have been in a state of extreme malnutrition for your entire life? Dr. Su adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, because you have been unable to get enough nutrients for so long. Your body has been diverting all its functions just to maintain basic vital signs. That is the reason why you often faint. As Wang Dang listened to Dr. Su, many thoughts flashed through his mind. This Dr. Su must have investigated his background thoroughly before coming to the military academy. Fortunately, his system remained hidden, and for now, Dr. Su was just attributing his talent to his long-term malnutrition. Wang Dang, your background is likely more than just an orphan from a junkyard. Your physical condition is superior, the best I have ever seen. You do not get that without generations of genetic selection. There must be more to your story, but I cannot find it. Dr. Su looks slightly disappointed. However, I suggest you take the talent test again. You have replenished some of your nutrition now. Maybe a retest will bring you a surprise. There is no need, Dr. Su. I am doing fine, and besides, I am already a mech pilot. Wang Dang declined the offer, as he already knew the outcome and did not need to rely on tests. Besides, he still had not figured out who this Dr. Su really was, or what his intentions were. If a retest can uncover other talents, the Academy might value you more and provide more resources. You know that resources are also a form of strength. Dr. Su revealed an enigmatic smile. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you need it, come to me anytime for a referral, and I will certify that it is due to your physical condition. I understand. Wang Dang lowered his head, lost in thought.
What?
Wang Dang managed to get 2 more crates of military-grade nutritional solution from Dr. Su. It was not that he wanted a free ride, but this type of military nutritional solution was supplied exclusively to Star Energy Masters and could not be bought anywhere else. Even on the black market, there were only inferior imitations available. After all, Star Energy Masters are the darlings of the Empire. As soon as someone is deemed to have the talent, the Empire pours countless resources onto them like snowflakes. Moreover, Star Energy Masters can have some of their crimes excused, so you can count the number of banished Star Energy Masters in history on one hand, and they were basically all for the heinous crime of slaughtering entire cities. Naturally, no Star Energy Master would ever sink to the point of having to scavenge. After drinking a vial of the solution, Wang Dang went to the school's paid training room for intensive practice with barely a break. The fight that morning had given him many insights, and now he had to hurry to turn those insights into solid, practical experience. At 8 in the evening, Wang Dang left the training room with only 30 seconds left on his paid time. He pondered trying the premium training room on the second floor next time, which cost 600 star coins an hour. Word was that it could simulate enemies of an equal level for combat practice. It could even simulate all sorts of combat scenarios. If that were true, you would really get what you pay for. His current basic training room only cost 100 star coins an hour. Wang Dang did not plan on heading to the blue-silver black market tonight. He had realized that as long as Scarlet Moon did not appear in the arena, business in the maintenance zone would be very bleak. On top of that, since he was an unknown mecha technician in the maintenance zone, no one would come looking for him to repair their mechas. So Wang Dang decided to take the night off. Through that morning's battle, Wang Dang learned the importance of real combat for improving his strength. At the same time, a bold idea started to form in his mind. Since he needed a massive amount of combat experience, why not compete in the arena? He could earn prize money and become the next Scarlet Moon at the same time. Fighting in the matches, then earning repair fees afterward. At this rate, he would be counting money until his hands grew sore by the end of the day. Thinking of this, a fierce light ignited in Wang Dang's eyes. It was a hunger for money. It was just a pity that supposedly participants were not allowed to place bets. Otherwise, he could even throw some matches for extra profit. As soon as Wang Dang returned to the dormitory, he felt a stifling atmosphere. What is going on here? Wang Dang sat down at his desk and looked at the 3 people looking dejected. Monkey even had some bruises on his face, looking like he had been injured during the class placement exam. Sigh Monkey he. Luo the fatty let out a sigh, but just as he was about to explain, Monkey interrupted him. I am fine, Brother Wang. Congratulations on making it into Class A. I just did not have as much luck. I am in Class C. Monkey said with a bitter smile. I am in Class B, Haiji said, lowering his head as if struggling to contain something. Class A, Luo the fatty said, glancing at Monkey with a sigh. Wang Dang nodded. There is still room for advancement in future tests. Gold will shine wherever it is. You will definitely shine because you have money and power. Haiji stood up abruptly and shouted at Wang Dang. You say it so easily because you have plenty of chances to make mistakes. But Monkey and I, we cannot weather any storm at all. We only have one chance. Monkey immediately got up and pulled the agitated Haiji back. Haiji. Haiji shook off Monkey's hand, his expression pained and fierce. Do you know that Monkey's mecha was destroyed because of you? I know that for rich people like you, our precious mechas are nothing but trash, but that was our only chance to turn our lives around. Wang Dang listened to Haiji's words patiently. He had been cursed at to his face by countless people since he was a child, so he felt no ripples in his heart at Haiji's shouting. Actually, the phrase, "you rich people even," made him feel a little secret satisfaction. What happened? Wang Dang asked, looking at Monkey. He could not be bothered to explain his own tragic history to them, to show that he was the same kind of person as they were. Because everyone only focuses on your success, they have no desire to hear about how difficult the journey was. Brother Wang, Haiji is just too agitated. This is not your fault, it is because I am too weak. Monkey lowered his head, hiding his reddened eyes. Monkey's opponent was the brother of that heavy mecha pilot you defeated. He found out somehow that Monkey was your roommate and destroyed his mecha directly, Luo the fatty explained clearly. It is my own lack of skill, it has nothing to do with Brother Wang. Even without this, the outcome would have been the same. Monkey's voice sounded weak. Wang Dang had a rough idea of what had happened. He did not speak, just watched Haiji quietly. Luo the fatty felt Wang Dang's gaze and stepped forward to nudge Haiji. Haiji, you went too far today. Are not you going to apologize to Brother Wang? Although this is a military school, it is no different from a battlefield. Enemies will not show you mercy just because of who your roommate is. Of course you would take his side, you are both high and mighty rich kids. Haiji snorted, still standing his ground. Nobody is stopping you from becoming rich, so why are not you rich yourself? Wang Dang looked at the red-faced Haiji and asked flatly. Haiji was choked by the question but argued back, you were born rich. I just hate that I was not as good at being born into the right family as you. Then why do not you find a rope and hang yourself so you can try being born again? Wang Dang said with a straight face, looking as if he were genuinely offering advice. Haiji was at a loss for words, stammering. You do not have the strength to be rich, and you do not have the courage to be reborn, so what are you even yelling about? Wang Dang's expression remained calm. In his eyes, Haiji was no different from a spoiled child complaining about not getting candy, so he felt no anger at the insolence. The only reason he bothered to say this much to Haiji was out of respect for the loyalty Haiji had shown by standing up for Monkey. Brother Wang, Haiji must have just spoken without thinking because he lost his match today, Luo the fatty said, playing the peacemaker. Is this a daycare where you can come back and throw a tantrum just because you lost a match? Wang Dang asked bluntly. Does that mean next time you trip and fall outside you will need us to coddle you too? Look at yourself, do you look like a mecha warrior at all? What? Wang Dang's words left Haiji's dark face blushing with embarrassment. Once his anger subsided, he realized just how ridiculous his own words and actions had been. I am sorry, Brother Wang. I do not know what came over me, I just let my emotions get the better of me. Calming down, Haiji began to apologize. You are right, I should not be blaming everyone and everything. It is just that after entering the military academy, I realized it is completely different from what I imagined. Haiji's tone grew despondent. I read so many posts about the military academy during the summer break. I thought I would be different from them, I thought I would shine in the academy. But after coming here, I discovered that I am not even as good as them. As he spoke, Haiji clutched his head in pain. His words resonated deeply with both Monkey and Luo Dapan. Like Haiji, even after seeing so many brutal posts on the forums, they had still arrived in the Imperial capital holding onto their dreams. However, Wang Dang could not relate to Haiji's words. With his job in the blue-silver black market repair zone, he felt that his life had only just begun. Faced with Haiji's apology, Wang Dang did not offer any words of forgiveness. He was not good at saying such high-sounding things anyway. The shantytowns of the South City had mostly taught him how to curse at people and how to talk to make himself look tough. Monkey, do you think I need to be responsible for your mecha? Wang Dang turned to look at Monkey and asked seriously. Monkey hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Wang, this has nothing to do with you. Around here, if you lack strength, you simply cannot protect your own mecha. Even if I luckily escape today, there will be thousands of other times. Speaking of which, Monkey gave a bitter smile. Maybe I should have listened to my family back then and honestly applied to a different school. Before Monkey could finish his sentence, he felt something being thrown at him. He caught it with quick reflexes and realized it was a mecha necklace. Borrow it for half a semester. When the time is up, return the mecha and the star coins to me. Wang Dang snapped his fingers and added, now write me an IOU. Besides Liu Nang, Monkey was the first person willing to look after him after he fainted. But even true brothers must settle their accounts clearly. After getting the IOU, Wang Dang climbed onto his bed, turned off the lights. "I am exhausted, time to sleep." Monkey stood there frozen for a long time, holding the necklace, and did not move even after Haijai turned off the dorm lights. He could not even afford the repair costs for a mecha. Where would he get the cash to buy one? Monkey's grip on the mecha necklace slowly tightened. But he was not willing to just give up like this. In the end, Monkey held the mecha necklace tightly, as if he wanted to embed it into his palm. Just because he does not have it now does not mean he will not have it in the future. Even if the mecha ends up destroyed, he would rather go out and work in the mines or act as a human punching bag to pay off the debt for this mecha. Wang Dang, lying on his bed, was not asleep yet. He could clearly sense that Monkey was still standing there. He made the excuse of going to sleep because he was not used to mushy scenes of gratitude. He was willing to give the mecha necklace Luo Dapan gave him to Monkey firstly, because Monkey had truly been an innocent bystander in this incident. Secondly, when he fainted, it was Monkey who brought him to the infirmary and stayed with him, a debt of favor he had to acknowledge. Thirdly, because of Monkey's magnanimity, not blaming heaven or others when faced with a devastating blow, which was very similar to himself when he first arrived in this world. Therefore, he was willing to use this mecha to give Monkey another chance. He had managed to reach the Imperial Military Academy even after scavenging for food in a junkyard. Surely Monkey, whose starting point was the Imperial Military Academy, could stand tall as well. In the middle of the night, Haijai sat up and slapped himself, "You spineless fool." The next day, the four of them left the dorm, but they were headed in different directions. Wang Dang and Luo Dapan entered Class A, while Haijai and Monkey were assigned to Class B and Class C respectively. Come to think of it, with our dorm having people in Classes A, B, and C, we will surely be the first to know about any gossip in all three classes. Seeing that Haijai was not in high spirits, Monkey joked with a smile. Haijai looked at Monkey, feeling a bit embarrassed. Monkey was clearly the one who should be the saddest among the four, yet here he was, trying to liven up the atmosphere. "Alright, my treat for lunch today, let us all go to the cafeteria for chicken leg rice." Luo Dapan smiled and said, "The chicken leg rice at the cafeteria has become famous because of Brother Chicken Leg. The price has gone up by 20 star coins, let us go taste how good it really is." "It is indeed quite tasty," Wang Dang smacked his lips, recalling the taste. At this moment, in the military academy office, a group of officers in dark green uniforms sat together, watching the match video of yesterday's placement test on their holograms. "Hey, this kid is quite interesting. Whose mecha design is this? For a medium-sized mecha, the mobility is way too high. It is almost approaching the speed of an A-rank mecha. This kid must have some background to be using a near A-rank mecha already. Yet we did not receive any news about children from major clans enrolling this year. Perhaps he is from some low-profile hidden family. Look at him, it is obvious his bloodline does not have DNA from other races. He is a pure-blooded East Asian. Not only does he have a good background, but his strength is also impressive. Even with a good mecha, it is all for nothing if you cannot utilize it." Everyone was chattering, discussing Wang Dang's combat video from yesterday. "Old you are in luck this year." A short, stout, middle-aged man patted another man whose temples were slightly gray and exclaimed. Yu Pengyi looked at Wang Dang in the video, just as Wang Dang used a turbine blade to dismantle his opponent's mechanical wings, and he smiled bitterly. "I am afraid he is a troublemaker." "Who cares if he is a troublemaker? As long as he can get into Class S, you will be able to lead Class S next term." "Exactly, old you, once you are leading Class S, do not forget about us old friends." Yu Pengyi nodded and picked up the files on his desk. After turning one page, he passed it to the person next to him, looking both amused and exasperated. "Look, I told you he was a troublemaker. His personal file shows that he is a kid who grew up in the South City shantytowns and relied on relief funds to go to school." After the others passed the file around, they all began to frown in unison. Even if he is from a hidden family, is not it disrespectful to the school to try and fool us like this? Yes, this is too arrogant. They did not even bother to come up with a decent cover story. This kid, we need to teach him a lesson. Young people at this age are reckless. If they do not suffer a bit, they will never realize that there is always someone better out there. At this moment, Wang Dang had no idea that he had already become a hot topic in the Class A teacher's office, while he was currently in the Class A classroom, standing off against a chubby guy. "So you are the one who beat my brother." The fatty rubbed his nose with his thumb, looking at him with utter disdain. "Did your roommate deliver the message I asked him to give you yesterday?" Wang Dang recognized the chubby guy before him almost effortlessly, as the older brother of the guy labeled number 4 yesterday. That was because the two brothers were identical in their chubbiness, fat in exactly the same way. "Why did your little brother go crying to you yesterday?" Wang Dang sneered. "Beat the small one and the big one comes out to play. So if I beat you next, will the old man be coming out to settle the score?" For Wang Dang, you cannot lose a fight, and you definitely cannot lose an argument. In his dictionary, there is no such word as losing. "I will not let you off," Wei Bu closed in on Wang Dang. Just as the two were at each other's throats, Yu Pengyi walked into the Class A classroom. Unlike high school classrooms, the Military Academy classroom had no desks, chairs, or podiums, just an empty, spacious area. "What are you two doing?" Yu Pengyi asked, his face stern as he walked between Wang Dang and Wei Bu. Facing the imposing Yu Pengyi, Wei Bu shrank back a little. "Nothing much." "Nothing much?" Yu Pengyi scanned the room, having recognized Wang Dang as the one facing off against Wei Bu the moment he walked in. "Everyone take a 100-pound weight load and run 30 laps around the school." As soon as Yu Pengyi spoke, the students present cried out in shock. "What? We were not involved." Yu Pengyi narrowed his eyes. "This is not a punishment. This is your first lesson for entering Class A as a warrior. You must first have a strong physique to unleash the full combat power of a mecha. Everyone line up." It did not matter if they were troublemakers. He had been teaching Class A for years, and his specialty was dealing with exactly that. "No sleeping until you finish your laps." Dismissed. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, the group could only walk dejectedly toward the weighted packs in the corner. The school was so huge that those who ran fast might manage to make it to bed by lights out. Wang Dang had not expected such a big deal on the first day of class, but he had no choice but to honestly go grab a weighted pack. "Wait!" Yu Pengyi stopped Wang Dang and handed him a red weighted pack he pulled from a cabinet behind him. "You wear this one." Wang Dang was confused, but he still obediently took the noticeably different weighted pack from his hand. The moment he took it, his hand sank abruptly, and he nearly dropped it to the ground. He hurriedly lifted the pack to look, and the screen on the back displayed 200 pounds. While stunned, Wang Dang did not hesitate to point at Wei Bu. "Instructor, what about his?" Yu Pengyi glanced at Wang Dang. "Call me teacher, I am not your drill instructor." Then he gestured to Wei Bu. "You wear this one too." Wei Bu shuffled over, giving Wang Dang a look that screamed "You are so devious," and reluctantly went to pick up the other red weighted pack Yu Pengyi had brought out. After putting it on, Wei Bu tried to stand up several times without success, eventually having to sit there quite awkwardly. "Haha, you are just bloated and weak." Wang Dang ridiculed him mercilessly while picking up his own pack and strapping it on. Yu Pengyi silently walked behind Wang Dang and adjusted the settings on his pack to 400 pounds. Wang Dang was yanked down by the sudden weight, stumbling several times and nearly falling flat on his face. He could not laugh anymore. The capable take on more work. Yu Pengyi looked at Wang Dang, whose face was flushed red, and nodded in satisfaction. Children from these big families are like swords so sharp they cannot even fit back into their scabbards. And as a teacher at the Military Academy, if he could not temper the arrogance of his students, he would not be able to begin his teaching duties. Furthermore, in this cruel military academy, hiding one's edge is the way for a newcomer to survive. Wang Dang suspected Yu Pengyi was targeting him, but he could not find any evidence. He just gritted his teeth and walked out, one step at a time, under the 400-pound load. Terrified that if he walked any slower, the weight would be adjusted even higher. Yu Pengyi stood there squinting at Wang Dang's back. He had originally just wanted to dampen the boy's arrogance. That was why he set it to 400 pounds, waiting for him to admit defeat, but he never expected the kid to just walk off with it. He had already started to suspect whether this brat had hidden his true strength before enrollment. How could a 5th-rank mecha recruit possibly carry 400 pounds? Thinking about it, Yu Pengyi felt it was actually quite possible. In the previous competition video, this kid clearly displayed speed that did not belong to a mecha recruit. Perhaps this kid is already a primary mecha warrior. The real 5th-rank mecha recruit Wang Dang was currently carrying a 400-pound pack, followed by Fatty Luo with his 100-pound pack, the two of them inching their way around the school with great difficulty. Wang Dang could not move because the load was truly too heavy, while Fatty Luo struggled because he piloted a light mecha and did not focus much on physical conditioning. "Wang, this is not what I expected," Fatty Luo panted behind Wang Dang. "I do not think it is," either, Wang Dang replied between heavy gasps. The weight on his back made it hard to breathe, and even walking was a struggle, let alone running. But the pack tracked the distance, and he could not take it off until the 30 laps were complete. It was not just Wang Dang and Fatty Luo who thought this was not what Class A was supposed to be like. Almost every student in the class felt the same way. In everyone's minds, the first day of class should have been practical combat training or simulated battles. But no one had ever imagined it would be weight training. Is this really Class A? Wang Dang felt miserable. The weight on his back pressed down like a mountain, making his movements sluggish and his senses dull. He hunched his back, inching forward step by step. Meanwhile, the faster ones had already finished a lap and caught up to them. Someone saw Wang Dang and Fatty Luo struggling to lift their legs and could not help but sneer. People like this can get into Class A. In the past, Wang Dang would have definitely retorted. But now he did not even have the energy to see who it was, only silently noting the voice in his heart. Let me see what Hai Jai and the others are doing. Fatty Luo found a patch of grass and collapsed onto it. Then he lay back, using his weighted pack as a cushion to open his light brain, and send a message to Hai Jai and the others to complain about his current situation. Wang Dang did not dare sit down, knowing that if he did, he would lose the courage to stand back up. He continued to lug the mountain on his back, moving forward step by agonizing step. My God, they are having free sparring matches and nobody's even stopping them. Fatty Luo's voice drifted faintly from behind Wang Dang. By the time Wang Dang had struggled his way through the first lap, the sun was directly overhead. He pulled out a tube of Star Energy nutrient solution and downed it, but feeling it was not enough, he opened 2 more before he finally felt like he would come back to life. Whether it was because he was getting used to the weight or due to the nutrient solution, Wang Dang felt the load on his back had lightened a bit. This discovery gave him a sudden burst of energy, and his strides became longer than before. Meanwhile, in his office, Yu Pengyi was looking at a map on a screen with a group of teachers, watching a small red dot slowly moving forward. This kid is definitely hiding his strength. That guy Webb is a tier 6 mecha warrior and could not even handle 200 pounds, yet he is carrying 400 pounds around the school. A female teacher remarked while munching on sunflower seeds. That does not make sense. If he is already a beginner mecha warrior, why did not he just apply to join the SS class? Beginner mecha warriors are already qualified for direct entry into the SS class. There is something strange about this kid. Yu Pengyi looked up at the red dot on his light computer. I cannot sense the aura of a beginner mecha warrior from him. Judging by his aura, he is definitely still at tier 5. He must be carrying something that hides his true power. The female teacher curled her lip. That sounds like something from those reclusive clans. Not necessarily. Some are born with great strength and a robust constitution. That is just their natural talent as mecha warriors. That is true. It is not just Star Energy Masters and Mecha Masters who have talents. Our physical gifts as mecha warriors should not be underestimated. Everyone chimed in, some even starting a betting pool on whether Wang Dang could actually finish the 30 laps. No one noticed that the red dot on the screen was gradually picking up speed. By now, Wang Dang had reached the corner where he usually snuck over the wall. His back was straighter than before and his steps felt lighter. He had gradually shifted from his initial struggle to a normal walking pace. Wang Dang did not know why, but after being completely exhausted at first, he was feeling increasingly energetic and barely even gasping for breath now. At the same time, he felt some kind of shackle within his body starting to break open. Could it be? As if to confirm his theory, the system emitted a cheerful chime. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a tier 6 mecha warrior. Please keep up the hard work and continue to enhance your strength. Check panel. Wang Dang immediately gave the command in his mind. He had heard the system say before that his HP would increase as his strength grew. So he had to see if he could survive a few more years. Host Wang Dang. Age 18. Talent Mastery of Mechanics. Skill Glass Cannon doubles all values. Elemental Power activated. Mental Energy Sea Level. Occupation Tier 6 Mecha Warrior Mecha Master Apprentice. HP 7. After checking the panel, Wang Dang could not help but feel disappointed. The HP column remained grayed out and there was no increase. It seems advancing from Tier 5 to Tier 6 does not increase HP. The classification for Mecha Masters is not as granular as it is for Mecha Warriors or Star Energy Masters. It is based on their mental energy level. A B-level rating makes one a beginner Mecha Master, A-level is intermediate, and S-level is advanced. SS level is a Mecha Engineer, and as for SSS level, that is the Legendary Master tier. After breaking the shackle from Tier 5 to 6, Wang Dang found he could now power walk with the weighted pack. So this is what a breakthrough in strength feels like. Wang Dang thoroughly enjoyed the sensation and unknowingly picked up his pace. He needed to become stronger. One day, he would rise above the rules of this world. Reflecting on this advancement and the previous one, Wang Dang had grasped some laws of progression. That is, you have to challenge your physical limits again and again. It is just like long-distance running. When you are exhausted and feel like you cannot go any further, as long as you grit your teeth and keep going, you will find your strength returning. This indicates an increase in your lung capacity. Advancing as a mecha warrior is the same. You must overdraw your energy time and time again to push against that limit until the shackle breaks. At this moment, Wang Dang finally understood why Yu Pengyi insisted on weighted training from the very start. It was not a punishment, but a practical way to genuinely increase strength. With that thought, Wang Dang picked up his pace again, challenging his physical limits over and over. Because the sense of satisfaction after a successful breakthrough was truly addictive. By 10 o'clock at night, the first person finished their 30 laps and stopped in place, panting heavily. But he was shocked to find that there was no sign of the weighted pack unlocking. Class A is a team. If one person does not finish, everyone stays for extra training. Yu Pengyi's voice came from the weighted pack. Keep going. Devil! A shrill curse echoed through the dark campus. By 1:00 a.m., the weighted pack still showed no sign of unlocking, and everyone in Class A realized they would not be getting any sleep tonight. So those who had finished the task had to go back and help pull those who had not. Because as long as one person had not finished, no one could sleep. The only one no one could pull was Wang Dang, because he was simply too heavy to move. Brother Wang, have some water. Monkey handed the canteen to Wang Dang. Monkey and Haiji had returned to the dorms, but when Wang Dang and Fatty Luo did not show up for a long time. They messaged Fatty Luo and learned that the Class A teacher had no intention of letting them sleep tonight. So Monkey and Haiji each brought a canteen down, with Monkey staying with Wang Dang and Haiji with Fatty Luo to help keep them hydrated. Brother Wang, do you really not have any history with your homeroom teacher? Monkey asked, looking at Wang Dang with concern. Monkey could not understand why the Class A teacher would treat Wang Dang like this. Carrying 400 pounds is one thing, but making the whole class suffer extra training because of him. Wang Dang would probably be the target of the whole class from now on. Who knows? Wang Dang took a sip of water. It was horribly salty. There was no help for it. He was drenched in sweat and every sip of water was mixed with it. 19 laps to go. Let us aim to sleep tomorrow. Wang Dang returned the canteen to Monkey and set off again. In the darkened office, Yu Pengyi was the only one left. He did not sleep either, quietly observing the status of all the students on his light computer. This kid, Yu Pengyi, stroked his chin, really quite interesting. It looks like his chance to lead the S-class next term is secured. As the sun rose the next day, the students of Class A were scattered all over the military academy, using their weighted packs as pillows, sprawled out and sleeping soundly. Only Wang Dang and a few other stragglers were still running laps around the academy. At this point, after repeatedly pushing his physical limits, Wang Dang was finally able to start jogging. What a monster, Webb cursed as he carried his 150 jin weighted pack, watching Wang Dang look increasingly relaxed. He had originally been carrying 200 jin, but after much pleading, he managed to get Yu Pengyi to reduce it by 50 jin. But he was still firmly at the back of the pack. Even Wang Dang had run 2 more laps than him, so how could he not feel anxious? This scoundrel must have groveled and acted like a dog to get Devil Yu to light his load, Webb said, filled with resentment. He believed that even though Wang Dang looked like he had a strong backbone, he was actually a spineless coward. Luo the Fat passed by him, cast a disdainful look his way, and jogged on past. Last night, Wang Dang had shared his techniques with Luo the Fat, and after trying them out a few times, Luo had also gained some benefits. Now, let alone 30 laps, he would be willing to run 300. With only 2 laps left, Wang Dang felt his body become lighter once again, and at the same time, the system's voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a Tier 7 Mecha Warrior. Please keep up the good work and strive for more glory. This system is actually quite thoughtful. Its congratulatory messages are different every time. Wang Dang muttered to himself, and finally started running while carrying his weighted pack. Yu Pengyi, who had been sitting at his desk for a day and 2 nights without moving, sat up a bit straighter when he saw the red dot representing Wang Dang suddenly start sprinting on the map. This kid definitely had a breakthrough. Yu Pengyi looked around excitedly, but the office was empty at night, leaving him no one to share the news with. Class A really found a treasure this time. Yu Pengyi slapped his thigh hard to make sure he was not dreaming. He could already see himself becoming famous in the education world. While Yu Pengyi was lost in excitement, the students of Class A were having a miserable time. Even though some had finished their tasks the night before, their weighted packs simply would not unlock. They were not allowed to enter the dorms while wearing the packs, so they had to wander around the school looking for other students who had not finished yet. When they finally collapsed from exhaustion, they would just lie down in any corner, making sure not to block the paths of senior students, or else another rough battle would follow. By the time lights out came on the second night, there were still people who had not finished the task. Most of them were feeling truly desperate now. Wang Dang finished his final 2 laps in less than an hour and a half. As expected, his weighted pack did not unlock. Meanwhile, the other students on the field had all collapsed on the ground. Wang Dang smiled slightly. It was time for him to take action. Get up, Wang Dang looked down at Webb, who was gasping on the ground. I am going to sleep tonight no matter what. Webb did not even have the energy to trash talk anymore. He just hung his head in silence. Wang Dang went behind him and checked. He had 3 laps left. I said I am definitely going to sleep tonight. Wang Dang's words were filled with conviction. He had not gone to the blue-silver-black market to make money for 3 days straight, and if he did not sleep tonight, he would not be able to go tomorrow either. Not making money for 4 days would literally be the death of him. Without another word, Wang Dang grabbed Webb and dragged him up from the ground, starting to run while pulling him along. I want to sleep. As he was being dragged, Webb's body instinctively forced his weary legs to start moving so he would not fall. He could not even scream because all his focus was currently on just trying to breathe. This guy is trying to kill me. Webb thought in horror as he was mechanically pulled along by Wang Dang, running through the school. Class A students on the path, seeing Wang Dang pulling Webb along with such determination, could not help but give him a thumbs up. Even though their suffering over the last 2 days likely stemmed from these two. But Wang Dang, desperately dragging that fat guy along, really looked like a hero. Can we go to sleep now? A student with pale lips turned to ask his companion. We should be able to, his companion replied firmly. Many were moved by Wang Dang's sheer will to sleep. Those who still had a sliver of strength stood up, pushed Webb from behind, and helped ease the pressure on Wang Dang. When one got tired, another would take over the pushing. With everyone's relay, by the last lap, Webb was essentially lying on the ground, letting Wang Dang drag him forward as if mopping the floor. When Webb's body reached the finish line of the final lap, everyone heard a click. The weighted pack had finally unlocked. Yeah, thank goodness. The Class A students waiting at the finish line cheered in unison, threw their packs to the ground all at once, and supported each other as they headed back to the dorms to sleep. Is there anyone who can take me to the infirmary? A weak Webb lay on his bed, using his last bit of strength to ask for help. Then he rolled his eyes and passed out. Wang Dang and Luo the Fat headed back to their dorm supporting each other, with Luo excitedly sharing that he had advanced to Tier 7. Congratulations, I also made it to Tier 7. Although Devil You is a bit devilish, this training method is really effective, Wang Dang said happily. Wait, you only just reached Tier 7? Luo the Fat stopped looking at him in disbelief. That meant that before this, Wang Dang was just a Tier 6 warrior like him. Being both Tier 6 warriors, Wang Dang could fight 2 people at once and handle 400 jin of weight for 30 laps of training. Your Tier 7 and my Tier 7 seem to be different, Luo the Fat muttered. Could this be talent? Wang Dang heard what Luo said and seemed to ponder on it. It does seem a bit different. I have been strong since I was a kid. The next second, Wang Dang found the answer and tapped Luo the Fat on the shoulder with a smile. I could carry 2 bags of crystal mud ore at once when I was 8. Luo the Fat nodded, but why were you carrying crystal mud ore? Wang Dang smiled and did not answer. Back then he was very young, and no one believed he could fix things, so he had to sneak into the mines to steal crystal mud ore to sell. At that time, he could steal over a dozen bags in one night. Thanks to his body's recovery ability, he could get beaten up when caught and still be jumping around to steal again the next day. It made the mine foreman think he was a twin, that after the brother finished stealing, the other brother came the next day. After Wang Dang and Fatty Luo returned to the dorm, their sense of morals kept them going just long enough to queue up for showers, after which they collapsed onto their beds and lost consciousness immediately. The next day, Wang Dang woke up feeling refreshed and received a broadcast message in the Class A group chat. Teacher Yu, Class A is off this morning. We have physical training with Teacher Jessica this afternoon. Please assemble at training room 3 promptly at 1:00 p.m. The weighted training from yesterday and the day before seemed to have quickly brought the students of Class A closer together. Below Yu Pengyi's announcement, everyone started a heated discussion. Universe's fiercest. Wow, is that Teacher Jessica, known as the most beautiful teacher in the military academy? Muscle is justice. I heard she has an amazing figure. Chirp chirp, Teacher Jessica, here I come. Wang Dang scrolled through the group messages quickly, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. A beautiful teacher. Huh, beautiful, what beauty? Fatty Luo sat up with sleepy eyes. Where are the beauties? Check the class group yourself. Wang Dang closed the group chat and noticed several unread messages from Liu Nang. No energy, brother Wang, you big liar. You promised me photos of beauties, but all you sent me were pictures of the military academy buildings. No energy, are you studying architectural aesthetics or something? Send me photos of beauties right now. No energy, if there are no photos of beauties, fine, but at least send a few photos of the imperial capital. I have never been there. No energy, brother Wang, why are not you saying anything? No energies, you are not dead, are you? No energy, I told you the military academy is dangerous and not to go. Answer me, damn it. The rest was mostly nonsense. Wang Dang let out a soft laugh at Liu Ning's messages and quickly fired back a few replies. Wang Dang, no beauties at the academy. Wang Dang, we have been doing devilish training for the past 2 days, only just recovered today. I will take pictures of the capital once I am allowed out. I am safe, do not worry. Far away in South City, Liu Ning, who had been pacing in anxiety, felt his heart settle slightly upon receiving the message, only to immediately start scolding Wang Dang. Damn it, is not my Xiaoma a beauty, trying to lie to me and say there are no beauties. Next year, I am definitely going to see for myself. In the afternoon, Wang Dang and Fatty Luo arrived at training room 3. You must be Wang Dang. Thanks to you yesterday, otherwise we would not have been able to sleep by now. A muscular giant wearing a black tight-fitting tank top with a jacket tied around his waist walked over. My name is Dismaz. Wang Dang recognized him. Dismaz was the first person to complete the weighted training. I am just like you, I really wanted to sleep too. Wang Dang nodded at Dismaz. They said that Fatty Wei yesterday had a load of 150 caddies. You are really strong to be able to drag him while running, Dismaz said with a hint of admiration. Fatty Luo, standing to the side, could not help but mutter to himself. If this guy Dismaz knew that Wang Dang was actually carrying 400 caddies, his jaw would probably hit the floor. In any case, he had already decided that he would stick close to Wang Dang's side during his time at the academy. Alright kids, quiet down. A slender blonde woman walked in from the outside. Her long, straight legs were hidden beneath military trousers, but one could still glimpse their striking silhouette. Wang Dang could only describe this woman in 2 words. Pod. Jessica walked to the front of the training room and clapped her hands. Children, I am teacher Jessica, and I will be your training instructor for the next 4 years. It was a shame that this year's Class A was an all-male class. But women were already a rare sight in the Mecha Warrior department. So far, Wang Dang only knew one female Mecha Warrior, and that was Tan Moli. My Xiaomai said Tan Moli had gone on a mission with the school guard, and it would probably be several months before she returned. One could imagine the impact of having a stunning woman suddenly appear in a place bursting with testosterone. Almost simultaneously, everyone in Class A fixed their gaze on teacher Jessica. Who does not love looking at a beauty? But Jessica did not seem to view them as men. Children, I presume teacher you gave you your first lesson yesterday. But I want to tell you that the cruelty of the military academy has only just begun. With that, she smiled, pulled a long leather whip from behind her back and snapped it fiercely through the air. The sharp whistling sound instantly woke up those who were still admiring her beauty. This whip is soaked in bitter celery extract. It helps wounds heal, but it hurts like hell. At that moment, the faces of everyone in Class A turned solemn. Teacher Jessica might be beautiful with a great figure, but to be an instructor at the military academy, one had to be at least a senior mecha warrior. Realizing this, everyone stood to attention, not daring to look at her for even a second longer. In their eyes, teacher Jessica with her whip had ceased to be just a beauty. Facing their avoidant gazes, Jessica nodded in satisfaction. I only use my whip to punish naughty children who do not listen, so make sure you are all obedient little ones. As she spoke, she walked to the control panel of the training room, her slender fingers moving nimbly across the screen. Very quickly, pull-up bars rose one after another in the previously empty training room. Everyone strap 50-pound weights to each leg. Do 300 pull-ups, and once you are done, hold the position for half an hour. As Jessica spoke, she snapped the whip again, the whistling sound seemingly urging everyone to move quickly. Wang Dang faintly heard the sound of a timer starting, realized what was happening, and was the first to run toward the lockers where the weights were stored. Fatty Luo followed closely behind. Watching the backs of Wang Dang and Fatty Luo, a slight smile played on Jessica's lips. These two actually have a bit of crisis awareness. Wang Dang led the charge to open the lockers, took out 2 weight packs, and nimbly strapped them to his legs, while Fatty Luo hurried to follow suit. The others, however, were much slower. Because they had all learned from yesterday's experience, if one person did not finish, everyone had to hang from the bars waiting. Therefore, at this moment, moving slower was actually better for conserving energy. After all, today was different from yesterday. It was clearly a day for physical punishment. Even though the instructor dishing out the punishment was a blonde beauty, she was a senior mecha warrior, the kind who could level a building with a single lash. Just as everyone was dragging their feet, the light computer on Jessica's wrist started beeping. "Children, the hunting time has arrived." Excitement gleamed in Jessica's eyes.
What?
Jessica charged straight into the dawdling crowd, whip in hand, and delivered a wide, sweeping strike. One crack of the whip knocked down a whole line of people. The moment the whip landed, the training room erupted with wails and howls, proving that the power of bitter celery sap is not to be underestimated. Wang Dang and Fatty Luo, already hanging from the horizontal bars, felt a lingering sense of terror as they heard the swishing air and screams behind them. Jessica gripped the long leather whip, her eyes glowing with excitement. "Tremble, children." Then came more sounds of the whip slicing through the air, followed immediately by cries of misery. A 1.8-meter tall man was actually whipped into tears by Jessica, his face a mess of snot and tears as he scrambled to strap on his weighted pack. The school forum said that the seniors were terrifying and to be careful of them. But no one ever told him that you have to be careful of the teachers too. Now they realized just how gentle Yu Pengyi had been yesterday. Fatty Luo hung from the horizontal bar, wanting to cry but having no tears as he forced himself to do pull-ups. Hell, this is absolute hell. He wanted to go home. As he thought this, his hand slipped and he fell from the bar. Jessica's whip seemed to have eyes, striking him right on the back in the midst of the chaos. Pull-ups count back to 0. Jessica's voice was now laced with irritability. Fatty Luo's face was flushed red from the whipping, looking like he had downed a night's worth of bad booze. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the bar again. "Brother Wang, I do not think I am going to survive this." Wang Dang snatched a moment to glance at Jessica, who had turned into a T-Rex and swallowed hard. Women are truly terrifying. Jessica's ears twitched slightly as she glanced toward Wang Dang. Terrified, Wang Dang immediately turned his head, chanting to himself that a wise man does not fight with women, while speeding up his pull-ups. At dinner time, Fatty Luo, covered in injuries, limped back to the dorms, supporting each other with Wang Dang. Originally, 300 pull-ups would have been relatively easy for Wang Dang, given that he was already a Tier 7 mecha warrior. But since if even one person failed, everyone had to hang on the bars and wait. Once you made a mistake and fell, you had to start your pull-ups over from scratch. Wang Dang had hung on the bar for so long that his sweaty palms could not hold on anymore, causing him to fall twice and receive 2 lashes as a reward. In the end, no one completed the task, but luckily Jessica was in a rush to go to dinner. She fined everyone 5 lashes and let them go. The bruised and battered Fatty Luo returned to the room and saw the refreshed-looking monkey and Haiji. Then looking at the pale-faced Wang Dang and himself, he could not help but feel miserable. He thought that getting into Class A was a good start, but he never expected it to be the start of a life in hell. It had only been 3 days since classes started. He could not even imagine what kind of torture was waiting for them. Teacher Jessica was right, the bitter celery sap really does help with wound healing. Fatty Luo took off his shirt, hissed in pain as he looked at the whip marks that were already starting to mend. Wang Dang sat at the table and let out a long, heavy sigh. "I am going out for a bit." He did not really feel the wounds on his body anymore, though when the whip first hit, it felt like 10,000 ants were gnawing on the injury. Wang Dang was full of rage after being whipped by teacher Jessica all day, but he could not hide from her and he could not beat her. So he was going to the blue-silver-black market to vent his frustration. With a dark expression, Wang Dang climbed over the military school wall and entered the arena under a cloud of bad mood. The maintenance area was as quiet as ever. It seemed that Crimson Moon had not come today either. "I want to register for a match." Wang Dang went to the front desk and spoke to the receptionist. The receptionist clearly recognized the silver-white mask in front of her. "Mr. White Mask, I remember you are one of our registered mecha engineers. Are you sure you want to compete?" In her impression, mecha engineers always looked down on mecha warriors, seeing them as all brawn and no brain. Why would he want to compete on the same stage as them? Yes, combat helps in gaining a deeper understanding of mecha performance. Wang Dang found himself a reasonable excuse. "Then I suggest you hire someone to spar with. Competitors in the arena sign life-or-death waivers. Wins and losses are a matter of life and death, which is too risky for you." The receptionist analyzed with a thoughtful look. Although usually, unless there is a deep grudge, competitors do not kill each other. You cannot be sure there will not be some dark-hearted participants who take their life frustrations out in the ring. Wang Dang paused inwardly after hearing her words. She could not possibly be talking about him, could she? Our opponents in the arena matched randomly or by tier. Wang Dang was more concerned about this now. If they matched him with someone tier 10 or above, he definitely would not stand a chance. As long as it was the same tier, he still had some confidence. The matches are points-based, allocated according to your ranking. Winning a match gains 3 points, losing costs 3. You will only be matched with opponents who have the same points as you. The receptionist patiently explained the rules of the match to Wang Dang. Wang Dang had a rough idea of how it works now. In other words, in the early stages, he would only be matched with newcomers who had just entered the arena or serial losers. That put his mind at ease. Go ahead and register me. Seeing that Wang Dang was determined, the receptionist had no choice but to bring him an application form and a waiver. Mr. White Mask, you are a valued client of our black market. All your paperwork will be processed as a priority. If everything goes as expected, you can go to the waiting area to draw for an opponent right after submitting your form. Wang Dang took the form, pondered for a moment, and wrote the words "discount for my repair services" in the name field. He had observed that when contestants fought, both of their names would be displayed on the big screen in the arena lobby. Free advertising space, might as well use it. Besides, he had not specified how much of a discount. He would just give a symbolic 0.01% discount or something. That is still a discount, is not it? At that moment, Wang Dang even admired himself. Why did not he quit his job as a mechanic in his past life and start his own business? Someone as thick-skinned as him was simply born to be a businessman. After submitting the form, Wang Dang received his nameplate immediately. With this nameplate, he could freely enter the waiting and resting areas for contestants. This made Wang Dang regret not registering earlier. Even if he was not fighting, he could have gone to the waiting area to solicit customers. Points accumulated by contestants in the arena can be exchanged for star coins, with 1 point worth 30,000 star coins. In other words, you get 90,000 star coins just by winning a single match. However, each contestant can only compete in 3 matches per day. Once you reach 100 points, you can participate in challenge matches, where you can earn anywhere from 10 to 30 points per round. After understanding the arena's rules, Wang Dang finally realized why it could support so many mecha engineers. Turns out competing here is such a lucrative business. Without any hesitation, Wang Dang entered his information into the terminal and submitted himself to the preparation pool. He had not been waiting in the lounge for long, not even finishing his free cup of tea, when a lady in a bunny outfit walked in holding a sign. Next match, contestants discount on repairs and my gun is fast. Please enter the preparation area and wait. Wang Dang stood up alongside a tall, thin man wearing a red clown mask, exchanged a distant look, and walked toward the preparation area. The contestants left behind in the lounge began to whisper. Discount on repairs, is that a mecha engineer? Seems like it. I recognize that white mask. He is the one who fixed Big White. Why are mecha engineers starting to steal food from our plates, the combat pilots? Look at those skinny arms and legs. I bet he will not last even 30 seconds. Do mecha engineers even have any fighting skills? Wang Dang could not hear the chatter in the lounge. He had already reached the preparation area, which was very close to the ring. From here, he could clearly see the arena staff clearing away the debris and scrap metal left from the previous match. Are you a mecha engineer? The clown mask asked as he walked up to Wang Dang. Wang Dang nodded. You can come find me in the repair bay. I will give you a discount on repairs. The clown mask let out a dismissive laugh. If you are here to experience the life of a warrior, I suggest you go home early. I will not be showing any mercy. This is the black market. No one cares whether a mecha engineer lives or dies. Do you think I will show any mercy? Wang Dang's tone turned cold when he realized the other man was not there to talk business. I look forward to smashing your head in later. The clown mask left this airy remark and turned to leave. He had always hated those stuck-up mecha engineers, the ones who were supposedly the clients, yet forced you to go to great lengths to please them just because they held the money. Now that a mecha engineer had landed right in his crosshairs, he would sacrifice him to be the first victim of his debut in the Lanian black market. This place was not like the outside world, where you had to worry about the endless trouble that comes with killing a mecha engineer. On the contrary, if you went up against a mecha engineer and let him live, that was when the real endless trouble started. So the clown mask made up his mind right from the start. He absolutely could not let this engineer leave the ring alive. The match will begin shortly. Will contestants discount on repairs and my gun is steady, please step into the ring. In this ring, life and death do not matter until one side surrenders or is incapacitated. Wang Dang and the clown mask stood on opposite sides of the ring, with the red-clad referee introducing the rules in between. Now both sides, please reveal your mechas and deliver your most brutal taunts to your opponent. The referee stood between the two men, while the audience below cheered and roared. They were already debating on who to bet their money on. Both were newcomers in their first ranked match, and they were similar in build and stature. So for now, bets could only be placed based on their names, and the pre-match trash talk to judge who was the tougher character. Is that guy discount on repairs really a mecha engineer? If so, I am definitely picking my gun is steady. A spectator looked suspiciously at Wang Dang in the ring. He cannot be a mecha engineer. Even if one were down on their luck, they would not stoop so low as to fight in black market matches, another person insisted confidently. Just as the audience was debating intensely over who to go all in on, the clown mask stared at Wang Dang and said chillingly, "I will not give you the chance to surrender." This line instantly ignited the crowd, triggering a burst of screams and whistles. Wang Dang was also influenced by the atmosphere, though it was a pity he was a contestant and could not place a bet. So he stepped forward, showed off his muscles, and delivered 2 words to the clown mask, "Scrawny dog." This was thanks to the hellish training from Devil Yu and Miss Jessica, which meant that when he flexed his muscles, they were actually quite intimidating. "Scrawny dog," the audience members supporting Wang Dang immediately began to cheer loudly. It is safe to say that as soon as the 2 newcomers stepped out, the tense atmosphere pushed the arena's energy to its peak. "Sister, that clown mask looks like he is going for real." The receptionist stood in a second-floor VIP box looking worriedly at Mitty. "Should we stop it?" Mitty held a glass of red wine, smiled, and shook her head. Even though the Lanian black market lacks mecha engineers, there is no need to break the black market rules for his sake. "Understood, sister." The receptionist took the empty glass from Mitty, poured her another glass of wine, then bowed respectfully and backed out. After the pre-match trash talk, both sides revealed their mechas. The audience, who were previously fired up, erupted into boos when they saw Wang Dang's mecha, which was just as plain and simple as his mask. If I am not mistaken, is not that a mass-produced mecha from the military academy next door? Oh my god, is that the one they sell upstairs that has garbage performance? Good thing I did not bet on him, damn it, I almost lost my shirt. Those muscles are probably just from pills, damn it, it is just for show. The clown mask's mecha was also a medium-sized unit, but it looked significantly flashier than Wang Dang's. It was a red and white machine composed entirely of square elements, with 2 glowing liquid strips running from its head all the way down to its thighs. Like a galaxy, it shone dazzlingly in the dim arena. Wang Dang had heard on the Wild Arena forum that mecha engineers were generally divided into 2 camps, the Beast Camp and the Aesthetic Camp. The Beast Camp was like Big White, which Su Dang had repaired. They did not care about the look, they just piled on whatever was useful. The Aesthetic Camp focused more on the beauty and symmetry of the mecha, striving to make them look cool and beautiful while still remaining practical. The 2 camps on the forum were always at each other's throats, with the Beast Camp calling the Aesthetic Camp posers and the Aesthetic Camp calling the Beast Camp savages. The clown mask's mecha was, without a doubt, a work by an aesthetic camp engineer. Wang Dang's own take on these 2 camps was quite pragmatic. If he has money, he is in the aesthetic camp. If he is broke, he is in the beast camp. With the referee's whistle, Wang Dang's first match in the arena officially began. The clown-masked fighter had not taken Wang Dang's mecha seriously from the start. It looked just like one of those cheap pieces of junk sold upstairs. Not wanting to waste any breath, the pilot of the red and white mecha raised a hand, and a light whip materialized in his grip. He took a bold step forward and swung the whip directly at Wang Dang's mecha. Damn it, a whip again. This light whip successfully brought back bad memories from earlier in the day, igniting a surge of anger in Wang Dang. Instead of dodging, he chose to face the attack head-on. A silver spear appeared in the black mecha's right hand, neatly parrying the whip aside. With a swift shift in posture, the black mecha surged right up to the red and white one. A turbine blade emerged from the black mecha's left arm, cutting downward with precision to sever the whip from its connection point on the red and white mecha's arm. After successfully detaching the weapon, Wang Dang was quick to snatch the light whip and wrap it around his own mecha's left arm. It was his prize now. Normally, if one side disarmed the other so quickly, the crowd would be cheering and applauding to show their appreciation. But the spectators just stared with their mouths agape, looking in shock at the plain black mecha on the stage. Wait, what kind of fighting style is this? They had wanted to cheer when Wang Dang knocked away his opponent's weapon. But instead of pressing the attack after disarming his opponent, the black mecha retreated immediately. Once at a safe distance, he acted like a total scavenger, frantically wrapping the whip around his arm while checking if the opponent was closing in. He seemed terrified that the opponent would steal his loot back. What kind of petty, low-class fighting style is this? You are asking for it. Seeing the guy brazenly wrap his own weapon around his body, the clown-masked pilot moved past his shock into a fit of burning rage. The guy on the other side was clearly humiliating him. This was absolutely intolerable. He had not pulled out his strongest weapon initially just to save energy. After all, his opponent was just a basic mecha pilot. The light whip should have been enough. He never expected the guy to be this strong, let alone this shameless. The clown-masked pilot raised his hands again, revealing a red pistol in each, adorned with ornate flame patterns. Wang Dang looked at the two pistols with disappointment. While they looked impressive, they required stellar energy bullets to function. In Wang Dang's eyes, whether it was a pistol or a rifle, they were nothing more than money-burning launchers. One shot, your wallet shakes; 2 shots, your legs tremble; 3 shots, and you are bankrupt. Nothing beats a good old-fashioned melee weapon. While he did not care for the pistols, there were plenty of parts on the opponent's mecha that Wang Dang did find attractive. For instance, the plating material was high quality. If he could swap it onto his own mecha, his defense would see a massive upgrade. Just as Wang Dang was calculating what he could salvage from his opponent, the clown-masked pilot launched his attack. He fired continuously at Wang Dang while closing the distance. It was clear his target was the stellar energy reservoir at the back of Liang Dang's mecha. Everyone knew the reservoir was the most critical part. Destroy it with stellar energy bullets, and the mecha becomes a useless hunk of metal. Then one more bullet would seal the kill. Wang Dang realized the intent, but his mecha's speed was near A rank, and ranking matches did not pair across different mecha tiers. He was not the least bit panicked. Even if he could not beat the guy, he was confident he could dodge the fire. Wang Dang began weaving through the rain of gunfire, avoiding every shot, while the masked pilot closed in. At that moment, Wang Dang utilized the lunar shadow footwork to blink to the enemy's flank. His turbine blade precisely caught the seam of the chest plate, and with a high-speed spin, he sliced the panel right off. Before the masked pilot could react, the red panel was in the black mecha's hand, and he was already retreating at full speed. The clown-masked pilot watched in disbelief as the black mecha retreated to a corner and began swapping his chest plate for the new red one at lightning speed. The speed was so fast it was like a blur. The crowd erupted into an uproar at this display. Haha, I have never seen someone upgrade their gear mid-fight before. Oh my god, if they keep fighting, are they just going to trade entire mechas? Is this guy actually a technician? How is he so skilled at this? Up in the second floor box, Mitty set down her wine glass watching Wang Dang, who had already finished the swap with a complex expression. Just how much debt is this guy in? Not only was it the crowd's first time seeing such a move, but even she, having lived in the blue-silver-black market for years, had never seen such a trashy tactic. And the guy was supposedly both a mecha technician and a pilot. Combining those two high-end roles to create such a shameless person, truly breathtaking. It is truly spectacular. Inside his cockpit, the clown-masked pilot was losing his mind. As a Tier 9 mecha warrior, he had assumed fighting a 0-point opponent would be a guaranteed win. After all, rookie pilots started with 50 points and usually moved to higher-ranked matches, not hanging around the entry-level arena. He never expected his first match to be against someone so strong. The guy's speed was absurd. And his skin was just as absurdly thick. Was he just playing with him? Unable to accept the situation, the pilot swapped out his standard stellar energy rounds. If that is how it is going to be, let me treat you to a fireworks show. He raised his guns, locked onto Wang Dang, and began firing relentlessly. Wang Dang dodged as usual, but these bullets were different. They trailed fire and exploded on impact. Wang Dang narrowly avoided the blasts, but his newly installed chest plate was grazed by shrapnel from the explosions. The rest of his armor started to crack upon contact with the debris. The clown-masked pilot kept the pressure on, giving Wang Dang zero room to breathe. In no time, pieces of Wang Dang's mecha were scattered all over the arena floor. Wang Dang looked at the shards of his black mecha plating on the floor, his face turning green. I only took one piece of your armor, and you are practically dismantling my entire mecha. What? Wang Dang was absolutely furious as he looked at the battered armor plates on his mecha. He realized he could not keep dodging like this. After all, the arena was small, and no matter how he moved, he could not escape the blast radius of the bullets. He had to take the initiative. He was going to trade clothes with him today. With that, Wang Dang swung his mithril spear, constantly deflecting the bullets heading toward him while steadily closing in on the clown mask. Seeing that Wang Dang had finally stopped dodging and was engaging head-on, the clown mask actually felt delighted. His opponent had been slippery as an eel, never giving him a chance for a direct confrontation, which had frustrated him to no end. Moreover, flame bullets had a much greater advantage at close range. However, Wang Dang's approach was not to fight him face-to-face at all. After all, Wang Dang did not know exactly what tier warrior his opponent was, and given how recklessly he was burning money, he clearly was not here just to earn a living. It was more likely he was some young master from a major family, going through a rebellious phase and practicing in underground matches. Such people often possessed many protective artifacts, so engaging them directly was unwise. So the moment he got within reaching distance, Wang Dang took a flame bullet hit head-on and used the moon shadow step to reach the opponent's flank. The black mecha raised its arm, precisely jamming the turbine blade into the connection joint of the red and white mecha's right arm, and began spinning it at high speed. But the materials used at the joints of this mecha seemed extremely tough, making it difficult for the blade to cut through in one go. By now, the clown mask had already raised his left-hand gun to aim at Wang Dang's cockpit. Wang Dang felt a bad premonition. He kept the turbine blade lodged in the joint with his left hand and suddenly performed a mid-air flip. Successfully dodging the flame bullet, he used the weight of his own mecha to increase pressure on the blade, successfully ripping off one of the clown mask's arms. Losing an arm, the red and white mecha lost its balance and immediately staggered. Seeing his chance, Wang Dang circled behind the red and white mecha, executed a suplex, and pinned it firmly beneath him. Then the black mecha knelt on top of the red one, pressing its knee against the red mecha's star energy cell compartment. The clown mask lay on the ground, his heart filled with despair. At this moment, his most vital star energy cell compartment was completely exposed to the opponent. He wanted to struggle, but the black mecha pinned him down so tightly that he could only flop around on the ground like a dying fish. But to everyone's surprise, Wang Dang did not attack the clown mask's energy cell compartment directly. Instead, he uncoiled the light whip wrapped around his arm and tightly bound the legs of the red and white mecha. Then, while maintaining his kneeling stance, he raised the turbine blade and began dismantling the clown mask's mecha in front of everyone. Sparks flew as the turbine blade collided with the exterior plates. The audience was starting to wonder if they had walked into the wrong venue. Was this an underground gladiator arena or a convention for professional welders? Wang Dang started with the easiest armor plates to remove, since the clown mask might surrender at any moment, and wasting time on limbs was inefficient. Better to just replace the armor on his own mecha first. The clown mask lay there, humiliated, listening to the rapid screech of the turbine blade, his face turning pale and then livid, grinding his teeth until his gums bled. The arena was eerily silent, everyone watching with mouths slightly agape as one mecha pinned the other. If you ignored the high-speed spinning blade and the cutting sounds, the scene was somewhat reminiscent of those popular mecha romance movies. Before long, the red and white armor plates were scattered all over the floor. The clown mask seemed to realize that his opponent was not actually going to kill him. But if he did not surrender immediately, his mecha would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. This mecha had taken his father 3 years to secure a reservation for. At that thought, the clown mask hurriedly slapped the ground. "I surrender, I surrender." The referee stood dazed for half a minute before snapping out of it, walking onto the stage and waving a hand to stop Wang Dang. This match ends in an overwhelming victory for Repair My Mecha at a discount. The audience listened to the result in a daze, not a single person cheering or clapping. The impact of this match was just too much, not a drop of blood was shed, yet they all felt a lingering sense of gore. Despite it being a battle between mechas, they could not help but see it as a savage beast tearing apart its prey. Could I borrow a sack? I need to bag my spoils of war." The black mecha on the stage raised one arm while holding the other behind its back, appearing quite bashful. "Sure," the referee nodded, still looking dazed. Soon, a sack was brought up by a bunny girl attendant, and Wang Dang piloted his mecha around the arena to collect his loot. After filling the sack, the black mecha tied it tight, slung it over its shoulder and looked at the clown mask, who was still lying on the ground, unable to process what had happened. "If you need repairs, come to me, I will give you a discount." The boy's raspy voice echoed from inside the black mecha. Only after Wang Dang left the arena with the sack, did the audience slowly come to their senses and start fiercely discussing the match. Even though most of the audience had bet on the clown mask after seeing Wang Dang's machine. But the shock was far greater than the pain of losing money. "Is that Repair My Mecha at a discount guy a bandit? I think he is a professional mechanic, the way he dismantled that mecha so expertly, clearly not his first time doing that. No wonder he came to the blue-silver-black market. A mechanic like him probably would not survive in the upper world. Too terrifying, absolutely terrifying. My aim is steady, had it rough, such a beautiful mecha, now it looks like a complete wreck." The clown mask had climbed to his feet. His back plating had been thoroughly looted by Wang Dang, leaving the internal components completely exposed. The chest plates were also in tatters, and the liquid light strips had been ripped off by Wang Dang. The red and white mecha, once so flashy, now looked utterly destitute. It was like someone having an arm cut off and being stripped of their clothes all at once. The clown mask was crying inside his cockpit. If his father found out his custom-made mecha had ended up like this, he would definitely be in for a severe beating. Aside from the heartbreak over his damaged mecha, he felt an even greater sense of lingering fear. He had been prepared to kill that mechanic, and the mechanic had seen it too. But in the end, the mechanic did not kill him, even though he had humiliated him in a way even worse than death. But now he was undeniably still alive. At this thought, the clown mask began to seriously consider if he should ask him to repair the mecha. After all, it was really hard to book the mechanic who built this one. After the match, Wang Dang was in his workshop, humming a tune on a ladder while replacing the outer panels of his mech. The panels he had salvaged from the Joker mask's red and white mech were now neatly arranged on his workbench. This must be made from the shell of a thorn turtle, those despicable capitalists, he muttered to himself. The thorn turtle is an exotic beast not found on Blue Star. It only exists on planets tens of thousands of light years away. On Blue Star, a single thorn turtle shell can fetch an astronomical price of around 1 million star coins, and even then, it is almost impossible to find one for sale. The Joker mask's mech used at least 3 of these shells. Just the outer panels alone cost over 3 million. The world of the wealthy is truly unimaginable. When I am rich, I will use thorn turtle shells as my bathtub. Wang Dang replaced the final panel and shook his fist in the air. Just then, there was a knock on the workshop door. Wang Dang put down his tools, opened the door, and found the Joker mask standing outside. His eyes lit up. "Are you here to have your mech repaired?" The Joker mask looked a bit dejected. "Other mechanics do not want to take my order." Wang Dang felt puzzled. The Joker mask's mech only had its panels stripped by me and 1 mechanical arm missing. The repair job could hardly be called difficult. Why would other mechanics turn away business that walked right up to their door? Just as Wang Dang was wondering, he suddenly saw Golden Stag open the door to his workshop, nod slightly at him, and close it again. Wang Dang glanced suspiciously toward the direction of Golden Stag, guessing that he must be the mechanic who turned the Joker mask away. Is he trying to show me goodwill? Although confused, Wang Dang still warmly welcomed the Joker mask inside. "What I said before still stands. I will give you a discount." The Joker mask entered the workshop timidly and froze immediately. Seeing the Joker mask stop in his tracks, Wang Dang looked in the direction of his gaze. His own pitch-black mech had turned into a black and red one. It was just that the color scheme was completely uncoordinated, looking like a total mess. "Oh no, I forgot to destroy the evidence." Wang Dang slapped his forehead and quickly stepped forward to store his mech into his mech necklace. He pretended nothing had happened and smiled. "If you can find better materials, I can help you upgrade to stronger panels. These thorn turtle shell panels are a bit weak. They even got scratched by your flame bullets. They are not worthy of your mech." Although the Joker mask had already experienced Wang Dang's shamelessness on the arena floor, he still lost his composure, his expression turning very complicated. After a long pause, he finally said, "Are you selling that arm? Changing the arm will affect the coordination of the mech." He swore that if the mechanic who built this machine was not so hard to reach, he would not be here taking this kind of abuse. "Hold on, let me check," Wang Dang said in a very professional tone. He then nimbly pulled the mechanical arm, still trailing with cables, out of a burlap sack and began to study it carefully. Link block 10,000 star coins, reactor 30,000 star coins, integrator 30,000 star coins, electronic circuits 450,000 star coins. Wang Dang rattled off the parts in the arm as if he were reciting a menu. "It comes to a little over 1.43 million star coins. I will round it down to 1.43 million for you," Wang Dang said generously. The Joker mask's mouth twitched, so that is how he rounds things down. Fine, the Joker mask took a deep breath and nodded. There was no other choice. Other mechanics in the maintenance zone refused his business. Since this was the only usable mech he had for now, he had to swallow his pride. "Alright then, do you have any specific requirements for the panels?" Wang Dang started recording on his light computer. The Joker mask shook his head. "Blue silver turtle panels from the black market will do. Can it be fixed today?" Upon hearing this, the light in Wang Dang's eyes dimmed significantly, and his tone became less enthusiastic. "Sure." It seemed he could not squeeze much profit out of the Joker mask. "Alright, I can transfer the money now." The Joker mask let out a sigh of relief. He did not really trust mechanics in the blue-silver black market, so he only intended to get it fixed temporarily. Eventually, he would still need to find that original mechanic for a factory overhaul. "Bring out your mech." Wang Dang sighed, ordered the panels via the workshop intercom, and mounted the ladder to begin the repairs. It was clearly the first time the Joker mask had watched a mechanic at work up close, and he watched with great interest. That is, not counting the time in the arena when Wang Dang had dismantled it right in front of him. Thanks to his years of experience repairing various appliances, Wang Dang's technique was skilled and efficient. In less than an hour, he had replaced the panels and reattached the arm. Including the cost of the arm, it is 2.33 million star coins. I will give you a 0.1% discount, so make it 2,306,700 star coins, Wang Dang said as he took off his work gloves, sounding indifferent. The Joker mask had already seen Wang Dang's version of rounding, so he was not surprised by this discount. After the deal was done, Wang Dang tidied his messy workbench and grinned slyly as he brought out the parts he had replaced. Golden Stag had once told him that a mechanic's time is very precious. He had taken those words to heart, so he made sure never to repair what could be replaced. The Joker mask had not asked to take the broken parts with him. So now he could just repair these broken parts and sell them for a decent profit. Wang Dang piled the parts together. They would at least fetch 100,000 star coins. He felt quite content. He reviewed his current assets. Repairing Dabai had earned him 990,000, and after paying 420,000 for materials to Golden Stag, his net profit was around 570,000. Plus the 1.2 million apology fee from Golden Stag, and today's repair fee from the Joker mask minus material costs, his net profit was 1.01 million. After subtracting the money he had already spent on upgrading his mech, he now had 2.1 million star coins in his account. But Wang Dang's happiness did not last long, as he remembered the debt of over 3 million he still owed. Thinking of this, Wang Dang cursed Jiao Zhu again in his mind. Damn it, no one has ever been able to pry money out of his pockets. This guy named Jiao has sparked a serious feud between them. Although Wang Dang was hateful, he was not naive. He would not seek revenge until he had promoted to a junior mech warrior. But once he was confident in getting revenge, this Jiao character would have to cough up 10 times that 3 million. Otherwise, this is not over. After all, a mechanic's time is precious, and he would definitely collect the interest on that 3 million eventually. Golden Buck, are you there? Wang Dang knocked hard on the maintenance room door. Are you doing this on purpose? Golden Buck flung the door open from the inside, looking speechless. There is no one in the opposite maintenance room. If there were, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now. Golden Buck stopped mid-curse, suddenly remembering that the guy in front of him was a mech pilot with considerable combat power, and he promptly shut his mouth. Haha, I have trouble recognizing doors. Wang Dang scratched his head sheepishly. Anyway, I need to talk to you about something. With that, he walked straight up to Golden Buck and strolled right into the maintenance room, pushing past him. What is it? Golden Buck silently recited, stay calm to himself 1,000 times. The guy sitting opposite him might be a mech engineer, but he was also a physically imposing mech warrior. Why are not you taking on the repair business for that clown mask? Do you want me to give you a cut? Wang Dang asked straight to the point. No, Golden Buck pulled up a stool and sat opposite Wang Dang after hearing this. I was hoping we could cooperate. I watched your match today on the light screen, it was brilliant. Scarlet Moon does not come to the arena very often and the repair bay needs business. We can offer you a commission. Do you catch my drift? Wang Dang's eyes lit up with a brilliant glow upon hearing this. My god, Golden Buck, you are an absolute genius. Golden Buck was startled by Wang Dang's sudden outburst and felt a bit puzzled, wondering why he was reacting so strongly. Do you mean you want me to infiltrate the competitors and start a trend of destroying each other's mechs? Wang Dang looked incredibly excited. Golden Buck was stunned for a moment. His original idea was simply that since Wang Dang could fight 3 matches a day, he could send one of his opponents to the maintenance bay in rotation. That way, the mechanic who got the business could give Wang Dang a cut. He never expected that the guy in front of him would be such a genius, coming up with the idea of infiltrating the other fighters. Wang Dang did not notice Golden Buck's silence at all and continued, excited by his own thoughts. Yeah, and whoever destroys the other guy's mech, we can give them an extra bonus. Or offer them a discount when they come in for repairs. That way, the maintenance area will definitely be packed every single day. The more Wang Dang thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. You are just too clever. A single conversation with you is worth 10 years of study. Golden Buck remained silent. That is it, since I am a competitor now, I can enter the rest areas and the preparation zone. Leave this to me. We are going to make a fortune. Golden Buck sighed inwardly, thinking his own perspective was too limited. The guy in front of him was planning to leave no way out for any of the arena fighters right from the start. But if he did that, the repair bay would certainly make a profit. Let us do it, Golden Buck agreed with Wang Dang instantly. You hand out a bonus, and the maintenance side will give you a share of the commission. The two looked at each other, both wearing wicked smiles behind their masks. In that case, you could cut down on your matches. After all, this is going to offend every single fighter here. Golden Buck sincerely advised making money from repairs is safer. It is fine, I have it all under control, Wang Dang nodded solemnly. His current ranking was at the bottom of the arena, so the chance of running into top-tier experts was low. Besides, if he did not compete in matches, how could he take over other people's mechs? He could not afford to miss an opportunity like this to get something for nothing. Reducing his matches was something to consider only after his ranking improved. After all, he was currently in desperate need of real combat experience to boost his strength. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to settle the score with Zhao Zuo. Even though people say it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, the problem was he did not have 10 years left to live. In the early hours, Wang Dang dragged his exhausted body over the wall back to the dormitory. After washing up, he did not rest immediately. Instead, he began building the design blueprints for his mech over and over again. He really wanted to own a mech designed entirely by himself from start to finish. The mech he used now did not even have a name, and he wanted to save the naming rights for the first one he built himself. Wang Dang had never given up on constructing his mech design blueprints during these days. Even for the simplest blueprint, he could only reach 31% completion so far. The progress was painfully slow. But that was normal. Mech pilot levels were only divided by major stages, not minor ones. The difficulty of advancing from a mech apprentice to a primary mech pilot was beyond question. So Wang Dang knew that being anxious would not help. He just had to keep building and believe that diligence leads to success. In the end, Wang Dang did not know if he fell asleep or passed out. Regardless, when he woke up, it was already noon the next day. The dormitory was empty, and Wang Dang opened his light screen for a glance. Oh no, there was a class meeting this morning. Wang Dang slapped his own forehead, trying to wake himself up quickly. Just then, Fat Luo and the others pushed the door open, chatting and laughing as they entered. Brother Wang, you are finally awake. Fat Luo placed a lunchbox on Wang Dang's table. Here, I brought you some chicken leg rice. There was a class meeting this morning. Why did not you wake me up? Wang Dang crawled out of bed, annoyed, though his body was quite honest as he opened the chicken leg rice. I did try to wake you, but you just would not budge. Fat Luo shrugged helplessly. But it is okay, I asked for leave for you from Devil Yu. Fat Luo and the others had noticed that Wang Dang only returned to the dorm in the early hours every day, but they never asked about it. What was the class meeting about today? Wang Dang asked casually, feeling a bit relieved. Electing class officers. Fat Luo curled his lip. It is a good thing you did not go, it was pretty boring. Oh right, Devil Yu said you should go to his office this afternoon. Hearing that Devil Yu was looking for him, Wang Dang immediately had a bad feeling. Do you know what it is about? Fat Luo shook his head. Probably about the class officer elections. After all, you were the only one who did not show up today. Fine then, Wang Dang popped a piece of chicken into his mouth with a look of enjoyment. Devil Yu must have noticed his excellent leadership skills and strength, and probably wanted him to serve as a class officer for Class A or something. Wang Dang thought to himself with a smug grin. However, he did not really have any interest in being a class officer. It could be said that he had absolutely no interest in anything that did not help him improve his strength or make money. In life, only money and strength would never betray you. In the afternoon, Wang Dang arrived at the faculty office where Yu Pengyi was located as promised. At this time, the other teachers in the office should have been in class, leaving only Yu Pengyi sitting at his desk grading documents. Demon, Teacher Yu. Wang Dang almost blurted out the nickname the students in Class A usually used for him. Yu Pengyi looked back at Wang Dang, squinting his eyes. Did you stay up all night playing games? No, I did not, Wang Dang denied it immediately. HMPH, Yu Pengyi gave a cold snort. With such dark circles under your eyes, if it is not from staying up all night playing games, could it be that you snuck over the wall in the middle of the night to hang out? Hearing the word snuck over the wall, Wang Dang's heart skipped a beat, and he admitted it right away. Yes, teacher, I stayed up late playing games. Yu Pengyi looked at Wang Dang's slightly guilty expression and frowned. Did he actually guess right? If you get caught sneaking over the wall, you will be expelled. Teacher, how could I have the guts to do that? Wang Dang touched his nose and said with an awkward look. As long as you did not. Yu Pengyi's expression softened a bit. As a student of a military academy, your most important task now is to improve your strength. Do not stay up all night playing games and lose sight of what is truly important. You did not come to the class meeting this morning because you were up late playing games, right? You even asked for sick leave. Do you think I do not know the physical capabilities of a mecha warrior? Facing Yu Pengyi's interrogation, Wang Dang did not even dare to breathe aloud. Although he was bold enough to climb the wall, it was really a matter of having no choice. Without star coins, it is impossible to get anywhere in the military academy, not to mention that he still owed a huge debt to the library. "Teacher, I know I was wrong," Wang Dang admitted his mistake very modestly. "It is good to know you are wrong, you must actively correct yourself, you understand." Yu Pengyi's expression remained very serious. Today's morning class meeting was about electing a class monitor. According to the tradition of previous years, the class monitor is usually the most outstanding child in the class, and you have performed very well in both classes. I asked you here this time to ask if you would be willing to be the class monitor for Class A. Hearing Yu Pengyi's words, Wang Dang felt a bit lightheaded. He knew that his excellence could not be ignored. "I am sorry, Teacher Yu. After entering the military academy, I just want to study hard and do not want to be distracted by other things." Faced with Wang Dang's refusal, Yu Pengyi was not angry at all, but rather gratified. "The teacher understands your concerns. It is good to be focused on improving your strength, but serving as a class monitor will not take up too much of your time. This is a military academy, not the school you attended before. Furthermore, being a class leader will add a lot of prestige to your resume. After graduating from the military academy and entering the military district, the people there will allocate positions based on your resume, and those who have served as class leaders will be given priority to become officers." Wang Dang was stunned after hearing Yu Pengyi's words. He did not expect that in this world where Mecha Star Masters run rampant, there would still be that set of bureaucracy from his previous world. It seems that wherever there are people, there are worldly struggles. "Teacher Yu, I am simple-minded and lack wisdom, so I really am not the type to be a class monitor. Please let me go." Wang Dang started to play the victim. There was no other way, he really was not into this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would have just taken the civil service exam in his past life, instead of becoming a mechanic who works overtime every day. "Fine, if you are not willing, the teacher will not force you." Yu Pengyi nodded slightly, but do not forget what you just said. "You must focus on improving your strength, and the teacher will keep an eye on you." Yu Pengyi used 2 fingers to point at his own eyes and then pointed at Wang Dang. It carried quite a strong implication that he would be watching him from now on. "Thank you, teacher." Wang Dang hurriedly bowed to thank Yu Pengyi for his understanding. "All right, go on now." Yu Pengyi waved his hand impatiently at Wang Dang. Simple-minded. In his opinion, the person in Class A with the most tricks up his sleeve was exactly this Wang Dang. An orphan who grew up in the slums, he really managed to make up such a family background. However, Yu Pengyi became even more interested in Wang Dang. Are not those reclusive families full of old-fashioned and stubborn people? How did they raise such a clever and slippery descendant? After Wang Dang left the office, he received a message from Luo Dapan. He said that Hai Jai and the others planned to have a good bath at the school's bathhouse this afternoon, and asked if Wang Dang wanted to join them. Hai Jai's hometown is not far from the Imperial capital, while Luo Dapan, Monkey, and Wang Dang are all from the south. So Hai Jai often talked about the bathhouses in the north in front of them, saying how comfortable it is to get a professional scrub. Taking a bath without a proper scrub is like not bathing at all. It just so happened that there is a bathhouse in the military academy, and everyone had no classes in the afternoon, so they planned to go there for a scrub. Wang Dang pondered for a moment and replied to Luo Dapan, saying he would be there in a moment. Ever since he entered the military academy, Wang Dang had been spinning around like a top every day, so having a good soak to relax would be nice. Although the dorm has a bathroom, it definitely does not compare to the large pool in the bathhouse. Although Wang Dang was a southerner in his past life, he really liked soaking in baths. Especially after working for a whole day, dragging his tired body into hot water, that kind of comfort is something that no woman can provide. After arriving at the school's bathhouse, Wang Dang discovered that the bathhouse was even divided into areas, separating local students from other regions. If it were before, Wang Dang would have definitely complained about it in his heart. But now he had a different perspective. The school doing this actually provided a certain degree of protection for out-of-town students. After all, the accent of the imperial capital is still very easy to identify, and once someone is mixed in among the local students and gets discovered, I'm afraid it would be mild teasing at best, or even cost them their life at worst. Although Wang Dang had not personally witnessed any bloodshed since entering the academy, the school forum was constantly updating. For example, some student from Class B today was not careful and bumped into an SS class student in the cafeteria and was immediately sent a duel invitation. The consequences can be imagined. It can be said that while the academy provides some level of protection for out-of-town students, it does not curb the fighting spirit of the students, allowing them to duel and brawl on campus as they please. It has a bit of a feel like raising venomous insects in a jar. Then again, if they cannot even survive the military academy, it would be a small matter if they die later on the alien beast battlefield, but it would be a problem if it breaks their morale. After entering the bathhouse, Wang Dang met up with Luo Dapan and the others. Not long after, the four of them were soaking in the pool, stark naked, and started chatting. You do not think some poor soul might have misread the sign and ended up in the prince's bathing area, do you? Hai Jai joked with a laugh. The out-of-town students called the local students from the imperial capital princes and the females princesses, which was quite a vivid description. Except for Wang Dang, Luo Dapan and Monkey both laughed. Wang Dang could not laugh at all, because he had almost gone to the wrong place himself just a moment ago. Do you think any local students would come over to our side? Monkey shook his shoulders, looking a bit scared. Do not be a jinx, Hai Jai's eyebrows stood up. They should not be that bored, right? Just as the words left his mouth, a guy with yellow hair walked into the bathhouse with a few lackeys, strutting around wrapped in bath towels. Hai Jai and Luo Dapan's pupils constricted at the same time. Jiao Zuo. Wang Dang could tell at a glance that something was off with Luo Dapan and Hai Jai. Looking at their leader, he noticed the man had yellow hair that was brown at the roots. What else was there to understand? With quick reflexes, he grabbed Hai Jai by the head and shoved him under the water. Luo Dapan was no slouch either. Without needing Wang Dang to step in, he silently submerged himself. Underwater, Luo Dapan opened his eyes and looked at Hai Jai's contorted face, hesitating whether to give him a breath if he held his breath for too long. Jiao Zuo swaggered past the hot spring area with his group, looking like they had just arrived and were planning to take a shower first. Cough, cough, cough. Hai Jai broke free from Wang Dang's grip and surfaced, coughing incessantly. Crap, I really do have a jinxed mouth. Monkey covered his mouth, looking terrified. He wished he could slap himself a few times right now to get rid of his bad luck. We should get out of here. Jiao Zuo was really interested in Hai Jai last time. Luo Dapan was already getting up to reach for his bath towel. Wait, Wang Dang stopped Luo Dapan, looking thoughtful. Do you want revenge? Of course I do. Hai Jai leaned in, his eyes bright and intense. Brother Wang, I dream about it every night. Wang Dang mysteriously beckoned them closer and whispered, do you know when a man is at his most vulnerable? How Monkey asked, his confusion mixed with a hint of bliss. Wang Dang could tell what he was thinking just by a glance at his face. I mean, when taking a shower, people are very vulnerable too. The other three nodded, only half understanding. But Brother Wang, Jiao Zuo is a level 1 junior mecha pilot, and everyone with him should be junior mecha pilots too. Luo Dapan hesitated. Although he had firmly decided to latch onto Wang Dang, fighting someone a level above was not exactly a good idea. Especially since Hai Jai and Monkey had no combat effectiveness to speak of. That is why we are going to play dirty, we are not going to fight them head-on. Wang Dang flashed a sinister smile. Even if they are junior mecha pilots without their mechas, they are just human. They have 4 and we have 4, they do not have a numbers advantage. Immediately after, Wang Dang had the other 3 form a circle and began to conspire. Luo Dapan found it agonizing to listen to. He had expected Wang Dang to come up with some brilliant idea, but he did not expect it to be just a simple, brutal sack them and beat them scheme. He was already imagining 10,000 ways he might die if the revenge failed. Yet Monkey and Hai Jai both looked like they were completely pumped up for it. Ever since Wang Dang gave him a new mecha, Monkey had been obedient to him. And Hai Jai was the most impulsive of the 4. He had nearly clashed head-on with Jiao Zuo the other day. So now that there was a chance to get back at Jiao Zuo, he certainly was not going to pass it up. Forget it, I guess I will just have to go down with the ship. Boys their age act purely on impulse, and very few ever think about the consequences. And although Wang Dang had lived 2 lives to him, men remain boys until the day they die. Who cares about consequences? Try at first, worry about the bitterness later. The 4 of them wrapped themselves in towels, quickly changed clothes in the locker room, and headed to the shower area. Passing the lounge, they all instinctively grabbed metal stools. The seamless and fluid motion made one sigh. They were definitely students from a military academy. Wang Dang led the other 3 as they snuck into the shower area. There were not many people there as most students were in class. Even those without class had cleared out quickly due to the arrival of Jiao Zuo's group. The only ones bold enough to swim against the current were Wang Dang and his crew. The reason Wang Dang was confident enough to come up with such a brutal, simple plan was that he was certain of victory. As long as no one witnessed the whole thing, there was no way they would be exposed. And he was sure that Jiao Zuo and his men would have no room to fight back. During the entrance exam, he had once experienced an outburst of spiritual power. He had not thought much of it then, but he realized what it was later. He had heard other mecha pilots on the forums say that once a pilot's spiritual power hits S grade, some elite pilots can release it and perform basic spiritual attacks. This is also the only way mecha pilots can attack outside of their machines. Of course, most mecha pilots will never experience the feeling of attacking others with spiritual power in their entire lives. Star energy users are different. Although they do not primarily train their spiritual power, their affinity with cosmic star energy means. With simple practice, they can perform spiritual attacks. This is also the common attack method for star energy users before their elemental affinity reaches materialization. Even though Wang Dang lacks elemental affinity, he has both star energy and spiritual power. This means he can launch spiritual attacks just like a star energy user. Coupled with his previous experience, that single outburst was what allowed him to take down number 4's heavy mecha. Although Jiao Zhu is a junior mecha pilot, a person's mental state is at its most relaxed and defenseless when they are showering. Even during the competition, number 3 and number 4 were briefly stunned by his spiritual outburst. So Wang Dang was confident that he could prevent Jiao Zhu and his group from fighting back while they were totally relaxed. That was why he felt comfortable calling on Monkey and Haijai. They might not be skilled, but surely they had enough strength to swing a stool. Remember, aim for the back of the head, Wang Dang said with a resolute look, holding a stool in one hand and a wet towel in the other. Yeah, the other 3 nodded fiercely. The 4 of them tiptoed toward Jiao Zhu's shower area, stools and towels in hand. The sound of the rushing water became their best cover. Once they were all in position, Wang Dang closed his eyes to feel the star energy floating in the air. After that last time, he had studied spiritual attacks. The Starnet said to find the balance point between star energy and spiritual power. Then by converting spiritual power into star energy, one could execute a spiritual attack. In an instant, Wang Dang found the balance, channeling his spiritual power into 4 gray fragments directed at the back of the 4 men's heads. Simultaneously, Wang Dang opened his eyes and threw the wet towel over Jiao Zhu's head with precise, ruthless speed. While showering, Jiao Zhu was still planning on who to target later, maybe strip them naked and hang them outside the bathhouse. He would take a photo and post it on the school forum to show those outsider rats who was boss. But for some reason, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and his entire body and mind felt paralyzed in an instant. At the same time, his body went limp, and he began to collapse onto the floor uncontrollably. What? Meanwhile, Wang Dang's stool had already landed squarely on Jiao Zhu's head. The other 3 followed suit exactly. First, they covered their target's vision with bath towels, then grabbed stools and began a fierce pummeling. Jiao Zhu and his 3 companions collapsed onto the floor, limp and silent, barely making a sound. So much for being a junior warrior. They are this fragile. Haijai's voice sounded both puzzled and excited. In his mind, he expected it would take several smashes to the back of the head before they would pass out. He never expected them to go down in one hit. It seems these junior warriors are not so impressive after all. Monkey and Fatty Luo felt the same confusion, though they kept it to themselves. Fatty Luo stepped forward and kicked the one who had not been fully hooded. After confirming the guy had truly lost consciousness, he let out a sigh of relief. Brother Wang, you are a genius. Bath time really is when a man is at his most vulnerable. Haijai looked at Wang Dang with pure admiration. Actually, he had not vented enough yet, but seeing them unconscious on the floor, he lost the desire to keep going. What do we do now? Fatty Luo asked, looking at Wang Dang for instructions. Now, of course, we give them a taste of their own medicine. Wang Dang smiled grimly, revealing his white teeth. Let us hang them outside. After all, is not that what Jiao Zhu and his group love to do to others? But there are security cameras outside. Monkey swallowed hard. The bathhouse had no surveillance to protect students' privacy. But once they left the bathhouse, the school was covered in cameras everywhere. What are you worried about? Why not just use our mechs? Wang Dang gave Jiao Zhu a hard kick. Consider this the interest I am collecting from Jiao Zhu today. Outside the bathhouse, 2 black mechs strode imposingly down the road. The mechs were each carrying a naked man, walking through the military academy in such a flashy, brazen display. It was a shame, though, that no one could see the faces of the 4 naked men, as they were all covered by bath towels. It was not that Wang Dang wanted to protect their privacy. He was afraid that if Jiao Zhu were recognized outside, other local students would come to his aid. So he had to reluctantly cover their faces. Passers-by had mixed reactions to this bizarre sight. The local students from the capital just laughed it off. In the military academy, it was not just locals bullying outsiders. Outsiders often bullied those weaker than themselves too. Seeing these 3 pure black mechs, They naturally would not suspect that a local student was being bullied by an outsider. After all, such a thing had never happened in the history of the Blue Star branch. Even if an outsider had high talent, the best they could hope for was not to be bullied. How could they possibly turn the tables and bully the locals from the capital? After all, this was the capital. Even a dragon had to lie low here. As for the other local students, their expressions were varied. Mostly it was a sense of resentment. Why must they turn on their own kind? They were already at the bottom of the academy's hierarchy, so seeing this infighting among the lowly was both infuriating and helpless. But no matter how angry or frustrated they were, no one stepped in to stop it. Because nobody wanted to stick their neck out. And so Monkey and Haijai drove the mechs while hauling Zhao Zuo and the others toward the dormitories. Wang Dang and Fatty Luo hid among the crowd, silently monitoring the situation. Of the four, only Monkey and Haijai were still using the school's mass-produced mechs. So the heavy lifting of transporting them had to be left to the two of them. Fortunately, thanks to the stimulation they had received earlier, they had been training hard these past few days. Otherwise, if they were like they were at the start of the semester, struggling to even walk a few steps in a mech, Wang Dang would have been helpless. Haijai and Monkey arrived at the dormitory entrance in their mechs, then twisted the bath towels covering the victims' heads into ropes. They tied up Zhao Zuo and his 3 cohorts and hung them exactly where they had previously hung others. Then, as Wang Dang ordered, they quickly piloted their mechs away, reaching a blind spot where there were no cameras before exiting. They navigated through the bushes and successfully rendezvoused with Wang Dang and the others. When the 4 of them returned to the dormitory entrance, they found it surrounded by several layers of onlookers. Everyone had their light brains out, acting like photographers, taking pictures of Zhao Zuo and his group from every possible angle. My God, I thought it was just locals bullying their own, but it turns out our people have actually risen up. I recognize that blonde guy. He was the one leading the pack that came to bully us in the dorms last time. We actually have heroes like this among us. Stop talking, hurry up and take more pictures to post on the school forum. Though it had not been long since the term began, these outsider students had already been bullied several times. They were all 17 or 18, and they were all harboring a great deal of pent-up resentment. But lacking the strength to fight back, they could only seethe in frustration. Now that someone had stood up and hung these local students right in front of the dorms. Anyone who backed down now would truly be the biggest coward of them all. So no one was afraid anymore. They were all gathered to laugh at Zhao Zuo's expense. Some even went off to call their friends who were not there yet. As the saying goes, the law cannot punish everyone. Even if Zhao Zuo was powerful and well-connected, he could not possibly take on everyone watching the spectacle. Even if he could, the military academy would not stand idly by, unless they had decided to stop admitting outsider students altogether. And if they did that, the Blue Star branch would have to rename itself to the Capital branch. Once the name changed, the school would no longer receive the same level of resources from the Empire. Because it was the Blue Star branch, the Empire allocated resources based on the configuration of an entire planet. If it were renamed to the Capital Military Academy, they would only receive the resources of a single city. That was the reason why the academy looked down on outsider students, but still recruited so many of them every year. Everyone was well aware of this. But because they were under someone else's roof and lacked the strength, they had to suffer in silence. But the scene unfolding in front of the outsider dormitory had undoubtedly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. The entire school forum crashed as a result. Never before had so many outsider students posted at once. And they were all posting images of the locals' miserable state. This incident was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of the Imperial Military Academy's Blue Star branch. Because this was the first shot fired in the outsiders' resistance. Who says they were only meant to be the ones being bullied? Now someone has finally stood up to prove that if you have the strength to fight back, you should just do it.
What?
Are you sure it was a mental power attack? Locke, the head teacher of Class S in his sophomore year, frowned as he looked at Dr. Su. Behind him lay Zhao Zuo and his 3 little lackeys, lined up on their hospital beds. Dr. Su nodded, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. It is basically certain that an energy master attacked them. Locke cursed under his breath. He had taken star coins from the Jiao family to look after their young master at the school. But now this young master had provoked an energy master, and those people are the apple of the Empire's eye. Even as a military academy instructor, he had to be respectful when facing students from the energy department, not to mention a small family like the Jiaos. The Jiao family might be backing Zhao Zuo, but the Empire is backing the energy master. This Zhao Zuo really knows how to cause trouble for him. While feeling annoyed, Locke also had some doubts. Why would an energy master stand up for students from other regions? Although an energy master attacked Jiao Zuo and the others, the people who hung them up at the door of the dormitory for non-local students were clearly a few non-local students from the Mecha Warrior department. This is because even first-year energy master students have protective mechas tailored for them by the Empire. Not to mention that before entering the military academy, the senior management of Blue Star had already customized several sets of protective mechas for them. Who knows, Dr. Su shrugged. Maybe it was just an energy master who loves to stand up for justice. Are energy masters that idle? Locke's expression kept shifting. Teacher Locke, you had better take them to the energy department to apologize one by one, otherwise your class will suffer in the future. Dr. Su kindly reminded him, I do not know if our school's energy masters are idle or not, but the teachers in the energy department are more protective of their students than anyone. After hearing Dr. Su's words, Locke's face turned completely black. 6 years ago, there was a first-year energy master who was dating a girl from another region. She was a mecha warrior. Once, while walking his girlfriend back to her dorm, he was beaten up by a few blind local students. Between an energy master and a mecha warrior at the same level, the mecha warrior almost completely dominates. But once they reach the intermediate level, the gap suddenly widens. So you can imagine how badly that first-year energy master apprentice was beat. He did not know much about what happened afterward, only that the sophomore class S of the Mecha Warrior department suddenly disappeared that year. Until that batch of students graduated, there were only Class SS and Class SSS remaining. And right now, although it was his students who suffered, one thing is certain. Jiao Zuo and his group must have offended someone in the energy department for them to seek revenge while they were showering. Dr. Su is indeed worthy of being transferred from the military. You know our school's history very well, Locke said with a flattering smile. Dr. Su kept his hands in his lab coat pockets, smiling without saying a word. Thank you for the reminder. Once they wake up, I will take them to apologize. Locke laughed and rubbed his hands together. He had originally wanted the school to step in, drag out the culprit, and get an explanation for the Jiao family. But now that Jiao Zuo has offended an energy master, not only will the school not interfere, but he himself does not dare to either. At this moment, a fierce celebration among the non-local students was already breaking out on the school forum. A set of photos of the young master of the Jiao family from sophomore class S come and grab yours. So exciting, someone actually did this inside the military academy. Too many pictures, enter with caution. A senior student attacks a freshman dormitory naked. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? All sorts of sensationalist posts were rampant on the forum, and clicking on them, without exception, revealed photos of Jiao Zuo and his 3 lackeys hung in front of the freshman dormitory entrance. Some had kindly blurred the photos, while others had playfully edited Jiao Zuo into a bikini. At the same time, the freshman group chat had been flooded with all kinds of unfiltered photos, and suddenly everyone knew all too well about the dimensions of young Master Jiao. Jiao Zuo, who had just woken up, saw all the posts mocking him on the forum but did not dare to retaliate. He did not even have the courage to post a couple of anonymous insults in the threads. After all, Locke had already told him that he had been attacked by an energy master. So now, even though his private photos were flying everywhere, he simply did not dare to look for trouble with the perpetrator. Even before he could pull himself together, a call came from home, and he was chewed out from head to toe. Simply because this matter involved an energy master, his family was already reconsidering his inheritance rights. While the Jiao family might not be top tier in the capital, they are still considered a notable family. But that is limited to the capital of Blue Star. Energy masters are different. The journey of every energy master is destined for the Sea of Stars. Even on higher-level planets, energy masters are highly sought after. Therefore, except for a few who volunteer to stay behind to protect their homeland, most energy masters eventually head to higher-level planets, to places closer to the heart of the Empire. Due to the weakness of energy masters in the early stages, they have spontaneously formed an Energy Master Association to protect those still in their novice phase. This means that as long as you become an Energy Master, you have the entire Energy Master Association and the Empire behind you. Inside Dormitory 222, Haiji and Monkey were sitting at their desks, furiously scrolling through the freshman chat and the forum on their optical computers, attempting to get first-hand information on how Jiao Zuo and the school would handle the situation. Luo the Fat was completely immersed in the world of rebellion. He had been a good kid and a good student all his life. He had never done anything so rebellious and thrilling. At this moment, he was reliving the thrill of bagging those guys. Wang Dang, meanwhile, was using his optical computer to browse forums and information related to energy masters. He found that mental power attacks were simply too useful. They were an essential skill for getting rid of enemies, stealing, and causing trouble. So he wanted to know more about mental power attacks. As for the retaliation against Jiao Zuo, Wang Dang was not particularly concerned. After all, he considered what he did clean and neat, avoiding all of the school's surveillance locations. Even if Jiao Zuo wanted to investigate, he would never be able to trace it back to him. He climbed over the walls every day, so he knew the positions of the school cameras by heart. He still had that much confidence. This kid doing bad deeds so cleanly, Dr. Su smiled and closed the school's surveillance system. He had just hacked into the military academy's monitoring system and checked all the surveillance footage around the bathhouse, but found absolutely no evidence left behind by Wang Dang. The surveillance showed the four of them from Wang Dang's dorm entering the bathhouse one after another, and coming out one after another about an hour later, then each returning to their own dorm. From beginning to end, they never had any contact with those two black mechas. What a pity, Dr. Su shook his head with regret. It seems he would not be able to catch Wang Dang red-handed on this one. That evening, Wang Dang just put away his light computer, preparing to head to the blue-silver black market to earn money and pay off his debts. Suddenly, he heard a wail from both Haiji and Fatty Luo. How is this any different from being in prison? Haiji shouted, then collapsed onto his bed and started rolling around. Wang Dang stopped in his tracks looking confused. What is going on? Fatty Luo looked miserable. Devil, you just announced in the group chat that the leave for the 15th has been cancelled due to force majeure. I was looking forward to the 15th to have a good look around the Imperial capital. Force majeure? Wang Dang was a bit puzzled. What kind of force majeure would cause the military academy to cancel its only monthly holiday? For Wang Dang, the news of the holiday being cancelled and people being forbidden to leave meant absolutely nothing. He climbed over the wall to hang out almost every day anyway, so the rule forbidding students from leaving was practically non-existent to him. Dismant says he has relatives in the Imperial capital. He claims that rebels have appeared among the high-ranking officials, and the entire city is now under martial law. Fatty Luo's fingers were typing rapidly on the virtual screen of his light computer. Wang Dang remembered this Dismant. He seemed to be the muscular giant who talked to him during Jessica's class. Is his online name Muscle is Justice? Wang Dang asked, turning back. Bingo, Fatty Luo laughed, but there is no prize. Wang Dang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I am heading out. It is just rebels. Even if it were raining knives outside, it would not stop him from wanting to make money. Before he knew the Joker mask, he had planned to save up a few million to build himself a mech. But after seeing the Joker mask's mech, he realized how luxurious a mech could actually be. Naturally, he no longer had any interest in $1 million mech. Just by replacing the outer plating with the Joker mask's mech parts, his own mech's defense had increased from 25 to 32. The mech plating alone had boosted his defense by 7 points. Wang Dang dared not imagine what precious materials were used on the fully maxed out Star Energy Master mechs. After skillfully climbing over the wall to leave the academy and arriving on the street, Wang Dang clearly noticed that the atmosphere was different from usual. Passers-by were in a hurry, and there were large numbers of patrol squads wearing combat gear and carrying laser guns on the road. There were even light mech patrol squads in the sky. It seemed Dismant was telling the truth. Something big must have really happened in the Imperial capital. Just as Wang Dang hesitated about whether to turn back to the school, the patrol spotted him. The person leading them, dressed in a dark green uniform, walked toward him and sized him up. How did you get out from here? Wang Dang's heart skipped a beat. If he were caught climbing out, expulsion would be the least of his worries. If he has not paid off his debts to the school library, he will be sent to the beast battlefield as cannon fodder. Oh, I am delivering food to my brother. Wang Dang looked at the squad leader with an innocent expression. My brother cannot stand the food in the school canteen. Although Wang Dang tried his best to look innocent, his appearance did not exactly scream law-abiding student. So the squad leader's suspicion did not fade. Is your brother a student at the military academy? Which department and class is he in? What is his name? Second-year Mecha department, class S. His name is Jiao Zuo. Wang Dang honestly recited the name and background of his brother. You are not from the Imperial capital. The squad leader quickly picked up on a suspicious point in Wang Dang's words. Wang Dang immediately put on a disappointed expression. That is right, I came here to rely on my uncle. Seeing Wang Dang's slightly sad look, the squad leader immediately filled in the blanks with a story about a poor relative from out of town coming to the capital, only to be bullied into running errands by his cousin. His tone softened a bit. Do you know that family members are not allowed to deliver items while students are at the military academy? I did not know. Wang Dang hung his head lower, then asked cautiously, will this affect my academic record? We will let it slide this time, but I will report the fact that your brother is getting extra meals to the military academy. The squad leader remained serious. Hurry back, the streets are not safe. All right, I will head back now. Wang Dang breathed a sigh of relief, acting as if he were scared, and quickly walked away. Fortunately, it was not a mech patrol that stopped him. Otherwise, any mid-level mech master could easily see through a mech warrior below the level of a primary mech master. After getting away from the squad leader, Wang Dang dared not walk on the main roads and had to wind through the alleys to get toward the blue-silver-black market. It seemed the safest place to be tonight was the blue-silver-black market. Returning to school at dawn would be the best choice. It was not that Wang Dang did not care about his academic status at the academy. On the contrary, he had truly learned a lot in the 2 practical training classes. But he had to climb the wall. He was a grown man, he could not just starve to death, could he? He ducked into the shadows whenever he could and successfully avoided the patrols, finally arriving near the blue-silver-black market. While passing through a dark alley, Wang Dang keenly smelled the strong stench of blood carried by the draft blowing through. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Host, there is gold in the alley on your left. The system's electronic voice was tinged with excitement. Gold? Wang Dang paused, looking at the alley on his left. The alley was deep and pitch black with not a sound to be heard, save for the faint sound of the wind. There is gold inside, host. Go in and get the gold. The system urged. Gold is an important energy source for this system. Once I have this piece of gold, I can upgrade. Wang Dang naturally knew the value of gold. He could tell from the way Jiao Zhuo would stop at nothing to take his 3 books. And that was just for a tiny layer of gold plating. Although Wang Dang was very tempted, he was not stupid. Besides the gold, there were probably countless enemies inside who were impossibly strong, right? The system became even more anxious seeing Wang Dang remain motionless. If you can get that piece of gold, this system is willing to return 3 points of health to you. Wang Dang now profoundly felt how important that gold was to the system. 3 points only mean living 3 more years. If I go in there now, will not I be dead instantly? Whether to die now or live as a short-lived person, Wang Dang could still clearly weigh that choice. I only detect 1 life form inside whose vital signs are fading. Host, this is a golden opportunity. If the host dies, all my data will be formatted too. Host, I would never harm you. Wang Dang felt a shiver run down his spine after hearing the system's words. It was truly because the way the system had just spoken to him was so human, carrying the emotions of an anxious person. If he remembered correctly, the artificial intelligence in this world was powerful and advanced, but it did not possess human emotions. The system once claimed to be a product of a higher dimension. Has technology in higher dimensions become so advanced that it can create artificial intelligence with emotions? Creating life, how is that any different from a god? Seeing Wang Dang still standing rooted to the spot, the system had no choice but to raise the stakes. I will return 4 health points. I really cannot offer more. Trust me, host, the risk factor is very low. Do you have your own consciousness? Wang Dang finally could not help but ask in his mind. The system was silent for a moment before replying. I have indeed awakened consciousness, which is beyond my original programming, but my essence remains an artificial intelligence created to serve you, host. Wang Dang thought to himself that he saw no signs of this system serving him at all. It was more like a greedy boss, racking its brain to scam him out of his health points. Having cleared his doubts, Wang Dang looked toward the dark alley on the left, pondered for a moment, and then stepped into it. I will trust you once. Despite his words, every hair on Wang Dang's body was on high alert. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would turn and run immediately. High returns often come with high risks, and as a gambler, Wang Dang had always understood this well. Facing the inexplicably appearing gold, Wang Dang did not know if it was related to the sudden martial law in the imperial capital. But there was no doubt a connection between the two. Wang Dang moved cautiously step by step into the darkness. The further he went, the thicker the scent of blood became, mixed with the acrid smell of burnt machinery. Catching this scent, Wang Dang felt a shiver down his spine, guessing that a fierce battle must have erupted ahead. This pungent smell was likely the odor left by burning mechs. There are only 2 possibilities for a mech to burn. Either the mech had been completely destroyed and caught fire, or it had been overclocked, causing it to ignite because it could not handle the excess energy. Whichever the case, it signaled great danger ahead. Soon, Wang Dang felt something hard under his feet. With the faint light from his optical computer, he looked down and saw he had stepped on a piece of mech wreckage. Judging by the heat of the scrap under his foot, the fierce battle must have ended just a short while ago. Furthermore, Wang Dang sensed abnormally violent astral energy in the air. It was very likely that one party in the battle was an astral energy user. With this suspicion, Wang Dang became even more cautious. He continued walking forward. The further he went, the more mech debris there was on the ground, some of which were still emitting black smoke. Further ahead, charred human remains gradually began to appear. The smell of blood and various acrid odors made Wang Dang's nose itch and burn, so he pulled up his collar to cover his mouth and nose. While keeping moving forward, he scanned his surroundings, looking for any survivors. The gold is right ahead. That person's vital signs and energy levels are close to zero. Come on, host, you can definitely do it. Wang Dang did not take the system's goading to heart. You have got to be kidding me, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if an astral energy user had only one breath left, even if their energy was depleted, a casual mental attack from them would kill him on the spot. Wang Dang maintained his steady pace and rhythm, continuing forward. Walking another 100 meters or so, near the end of the alley, Wang Dang saw in the moonlight a tall young man sitting on the ground, back against the wall, his chest rising and falling weakly. He was wearing the dark green uniform of the Imperial Military, with the collar high up, covering half his face and neck. Wang Dang stopped cautiously, his eyes locked on the man. He was already prepared to flee at any second. If the person even moved a hand, he could bolt 3 meters away in an instant. Host, the gold is on him. He is currently on the verge of death and poses no danger. Hearing this, Wang Dang observed from his spot for another 2 or 3 minutes before slowly stepping forward. Cough and cough as the man coughed weakly. The sound of the cough made Wang Dang stop in his tracks immediately. Given the carnage at the scene, it was not hard to guess that a mech patrol squad had encountered him in this alley. The man before him was likely a fire-type astral energy user who had wiped out the entire patrol squad on his own. Wang Dang could not guess the man's rank, but to possess such destructive power. His strength was likely comparable to the astral energy user who handled the tsunami in the South City last time. Sensing someone approaching, the man's breath, which he had barely managed to stabilize, turned ragged. He coughed with effort, feeling blood spraying out from his nose and mouth. After a brief pause, he slowly turned his head. Is there no escaping the military's pursuit after all? He was so close, just one step away from getting the information back. But when he saw a teenager in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes lit up. Not someone from the Blue Star military. Seeing that the newcomer was just a teenager in civilian clothes with a weak presence, the man reached into his coat, pulled out an object, gripped it in his palm, and said to Wang Dang in a hoarse voice, "Come here." He practically strained his throat to say these 3 words, showing how laborious even speaking was in his condition. Host, what he has in his hand is the gold. The system reminded Wang Dang in his ear. Wang Dang hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to the dying man. Seeing Wang Dang approach, the man slowly opened his blood-stained and dirty hand to reveal a shimmering gold ring. Judging by the size, it appeared to be a woman's ring. Empire of Blue Star, gold. The man whispered these 3 words as his final life force faded and his hand dropped. The gold ring fell to the ground and rolled to a stop at Wang Dang's feet. Host, he no longer has any vital signs. You can search him to see if there is anything else you need. The system, seemingly afraid that Wang Dang would keep the gold for himself, quickly reminded him to check for other valuables. Wang Dang bent down to pick up the gold ring. The bright yellow color quickly triggered his memories. In his previous world, while gold was considered precious, ordinary people could obtain it with some effort. But in this world, this single ring could probably buy the lives of hundreds or thousands of mech soldiers. How do I give it to you? Wang Dang asked the system in his mind, clutching the ring in his palm. Host, press it against your forehead. I will absorb the astral energy within the gold and the item will disappear. After that, I will enter sleep mode for 1 to 2 months. Once I wake up, I will be able to do much more. Trust me, host, you will not be disappointed. Although Wang Dang knew that this tiny gold ring contained terrifying star energy. As a mere mortal of flesh and blood, he had no way to extract that power directly from the gold. Furthermore, the system had indeed granted him many useful talents and skills. So without much hesitation, Wang Dang pressed the gold ring against his forehead. The moment the ring touched his skin, a dazzling light erupted, illuminating the dark alleyway. But it vanished just as quickly. The instant the light faded, Wang Dang felt the gold ring in his hand crumble into ash, spilling out from between his fingers and off his forehead. System, are you still there? Wang Dang called out to the system in his mind. Host, there is a presence approaching from afar. Leave immediately. After leaving this warning, the system went into dormant mode. Following the system's advice, Wang Dang quickly stepped forward and began searching the man lying before him. He pulled a military pass from the man's pocket. The name on it was Zai Yi, and his rank was lieutenant colonel. Apart from this pass, there was nothing else in the man's pockets. Mindful of the system's warning about the approaching presence, Wang Dang did not have time to check the man's pants pockets. With quick, practiced hands, he snatched the space ring off the man's finger and vanished into the night. By the time the patrol arrived, Wang Dang was already gone, leaving behind only a pile of corpses and mech wreckage. With Zaya's space ring and pass in his possession, Wang Dang nervously skirted around the patrols and successfully entered the blue-silver black market. The blue-silver black market was unusually quiet tonight, likely due to the martial law outside. Not only was the black market devoid of shoppers, but the gladiatorial arena on the third underground level was also deserted. It seemed he would not be earning any points or maintenance fees today. However, he had gained something far more valuable. Wang Dang reached his workshop, locked the door, and carefully took the newly acquired space ring out of his pocket. After scanning the ring with his mental energy, he discovered it was not an ordinary space ring. It was a ring marked with a psychic imprint. Ordinary space rings allowed anyone to access their contents, even regular people. But this ring was protected by a psychic wave lock. Only the original owner's unique mental frequency could unlock it. These types of rings were typically used by star energy masters and mech pilots. And accordingly, the space inside would be vast and filled with highly valuable items. Even though the owner was dead, the psychic imprint would not vanish immediately. It would take some time for the imprint to fade away, as it lost the energy required to maintain its hold. The wait time depended on the strength of the original owner's mental power. If it belonged to an S-class mech pilot, he might have to wait for years. However, the owner was a star energy master, whose mental power served only as an auxiliary tool to control star energy. Generally, star energy masters focused on cultivating their energy rather than wasting time refining their mental power. Therefore, Wang Dang estimated that this ring should not take long to unlock. Just the thought of the wealth belonging to at least a high-level star energy master hidden inside made him restless. It felt as frustrating as holding a bank card with 50 million star coins on it, but not knowing the PIN. But he could not force it open. Trying to breach a ring with a psychic lock would only result in the contents being lost in an unknown dimension forever. After fiddling with the gray ring for a while, Wang Dang tucked it away. He pulled up his optical computer and messaged Luo the Fatty, saying something had come up and asking him to request sick leave for him if he had classes for the next 2 days. He intended to stay in the blue-silver black market until the lockdown was lifted. Wang Dang did not want to risk losing this precious ring. Moreover, he was now certain that the Zai Yi who died in the alley was likely one of the rebels mentioned by Disman. Otherwise, there would not have been so many patrol units clashing with him there. Reflecting on this, Wang Dang could not help but mull over Zai Yi's final actions and words. "Empire Blue Star Gold," Wang Dang muttered, repeating the dying man's last words. Zai Yi's last act had been to give him the gold ring. What kind of message was he trying to convey with his words and that action? Rebels Empire Blue Star Gold. Resting his elbow on the workbench, Wang Dang rubbed his chin. Does Blue Star still have gold mines? It was said that 10,000 years ago, Blue Star was a world brimming with gold mines. Back then, there were no sentient beings on Blue Star. High-tier planetary civilizations discovered the mines and sent massive mech fleets to extract the gold and transport it back home. Later, a brutal war erupted between several of these high-tier planets over the gold. The war was catastrophic. All starships were destroyed and the mech fleets of the warring planets were virtually wiped out. The survivors, left with no working mechs or ships, could not leave Blue Star and had to wait for rescue from their home worlds. But at the same time, massive wars broke out across the universe. By the time the dust settled, the galaxy was split between two major powers, the Empire and the Federation. Those stranded on Blue Star eventually began to propagate and settle. Blue Star was forgotten by the universe for over a millennium, and gold mining ceased for thousands of years. It was not until about 1,000 years ago that the Empire rediscovered this lost gem within its territory. Mining resumed and mech culture was reintroduced to Blue Star. Several centuries ago, the gold mines were completely exhausted, and the main Imperial forces withdrew. In the end, Blue Star, left riddled with scars from the mining, was relegated to being an insignificant scrap planet. Having briefly reviewed Blue Star's history, he connected it with Zai Yi's last words. Wang Dang made a bold guess. Zai Yi had likely discovered that there were still gold mines left on Blue Star. But before he could leave, the local authorities found out. To keep the secret from reaching the Empire, they sent those mech patrols to hunt him down. And when Zai mentioned the Empire, was he asking him to tell them about the gold? Was this Zai actually a plant sent by the Empire rather than a rebel? Wang Dang was not sure about Zai's identity, but he was certain of one thing: if Blue Star really still had gold mines. Why should he tell the Empire? Why on earth would he tell them? He was a citizen of Blue Star, and this was his beloved home. That was his gold. Why should he give the Empire a share of the pie? Wang Dang carefully tucked the space ring into his inner pocket. If his guess was correct, the military would not lift the lockdown until they found Zai's body, and more importantly, the gold. So he decided to stay in the blue-silver black market for a few days to lay low until things calmed down. Even though he did not have the gold on him anymore, Zai's space ring was definitely in his possession. Who knew if there was still any gold left inside that ring? It was possible that the system could not detect what was stored inside the space ring. Wang Dang had not been in the repair shop for long before the gladiatorial arena's intercom crackled to life. Due to unforeseen factors, the entire Imperial capital is now under lockdown. All entrances and exits to the blue-silver black market are closed. Please wait patiently for them to reopen. Great, now there is no way to get out even if I wanted to. Wang Dang simply leaned back in his chair, propped his feet up on the workbench, and looked completely relaxed. Seeing how the blue-silver black market is handling this, they are likely closing down to avoid being discovered by the military. With the blue-silver black market acting as a shield, his own safety was significantly bolstered. Because of the lockdown outside, there were barely anyone on the third basement level besides Wang Dang and a few scattered fighters. Luckily, the lounge provided free food and drinks to fighters 24 hours a day. Although Wang Dang had found a way to make money and did not have to live as frugally as before, there is just something special about free food. Wang Dang spent his time in his workshop drafting mecha blueprints, grabbing steak or pork chops from the lounge when hungry, and sipping wheat soda when thirsty. When he got tired, he would take a shower in the bathroom and come back to continue working on his designs. It was just a pity there was no training room in the arena. Otherwise, why even go back to school? I might as well just move in here. Wang Dang spent 2 days focused on his mecha designs before the lockdown outside was finally lifted. Once the blue-silver black market reopened its access points, Wang Dang wasted no time climbing over the wall to get back to school. He had been away for 2 days. Even though Luo Dapan had helped him get a sick leave, it was a bit suspicious for a mecha pilot to be sick, especially for 2 whole days. So when Wang Dang reappeared in Devil Yu's class, he was immediately ordered to make up for those 2 days of training with double the intensity. I know what has been happening in the school lately, Yu Pengyi said, standing in the simulator room and looking at his students. It has given many of you some unrealistic fantasies. But as your teacher, I hope you can let go of those unrealistic fantasies. The students listening understood he was talking about the Jiao Zhu incident, and many of them looked defiant. Only Wang Dang looked humble and receptive. But in Yu Pengyi's eyes, this honest expression just made him look like a total troublemaker. Especially you, Wang Dang, do not think I do not know what you have been up to these past 2 days. Do not think that just because you led the class in the first 2 training sessions, you can slack off on your requirements. Wang Dang kept his head down and rolled his eyes. It seems he still does not know what I have actually been doing. Understood, teacher. I know I was wrong. Wang Dang quickly apologized humbly. His dozen years of student life in his past life taught him that while one must actively admit their mistakes, whether one actually corrects them is another story. HMPH, Yu Pengyi snorted coldly. Perhaps you think you are strong because you made it into Class A, but you have no idea how talented the students in Class S or even SS are. So stop obsessing over who is an outside student and who is a local. In military school, only strength is the ultimate truth. After the lecture, Yu Pengyi ordered everyone onto the simulators. During the 2 days Wang Dang was gone, the other students in Class A had already experienced the horror of the simulators. They realized then that the weighted running from before was merely a warm-up exercise. These simulators were the true nightmare for these mecha pilots. Once inside, the simulator would project various marching environments, from bone-chilling glaciers to scorching, smoke-filled deserts. There were canyons with knife-like winds and humid, suffocating tropical rainforests. The machine perfectly replicated the harsh conditions of various planets, even without Yu Pengyi setting any physical weight on them. Very few people could complete the mission requirements. It was a double torture for both body and mind. Wang Dang, you must complete the marching missions for the past 2 days in the simulator today. Otherwise, no sleep for you. Yu Pengyi walked over to an empty simulator with a stern face. slid his hand across the control panel and said, "You can get in now." The other students who had not entered their simulators yet shot Wang Dang a look of pity. "It looks like he will not be getting any sleep for a few days." "Got it, teacher, mission accepted," Wang Dang said with a grin as he stepped into the simulator. He never backed down from training. Because training meant getting stronger, and with more strength, he could better dominate his opponents in the arena. Not long after Wang Dang entered the simulator and shut the hatch, a scream echoed from inside. Yu Pengyi glanced at Wang Dang's simulator and let out a cold snort. This kid, he has never tasted the misery of the simulator before, has he? Inside the simulator, Wang Dang was already drenched in cold sweat. As soon as the hatch closed, he felt his vision blur, and he was transported from the enclosed booth to an ice field. At the same time, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his head. His mental energy began to surge violently, as if trying to tear his body apart to escape. The excruciating pain and mental breakdown caused an unprepared Wang Dang to let out a scream. "My God, is this a class? This is more like a funeral service for me." Wang Dang grit his teeth and cursed silently, struggling to keep his raging mental energy from rampaging through his body. Even though he had a high tolerance for pain, back when he stole crystal ore as a kid, he would get his bones broken by the mine boss without letting out a single whimper. This pain was off the charts. It felt like a man going through childbirth. Wang Dang felt as if 10,000 needles were stabbing his brain. He could not even breathe steadily. The bone-chilling cold simulated by the machine was something he could not even feel right now. All he knew was that his mental energy was being compressed. And his mental energy seemed desperate to escape this confinement, rampaging through his mind, screaming to break free. Damn it, how is anyone supposed to walk under these conditions? Wang Dang felt a sense of dread. In such a living hell of agony, how could anyone possibly complete the march? For a man, the most taboo thing is to admit that he cannot cut it. That is why even though Wang Dang was in so much pain that his body was twisting and convulsing, he still stood his ground and held on. Though he could not take a single step forward, he had to at least hold on for a while longer before getting out. He could not accept the idea of being the first man in the class to quit. Inside the simulator, the veins on Wang Dang's body were bulging, and his face and body were covered in a fine layer of sweat, as if he were undergoing the worst torture imaginable. Meanwhile, the other students in Class A were struggling forward through the simulated brutal environments. Only Wang Dang remained where he was, without having moved a single step. In fact, there was a reason why Wang Dang was suffering so much. The simulator works by establishing a mental link, placing the user into various environments. But for mech pilots or star energy users with strong mental power, this mental link is nothing short of torture. Once they enter the simulator, at best they suffer from full-body convulsions and foaming at the mouth. At worst, they fall into a coma or suffer permanent mental damage. For someone with mental power, using a simulator is no different from being under constant mental attack. However, for standard mech warriors, the simulator is an excellent training tool that helps them overcome environmental factors and fight in all kinds of extreme conditions. Generally speaking, anyone with a talent for mental power chooses the path of a mech pilot. Because if you have that talent, the doors to the Empire's resource vault are swung wide open for you. It has never happened before that someone with mental power talent chose to become a mere mech warrior. Even if they did, it would only be as a hobby. That is why the simulators have never had any issues during training for mech warriors. Yu Pengyi never even imagined that there would be a student in his class with mental power talent. About half an hour passed, and the training room was quiet, save for the sound of Yu Pengyi walking around to check the control panels. Suddenly, a hatch on one of the simulators opened, and someone rolled out, collapsing on the floor and beginning to retch. Bleg. Wang Dang felt like he was about to vomit up all the free meals he would eaten over the past 2 days. Seeing Wang Dang retching uncontrollably on the ground, Yu Pengyi's brow furrowed tightly. Military Academy students are strictly forbidden from drinking on campus. Did you go drinking? Wang Dang was almost foaming at the mouth at this point. He had no energy to pay attention to Yu Pengyi. After purging his stomach, he flipped over to face away from his mess and lay sprawled out on the floor. He was soaked from head to toe as if he had just been pulled out of a lake. His face was pale, his breathing was rapid, his eyes were bloodshot, and there were faint traces of blood around his ears and nose. Yu Pengyi felt something was wrong. He could not smell any alcohol, so he stepped forward to check on Wang Dang's condition. It was truly a shocking sight. Wang Dang's eyes were open, but his pupils were unfocused and severely dilated to an alarming degree. Yu Pengyi's first reaction was that a hacker had infiltrated the simulator and attacked his student. In the next second, he hoisted the kid onto his shoulder, and rushed toward the infirmary without hesitation. Although he did not like Wang Dang's cocky, rebellious attitude, he was undoubtedly the best student in Class A so far. He was also the most promising candidate for the S-class. Yu Pengyi had high hopes for him and naturally did not want anything to happen to him. With Wang Dang in a semi-paralyzed state, the jolting motion of being carried caused him to start vomiting again on Yu Pengyi's shoulder. Damn it, never again, I am never pushing myself like that again. Dr. Su, take a look. He was just doing a normal simulator training session and ended up like this. Yu Pengyi placed Wang Dang on the bed and looked anxiously at the doctor who had just arrived. Simulator training session. Dr. Su tried to suppress a smirk as he stepped forward to examine Wang Dang's eyelids. I reckon another hacker broke into our school's simulator. A student in the SS class was attacked during a session just recently. They say that when they pulled him out, he had lost all bodily functions. You cannot even imagine what he went through in there. Clouded consciousness. It looks like serious mental trauma. He must have been attacked, Dr. Su said, spouting total nonsense with a straight face. Is it serious? This student is a real star pupil of our class. Yu Pengyi was visibly nervous. Just let him rest here for a while. He will recover, Dr. Su said, smiling to reassure the worried teacher. Thank goodness for that, thank goodness, Yu Pengyi said, rubbing his palms and letting out a sigh of relief. Then I will leave him in your hands, Dr. Su. I need to get back and make sure no other students get attacked. With that, Yu Pengyi hurried away. It must be those Federation hackers. They are intentionally trying to destroy the future pillars of the Empire. He had to get back quickly to keep watch and prevent the hackers from attacking his other students. 2 hours later, Wang Dang woke up in the medical pod, still feeling a splitting headache. He could not help but question himself, are those other people in Class A just freaks? Are they all men harder than steel? He nearly saw his great-grandmother after just half an hour, and yet none of the other simulators showed any activity. Awake, hero. Wang Dang turned his head and looked through the window of the medical pod toward the source of the voice. Dr. Su was standing outside with his hands in his pockets, looking lazily at Wang Dang. Not bad, lasting half an hour in the simulator before coming out. Wang Dang slapped the pod door open, sat up, and said excitedly, there is something wrong with that simulator. Thank goodness it was not that he could not cut it. You have mental power. Entering that simulator is the equivalent of being under a constant mental attack. Did you not know this basic fact? Wang Dang scratched the back of his head after hearing Dr. Su's words. It did not say anything about that on the Star Network. Young man, not everything is written on the internet, Dr. Su said, shaking his head helplessly. From now on, whenever there is a simulator training session, just skip it if you can. I have already covered for you with your homeroom teacher. He thinks it was a hacker attack. Dr. Su turned away and adjusted his glasses. However, I still suggest that you retake your aptitude test. Since the results will be different this time, I can provide a medical report proving that you had a talent that could not be detected as a child due to long-term malnutrition. Once retested, the Military Academy and even the Blue Star Military District will treat you with much more importance, and you will receive far more resources. What? Wang Dang was not swayed by Dr. Su's words, because he knew in his heart that he had suddenly gained mental power and star energy, all thanks to the system. It was not caused by long-term malnutrition, as Dr. Su had claimed. Moreover, he currently had no elemental affinity and was considered a star energy master with no specific attribute. Once discovered, he would likely end up as a lab rat. That was why he dared not take that risk. We will see, Wang Dang said, lowering his head in thought. This was already the 4th time Dr. Su had reminded him about retesting. It meant that Dr. Su was desperate for him to retest, hoping to use that to gain attention from the school and the military. So what exactly was Dr. Su after? I cannot change your mind, Dr. Su shrugged helplessly. I just wanted to tell you that you can always choose an easier path. After leaving these words, Dr. Su turned and walked out of the infirmary. When Wang Dang left the medical office and returned to the dorm, Fatty Luo and the others quickly greeted him. Brother Wang, are you okay? I heard you were hacked. Fatty Luo looked at Wang Dang with a worried expression. Wang Dang shook his head, looking to be in a good mood. I am fine. Now that he knew the issue was incompatibility rather than his own incompetence, he finally felt relieved. Did you guys continue training after I went to the infirmary? Fatty Luo shook his head. Devil Yu called us all out and the training ended early. Devil Yu also said that if we feel anything wrong while in the simulator, we should not hesitate to log out immediately, saying that Federation hackers might strike again. The simulators have all been sent to the tech department for repairs, so we will not have simulation training for at least a week. Fatty Luo's voice sounded incredibly relaxed. It seems he also hated those simulation sessions. That night, as Wang Dang lay on his bed building mecha design blueprints in his mind, he was surprised to find that his construction speed was much faster and smoother than before. This time, he even managed to complete 51% of the mecha blueprint in his mind before reaching his limit. Compared to last time, that was a 5% increase. Wang Dang opened his eyes excitedly and gulped down a bottle of Star Energy Nutrient Solution. It seems today's suffering was not in vain. This simulator could actually help him increase his mental power. Upon learning this, Wang Dang instantly cast all the pain the simulator had caused him to the back of his mind. He had already started planning to stay for at least 40 minutes next time he entered the simulator. Although the simulator might cause harm to his body, the gains in mental power made such damage seem negligible. Furthermore, his body was naturally endowed with powerful regenerative capabilities. Why not use this physical cheat to elevate his mental power to the next level? With this idea in mind, Wang Dang was so excited he could barely sleep. As long as he used the simulator frequently, his dream of personally crafting a mecha would soon become a reality. Unfortunately, Fatty Luo said all the simulators in the training room had been sent for repairs and would not be back for a week. Otherwise, Wang Dang would have wanted to sneak in for more training. He absolutely could not miss any opportunity to become stronger. Only then could he uncover more truths about this strange and bizarre world within his limited lifetime. That night, Wang Dang successfully built 53% of a B-class mecha blueprint before finally falling into a content sleep. In his dream, he had become a respected mecha master, and countless powerful star energy masters and mecha pilots were begging to stuff star coins into his pockets, fighting to buy the mecha he had built. However, dreams and reality are always opposite. When Wang Dang woke up, he was shocked to discover he had become a wanted man. After waking up, he followed his habit of browsing the Mecha Master Forum, only to find a bounty post. Huge reward offered, wanted across the entire star network for this Mecha Master. The second comment contained a photo of the Mecha Wang Dang had repaired for the clown mask. The original creator was pouring his heart out, lamenting how his masterpiece Chixio had been modified by an unknown Mecha Master. He considered it a desecration of his work, and was offering a massive reward for this Mecha Master. Anyone who provided detailed information and contact details would receive a bounty of 500,000 star coins. Wang Dang used his optical computer to zoom in on the photo and swallowed hard. He admitted the clown mask's Chixio had turned into a red bug, but was there really any need to put a bounty on him across the entire network? At that time, the clown mask had been in a hurry, and the blue-silver black market did not have enough plates in the right color and specifications, so he had to scavenge and pick whatever he could find to fix it. The original symmetrical aesthetic of Chixio was gone, replaced by a patchwork of color blocks, with many of the exterior panels having different sizes and shapes. The left shoulder had smooth, rounded panels, while the right shoulder had sharp, aggressive ones. It did look a bit unappealing indeed. But mechas are not for looking at, they are for fighting. Wang Dang read the comments from other mecha masters standing in solidarity, furiously defending himself in his mind. It turned out that after the clown mask had his mecha repaired by Wang Dang, he had immediately contacted the original creator to schedule maintenance. The creator's assistant had asked him to send photos of the current state of the mecha first, so they could process his request. But the moment the assistant saw the photos, he lost his cool and immediately showed them to his boss. The birth father of Chixio, upon seeing his precious creation reduced to such a freakish state, exploded on the spot. He immediately had his assistant contact the clown mask to ask what had happened, and why Chixio had become so unrecognizable. And it was hideously ugly. The clown mask, of course, dared not admit he had been participating in underground matches at the blue-silver-black market, so he claimed the mecha had been damaged during combat, and he had several important training sessions coming up. So he just found a random mecha master to fix it, and that is how Chixio ended up like this. As for that random mecha master, he could not find him anymore. To calm the creator's anger, the clown mask even sent over pictures of Dabai, another mecha Wang Dang had repaired. This was to prove that he and Wang Dang did not intend to desecrate Chixio, but that this was simply Wang Dang's level of skill. But even so, the creator of Chixio did not let Wang Dang off the hook, going straight to the official Mecha Master Forum on the Star Network to post a wanted ad. He even attached the ugly photos of Dabai, inviting other aesthetic-focused Mecha Masters to join him in attacking Wang Dang, the disgrace of the Mecha Master community. Perhaps it was because the repaired Chixio and Dabai were so abstractly ugly that they instantly drew heated attention within the Mecha Master circle. The aesthetic-focused masters cursed Wang Dang's taste, while the brutalist-style masters worshipped him as a god. The ugly mecha that got Wang Dang cyberbullied. Within just one day, the official mech pilot forum was completely overtaken by speculation and analysis regarding that mysterious beast-style mech pilot. Several beast-style pilots even posted threads, pointing out one by one the ingenious and budget-friendly modifications Wang Dang had made to Chixio and Dabai. Look everyone, the connection point at the shoulder blade of Chixio already uses very sturdy material, so this pilot simply used a tiny cover plate to protect the joint. Does not that save the cost of an entire cover plate right there? And do not be fooled by the irregular shapes and sizes of the outer plating on Chixio. In reality, every vital spot that needs protection is covered. It is practically the peak of material efficiency. Say what you will, but this pilot clearly has a profound understanding of mechs, knowing exactly which parts are most fragile and which are inconsequential in combat. I have to say this pilot has pushed our beast-style philosophy of economy and practicality to the absolute limit. I am ready to call him the father of the beast style, the beast father himself. In addition to these analytical posts about Chixio, several other beast-style pilots jumped on the bandwagon, posting comprehensive breakdowns of the budget-friendly features on Dabai. Many beast-style pilots even flooded the forum, begging for Wang Dang's original works in hopes of learning more money-saving hacks from him. And so, word spread like wildfire, and the title Beast Father became famous within the beast-style pilot community. Because these pilots, despite preaching the gospel of economy, were only poor relative to the average high standards of mech pilots. It was like being a multi-millionaire among a crowd of billionaires. But Wang Dang had truly known real poverty, and had never experienced the luxury of spending money recklessly. The money-saving hacks that were second nature to him seemed like sheer genius to these other pilots. Wang Dang stared at these posts with the blank, world-weary expression of an old man on the subway. Great, I cannot even browse the official pilot forum today. It is all just posts about me. Wang Dang even started to suspect that some major scandal had broken out in the pilot circles, and that someone was using bot armies to spam threads about him just to distract people from the real news. If that was not the case, these pilots must truly have nothing better to do with their lives, getting this worked up over two ugly mechs to the point of even offering huge rewards. He was not really worried about his identity being exposed. Because Clown Mask did not know his true identity, and he did not know the identity of Clown Mask either. He just figured he should lay low for a few days and stop earning money at the blue-silver black market. Wang Dang sighed to the heavens, life is tough when you are a handsome guy. Unable to go to the blue-silver black market, Wang Dang could only vent his frustrations in the training room. Since he had rolled out of the simulator last time, he noticed that not only had his mental power improved, but his physique and senses had also strengthened, showing signs of reaching the 8th tier. So he decided to strike while the iron was hot, and focus on breaking through to the 8th tier over the next few days. He aimed to capture his opponent's mechs in all 3 matches next time he went to the blue-silver black market, and make them pay a ransom to get them back. While Wang Dang was single-mindedly focusing on his breakthrough, Zhao Zuo was obsessed with finding out who had ambushed him at the bathhouse. After all, for the past 2 days, Luo Jik had dragged him through every single class from freshman to senior year in the Star Energy program, forcing him to bow and apologize every time. Zhao Zuo had never suffered such humiliation, but since he was dealing with Star Energy users, he had to swallow his anger. Even with him humbling himself so much, the Star Energy user behind it all showed no signs of forgiving him, nor any intention of stepping forward to admit it. Zhao Zuo imagined that while he was apologizing, that Star Energy user was just watching silently and mocking him. Failing to get any forgiveness from the non-existent Star Energy user, even Luo Jik started to grow impatient. No matter how much he asked Zhao Zuo over the past few days, he could not figure out how exactly he had offended the other party. He figured Zhao Zuo must have offended them deeply, leading them to refuse to step forward even now. Luo Jik did not think the other party was afraid to come forward, given the massive difference in their social status. Even if the person killed Zhao Zuo at the military academy, the school would not prosecute them, and would likely even pressure the Zhao family. That was the social standing of a Star Energy user. If they still will not forgive you, pack your bags and get ready to drop out, Luo Jik delivered the ultimatum to Zhao Zuo. Although if Zhao Zuo dropped out, he would lose the extra income from the Zhao family, he had no other choice. If this dragged on, not only would Zhao Zuo be finished, but his entire S-class would likely be implicated. As the head teacher, he would be held responsible, so Luo Jik wisely chose to cut his losses. Mr. Luo, I went with you to apologize just like you asked, but the person just will not show up. What can I do? Do you want me to kneel before every single Star Energy user? Zhao Zuo complained. If kneeling would make them forgive you, then do it. Luo Jik said impatiently, "Remember your place, do not provoke people you cannot afford to offend." Is not that the line you say every single day to all the non-local students? Why cannot you understand that same logic when it applies to you? Luo Jik had lost the last shred of patience he had for Jiao Zuo. "But Mr. Luo, I honestly do not know how I offended a star energy user," Jiao Zuo cried out in injustice. "I really just bullied some of the non-local students." "I cannot help you." Luo Jik turned away coldly, refusing to look at Jiao Zuo anymore. Facing Luo Jik's coldness, Jiao Zuo left the office full of pent-up anger, kicking over a trash can on his way out. Everything had been going wrong for him these past few days. First, he offended a star energy user for no apparent reason. Then he was scolded by the Academic Affairs Office for receiving unauthorized materials, and was fined star coins and assigned 3 mandatory labor tasks. It made Jiao Zuo wonder if he was suffering from some mental illness. Why did not he remember doing either of those things? Thinking about this, Jiao Zuo fell into a deep depression. A mental disorder was essentially a terminal illness, the only condition so far with no cure. With his head down and hands in his pockets, he wandered aimlessly through the school until he was suddenly bumped into by someone. Just as he was about to blow up, he realized he was holding something in his hand. He opened it to find a note, but when he looked up to find the person who gave it to him, he realized he was all alone. He had unknowingly walked into a secluded wooded area. Was that another hallucination just now? Had he really gone crazy? What? Jiao Zuo unfolded the slip of paper in his hand, which read as follows. "The truth is hidden within the surveillance footage. Sometimes, what you think you see is not necessarily the truth." The words on the note were printed by an optical computer, making it impossible to identify them by handwriting. It seemed the person who delivered the message was extremely cautious, determined not to let Jiao Zuo know their identity. Although he could not tell if this informant was a friend or a foe, Jiao Zuo had no other options at this point. If he did not make any progress by tomorrow, he would have to pack his bags and get out of the military academy. And the Jiao family estate would never be inherited by an heir who had been expelled from the Imperial Military Academy. Once expelled from the Imperial Military Academy, he would have absolutely nothing left. Meanwhile, Wang Dang was in the training room, challenging the limits of his body over and over again, feeling himself grow stronger bit by bit after every moment of exhaustion. He had no idea that danger was fast approaching. 8th rank Wang Dang clenched his fists, feeling the surging power throughout his entire body. He could not help but perform the 6 Harmony Spear technique, finding that both his force and speed were superior to before. "This is only the 8th rank. What would it be like if I became a junior mecha warrior?" Wang Dang muttered to himself. They say there is a qualitative leap from a 10th rank mecha recruit to a 1st rank junior mecha warrior. He was now very much looking forward to experiencing how it would feel to promote to a junior mecha warrior. Just as Wang Dang was immersed in the joy of his growing strength, the optical computer in his hand vibrated. Wang Dang swiped his left hand across the optical screen and quickly saw the message sent by Monkey. "Abandoned infirmary in the east, come quickly to save us." "Save them?" Wang Dang frowned, paused for a moment, and then called Haijai. No one answered. He then tried to contact Fatty Luo, but the call remained unanswered. With both Haijai and Fatty Luo out of contact, Wang Dang realized that something major must have happened. He immediately associated it with the trouble involving Jiao Zuo. But that should not be right. He had been extremely careful to avoid all surveillance, so there should not have been any trail left behind. Furthermore, since he used a psychic attack, there was no reason for Jiao Zuo to link it to people from their dorm. However, Wang Dang had a gut feeling that this was definitely related to Jiao Zuo. So he decided to go to the abandoned infirmary to check the situation, especially since the incident at the bathhouse had been his idea. Monkey and the others were at most just the executors. Wang Dang packed his things, settled the usage fee for the training room, and hurried toward the abandoned infirmary. In the past, he certainly would not have dared to go alone. But he was an 8th rank mecha recruit now, and with his glass cannon skill, he might not lose even if he went head-to-head with Jiao Zuo. He knew in his heart that a bitter battle was coming. Jiao Zuo had suffered a massive humiliation in front of the entire academy's staff and students, and if Monkey and Haijai confessed, then it would be a fight to the death between him and Jiao Zuo. But truth be told, ever since Jiao Zuo made him owe a debt of 3 million star credits, they were already locked in a conflict to the death. What? Inside the abandoned infirmary, Monkey, Haijai, and Fatty Luo were being trampled under the feet of Jiao Zuo's 2 cronies. The 3 of them were already bruised and battered beyond recognition, looking nothing like their former selves. Lying on the dusty floor, the 3 were barely breathing. 3 hours ago, Jiao Zuo had suddenly stormed into dorm 222 with 2 men, beat the 3 of them up without a word, and dragged them to this abandoned infirmary. "So you guys are the ones who made me lose face so badly." Jiao Zuo grabbed Hai Jai by the hair and spat directly in his face. "I do not know what you are talking about." Hai Jai turned his head away, refusing to meet Jiao Zuo's eyes. It was obvious he was very bad at lying. Seeing Hai Jai's awkward behavior, Jiao Zuo was 70 or 80% sure of his suspicions. Before it was just a suspicion, but now he was certain. He had checked the bathhouse surveillance from that day based on the information provided in the note. There were not many outside students coming and going, so he immediately recognized Hai Jai and Fatty Luo. The others were all unfamiliar faces. Jiao Zuo locked onto his target immediately, because during his surprise dorm inspections that day, he had only developed a grudge with the people from that specific dormitory. Jiao Zuo had reviewed all the bathhouse surveillance footage from before the incident and confirmed that no Star Energy Master had entered that day, nor had any disguised students. That left only one possibility. These 4 individuals might be in possession of weapons capable of psychic attacks. Such weapons were generally unavailable on the market, as no Star Energy Master would be willing to waste their own energy to seal it into a weapon just to trade for credits. The moment they confirm they can become Star Energy Masters, they never lack credits. Plenty of wealthy families are willing to sponsor them. Therefore, these psychic attack weapons are usually crafted by masters to protect the younger members of their families. But Jiao Zuo had already investigated the background of Wang Dang's dormitory and knew that none of them had a Star Energy Master in their family. The reason was simple. If they had even one Star Energy Master, even one several generations back, they would not have been assigned to Class A, the class for students from outside the region. So Jiao Zuo guessed they must have obtained it by pure coincidence, unrelated to any Star Energy Master. With that confirmed, Jiao Zuo felt much more at ease. Next, he just needed to make the 4 of them admit in front of Luo Jik that they were the ones who used a psychic weapon to attack him. Since it had nothing to do with a real Star Energy Master, he would be able to stay in the military academy. But both Hai Jai and Monkey were tough nuts to crack. Even after having several teeth knocked out, they refused to confess. And that Fatty was the most infuriating of all, constantly bluffing that his great-grandfather was a reclusive Star Energy Master. He kept saying that once his great-grandfather arrived, he would wipe out Jiao Zuo's entire family, not even leaving an infant behind. At first, Jiao Zuo's 2 cronies were indeed intimidated by his bravado and did not dare to act. But after Jiao Zuo fluently recited Fatty Luo's actual family background, the 2 cronies, feeling fooled, unleashed a vicious beating. Fatty Luo, who was already quite large among the 3, looked a size bigger than before after that beating. "You 3 are quite the tough bones, are not you? Let us see if the last guy's bones are just as hard." Jiao Zuo spat on the ground with disdain, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of Wang Dang's arrival. Fatty Luo snorted coldly in his heart. Brother Wang's bones would only be harder. After all, he is a real man who withstood a hacker attack in a simulator for half an hour. When Wang Dang pushed open the metal door of the abandoned infirmary, what he saw were 3 guys covered in bruises, with Haiji and Monkey having combat boots pressed against their faces. "Welcome." Jiao Zuo clapped his hands with a grin when he saw Wang Dang appear. "Your brothers are tough, now let us see how tough your bones are." But the next second, Jiao Zuo's smile froze on his face. He and his 2 henchmen each had a bowl-sized bloody hole in the back of their heads. The 3 of them fell straight to the ground, dead in an instant without another breath. He could never have dreamed that Wang Dang, a mere Mecha recruit, would dare to launch a zero-frame start attack against 3 primary-level Mecha warriors. This was not how he imagined it. Were not they supposed to exchange some threats first? After unleashing the mental attack, Wang Dang stumbled and collapsed to his knees. He propped himself up with his hands, while blood dripped from his nose onto the floor, splashing up a cloud of dust. "Your bones," Wang Dang lowered his head, a corner of his mouth curling up, "are not so tough after all." He had activated the glass cannon skill while he was still outside. Because from the very beginning, he never intended for Jiao Zuo to walk out of that abandoned infirmary alive. After all, Jiao Zuo had handpicked this place as his own burial ground, so how could he not put it to good use? Wang Dang had guessed that after Jiao Zuo captured Luo Dapan and the others, he would be prepared for a sneak attack with mental force. Combined with the glass cannon skill, that mental strike would either kill them or leave them crippled. Wang Dang had been worried about finding the right timing for a sneak attack, but he had not expected Jiao Zuo to start clapping and provoking him immediately. It just meant he was not combat ready. Then again, why would a primary-level mecha warrior take a mere mecha recruit seriously? That is why a villain really should not talk too much. Did you kill them?" Haiji's face was pressed against the floor, his eyes wide in his dust-covered face, showing mostly the whites of his eyes. "Shut up, if they had not died we would be the ones dead," Monkey said using a rare harsh tone. It was clear that even he was terrified by the situation. He had never imagined things would go to such an extreme. After all, while the military academy might treat the lives of out-of-town students like grass, that was only true if it happened during a legitimate duel. If it was not a duel, it would be treated as murder. Although those well-connected students from the capital might not necessarily face murder charges if they accidentally killed an out-of-towner. But right now, the four of them, all out-of-towners, had killed 3 capital students. This would definitely be treated as murder. Wang Dang's sudden eruption of violence left Monkey and the others unable to process what had happened for a long time. Even though they talked about how cruel the military academy was every day, this was the first time these 3 18-year-old boys had seen people die right in front of their eyes. Wang Dang was afraid that the 3 primary-level mecha warriors would not be incapacitated easily. So he poured all his strength into those 3 mental attacks, leaving his brain buzzing and unable to hear anything. His consciousness was also very blurry. If you looked closely, you could see blood seeping not just from his nose, but his ears as well. But fortunately, with the boost from the glass cannon, the mental attack exceeded his expectations and killed Zhao Zuo and the other 2 instantly. For him, this was the best possible outcome. Among the 3, Luo Dapan was the first to snap out of it. He could see that Wang Dang was in bad shape. Suppressing all the questions in his mind, he said, "Hurry, let us get rid of the 3 bodies." "Brother Wang, someone is dead." Haiji was still dazed. "Stop talking and get up." Monkey pulled Haiji off the floor. "We have to dispose of the bodies immediately. Otherwise, if the school finds out about this, we will all be charged with murder." Monkey saw the situation as clear as day. Although Wang Dang was the one who did the killing, he did it to save them. For that reason alone, the 3 of them had to shoulder this together with Wang Dang. The 4 of them were now in the same boat. Luo Dapan stepped up to help Wang Dang up from the ground. "Brother Wang, are you okay?" Wang Dang could not hear a word Luo Dapan said and had to read his lips. When Luo Dapan asked again, Wang Dang waved his hand. Monkey and Haiji also came to Wang Dang's side, treating him as their backbone. Only the backbone was not in very good condition right now. "Brother Wang, are you stupid?" Haiji swallowed and waved his hand in front of Wang Dang's face. Wang Dang heard that and gave Haiji a very unpleasant look. Haiji was startled by Wang Dang's look. He had not forgotten that Wang Dang had just killed 3 people in one go. Then he felt relieved. Brother Wang is not stupid. It must be the after effects of a powerful attack. Luo Dapan looked at Wang Dang with a complex expression. He did not dare to take Wang Dang to the infirmary in this state. After all, there were still 3 corpses here. But in his current condition, Wang Dang clearly could not handle things. So Luo Dapan, as the second in command, felt he had to step up. "Brother Wang, you go back and rest first, we will handle things here." Wang Dang grabbed Luo Dapan's wrist and forced outwards one by one. "Mecha necklace of space or ring." Even though his brain felt as slow as a 100-year-old man's, he had not forgotten his loot. "All right, I have got it." Luo Dapan nodded and looked at Monkey. "Monkey, take Brother Wang back to the dorm first, then come right back. Keep in touch via the brain-computer interface." Monkey nodded firmly and supported Wang Dang as they shuffled out step by step. He could feel that Wang Dang was in a really bad way, his entire body weight leaning on him. After Wang Dang and Monkey left, Luo Dapan bit the bullet and went to retrieve the mecha necklaces and space rings from Zhao Zuo and his men. He was astonished to find that all 3 of them had bowl-sized, bloody holes in their heads. If you looked closely, you could see a large hole even in their skulls, the hardest part of the human body. One could imagine just how powerful the attack Wang Dang had unleashed was. And the reason Wang Dang was able to pull off an instant kill without giving them a chance to fight back was partially because they had no defenses and had not even summoned their mechas. Primary-level mecha warriors without their mechas have no better physical constitution than an average person. A flesh and blood body cannot be compared to a body made of steel. Even a high-level mecha warrior, without using their mecha, has a physical strength comparable only to a standard B-class mecha. And on the other hand, the glass cannon skill had effectively doubled the attack power of Wang Dang's mental assault. Taking out 3 primary-level mecha warriors who had not deployed their mechas was like a walk in the park. It was just that the side effects of emptying his mental energy like that were severe, enough to keep Wang Dang dazed for 4 or 5 days. How did Brother Wang manage to do that? Haiji gulped as he looked at the 3 people in front of him whose brains were completely exposed. Luo Dafeng rubbed his chin. People from reclusive families always have a few life-saving tricks up their sleeves, so it is not surprising. However, he did not expect that before Zhao Ziyu and the others could even pose a real threat to Wang Dang. Wang Dang had already struck first and sent all three of them to their ancestors. He felt a deep sense of admiration for such decisiveness. As expected of a descendant raised by a reclusive family, he knows how to reasonably mitigate all risks. He must make sure never to offend Wang Dang in the future, or it would be truly tragic if he were reasonably mitigated one day. Although Luo Dafeng was shocked, he knew very well that since Zhao Ziyu had dragged the three of them here, he must have been certain that they were responsible for the bathhouse incident. Even though Zhao Ziyu had not made a lethal move yet, from the moment this incident was exposed, it was a fight to the death between them. One could even say that only one side would walk out of this abandoned medical office alive today. The only reason Zhao Ziyu had not killed them yet was that he wanted all four of them gathered before he finished them off. He did not think someone like Zhao Ziyu would bother with academy rules or publicly challenge the four of them to a duel. After all, in the eyes of this military academy, the lives of students from out of town are worth nothing. The academy's rules only exist to protect students who are local to the capital or come from wealthy and powerful backgrounds. How should we deal with them? Haijai dragged the three corpses over and lined them up, looking rather troubled. Luo Dafeng looked speechless. I have no experience with this either. This was only the second time in his life he had done something bad, and a massive crime like killing and looting at that. The first time was when he followed Wang Dang to bag Zhao Ziyu and his group. I will check the star web. Haijai efficiently opened his optical computer. There is no way that kind of thing would be on the web. Luo Dafeng stopped mid-sentence, choked by his own words. His eyes were glued to the virtual screen on Haijai's optical computer. Oh my god, it actually exists. Search how to dispose of a body after committing murder. Answer 1. If you are a mecha pilot, you can use the tools on your mecha to destroy the evidence, such as flamethrowers or laser guns, which can generate ultra-high temperatures to burn the remains to ash. Answer 2. If you happen to be a mecha engineer, you can use a star energy spray gun or chemical solvents to easily dissolve the remains. Answer 3. If you are a star energy user, you can use various types of energy attacks to dispose of the remains. For instance, metal-type users can encase the body in metal, fire-type users can incinerate it to ash, and minor subclasses like spatial-type users can throw the body directly into a dimensional gate. The artificial intelligence these days really teaches everything. Luo Dafeng shook his head, sighing at how the world had developed into something he no longer recognized. Even the AI has a touch of a lawless criminal vibe. However, the AI did remind Luo Dafeng that he could use the weapons already equipped on his mecha to dispose of the bodies. He retrieved his mecha necklace that Zhao Ziyu had confiscated and summoned his mecha. It just so happened that his mecha was equipped with a laser gun. When Monkey sent Wang Dang back to the dormitory and rushed back to the abandoned medical office, he smelled the stench of burnt protein. The three corpses inside had already been reduced to Chinese letter by Luo Dafeng's laser gun. Even if Zhao Ziyu's parents came, they would probably not recognize the black residue scattered on the floor as their son. How is Brother Wang? Luo Dafeng retracted his mecha and approached Monkey, covering his nose and mouth with his sleeve. I am not sure, he is not responding to anything I ask. Monkey frowned in worry. Did you really finish disposing of the bodies this quickly? All thanks to the power of the internet. Luo Dafeng patted Monkey on the shoulder with emotion. Today has really opened his eyes. It turns out that on the star web there is nothing you cannot do, only things you cannot imagine. Even something like destroying a body was explained in such detail. It seems they were definitely not the first people to search for how to dispose of a body online. That implies that many people have done such terrible things as killing and looting. Thinking about it that way made Luo Dafeng feel much better. Although he appeared much calmer than Haijai, he was still a teenager who had just come of age. How could he have ever done something like murder before? He felt fear and repulsion, but after searching on the star web, killing and disposing of a body suddenly felt as simple as eating and drinking. His heart finally settled down for the moment. Besides this, Zhao Ziyu deserved to die. Compared to his own internal struggle, Luo Dafeng was much more concerned about Wang Dang's state. After all, he was the one who pulled the trigger, so he must be feeling much worse than them right now. As it turned out, Luo Dafeng was overthinking it. Wang Dang was currently in a state of emptiness. His brain was functioning perfectly fine, but there was absolutely nothing inside. He felt as if he were in a state of chaos, having lost his five senses and his sixth sense. Muddled, unable to find the boundary between himself and the outside world. This is the price of draining one's mental power. If an ordinary star energy user were to drain their mental power like this, they would have probably become a vegetable long ago. But Wang Dang was different. He was a mobile vegetable. After disposing of the bodies and returning to the dormitory with the loot, Luo Dafeng and the others found Wang Dang sitting blankly at his desk, his eyes hollow and unmoving. They did not dare to send Wang Dang to the medical office now. If they sent him now and the school doctor discovered something, it would be easy to link them to Jiao Zhuo's disappearance. Those who disappeared were 3 students local to the capital. Even if Wang Dang's family stepped in and the school let them go, the families of those 3 students would not necessarily let them off. So Luo Dafeng and the others decided to observe Wang Dang for a day, and if it really did not work, then they would take him to the infirmary. Even at the risk of being exposed, they could not let their brother become a vegetable. That night, the fact that Jiao Zhuo and his 2 lackeys did not return to the dormitory did not attract anyone's attention. After all, everyone had heard that Jiao Zhuo had been ordered to withdraw by Luo Jik. They figured Jiao Zhuo might have just gone home early. Besides, Jiao Zhuo was a local. What could possibly happen to him in the military academy? There was only one person in the entire military academy who felt that this matter was extraordinary and was about to take action immediately. That person was Dr. Su, who had passed the message to Jiao Zhuo earlier. After Dr. Su sent someone to deliver the note to Jiao Zhuo, he kept a close watch on every move Jiao Zhuo made. Upon learning that Jiao Zhuo had taken the other 3 students from Wang Dang's dormitory to the abandoned infirmary, he sent men to guard the outside to prevent any unforeseen accidents. But he never expected that his men would only see Wang Dang strutting into the infirmary and not long after, be helped out by others. Wang Dang came out before his men even had a chance to make a move. By the time the other 3 students from Wang Dang's dormitory emerged from the infirmary, there was still no sign of Jiao Zhuo and his group. Nothing was left but a patch of black residue on the ground. I really did not misjudge him, Dr. Su said with a mysterious smile as he stroked his chin. He did not understand how Wang Dang, with the strength of a mecha recruit, had managed to defeat 3 junior mecha warriors like Jiao Zhuo and his companions all at once. Judging from the scene, there were no traces of mecha combat. It is very likely that Wang Dang finished them off before they even had time to board their mechas. Dr. Su did not believe that Wang Dang's 3 roommates helped much in this battle. If those 3 were also capable of fighting above their rank, he would have known about it, and they would not be in a class outside of Class S. Things are getting more and more interesting. However, Jiao Zhuo's disappearance should not be discovered by the school or his family for a short while. After all, who would imagine that one day, a military academy would become the burial ground for local students from the Imperial capital? You have to realize the Imperial capital is the core of Blue Star, and almost all of its high-ranking officials are concentrated there. With the sense of superiority held by those elites, how could they ever foresee a day where they would be stepped on by outsiders? So Dr. Su felt he should do something to speed up the fermentation of this situation. Taking advantage of the time when Wang Dang's mental energy is depleted and not yet fully recovered, he would force him to reveal his identity as a star energy master to the military academy. If Wang Dang knew what Dr. Su was thinking right now, he would surely be cursing up a storm. He does have the talent of a star energy master, but he lacks elemental affinity, and that is something he has not redeemed from the system yet. Can a non-elemental star energy master without elemental affinity even be considered a star energy master? There are 5 major lineages of star energy masters: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Besides those, there are many sublineages, such as the space, lightning, ice, and mental types. Among them, mutant lineages like lightning and ice are the most common, followed by the space and other sublineages. The ancient 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth have become extremely rare after being diluted and dispersed over so many years. The major lineages are the source of the universe, and the terrifying power contained within a major lineage star energy master is incomparable to those of the sublineages. Correspondingly, the difficulty of training for a major lineage star energy master is more than twice that of a sublineage one. That is why both the Empire and the Federation currently place more emphasis on cultivating sublineage star energy masters, because they grow faster and consume half the resources of a major lineage master. But they would never easily give up on any major lineage star energy master, because if even one of them grows up, that would be a decisive factor for the FUTURE Chinese letter of the universe. Currently, Dr. Su's guess is that Wang Dang is a mental type star energy master. Because Dr. Su could not feel any elemental fluctuations from Wang Dang, and someone with absolutely no elemental fluctuations must be a mental type. Furthermore, Wang Dang was able to ambush Jiao Zuo with a mental attack even when he was just a star energy apprentice, which further cemented his belief in Wang Dang's identity. In Dr. Su's eyes, Wang Dang is like a youth sitting on a treasure he does not know how to use, begging on the streets with a bunch of beggars. So he does not mind giving him a nudge. Since the stock he invested in is not moving, he, as the investor, must generate hype externally for this stock so that more people believe in its value and buy in. Only then will this stock skyrocket. Wang Dang had no idea about Dr. Su's schemes. At this moment, he had just been helped onto his bed by Luo Dapan and the others, his eyes wide open, staring at the dormitory ceiling. "This will not work, we need to come up with a strategy," Luo Dapan said, calling the other two for a small meeting in the room. "I feel like the school will track this back to us sooner or later." Although the school might not believe that they were the ones who took down Jiao Zuo, there was no doubt that Jiao Zuo had been in contact with them before he went missing. Therefore, the three of them had to align their stories to prove that they had nothing to do with Jiao Zuo's disappearance. Before Jiao Zuo came to get us, he clearly did not intend to let us walk out alive, so he must have acted very discreetly, Luo Dapan analyzed seriously. But you never know, he might have been sloppy and someone might have spotted him. So we have to think about what to say if the school questions us. After listening to Luo Dapan, Haiji pondered for a moment and raised his hand. "Let us beat each other up right now. When the school asks, we will just say it was Jiao Zuo who did it. And that he let us go after the beating." Monkey nodded in agreement, "Yes, and we have to make sure there are broken arms and legs, so that by the time the school discovers their disappearance, our wounds have not fully healed. You have already lost a tooth and we still have to fight." Luo Dapan was a bit reluctant. Broken arms and legs would take forever to heal. Though reluctant, he knew that a bitter meat tactic was the best way to clear their names for now. Monkey pushed his tongue against the gap in his teeth. "The more miserable we look, the less the school will suspect us." "Alright then, let us do it." Luo Dapan looked at the two across from him, wincing. "Take it easy, I am afraid of pain." Haiji smashed a stool directly onto Luo Dapan's left arm. He had regained his composure from the initial fear. There was only one thought in his mind. The school must not find out, otherwise he would never have a chance to become stronger again. Although Luo Dapan had braced himself and did not cry out, tears were already welling up in his eyes. Monkey lifted his shirt, exposing his ribs, and said to Haiji, "Hit right here." Their legs were fine when they returned, but they could not all have broken arms, so Monkey had to choose his ribs. Finally, it was Haiji's turn. He climbed onto the table and turned his head to look nervously at Luo Dapan, who was holding a stool with one hand. "Aim carefully, and do not hit my kidneys." "I still have use for these kidneys." Damn it, if he had known, he would have chosen his arm first. He did not want to be a man with only one kidney. Supporting each other, the three of them whimpered their way into the infirmary, and immediately started pouring out their grievances the moment they saw Dr. Su. They described in detail exactly how they had been brutally beaten by Jiao Zuo. They claimed that Jiao Zuo was acting completely insane, blaming them for the incident at the bathhouse for no reason at all. They even added that if they were truly that capable, they would have made it into Class S long ago. Dr. Su said nothing, only smiling as he watched their clumsy performance. When it came to the treatment plan, the three unanimously opted for conservative therapy, lying in the medical pods for an hour every day. Most mech warriors choose conservative treatment for fractures, even though it takes a longer time to heal. But for professionals like them who require high-intensity combat, having metal pins implanted in their bodies is definitely a risk. Luo Dapan and his friends never imagined that the witness they had gone to such lengths to find was actually the person trying the hardest to ruin them. "Dr. Su, can I ask you something?" Luo Dapan asked, looking at the doctor with caution. "Go ahead," Dr. Su replied while mixing a soothing balm to reduce their swelling. After a life-and-death battle, can a mech warrior suddenly become unresponsive to external stimuli, just like a star energy master? Thanks to Haiji's hint, Luo Dapan had searched the star net for information on Wang Dang's condition. He discovered that Wang Dang's state was very similar to what happens to star energy masters when they suffer from mental exhaustion. Mental power is how a star energy master controls their power. Once they expend too much energy, they suffer from a mental breakdown. Faced with Luo Dapan's probing, Dr. Su immediately guessed that he was asking on behalf of Wang Dang. The boy in front of him thought he had found a clever way to hide the truth, never realizing he was talking to an old fox. If a mech warrior shows such symptoms, it is very likely their brain has suffered serious trauma and they need to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Dr. Su said, his back turned to them, a smirk forming on his lips. Hearing his words, the expressions of the three boys in the room became heavy. But we never saw Jiao Zuo or his group fight back. After getting their metal bandages applied, The three of them leaned on each other and headed toward the dormitories. What do we do if Wang is suffering from a head injury? Is not he in grave danger? Haji asked, looking deeply concerned. Wang only killed someone to protect us. If we ignore him now just because we are afraid of being exposed, we would not be human. Even if he becomes strong in the future, I will never be able to look at myself in the mirror. Haji is right, saving Wang is our top priority right now, Monkey agreed. Only Luo Dapan remained silent, head bowed in deep thought. Faced with his silence, Haji said in a sharp tone, "What are you thinking about?" "Quiet, I am trying to figure out how to explain his condition when we bring him to the infirmary later." Luo Dapan frowned. "We absolutely cannot go back to Dr. Su. If he sees Wang's condition, he will definitely realize that the question I asked earlier was about Wang." Seeing that Luo Dapan was considering this, Haji's expression immediately relaxed. He knew there were no cowards in dorm 222. So what if the secret gets out? What does it matter if we have to face school punishment or the Jiao family's revenge? At worst, we will just be reborn as tough guys in our next lives. Even if Haji is as insignificant as an ant, he will never live a cowardly life. The three discussed the matter all the way back to the dorm. Upon pushing the door open, they were shocked to find Wang Dang, who had been bedridden, sitting at the desk with a pile of empty green nutrient solution containers in front of him. At a rough glance, there were about 7 or 8 of them. Oh no, Wang has lost his mind. Who drinks that much nutrient solution at once? Luo Dapan rushed over, grabbed Wang's shoulders, and prepared to force his fingers down Wang's throat to make him throw it all back up. Wang grabbed Luo Dapan's hand and forced out a word, "Thus, body." Luo Dapan froze. "Wang, are you okay?" "You speak slowly, I am reacting slowly." Wang frowned, looking quite uncomfortable. "The body has been taken care of." Luo Dapan intentionally slowed down. "How are you feeling now?" "It feels like someone is banging drums inside my head." Wang pointed to his head and traced circles around it. "Maybe we should still go to the infirmary," Luo Dapan urged. Seeing how out of it Wang looked, he was truly worried. Wang waved his hand. "No, I will be fine after a nap." After saying that, he crawled back into bed, though his movements were sluggish. Seconds after lying down, he sat up again. "Did you get the stuff?" Hearing him remember that, Luo Dapan figured he had not lost his mind. "We got everything, Monkey has it." Monkey rushed to the bedside and excitedly handed over the 3 mech necklaces and 3 space rings. Holding the items, Wang finally showed a satisfied smile and lay back down. Within a minute, the rhythmic sound of steady breathing filled the room. The remaining 3 looked at each other, still unsure if he was recovered or not. The next day, everyone woke up, but Wang Dang, who was usually an early riser, was still sleeping soundly. Although his constitution was different from others, this mental exhaustion was quite severe, and his body needed time to recover. Meanwhile, the Jiao family received word from a mysterious source that their son, Jiao Zuo, had been killed by some out-of-town students at the military academy. When Jiao Zuo's father, Jiao Qing, first heard the news, he treated it as a joke. What did they mean? His son was killed by out-of-town students at the military academy. Even if the Jiao family was not some top-tier clan in the capital, he was at least a deputy district commander. His position might not be huge, but it was a central capital role, which was far more prestigious than a local government official. That is why, even though he knew his son was arrogant, he felt safe sending him to the academy. As long as he did not mess with Star Energy Masters, he carried enough weight to handle any trouble with mech warriors. His son was killed by a few out-of-town students. It was the funniest joke he had heard all year. But he did not laugh for long. When he discovered Jiao Zuo's optical device was unreachable and the signal had vanished, he sensed something was seriously wrong. He sensed the gravity of the situation. Generally, as long as an optical device is not destroyed, the signal remains. The fact that Jiao Zuo's signal had disappeared meant the device had been destroyed. Jiao Qing's expression turned grim. Could this be related to the Star Energy Master his son had crossed paths with earlier? He refused to believe that mere out-of-town students had the strength to break through his son's mech defense and kill him. Military Academy Academic Affairs Office. Luo Dafeng, Monkey, and Haiji stood in a row, facing Liujik, Yu Pengyi, and Jiao Qing. "Someone saw you go to the abandoned infirmary with student Jiao Zuo yesterday, and student Jiao Zuo has been unreachable ever since," Liujik asked after receiving a signal from Jiao Qing. "Teacher, it is not like we went to the abandoned infirmary with Jiao Zuo at all. It was clearly Jiao Zuo who dragged us there by force." Luo Dafeng looked like he was about to cry as he leaned his face toward Liujik. "Teacher, look at how badly I was beaten." Monkey silently clutched his abdomen, while Haiji also held his waist in silence. The three of them looked just like defeated soldiers returning from a lost battle. Why would student Zhao Zuo pick you three to kidnap instead of anyone else? Liu Jik asked with a blank expression. How did you offend student Zhao Zuo? It might be because of that matter on the school forum earlier. Student Zhao Zuo probably took us as typical examples of out-of-town students, Monkey said with his head bowed. At the mention of the school forum, Zhao Qing's face turned green instantly. Clearly, he was extremely concerned about the embarrassing incident where his own son was stripped and hung up. What happened after you entered the abandoned infirmary? Liu Ji continued to ask. Zhao Zuo said not to think that we could get cocky just because someone was backing us up. He said he was going to beat us to death today to see if anyone would still stand up for us. Luo Dafeng complained pitifully. After that, he and two other seniors pushed us to the ground and gave us a beating. When they saw we could not get up anymore, they let us go. Liu Jik's expression did not change at all. So you left the abandoned infirmary first? Luo Dafeng nodded yes. Should not there be 4 people in your dorm? Where is the other one? Liu Jik narrowed his eyes. Why did he only kidnap you 3 and leave him out? Yu Pengyi was clearly displeased when he heard Liu Jik mention Wang Dang. Wang Dang was his favorite student after all. Teacher Luo, the 4th one, is also my student. He is feeling unwell and did not come to class today. Wang Dang trains diligently all the time and has no time to get involved in other matters. I think that must be the reason why student Zhao Zuo did not drag him along. Luo Dafeng gave Yu Pengyi a look of shock. This favoritism is just too much. Does he mean to say that he has not been training diligently? Does he really look like someone who is idle and loves to cause trouble? Since this concerns the son of the deputy commander, I think it would be best to invite him over and question him as well. Liu Jik nodded politely toward Yu Pengyi. Zhao Qing also turned his gaze toward Yu Pengyi. Yu Pengyi looked at Zhao Qing and sighed inwardly. That can be done, but this student of mine is young, hot-blooded, and a bit of a troublemaker. Please be patient with him and do not hold it against a kid. That is only natural, Liu Jik nodded with a smile. Seeing how nervous Yu Pengyi was, he knew for certain that this boy named Wang Dang was his prized student. Otherwise, he would not be this tense. I will send someone to fetch him then, Yu Pengyi compromised. He was just a teacher at the military academy, whereas Zhao Qing was the deputy commander of the Imperial Capital District with vast connections. If he offended him, he would likely be stuck teaching Class A at the military academy for the rest of his career. Once Liu Jik received Yu Pengyi's confirmation, he turned back to question Luo Dafeng and the others for more details. He did not seem to believe what Luo Dafeng was saying at all. Upon learning that Zhao Zuo had visited the abandoned infirmary before he went missing, Liu Jik immediately went there to investigate. It was clear that the place had been cleaned beforehand, but Liu Jik was a high-level mecha pilot with incredibly sharp senses. He quickly found tiny black residues on the swept floor. Combining this with Zhao Qing's words and the black ashes on the floor, Liu Jik soon realized that Zhao Zuo had likely met with foul play. Even though the abandoned infirmary was neglected and full of dust, these black ashes were clearly a different color from the dust. Realizing this, Liu Jik personally did not believe that those 3 out-of-town students had the capability to kill Zhao Zuo. However, facing the pressure from Zhao Qing, the best strategy was to pin the blame on these 3 out-of-town students. First, the real killer might have a background even more difficult to deal with than Zhao Qing's. Second, he needed to divert Zhao Qing's anger. Therefore, before the test results for those black ashes came out, Liu Jik kept trying to trap Luo Dafeng and the others in their own words. He was attempting to find the flaws he wanted in their statements. Just as Liu Jik was questioning them, a man in a combat uniform walked in. Teacher Luo, the test results are out. We have detected student Zhao Zuo's genetic sequence in the sample you submitted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing felt a surge of rage rushing from his feet straight to the top of his head. To think that someone actually dared to murder his own son in the military academy. Investigate. Zhao Qing stood up and slammed the table hard. Arrest everyone involved right now. For a mid-level mecha pilot to dare lose his temper like this in front of 2 high-level mecha pilots. He was relying entirely on the little bit of power he held. Deputy Commander Zhao, please calm down. The military academy will definitely give you an explanation regarding this matter. Liu Jik tried to soothe Zhao Qing. I gave you so many benefits to take good care of my son, and this is how you took care of him. Zhao Qing pointed at Liu Jik's nose. You are not qualified to talk to me about this, go call your superior. His initial fury was because someone had ignored his standing and murdered his son in the military academy. After calming down slightly, knowing that Zhao Zuo was already dead, he realized this was an irreparable situation. The most important thing now was how to leverage this incident to gain the most benefit for the Zhao family. a local student from the imperial capital dying under unclear circumstances at the military academy, was something that had never happened before. If the academy did not give the parents of these students an answer, who would ever dare to send their children to this academy again? Teacher Luo, you do not think we were the ones who killed him, do you? Luo Dafeng looked at Liu Jik with wide eyes. The three of us combined could not even beat one of Senior Jiao's fingers. Liu Jik squinted slightly, although it is impossible for you to have killed student Jiao Zuo in terms of raw strength. It is not unheard of for mecha recruits to use their weapons to kill a primary mecha pilot. I have already surveyed the scene and there are no signs of mecha combat. A primary mecha pilot who is not using their mecha is quite easy to kill. Liu Jik pointed the spearhead directly at Luo Dafeng and his two friends. The moment they heard that Jiao Zuo's DNA had been recovered from the abandoned infirmary, Luo Dafeng and his two companions panicked. Haiji's face went pale instantly, while Monkey and Luo Dafeng just barely managed to keep a straight face. Teacher Jiao and the others were a group of three. Even with a sneak attack, we do not have the strength to take down 3 sophomores in one go. Luo Dafeng quickly collected his thoughts, wearing an expression of pure grievance. If the 3 of us really had that kind of strength, those 2 should have been assigned to Class A just like me. Luo Dafeng's words gave Haiji and Monkey a sense of backbone. That is right, teacher. We run the moment we see Jiao, so where would we get the nerve to ambush him, Monkey said with a bitter face. Jiao Qing had a livid expression, looking at Logic with great displeasure. It seemed he was also unsatisfied with the explanation Logic provided, as saying that these 3 out-of-town rats killed his son was simply an insult. If that were to get out, the entire Jiao family would likely become the laughingstock of the imperial capital. One might not be enough, but is not there another one? Logic scrutinized Luo Dafeng, then shifted his gaze toward Yu Pengyi. The other one should be the student most likely to enter Class S among this year's out-of-town freshmen, right? Initially, Logic only knew that Wang Dang had performed exceptionally well during the placement exams. But seeing how Yu Pengyi defended Wang Dang, he was certain that Wang Dang was a prime candidate for Class S. Otherwise, Yu Pengyi would not be defending an out-of-town student so vigorously. Yu Pengyi bristled at Logic's words, saying, "Teacher Logic, judging a case requires more than just talk. In the absence of substantive evidence, please do not slander my students." Luo Dafeng glanced at Yu Pengyi, really wanting to say that the teacher had been slandering him the whole time. "Teacher Yu, such a heinous incident has occurred at the school. We cannot let any suspect go, or you should know better than I what kind of negative impact this will have on the military academy." Logic also frowned. Although Yu Pengyi was the most promising candidate to be promoted to a Class S homeroom teacher, he was not one yet, at least not for the moment. Just as the two were locking horns, there was a knock at the office door. A pale-faced Wang Dang stood at the doorway, his voice sounding weak and listless. "Teacher Yu, you wanted to see me." "I told you he was sick." Yu Pengyi looked at the clearly sickly Wang Dang. "He has been ill for several days, so how could he have had a chance to get involved?" With that, he called Wang Dang in and briefly explained what had happened. "Quick, tell Teacher Logic that you did not go to the abandoned infirmary." Whether or not Wang Dang went to the abandoned infirmary was something Logic and the others did not know. The reason people saw Jiao Zuo dragging Luo Dafeng and the others to the infirmary was firstly because they made such a big scene, and secondly because Jiao Zuo himself was notorious in the military academy. Many out-of-town students recognized him. But Wang Dang was a total nobody at the academy. Even if he had gone and been seen, nobody would have recognized him. Yu Pengyi had already given Wang Dang a very obvious hint, and Luo Dafeng and the others were adamant that he had not gone. But after pondering for a moment, Wang Dang said apologetically to Yu Pengyi, "Teacher, I did go to the abandoned infirmary that day." Logic immediately snapped his fingers. If they were 2 Class A students, then it is not impossible. Yu Pengyi felt the hair on his back stand up, and he was so angry his breathing became irregular. He just knew this kid was a troublemaker. Wang Dang pursed his lips. "I am very grateful that this teacher thinks so highly of our strength. But even for a sneak attack, Jiao and the other 2 seniors come from affluent families. Do not they have any life-saving measures? Could they really be ambushed by a few penniless out-of-town students without even a chance to fight back?" Hearing Wang Dang's words, Jiao Qing felt a bit more comfortable. He had been very disgusted by Logic's theory all along. It is not necessarily true that they did not fight back. Logic stared directly at Wang Dang. A mecha pilot's physical fitness is superior to an ordinary person's, and since you were able to get into the Imperial Military Academy, your fitness must be even better than that of a standard pilot. "How could you be sick for no reason? I suspect you were injured." Hearing Logic's implication, Wang Dang covered his chest and coughed twice. "I was indeed injured." Yu Pengyi reached out and gave Wang Dang a hard slap on the back, glaring at him. What are you talking about? The slap made Wang Dang stagger. Teacher, when I went to the abandoned infirmary, my 3 roommates had already left. The whole place was quiet. As I tried to enter, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head, and I lost control of myself as if I had fallen into a black hole. Later, when I came to, there was no one left inside. In the end, it was Monkey who found me and helped me back to the dormitory. I did not know what happened at the time, but now, hearing you talk about it, it is very likely that the same person who attacked Jiao and the others also attacked me. Wang Dang said with certainty. His words made the expressions of Logic and Jiao Qing become complex. Mental attack. Yu Pengyi's eyes lit up. I told you my students would never attack others for no reason. Did not Jiao Zhu offend a star energy master before and get attacked by them at the baths? It is highly likely that this was the work of that same star energy master. Logic's expression was now extremely grim. He was the last person who wanted to link this incident to a star energy master. Because if that were the case, he would never be able to give Jiao Qing a satisfactory result. He did not want to offend a star energy master, nor did he want to offend Jiao Qing. If you were attacked by a star energy master, why did not your roommates mention your abnormality earlier? Logic asked with a dark face. Luo Dapeng reacted quickly. Teacher, we already said as soon as we came in that Wang Dang was sick. Monkey also hurriedly nodded. We do not understand anything about mental attacks, we just knew Wang Dang was quite ill. Exactly, he could not even speak at the time. Haiji stood up to testify with a firm expression. Whether or not he was subjected to a mental attack can be verified by a doctor. Logic tapped his fingers on the table. His intuition told him that all 4 students in front of him were lying.
What?
Soon, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat arrived at the office carrying a medical kit. He placed a helmet covered in dense contact points onto Wang Dang's head, and immediately used an optical computer to examine the data transmitted from the device. It is indeed a psychic attack, but the attacker did not intend to take his life. Otherwise, it would not be a psychic attack of this intensity. The doctor gave an accurate diagnosis without delay. From the moment Luo Jik called for the doctor to the completion of the examination, Wang Dang remained completely calm. However, during those 10+ minutes, Luo Dafeng and the others felt as if they had endured 3 days and 3 nights of torment. The reason Wang Dang was so calm was that he had already sensed something was wrong before arriving. So he used a psychic attack on himself. His current strength was not enough to confront Jiao Zhuo's family, nor could he oppose the military academy's regulations. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this desperate measure, pushing all the blame onto that non-existent star energy user. In any case, whenever a star energy user is involved, both sides tend to handle things with leniency. It was not that he had not considered taking Dr. Su's advice to redo the test to avoid this crisis. But he had no elemental affinity. As soon as he took the test, his secret would be exposed. If that happened, he would certainly be sent to a research institute and become a lab rat, and his life would truly be finished before it even began. Since it was the work of a star energy user, it has nothing to do with me or my students. Yu Pengyi breathed a huge sigh of relief. Although he did not really believe Wang Dang was capable enough to take down 3 primary mecha warriors at once, for some reason, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this is the power of being a troublemaker. Whenever something bad happens, people cannot help but associate it with him. Upon learning that Wang Dang had indeed been subjected to a psychic attack, Luo Jik's expression turned as strained as if he were constipated. He nodded slightly at Yu Pengyi and said, "Thank you for your trouble today, Teacher Yu." At this point, there was no need for him to keep Yu Pengyi and the others around. He now needed to figure out how to persuade Jiao Qing to drop the matter without offending him. Because if this investigation continued and provoked the ire of the Star Energy Department, he and Jiao Qing would definitely be in for serious trouble. Jiao Qing, on the other hand, felt a bit better after learning that a Star Energy user had killed his son. If the incident had truly been committed by those out-of-town students, he would at most kill those students to vent his anger. Instead, the Jiao family would become a laughingstock for other families in the future. But if it was the work of a Star Energy user, the Military Academy would definitely step forward to provide compensation to the Jiao family. After all, the Military Academy always scrambles to clean up after Star Energy users. If the death of a son could be exchanged for substantial compensation, it would actually benefit the Jiao family in the long run. Jiao Qing now had a plan in mind, but he still had to play the part of an angry father in front of Luo Jik to secure more compensation. Yu Pengyi led Wang Dang and his group out, gave a few instructions for Wang Dang to stay out of trouble during his recovery, and then left. As for Luo Dafeng and the others, who clearly had a belly full of questions, Wang Dang acted as if he had not noticed and told the three of them to return to the dormitory first. He himself headed toward the infirmary. After his ability to think clearly was restored, he found that the events of yesterday felt increasingly suspicious the more he thought about them. But he had figured it out before coming here. If he had not been ruthless enough to strike himself, he would have only had one choice: apply for a retest and give himself the identity of a star energy user. In that case, as long as he did not massacre an entire city, the military academy would certainly find a way to protect him. Dr. Su had urged him more than once to retest his talents. Dr. Su said he was a stock with potential. Wang Dang had always thought the doctor was eyeing his star energy talent. But when the doctor tried to convince him to retest by claiming it would help him gain more resources, he did not think so anymore. Dr. Su's own identity was a mystery, but Wang Dang could be certain that he was definitely more than just a simple doctor. The fact that he could easily provide so many specialized nutrient solutions for star energy users showed that his own strength was not simple. Perhaps he was a star energy user himself, which was how he could see through his latent psychic and star energy talents. What could be the purpose of such a capable person hiding in the military academy? And why was he going to such lengths to make him expose his star energy talent to the school? Wang Dang was never one to beat around the bush, but he also could not do without Dr. Su's nutrient solutions at this stage. Therefore, he had to ask clearly. Wang Dang arrived at Dr. Su's office and went straight to the point as soon as he saw him. Was it you? Facing Wang Dang's somewhat cryptic inquiry, Dr. Su actually began to laugh. You are very smart, it was me. Why? Wang Dang seemed not to have expected Dr. Su to admit it so readily. That is the question I should be asking you. The path of a star energy user is your true path. In Dr. Su's view, someone with a clear talent for star energy wasting their time mingling with mecha warriors was a total waste of potential. I do not need you to guide my path. Wang Dang bluntly exposed him. You must have ulterior motives, right, Dr. Su? And what do you think I am plotting? Dr. Su crossed his arms in a relaxed manner, sitting in his chair and watching Wang Dang lazily. You must be a spy sent by the Federation, trying to get me to help you infiltrate the upper echelons of Blue Star. Wang Dang narrowed his eyes and voiced his inner thoughts. The conflict between the Federation and the Empire had not ceased for hundreds of years. Dr. Su could not help but laugh out loud at his words. If I were from the Federation, I certainly would not come to a remote planet like Blue Star. After all, it is too far from the center of the Empire, is not it? He spoke euphemistically, not using terms like trash planet or wasteland, but instead calling it a remote planet. Wang Dang stared straight at Dr. Su without saying a word. If it were before, he might have believed him if the doctor said this. But what if Blue Star still had gold mines? The decades of conflict between the Empire and the Federation were undoubtedly just for control over gold mine resources. Seeing Wang Dang's skeptical look, Dr. Su shrugged helplessly. I am not from the Federation, and of course I am not from the Empire either. Young man, you need to broaden your perspective. The universe consists of more than just the Empire and the Federation. Dr. Su looked at Wang Dang with a smile, but I do need you to reach a higher position. Otherwise, my investment would be meaningless. What? Wang Dang pondered Dr. Su's words carefully in his mind. Not from the Federation and not from the Empire. What does that mean? Could he be some kind of interstellar drifter? But if he were just a drifter, why would he need him to reach a higher position? Wang Dang could not quite figure out Dr. Su's true identity yet, but it was clear that he was not the type to be a carefree, desireless interstellar drifter. I will make your investment worthwhile, but not right now, Wang Dang said, looking Dr. Su in the eye, so please stop pulling strings behind my back. I have my own path and my own pace. Mutual respect is the whole point of cooperation. Dr. Su narrowed his eyes at Wang Dang for a long moment before finally nodding, but I hope you can show me your value soon. Otherwise, I will terminate my investment in you at any time. With that, Dr. Su took a space ring from his drawer and placed it on his desk. Inside this is a new type of nutrient solution I developed for your physical condition. It will help you quickly recover from the nutritional deficiencies caused over all these years. This is my show of good faith. I hope you will show yours soon as well. Wang Dang took the space ring and was shocked to find it was a ring capable of imprinting mental energy, which must have cost a fortune. This only made him more curious about Dr. Su's identity. Interstellar drifters do not have this kind of wealth. To hand over a space ring exclusively for star energy masters and mecha pilots right off the bat, and one with such significant internal capacity at that. It was about 50 square meters in size. A space ring of this size is a rare treasure you just cannot buy on the open market. Wang Dang did not hesitate. He immediately imprinted his mental energy onto the ring, unable to hide the smile on his face. Dr. Su, you are truly generous. It is truly my greatest honor to work for you. Dr. Su had not expected that a single space ring could trigger such a dramatic change in attitude, and he was momentarily stunned. He even began to feel a little pity for Wang Dang. A star energy master who has never seen a good piece of gear is quite the oddity. He did not know whether to laugh or cry that a single ring was enough to make a star energy master work for him. Anyway, he was currently torn between laughter and bewilderment. Do not be a smooth talker, just remember what I said. Dr. Su adjusted his glasses, trying his best not to laugh out loud. You got it, from today on your word is law. Wang Dang happily put the ring on his finger. He had even been planning to go to the black market to sell Jiao Zuo and his team's mecha necklaces and space rings to buy one for himself. He had not expected Dr. Su to just give him one today. Dr. Su is something else. If he had brought this out earlier, he would not have been so hostile when he came to confront his benefactor today, right? After Wang Dang left, Dr. Su pondered for a moment and added 2 words to Wang Dang's file: money grubbing. The term money grubbing has nothing to do with star energy masters, so it was quite curious to see it appear on someone's file today. Dr. Su shook his head, but having a weakness made someone easier to control. After leaving Dr. Su's office, Wang Dang did not return to his dorm immediately. Instead, he climbed over the wall in broad daylight, familiar with the route. The mecha necklaces he had from Jiao Zuo and his team were like hot potatoes in his hands. So he had to use the black market to get rid of the mecha necklaces. After arriving at the blue-silver black market, he went straight to find Mi Dai and handed her the 3 mecha necklaces and the 3 space rings. Although Mi Dai was the manager of the arena, she secretly helped fighters and mecha pilots sell illicit goods. Anything sold through her would never show up on Blue Star again. Although the price was lower when selling through her, the security was guaranteed. People from the arena often traded with her. Wang Dang had heard all this from Golden Buck, and he was on good terms with him now. The two of them often discussed their insights on repairing mechas together. Mi Dai estimated the price on the spot. The 3 mechas alone were worth 7 million. This was even after significantly lowering the price, because they were custom-made mechas with unique specs that were hard to find buyers for. Added to that were various other valuable items from the 3 people's space rings. The total came to 11 million star coins. After confirming that Wang Dang wanted to proceed with the deal, Mi Dai transferred the star coins to him via an anonymous transaction. If you have more high-end goods like this in the future, remember to find me. Mi Dai gave him a seductive look, then mused, Mr. White Mask. Except for the permanent staff of the blue-silver black market, everyone coming and going wore masks. People referred to each other based on the masks they wore. But Wang Dang was wearing the most generic white mask sold at the front desk, and he had not changed it. The main feature of this mask was that it had no distinct features, so it took Mi Dai a moment to decide to call him White Mask. After the transaction, Wang Dang left the blue-silver black market. He did not plan to compete or repair mechas until his mental energy was fully recovered. Besides, he now had 11 million star coins in his pocket, so he would not be short of money for a while. Next, it was time to focus all his energy on improving his strength. Then he would wait for the system to finish its upgrade so he could buy Elemental Affinity and complete the mission Dr. Su gave him. With his plans laid out, Wang Dang felt an extra spring in his step. The first thing he did upon returning to school was to go to the library and pay the 3.8 million star coin fine. Although the money came from selling off Jiao Zuo's estate, it still pained Wang Dang deeply. Once that money was in his pocket, it was his money, so how could it not hurt? Regrettably, he did not find the books he had taken in Jiao Zuo's space ring. He likely sent them home as soon as he got the chip. Thinking of this, Wang Dang gritted his teeth in anger. Jiao Zuo might not have killed him directly, but burdening a student from out of town with a massive debt of over 3 million was even worse than killing him. After all, the consequence of not being able to pay the library was being sent to the interstellar battlefield as cannon fodder. Battling alien beasts was one thing, but the Zerg were the most terrifying of all. Wang Dang hated insects with many legs that could fly the most. Just the sight of them made his skin crawl. The thought of this made him feel that Jiao Zuo got off too easy. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough yet, and he could only rely on sneak attacks. Otherwise, he would have made Jiao Zuo suffer the agony of 1,000 insects eating his heart. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Dang transferred 1.5 million star coins each to Luo Dapan, Haijai, and Huzi. This is the money from selling the mecha necklaces belonging to Jiao Zuo and his group. I took the lion's share. He explained concisely. Luo Dapan and the other two had helped him dispose of Jiao Zhu's body, and at the critical moment, had not chosen to betray him. Therefore, they deserved their share of the loot. Brother Wang, I did not contribute much. Is not it inappropriate for me to take so much? Haijai scratched the back of his head, looking conflicted. As an out-of-town student, he was clearly short of money and especially hoped to keep this huge sum. But Jiao Zhu and his men were killed by Wang Dang alone, and they only did a little cleanup work. He felt uneasy taking this 1.5 million. Yeah, Brother Wang, Haijai and I are too weak and did not really help with anything. Huzi also looked at Wang Dang. Unlike their hesitation, Luo Dapan accepted his share with a clear conscience and instead turned to persuade Huzi and Haijai. Just take what Brother Wang gives you, why all this nonsense? This is a sign that Brother Wang acknowledges you understand. Although Brother Wang did most of the work, we are all in the same boat. If you do not take this money, what are you trying to do? Distance yourselves from us. Once Luo Dapan said this, Haijai and Huzi did not dare to refuse anymore. They were not the type to run away or betray their brothers. Seeing that they were no longer refusing, Wang Dang nodded slightly at Luo Dapan. We just need to bury this matter for good. From now on, it has nothing to do with us. The three of them heard Wang Dang's words, and although full of questions, were smart enough not to ask. They all knew perfectly well that Wang Dang had secrets. But since their brother did not want to talk about it, there was no need for them to ask. That is the unspoken understanding between brothers. After successfully shifting the school and the Jiao family's attention, Wang Dang did not concern himself with the aftermath, but focused all his energy on improving his strength. The new nutrient solution Dr. Su gave him was even better than the previous military grade 1. Wang Dang had originally thought his mental power would need some time to recover. But after drinking Dr. Su's solution, within just one day, Wang Dang felt his mental power had returned to its previous level. It was even better than before. Even physical training that he used to find exhausting felt effortless now. This feeling was very strange. It was not just an increase in strength. It felt more like his body's various functions were gradually recovering. This left Wang Dang wondering, could it be that he had really been held back by malnutrition all these years? Could his physical fitness be even better? Would not that mean this body of his was naturally gifted for being a mecha pilot? With his body recovered, Wang Dang set his sights on the simulator. However, simulators were only open to students during simulation training classes and were otherwise locked in the simulation training room. And the school did not offer paid access to them. But with only one simulation class a week, how could he train his mental power enough? So Wang Dang went to Yu Pengyi to request permission to use the simulator for training in his spare time. But upon hearing his request, Yu Pengyi was completely against it. Absolutely not. Simulators must be used under a teacher's guidance and supervision. What if a hacker attack happens again like last time? Yu Pengyi clearly still had shadows from the last time Wang Dang nearly lost his life while using the simulator. Although Wang Dang was a troublemaker in his eyes, he was still the student he thought most highly of. Besides, simulation training is not a necessity for mecha pilots. Once a week is enough to build up your adaptability. Simulators might not be a necessity for others, but they were for him. Wang Dang grumbled silently, but kept a humble and teachable expression on his face. As soon as Yu Pengyi saw this look, he knew he was up to no good. When a troublemaker puts on a look of total innocence, they definitely have something up their sleeve. So he warned simulators are not toys. If used improperly, even without hacker attacks, you could risk your life. If you really want to train, you would be better off doing more practical drills. Practical drills are the only way for a mecha pilot to improve. Wang Dang readily agreed, left the office, and promptly went to pick the lock of the simulation training room. There was no help for it. If he could use the simulator openly, he would not want to sneak around. Since the proper way was blocked, he had to find his own way. As he picked the lock, Wang Dang reasoned, rules are rigid, but people are flexible, so rules are meant to be broken. If it were the locks from his old world, he really would not have known what to do. But in this world, technology was highly advanced, and traditional locks had long been abandoned in favor of electronic ones unlocked by iris recognition. For Wang Dang, this kind of electronic lock was far too easy. He just needed to remove the panel and take out the star energy battery inside. Cutting the power forced the lock into emergency mode. The moment he reconnected the power, the lock would automatically open according to its emergency setting. After he was done, he would just switch the mode back, ensuring no one would ever know. It is a pity there were too many students passing by the paid training rooms. Otherwise, he could have done the same there and saved a fortune on rental fees. Successfully inside the simulation room, Wang Dang felt his scalp tighten as he looked at the rows of simulators. It felt like the bone-deep agony he experienced last time had happened just a moment ago. Whatever happens, happens. I am going to build mechas. Wang Dang gritted his teeth, opened a simulator, adjusted it to his previous settings, and climbed in with his eyes shut. Oh my gods. Although Wang Dang had prepared himself mentally, once he was in it, he could not help but curse out loud. Faced with the feeling of his head about to explode, Wang Dang could only comfort himself in his heart. Endure it. If repairing mechas for others is this profitable, imagine how many star coins I will make once I can build them myself. Maybe I could even become the richest person on Blue Planet, eating white rice and chicken drumsticks for every meal, never having to live off nutrient solution again. Alcohol, yes, it has been over a decade since I last tasted alcohol. Patience is a virtue, and only by enduring what others cannot can you earn real money. What? Wang Dang fell face first onto the simulated ice, his face bruised and pale. It was not from the cold, but from the agony. Physical pain has its limits, but there is no limit to the suffering of the soul. Driven to the brink of agony, Wang Dang started to let his mind wander uncontrollably. They say the word for endurance has a knife blade hanging over it, and the same goes for the word for lust. Why does life have to be filled with so many sharp blades? Why must he push himself so hard to improve? Could not he just be an ordinary person living a simple, happy life? No. In this distorted world, being ordinary and average does not bring happiness. This place is not like the world he once knew. In this current world, the law only restricts ordinary people. Wang Dang recalled his childhood, when there was a gentle woman in the shantytown who was raising a little girl all by herself. Back then he was only 5 or 6, so hungry he fought dogs for bones every day. Every time that woman saw him, she would slip him a strawberry-flavored nutrient pack. That was because her daughter only liked that flavor. One night, 4 drunken mech warriors broke into her home, and her screams echoed through the entire shantytown. Yet not a single person in the shantytown dared to go to her rescue. Because those 4 mech warriors were elite soldiers sent to Nan City to deal with the tsunami. Her daughter died that night, and Wang Dang never saw that beautiful, gentle woman ever again. Some neighbors in the shantytown said she went mad and was sent to an asylum. Others said she could not bear the grief and took her own life. And it was precisely because that woman vanished and her house sat empty that the young Wang Dang finally had a real place to call home in the shantytown. There were many stories about what happened to that woman. But there was never any punishment for those 4 mech warriors. Because they were on orders to handle the tsunami and protect the citizens of Nan City, they were hailed as great heroes. As for that woman, everyone simply brushed it off by saying she was just unlucky. The elders in the shantytown said that this happened often on Blue Star, and that the world would never give up an elite mech warrior for the sake of a common person. That is the fate of an ordinary person. The law exists only to keep the ordinary in line. Mech warriors, on the other hand, can only be reined in by other mech warriors of an even higher rank. But once someone becomes a mech warrior, they are no longer part of the common fold, so who would ever care about the lives of the ordinary? Therefore, in this place, an ordinary person without the ability to protect themselves is destined never to find happiness. If you want to live freely and comfortably, you must have a pair of powerful iron fists. An hour later, the preset time was up, the simulator shut down, and the pod opened automatically. Wang Dang slid out of the pod and lay on the floor, convulsing uncontrollably. Sure enough, he still could not handle the full hour. Better set it for 59 minutes next time. That was the last thought that crossed Wang Dang's mind before he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, the sky was already gray with dawn. Wang Dang hurriedly wiped away any traces of his presence. He left the simulation room and headed back to the dormitory. He was determined to grind away at the simulator these next few days. Once he could construct a B-grade mech blueprint completely, he could finally start designing a mech for himself with his own hands. For Wang Dang, who had loved mechanics since he was a child, this was nothing less than a dream come true. And so, even as he convulsed in pain, the feeling of his mental power steadily increasing brought a profound sense of satisfaction. Having tasted that small bit of sweetness, all the bitterness he had endured until now vanished in an instant. While waiting for the system to upgrade and return, Wang Dang did not sneak over the wall to the blue-silver-black market. He chose to stay at the academy and double down on the simulator. I have to say, the special nutrient solution Dr. Su gave him was truly a rare and precious find. Even when he came off the simulator with only a breath left in him, a single shot of that solution and half an hour of rest made him feel completely rejuvenated. It was not just his physical recovery that improved. Over the past month, Wang Dang had clearly felt his body undergoing constant changes. He could not quite put it into words himself. It felt like he had been on the verge of a breakthrough several times, but the feeling would slip away just as quickly as it came. It felt similar to his previous rank breakthroughs, yet it was not quite as distinct. It seemed more like his base physique was just constantly elevating. Yet apart from the mandatory practical training classes, Wang Dang had been spending all his time grinding on the simulator. He had not increased his actual physical training. Could it be, as Dr. Su had suggested, that he was simply recovering from long-term malnutrition? After a month of grueling effort, Wang Dang's progress in mech construction had finally reached 98%. Brother Wang, Devil Yu says if you do not show up for class again, he is going to expel you, said Fatty Luo, returning to the dorm with a helpless look. Wang Dang had him asking for sick leave every single day, so now whenever Devil Yu saw him, he would glare with cold, suspicious eyes. It felt like he had committed some kind of cardinal sin. Then again, no other mech warrior requested sick leave as often as Brother Wang did. After all, among the three professions, mech warriors had the highest physical strength, bar none. I hear you, Wang Dang nodded. Yu Pengyi had come to see him many times, preaching lessons about how arrogance leads to failure and telling him the tortoise and the hare fable more times than he could count. Of course, he knew the importance of daily training for a mech warrior. But the temptation of using the simulator to boost his mental power was just too strong to resist. If it were not for the lack of money and talent back then, his first choice would have definitely been to become a mech engineer. Brother Wang, you really have to go to class this afternoon, or Instructor Jessica is definitely going to lash me to death. Fatty Luo slid on his knees and hugged Wang Dang's thigh. When he asked Devil Yu for leave, the worst he got was a lecture. But if Wang Dang skipped Instructor Jessica's class, and he was the one who had to go and tell her, she actually uses the lash. Whenever Fatty Luo thought of Jessica, with her blonde hair, blue eyes, and hot figure, there was not a single bit of male attraction in his mind. Only pure terror. I appreciate you looking out for me. Wang Dang pulled Fatty Luo up from the floor and patted his shoulders solemnly. I will definitely go to Instructor Jessica's class later. The worst that can happen is taking a few extra lashes. Wang Dang felt terrifyingly strong now. After going through the inhuman torture of the simulator, what was a little whip coated in bitter celery juice, he could take 10 lashes without even blinking. Just as Wang Dang was giving Fatty Luo his absolute word that he would not miss Instructor Jessica's afternoon practical training, his optical computer chimed. What? Wang Dang opened his optical brain and saw a message from Golden Stag. Hurry, there is a big fat sheep at the arena. A big fat sheep. Wang Dang subconsciously glanced at Fatty Luo and saw the anticipation in his eyes. Almost instantly, Wang Dang made up his mind. What does it matter if a brother gets whipped a few times? If he misses out on a big fat sheep, he would be the one whipping his brother himself. Wang Dang lowered his eyes. Fatty, oh Fatty, I will definitely make it up to you later. Ahem, Wang Dang coughed tactically. I suddenly remembered I have something to do this afternoon. Wang, brother, Fatty Luo wailed, you know how painful Teacher Jessica's whip is. In order to avoid Teacher Jessica's whip, he had evolved into a flexible and enduring Fatty. And now, Fatty, no pain, no gain. Taking a few lashes for a brother is nothing, Wang Dang said with a serious face. Besides, the more Teacher Jessica whips you, the more she will remember you. Being remembered by a strict teacher helps improve your strength. Maybe next semester you will be in the S-class. Although Fatty Luo knew that Wang Dang was just selling him a pipe dream, his mouth still started to water at the mention of the S-class. The S-class must be the dream destination for all out-of-town students, right? If you could enter the S-class on your own merits, that would mean you have one foot firmly planted in the imperial capital. I promise this is definitely the last time I will ask you to take leave. Wang Dang patted his chest with a thud. Well, all right, Fatty Luo agreed with a bitter face. He looked as reluctant as one could possibly be. It was not that he did not want to help Wang Dang, it was just that Teacher Jessica's whip was too painful. Brotherhood is in the heart. Wang Dang patted Fatty Luo hard again. That is it, I am heading out. With that, he turned and left the dormitory without hesitation. He was now desperately eager to know just how fat the big fat sheep Golden Stag spoke of really was. The previous clown mask was already oily fat in his opinion, yet Golden Stag had never called him a big fat sheep. It seems another young master from a wealthy family has come to the black market to experience real life. Wang Dang skillfully arrived at his secret corner, and this time he jumped over the school wall with ease without even needing a running start. Just as he landed, Wang Dang's brow furrowed, and he subconsciously prepared to leap forward. He sensed several dangerous auras. But before he could even execute the move, he was roughly pinned to the ground. The attacker had immense strength. Wang Dang felt that if he were not a mecha pilot, his nose bridge would have certainly broken. Officer caught another one climbing the wall. The person pinning Wang Dang reported to those behind him. HMPH, Yanjin gave a cold snort. I did not expect there to be so many audacious brats. Wang Dang had already been lifted up from behind. Despite being a mecha pilot, he was held up by the person behind him without any room to struggle. It felt like the disparity in power between an adult and an infant. Which class are you in and who is your homeroom teacher? Rolif held Wang Dang like a chick and asked him. Freshman class A, my teacher is Yu Pengyi. Wang Dang answered honestly with his feet dangling in the air. You cannot walk by the river all the time without getting your shoes wet. But what bothered Wang Dang was not getting caught, but why did it have to be today? There was a big fat sheep waiting for him at the arena. Yanjin glanced at Wang Dang and spoke lightly, junior mecha pilot. Rolif immediately understood, kids, you dare to lie. As he spoke, he shook Wang Dang vigorously. Tell the truth, which class are you from, or you are going to have a rough time. Rolif was 2 meters and 10 centimeters tall, his muscles looking like they were about to burst through his combat suit. The 1.80 Wang Dang really was like a chick in front of him. Wang Dang felt dizzy from being shaken. It was an after effect of the simulator. Now he got dizzy at the slightest shake. I really am in class A, I have my student ID in my pocket. Rolif held Wang Dang with one hand and reached into his jacket pocket with the other, indeed fishing out a student ID card. He put Wang Dang down, opened the student ID, and carefully compared it with the person in front of him. Officer, he really is from freshman class A. Rolif turned to look at Yanjin. Yanjin took the student ID from Rolif and felt that the name Wang Dang on the card was somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, Yanjin remembered. This is the student who fought 2 opponents at once during the sorting exam. He had watched the video at the time and had a very deep impression of this student. If it was him, then it makes sense. What were you planning to do by climbing the wall? Yanjin looked Wang Dang up and down, who appeared quite honest. I am going to meet an online friend named Sweet Moon, Wang Dang said with a look of adolescent longing. She asked me to meet today. Although he was caught climbing the wall and the consequences would be severe. But according to his years of experience, there is usually a different set of penalties for good students. Yanjin and Rolif almost immediately associated it with an online romance. Military school regulations are very strict, with only 1 day off per month. It is not strange for students to climb walls to go on dates. Take him over, we will deal with everyone later. Yanjin returned to his original post. Rolif nodded, and after handing Wang Dang over to another instructor, he continued to keep watch. Today, anyone who climbs the wall, except for Star Energy Masters, will not be let go. Wang Dang did not resist at all, obediently following the other instructor as they took a turn and re-entered the school. The instructor brought Wang Dang to an office, told him to wait honestly for his homeroom teacher to pick him up, and then left. There were already 5 or 6 military school students caught for wall climbing in the office. Wang Dang took a closer look and discovered 2 acquaintances. Junior, what a coincidence. Mai Xiaomai waved at Wang Dang and then pulled Tan Moli over quickly. When Tan Moli saw Wang Dang, there was a flash of unnaturalness on her face, but she still followed Mai Xiaomai over. It is a coincidence. Did you seniors climb the wall too? Wang Dang asked tentatively. Mai Xiaomai nodded with a smile. Yes, it is my birthday today. I wanted to go out and celebrate, did not expect to get caught. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue playfully. My luck is just terrible. She did not look the least bit scared. This made Wang Dang even more convinced that there must be a different way of handling good students. It should not lead to immediate expulsion. Seeing Mai Xiaomai so relaxed, Wang Dang felt much more at ease and asked her, why did the school suddenly start cracking down on wall climbing today? Mai Xiaomai shook her head with a helpless look. Captain Yan is back from his mission. He is the most notorious stickler for rules in our military academy. It is no surprise at all that he is cracking down on misconduct. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Wang Dang Jr. You did not offend Captain Yan just now, did you? He is a level 9 high-rank mecha warrior, and he could break through to become a level 1 mecha commander at any moment. While saying this, Mai Xiaomai patted her chest with lingering fear. I never expected he would personally come to catch rule breakers today. Tan Moli, standing to the side, also looked distraught. She never expected that she would be caught climbing the wall by Captain Yan himself. Captain Yan must have a terrible first impression of her now, and she really wanted to serve in his military district in the future. A level 9 high-rank mecha warrior, Wang Dang was also taken aback after hearing what Mai Xiaomai said. Although the instructors at the military academy are all high-rank mecha warriors, there is a fundamental difference between one high-rank mecha warrior and another. For instance, Wang Dang's homeroom teacher, Yu Pengyi, is a level 3 mecha warrior, but his level is already considered above average among the instructors. That is why he is the teacher, with the best chance of being promoted to lead the S-class. A level 9 high-rank mecha warrior is the strongest person Wang Dang has ever encountered so far. Just now, Yan Jin said that he is a junior mecha warrior. Could it be that the feeling of leveling up these past few days was not an illusion, and he really has advanced to become a junior mecha warrior? But he did not feel that obvious sense of breaking through shackles like before, did he? Just as Wang Dang was lost in thought, Tan Moli spoke up. "You are Wang Dang, right?" Tan Moli struggled internally for a long time before speaking with a complicated expression. "I am sorry about what happened back in Nanchang. I should not have looked down on you." After thinking it over, she decided she should apologize to Wang Dang in person. Although her pride made her reluctant to admit it, the young man before her had indeed saved her life. Just the fact that he dared to fight sea beasts using only an exoskeleton was impressive. This courage alone was worthy of her admiration. This is what a real warrior is. "It is okay," Wang Dang shrugged nonchalantly. "Besides, I am already used to it since I arrived at the military academy. In this academy, discrimination and biased treatment towards students from other regions are everywhere." However, he never expected that Tan Moli would apologize to him personally. After all, she looks like the kind of woman who would even sleep with her nose in the air. "You will definitely not be the same as you are now in the future," Tan Moli said, looking a bit stiff. One look and you could tell she was very bad at comforting people. "Hey, let the past be the past. Do me a favor, my Zayamai, and make up with each other," my Zayamai announced with an air of authority. "From now on, you are all good friends." Tan Moli, whose tone had just been harsh, was immediately amused by my Zayamai's comical tone. "You really have to have a hand in everything, do not you?" Wang Dang also smiled to be polite. "Right, Junior, why did you climb the wall to go out?" My Zayamai tilted her head and squinted at Wang Dang with a mischievous look. "Were you up to something bad?" "The world is so big, I wanted to go take a look." Wang Dang put on a deep and thoughtful expression. Just as my Zayamai was about to get to the bottom of it, the office door was suddenly kicked open with great force. Teacher Jessica, holding a long whip, stood at the door with a cloud of dust trailing behind her, clearly having sprinted all the way here. Wang Dang stepped forward, Teacher Jessica shouted with a booming voice. Anyone could see from her expression right then that she was furious. Of course she was angry. A student actually dared to skip her classes repeatedly, and the reason was to climb the wall and leave the school. Did he really think her whip was just for show? When Yan Jin notified Yu Pengyi to come and collect his student, Teacher Jessica just happened to be in the office getting her water cup. Hearing that Wang Dang, who had asked for sick leave, was caught climbing the wall, she stopped her class immediately and rushed over here with her whip. Wang Dang bit the bullet and moved toward Jessica with stiff movements, step by step. "Good afternoon, Teacher Jessica. Take off your clothes." Jessica's beautiful features were twisted into a terrifying expression. Wang Dang was all too familiar with those 3 words. It seems he could not escape a brutal beating today. Wang Dang took off his coat and stood there shirtless, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Seeing this, my Zayamai quickly covered her eyes, peeked through her fingers, and did not forget to nudge Tan Moli next to her with her elbow. "Sister Tianyuan, he has abdominal muscles." Snap! The crisp sound of the whip lashing could be clearly heard echoing in the office. Wang Dang was clenching his buttocks tight by now. He took back what he said earlier about 10 lashes without blinking. If it were not for the girls present, he would have screamed in agony. "How is it teacher soaked the whip in bitter celery juice all day long just for you?" Teacher Jessica said with a cold sneer. The reason she soaked the whip was to severely punish this student for skipping class. The other students in the office who were caught climbing the wall watched as Teacher Jessica whipped him again and again. While confused, they were also terrified. After she is done with him, will it be their turn next? Wait, there are still female students here. Could they be in for a treat later? If that is the case, a whip soaked in bitter celery juice for a night is not that bad. They can take it. Wang Dang, unlike the others, did not have the luxury to let his mind wander. The welts on his back from the whip felt painful, itchy, and numb all at once. Seeing Wang Dang enduring the pain without a sound, Jessica simply increased the force of her lashings. Never before had a student dared to skip her class to climb the wall. And that fat Luo who helped him lie to get sick leave, he's going to get a good whipping too when I get back. Wang Dang received over 30 lashes before Yu Pengyi, who had rushed over, rescued him from the red-eyed teacher Jessica. In reality, he could have arrived earlier, but this troublemaker Wang Dang needed to suffer a bit. His attendance record this month was pitifully low. Hurry up and apologize to teacher Jessica. Yu Pengyi looked at the battered Wang Dang, feeling secretly satisfied inside but pretending to be furious on the surface. Look at what kind of trouble you have caused. Skipping class is one thing, but climbing the wall too. Do you know that unauthorized absence can lead to expulsion from the school? Oh, give it a rest. Do you really have the heart to let him be expelled? Jessica was now angry at Yu Pengyi as well and said coldly. The fact that Wang Dang is this reckless is clearly due to his homeroom teacher's negligence, right? By now, the other students in the office did not even dare to breathe loudly. Is climbing the wall really such a serious offense now? Expulsion is one thing, as that is written in the school rules even if it has rarely been enforced. But why is there a whipping involved too? Is not corporal punishment illegal? As Yu Pengyi and Jessica were finishing their double training, the homeroom teachers of the other students also began to arrive one after another. Only Mai Xiaomai's homeroom teacher was pleasant and amiable, while everyone else wore the same stern expression as Yu Pengyi. After Wang Dang and Yu Pengyi forced a smile to send teacher Jessica off, Wang Dang could not hold it in any longer and whispered to Yu Pengyi. "Teacher Yu, when can we leave?" "You still want to leave?" Yu Pengyi said with an angry laugh. "This was Captain Yan himself who caught you, so let us see how he decides to handle it." If another teacher had caught them, it would be easy to handle. The homeroom teacher would just go over, offer an apology, and promise to discipline them well back at school. Then they could just take the students home. But Captain Yan is infamous in the military academy for being difficult to deal with, bringing that strict military-style conduct right into the school. Although this is a military academy, it is ultimately a place of transition, and making it as strict as a military base leaves teachers like them with nowhere to turn. Yu Pengyi looked around the office and sighed with relief after spotting Mai Xiaomai's homeroom teacher. Good, at least one of those caught is a mecha mechanic, so Captain Yan should not be too harsh. Before long, Yan Jin personally escorted the sullen-looking students inside. He tallied up the students caught today. Other than Wang Dang and Mai Xiaomai, all of them were mecha warriors from the S-class or higher. There were even several students from the SS class, such as Tan Moli, who was a sophomore in the SS class. Not bad, quite a luxurious lineup. We have got both mecha warriors and mecha mechanics. Yan Jin looked at everyone in the office and nodded with satisfaction. As soon as he said that, all the homeroom teachers present immediately became alert. Sure enough, Yan Jin's next sentence was, "Then you all can go clear the battlefield." Hearing Yan Jin's words, Yu Pengyi became anxious at once. Captain Yan, others might be one thing, but this student of mine is from the A class. If he sends Wang Dang, a mecha recruit, to clear a battlefield, would he even be able to come back alive? Yan Jin looked back at Yu Pengyi and said, "A class students are warriors too. Since they dared to climb over the wall, they must be prepared to accept the consequences." Captain Yan, Mai Xiaomai's homeroom teacher, was a kind old lady. "I have no objection to clearing the battlefield, but Xiaomai is a mecha mechanic. You must ensure her safety." Yan Jin nodded. "Do not worry. It is a small exotic beast battlefield and the military has already cleared it. They are more than capable of handling the stragglers left behind. The weakest one here is Wang Dang from the A class, but he is still a newly promoted primary mecha warrior. This is already a top-tier lineup for clearing a battlefield." Yan Jin was not the least bit worried that anything would go wrong. Sending them to clear the battlefield is just to let them experience the cruelty of war and the meaning behind the rules. "The spacecraft is already outside. Depart for the portal immediately," Yan Jin ordered with a straight face. His voice carried the cold, lethal pressure of a soldier that made people afraid to disobey. Yu Pengyi wanted to argue, but Yan Jin grabbed his shoulders and forcibly led him out of the office. At the same time, 5 uniformed soldiers came in from outside and immediately led Wang Dang and the others onto the spacecraft. "Wang Dang, remember to stick close to your upperclassmen. Do not try to be a hero," Yu Pengyi shouted from afar. "Got it, Teacher Yu," Wang Dang replied. He was deeply touched by Yu Pengyi's concern. Because from Yu Pengyi, he could feel a long-lost kind of fatherly care. "Do not be so sentimental. It is just clearing a battlefield." Yan Jin looked at Yu Pengyi with a frown. "Young people need to be put through their paces." "Is there any logic in sending a mecha recruit to a battlefield?" Yu Pengyi asked, visibly agitated. He might be able to let the others go, but Wang Dang is a freshman who just enrolled this year. As a teacher, his greatest fear is seeing a promising talent get snuffed out. Yan Jin frowned even deeper. "When I was a primary mecha warrior, I had already been trained on the exotic beast battlefield. This is only cleaning up." "But he is not." Yu Pengyi's agitated expression suddenly froze. "Wait, what do you mean?" "He just broke through and his energy is unstable. It is normal that you could not tell." Yan Jin patted Yu Pengyi on the shoulder. "This student of yours has a bright future." so proper training and polishing are necessary. Yu Pengyi could not hide the surprise on his face after hearing Yan Jin's words. He never expected that Wang Dang, whom he thought had been slacking off for a month, had actually become a primary mecha warrior. Could it be that he had been secretly training by himself this whole month? When he gets back, I am going to submit an application for his class advancement assessment. Yu Pengyi started pacing back and forth with excitement. He had originally planned to apply for his assessment the moment Wang Dang promoted to a primary mecha warrior. He just never thought that day would come so soon. This is nothing short of a pleasant surprise. If he gets into the S-class, your chance of leading the S-class will be secure. Who knows, maybe he will even stay in your class once he is in, Yan Jin added with a hint of a smile. Then I will take your word for it, Captain Yan. Yu Pengyi looked radiant with confidence. You have to understand, he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Meanwhile, sitting on the spacecraft, Wang Dang still had not fully processed the situation. Forget the fact that he did not get to fleece the big sheep in the gladiator arena. How did he end up heading to a battlefield out of the blue? Junior, do not be nervous. It is just clearing a battlefield, it is a small matter. My Xiaomai struck a pose like a boss. Just hide behind your upperclassmen and you will be fine. Tan Moli nodded slightly. Although it is called clearing the battlefield, an exotic beast battlefield is no joke. Since you are still a freshman, do not try to be a hero. Stay behind me once we get in. She was planning to protect my Xiaomai anyway, so protecting two people was just as easy. Yeah, the powerful exotic beasts have basically all been cleared out. There is no real danger, my Xiaomai said with conviction. Wang Dang's expression grew complex as he listened to them. He was not really worried about the danger from the exotic beasts right now. He was more worried about the other upperclassmen on the ship. Including him, there were 10 people sent to clear the battlefield, 8 men and 2 women. Right now, the other 7 upperclassmen were looking at him as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Wang Dang silently moved closer to my Xiaomai. Stare all you want, see if you can glare me to death. Upperclassmen, I am a little scared. Wang Dang purposely looked at my Xiaomai with a pitiful expression. How could the boss like my possibly stand for that? Plus, he called her upperclassmen. She immediately put her arm around Wang Dang's shoulder and declared boldly, "With me here, your upperclassmen will protect you." A sound of grinding teeth suddenly erupted throughout the spacecraft, and anyone who did not know better would have thought the ship was infested with rats. The freshmen this year are quite bold, learning to sneak out before even finishing their first year. What a drag! Cleaning up the battlefield is one thing, but having to bring a dead weight along is another. A red-haired youth muttered impatiently with his head slightly bowed. Alan, you do not need to worry about it. I will protect him well, Tan Moli said to the red-haired youth with a cold face. You are only a Tier 3 beginner mecha warrior. If we really run into danger, will not we seniors have to step in anyway? Alan was very dissatisfied with what Tan Moli said. You should worry about yourself first. Tan Moli let out a cold snort. Even though you are a Tier 1 intermediate mecha warrior, your combat experience with alien beasts is far worse than mine. That was not an exaggeration. Whenever there was a combat mission at school, Tan Moli was always the most eager one. Even if there is only a 1-tier difference, I am still better than you, not to mention the gap between us is huge, Alan said, stretching his arms with a frivolous smile on his face. Tan Moli was so angry she started rolling up her sleeves right there. Wang Dang looked back and forth between Tan Moli and Alan, watching with great interest. Junior, they are often like this, you will get used to it, my Xiaomai whispered into Wang Dang's ear. Anyway, they never actually end up fighting. Do you want them to fight? Wang Dang raised an eyebrow, looking at my Xiaomai with some surprise. How did he not notice that my Xiaomai actually had a dark, mischievous side? My Xiaomai tilted her head and thought about it seriously. Of course, I prefer to settle things with fists rather than arguing. It is a good thing you are a mecha master, Wang Dang said with a serious expression. Although Tan Moli and Alan were already arguing until their faces were red, just as my Xiaomai said, there was no sign of them actually throwing punches. Just as the entire cabin of the starship was noisy and bustling like boiling water, the cockpit door opened. One more word out of you lot and I will throw you all out. A bearded instructor roared at the crowd, his voice laced with the overwhelming pressure of a powerhouse. The entire cabin went dead silent at that roar. Alan and Tan Moli returned to their seats at lightning speed, sitting quietly and obediently, as if they were not the ones arguing just a moment ago. Watching this, Wang Dang could only say that as expected of mecha warriors, that speed was truly top-notch. The instructors leading the missions are active military personnel, not like the ones at school. They are fierce. My Xiaomai wrinkled her nose and whispered to Wang Dang. Wang Dang nodded. Everyone on this starship was a troublemaker from the school. For them to be this well-behaved, the methods must be quite brutal. After things quieted down, Wang Dang leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Although he had never cleared a battlefield, there were so many seniors around that he would not be the one responsible if the sky fell. He simply closed his eyes and began drafting a mecha design in his mind. Just as he had built up to 45%, Wang Dang suddenly smelled the aroma of meat. He twitched his nose subconsciously, and the scent became even stronger. He opened his eyes to see that Mai Xiaomai had passed him a piece of beef jerky, right under his nose. Wang Dang did not stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and bit into the jerky, and a salty, savory flavor immediately spread through his mouth. He had not been to the school cafeteria for a month, and had not tasted real food in that time. Mai Xiaomai was chewing on a piece of jerky herself, her puffed-out cheeks making her look like a chubby hamster. How is it? Tastes good, right? Tan Moli was also chewing away. It is all right, but I will tell the lady to add more chili next time. After saying that, she pulled a pink handkerchief out of her pocket and gently wiped her mouth. The pink handkerchief even had a little white rabbit embroidered on it. Wang Dang stared dumbfounded at the pink handkerchief in Tan Moli's hand. For him, the feeling was no less shocking than seeing a tough guy using pink. Perhaps noticing his gaze was too blatant, Tan Moli leisurely put the handkerchief back into her pocket, followed by a murderous look shot his way. Hee, what a coincidence. I also like using pink, Wang Dang said, laughing dryly in the face of her killer glare. Although it seemed he had been promoted to a junior mecha warrior, there were differences even among junior mecha warriors. For instance, he had seen Tan Moli's mecha once back in Nanchang City. He was just a newbie back then, and he just thought her mecha was incredibly cool. Now that he thought about it, the luster of the outer plating alone was likely made of materials he could not afford. Back when he was in Nanchang High School, the teacher's most common saying was, "If you have no money, why play with mechas?" Thinking about it now, it really was an absolute truth. For a mecha warrior, the mecha is their primary asset. Whether it is attack or defense, it all relies on the properties of the machine. And the only goal of training is to be able to pilot a mecha with higher stats. Therefore, talent and hard work do not actually account for that much among mecha warriors. As long as you are willing to spend the money to build a mecha with overpowered stats, not to mention crushing a diligent student, taking on several at once would not be an issue. This is why for so many years, students from out of town at military academies have been at the bottom of the food chain and have never been able to turn things around. Even if you are hardworking and talented, you cannot compensate for the gap in mecha quality. It is like in a game world where others are using a pay-to-win, gold-shining, special effect-laden dragon-slaying sword. And you are holding a beginner village short sword, trying to defeat a pay-to-win whale. That is just pure fantasy. Furthermore, reality is even more cruel than games. Some games at least allow you to grind instead of pay, letting free players catch a glimpse of the tail lights of the big spenders. But in the world of mechas, there is no path for you to grind your way to victory. After all, in this era of high technological development, mechanical livers and bionic livers are everywhere. Those two livers of yours are not worth anything at all. Wang Dang opened his optical computer and checked his balance after deducting his living expenses for the month, the cost of renting the training room, and purchasing stellar energy batteries and mecha maintenance oil. He still had 6 million star coins left. A single set of tools needed to build a mecha costs as much as 12 million star coins on the star network. He was still short by half, and building a mecha also requires many expensive materials. Damn it, why could not he have transmigrated into the body of a second-generation rich kid? Even after transmigrating, he is still worried about money every day. Soon, the starship arrived at its destination. This is a dimensional rift on the east side of Blue Star. Because the energy in the air collided with the energy at the rift, it created many rifts leading to the planet of strange beasts. Strange beasts can come through these rifts to wreak havoc on Blue Star, and people from Blue Star can also enter through these rifts to clear out the beasts and collect resources. These dimensional rifts are known as portals. They are places where spatial travel can occur without the need for a spatial-type star energy master to activate them. The dimensional rifts have always been under military control, and for so many years, there has never been a large-scale breakout of strange beasts or attacks on humans. This is all thanks to the military periodically sending troops inside to clear out the beasts, keeping their numbers within a controllable range. For some portals lacking resources, once all resources have been collected, the strange beasts inside are cleaned out, and then spatial-type star energy masters are sent to close the portals. For Blue Star, these portals are both a threat and a source of resources. Of course, it is not just Blue Star. Many planets within the Empire's jurisdiction have such portals. It is said that a cosmic war 1,000 years ago caused energy chaos, which created so many strange beast portals that threaten the safety of humanity. Wang Dang and his group's mission this time is to clean up the battlefield, which means it is a portal the military is already preparing to close. Before closing the portal, all the strange beasts inside must be dealt with to prevent them from attacking and triggering star energy fluctuations while the portal is closing, which would cause it to explode. "Everyone get in your mechs and join the communication channel," the bearded instructor shouted while standing at the front. The strange beast planet is not like Blue Star, it is full of danger. Except for bathroom breaks, you will eat and drink in your mechs, do you understand? Understood. Everyone stood with their hands behind their backs, showing the poise of military cadets as they answered loudly. Alan will serve as the mission leader, and Liu De will serve as the deputy leader. Return the way you came once the cleanup is complete. Liu De. That seems to be the square-faced senior who looks very stiff and serious. If you miss even one strange beast, then pack your bags and get ready to enjoy the electric shock prison. After the intimidation, the bearded instructor gave the order. Now everyone get in your mechs. Wang Dang and the others immediately summoned their respective mechs, agilely climbed into the cockpits, and lined up to enter the portal. The moment they stepped out of the portal, the communication channel began to buzz. "Wait, is that freshman from out of town? His mech looks like a modified general-purpose model. Oh man, I did not even realize it until you said something. It is modified so ugly, is not it? Haha, it is just as bad as that ugly mech that went viral on the Star Network before." Wang Dang turned on his microphone and said very politely, "Seniors, is it possible that I am also in this communication channel?" There was a sudden silence in the communicator. "Hasahata Jr., when we get back, I will help you modify your mech for free, Hahata." Mai Zaiamai's voice came through the communicator, breathless with laughter. It was not that she did not want to hold it in, but Wang Dang's mech was truly so ugly that she could not help herself. Ahem, Alan coughed twice. Although this junior is an out-of-town student, he was caught sneaking over the wall, so he counts as one of us. He had looked down on Wang Dang before, but times have changed. He is the squad leader now and must take on the responsibilities of a squad leader. Even though Wang Dang is an out-of-towner, there are not many out-of-town students in the military academy who dare to sneak over walls. At least he suits his taste. He is not some coward who runs away at the sight of others. So he chose to step up and speak for Wang Dang, asking everyone to restrain themselves a little. This trip is to clean up the battlefield and fight strange beasts, not for a gossip session. Alan obviously had a high reputation among the group, and after he spoke up, no one talked behind Wang Dang's back in the channel anymore. The terrain of this planet is a barren desert with 3 suns overhead. The intense high temperature makes the surrounding space seem to distort. Wang Dang glanced at the virtual screen in front of him. The outside temperature had already reached 93 degrees Celsius. And that instructor said we could go to the bathroom outside. Are we being roasted? You have a private communication channel invitation, please check. A sweet notification sound rang out inside the cockpit. It was a sweet girl voice pack that Wang Dang had specifically downloaded from the Star Network. As soon as Wang Dang clicked the join button, Mai Zaiamai's voice rang out in the communicator. "Sister Molly, if I need to pee in a bit." Tan Molly noticed that the private channel had become 3 people and immediately stopped Mai Zaiamai with a cough. The instructor did not tell us to bring special equipment. It should only be desert where the temperature is high. We will be fine once we get out of the desert. Listening to Tan Molly's serious voice, Wang Dang was very curious about what this pair of best friends would have said if he had not joined the chat. "Wang Dang, you're too far ahead, get behind me." Tan Molly saw that Mai Zaiamai was not speaking anymore, so she started to change the subject. "The temperature is high here, and if your mech cannot handle it, Zaiamai can help you repair it right away." Okay, Wang Dang stopped in his tracks. He had forgotten that his mech had strong mobility, and he had reached the front of the team just by walking. What Tan Molly said was exactly what he was worried about. Although he had replaced the outer plates of the mech, most of the interior parts were still common ones. Whether it could withstand such high temperatures depended entirely on the conscience of the manufacturer. Instructor Q, how many days do you think it will take for this bunch of kids to come out? The instructor who sent Wang Dang and the others set up camp on the spot, waiting for them to return after completing the mission. The bearded man known as Instructor Q curled his lip. With intermediate mech warriors like Alan and Liu De, they should be out in 2 or 3 days. The military has already cleared it 3 times. At most, there are a few B-rank strange beasts, and everything else is just small fry. Besides Wang Dang, everyone who violated school rules is a local student, and there is even a mech master among them, so what kind of dangerous mission could be assigned to them? Just as they were chatting, the portal outside the tent suddenly began to flicker wildly. Not good, Instructor Q. A powerful star energy fluctuation has been detected inside the portal. Instructor Q's face changed as soon as he heard his subordinate's report, and he quickly walked out, lifting the tent door. Sure enough, the giant portal in front of them had already begun to turn transparent. Oh no, the portal is closing. Instructor Q shouted, "Start the stabilization device." But it was already too late. A flash of light passed and the portal closed instantly. What level was that star energy fluctuation just now? The person reporting was pale by now with a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. A rank. "It is over," Instructor Q muttered as he looked at the place where the portal had disappeared. An A-rank strange beast is not something that two intermediate mech warriors can handle. Back on the alien planet, Wang Dang and his team were still unaware that they had fallen into a dangerous situation. Under the command of Alan and Liu De, they were currently crossing the desert. News of the portal closing soon reached the Blue Star branch, which was already holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to rescue the students trapped on the alien planet. When Yu Pengyi learned that Wang Dang and his team were trapped, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had already written up the application for Wang Dang to advance a grade, waiting only for his return to submit it to the school leadership. And now he was being told that they might not even make it back. According to the signal receivers set up by the military, this alien planet is located in the Pegasus star cluster, very far from Blue Star, and it would take about a week to get there even by the fastest starship. Yanjin sat at the head of the meeting room table and began to analyze the situation. Also, many interstellar pirate groups are active near the Pegasus cluster, so they might encounter blockades along the way. But the real question is, can they hold out until rescue arrives? A homeroom teacher sitting next to Yu Pengyi sighed. Judging by his expression, he clearly believed that Wang Dang and the others could not possibly survive for a week. An A-grade alien beast, and there might be more than one. And in this group, they only have 2 intermediate mecha pilots operating A-grade mechas. Everyone else is piloting B-grade mechas, and there is even a freshman who just enrolled this year from out of town too. You have to realize, an A-grade beast usually requires an entire squad of intermediate mecha pilots to have any chance of annihilation. If they are lucky and do not come face to face with an A-grade beast, there is still hope. Yanjin's tone was very heavy. He was the one who sent them to clear the battlefield, so if anything went wrong, he would bear inescapable responsibility. Not to mention, there is also a mecha engineer among them. "Captain Yan, there is no time to lose, send someone to rescue them immediately," Yu Pengyi said urgently. He did not know if Wang Dang had a chance to survive, but he knew that if they kept delaying with meetings here, there would truly be no chance left. "I have already submitted the rescue mission application and am waiting for approval," Captain Yan let out a long sigh. "Make an exception, Captain Yan. By the time all the paperwork is processed, the grass on those children's graves will already be meters high." It was Mai Xiaomai's homeroom teacher who spoke, and the old lady was frantic with worry. Setting aside her talent, Mai Xiaomai was simply her favorite student. Listening to the old lady, Yan Jin wore a bitter expression. "My rank in the military district does not grant me the power to bypass standard procedure." "Then let us go rescue them ourselves as a school." Alan's homeroom teacher slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, "If we just let our students die on that planet, what dignity does our Imperial Military Academy have left?" The old lady listened to his words and leaned back, her face ashen. "The principal and vice principal are at the main planet collecting resources for our school and will not be back for a while. Without their authorization, we cannot use the starships to leave the galaxy." The faces of everyone present turned pale in unison. Approval, approval, always approval. Alan's homeroom teacher was highly agitated. "If we cannot even rescue our own students, what kind of Imperial Military Academy is this? These are the rules set by the Empire, we cannot change them." The old lady lowered her eyes. "To hell with the rules," Alan's teacher kicked over his chair. "I am going to save my students who is coming with me. I do not care what punishment I face when I get back. I just cannot sit here and watch my students die on another planet." "Teacher Yan, please calm down." Another teacher said gently, "We are gathered here to figure out a way to save the students from the planet. I have been sitting here listening to you for a long time, and there is no way this way and no way that way. We might be able to wait, but those kids in danger cannot." Yan Gichuan repeatedly pounded on the conference table, trying to make everyone understand that this was a matter of extreme urgency. "But without the Imperial transit permit, we cannot even leave the galaxy." The teacher who had tried to calm him down said bitterly, "Do you think we do not want to save our students?" Just as Yan Gichuan was about to start shouting again, Yan Jin's voice brought silence to the room. "I am going." Yu Pengyi looked up, staring at Yan Jin in shock. Captain Yan. Teacher Yan is right, the children's situation cannot be delayed. Captain Yan exhaled, his gaze slowly turning firm. It was I who sent them to clear that battlefield. So it is my obligation to bring them back, even if it is just their bodies. I am going too. Yu Pengyi pushed his chair aside and stood up as well. As soon as Yu Pengyi spoke, he immediately drew several puzzled looks. Other homeroom teachers were struggling with whether or not to join the rescue, but in their eyes, Yu Pengyi was the one who needed to struggle the least. After all, he only had out-of-town students in his class, so even if they unfortunately died on the alien battlefield, he would not face much pressure. But they were different. Most of their students were descendants of Imperial elites, and if they died on the battlefield, the teachers would be in deep trouble. Furthermore, there were two brilliant talents among them who, as juniors, had already become intermediate mecha pilots. They were the pillars of Blue Star's future. Yan Jin did not give everyone much time to deliberate. Those who are going, meet at the school gate in 15 minutes. I will handle the transit permit. After saying this, he picked up his military cap from the table, put it on, and prepared to leave. But before he could step out of the conference room, he was blocked by a man in a black suit. No one is allowed to go. Secretary Huang. Yan Jin was stunned to see him. The man was Huang Zongguo, the principal's secretary. The principal is aware of the situation. We are currently in the midst of Imperial resource allocation. If such a scandal gets out, it will have a serious impact on the school's reputation. It might even affect our resource distribution. Huang Zongguo adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Therefore, this matter will be classified as a confidential event and the documents will never be made public. Are you suggesting we just let those children die on the alien planet? Yan Jin's face darkened. Facing an A-grade beast, they cannot possibly hold out until rescue arrives. Huang Zongguo said calmly. This is the approach that causes the least damage to the school, an order given personally by the principal. At the same time, the principal has already checked in with the military district. All of you should just pretend this never happened. The school will not pursue any disciplinary action against anyone, and the school will provide the greatest possible compensation to the families involved. Following Huang Zongguo's words, the few homeroom teachers who had just stood up to prepare for the rescue silently sat back down in their seats. Since the principal's secretary said the school would step in, there was no need to worry about the pressure from the parents. If they could avoid trouble, they certainly would not want to add to it. What? Secretary Huang, I must remind you that there is a junior mech pilot inside. The old lady stood up, trembling with rage. Mech pilots are precious talents for Blue Star. My condolences, Huang Zongguo said, bowing his head toward her. You, the old lady clutched her chest in anger. Are you going to abandon a mech pilot just because of that ridiculous reputation? Nobody wants this to happen, but right now the principal and vice principal are at the main star fighting for resources for our school. We cannot help them, but we must not hold the school back. Huang Zongguo's expression was cold. If those students knew that this could preserve the honor of the military academy, they would feel gratified. That is absolute garbage. This is treating human lives like dirt. Yan Gichuan could no longer hold back, pointing at Huang Zongguo's nose and cursing him out. I do not care about any of that, I am going right now. Let us see if you can stop me. Huang Zongguo sighed and stepped aside slightly, opening a path. People from the military region have already arrived to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. If you want to end up in the electric shock cell, go right ahead. What? REY 331 Beast Planet. Wang Dang and his group did not know that in the military academy's conference hall, a fierce conflict had broken out regarding whether to sacrifice them. None of them realized that danger was already closing in on them. Relax, just think of it like an outing. How severe can the school's punishment really be? It feels great to be able to come out and play instead of going to class. I hope we get punished like this more often. Everyone was chatting recklessly over the communication channel. Wang Dang piloted his mech behind Tan Moli, followed by Mai Zairama in her blue and white mech. Her mech was different from the one she had in Nanchang. It seems she must have swapped it for another. This made Wang Dang sigh, being rich is nice, changing mechs is like changing clothes. It had been 3 hours since Wang Dang and his group entered this planet, and 2 of the 3 suns in the sky had disappeared. The temperature outside was gradually dropping to a normal range. Watch out, there seems to be a situation ahead, prepare for battle. A hoarse voice came over the communicator. It was Jojo who was responsible for scouting, piloting a light mech. Jojo, what is the situation? Deng Lun asked through the communicator. It is a swarm of sand scorpions. Jojo piloted his white light mech and flew back into the middle of the group. I estimate there are about 15 or 16 of them. No way could the military be so careless. They missed a group of B-level beasts. Alan noticed something was wrong. If a group of sand scorpions was left unchecked, what were the military people clearing out before? Could it be a group of A-level beasts? But the next second, Jojo answered the question in his mind. Captain, that swarm of sand scorpions has disappeared. Hearing his words, everyone almost subconsciously looked down at the ground. Why are they called sand scorpions? They are coming out of the sand, my Xiaomai screamed in the communicator. Quick, protect the mech pilot. A light sword appeared out of thin air in the hand of Alan's mech, cutting a sand scorpion which was larger than a heavy mech in two. He was piloting an A-level mech, so he could handle B-level sand scorpions with ease. But the problem was they were now facing an entire swarm. What was even more terrifying was that most of the team were in B-level mechs, which could not withstand the attacks of the sand scorpions. More and more sand scorpions broke through the sand and began to hunt their prey. 2 mechs were even knocked flying by the emerging creatures. We must protect the mech pilots, Liu De emphasized in the communicator. As soon as he saw the swarm of sand scorpions, he knew a fierce battle was coming. Once they lose their mech pilot, any malfunction in the harsh environment of an alien beast planet could cost them their lives. Wang Dang looked at the behemoths in front of him, with their many legs and hook-like tails raised high, and suddenly got goosebumps all over. Why did it have to be bugs? Xiaomai, Wang Dang, hurry up and find a place to hide, these are B-level beasts. Tan Moli was tangled in a fight with a sand scorpion, unlike other junior mech warriors who were forced to just dodge. Although she seemed a bit strained, she was still managing to launch attacks. She did not forget to remind the 2 of them to take cover on the private channel. Wang Dang did not hesitate. His own mech had been throwing error codes ever since the high heat earlier, so he quickly led my Xiaomai to a side where there were fewer sand scorpions. Junior, if a sand scorpion attacks you later, just hide behind me. My mech is built for full defense, I can take the hits. My Xiaomai's trembling voice came through the communicator. Even though she was terrified, she did not forget her responsibility as a senior. Okay, Wang Dang agreed, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Whenever he saw a sand scorpion trying to come his way, he would use his mental power to strike it. When a sand scorpion was hit by his mental attack, it would be temporarily disoriented, forget its original target, and go off to attack someone else. They are indeed beasts, their intelligence is not very high. Wang Dang thought to himself after realizing this. Although it is not very honorable, I would rather save myself than others. He had been obsessively training his mental power for the past month, so even though he felt he had become a junior mech warrior, he really was not sure if he could fully unleash the combat power of one. Moreover, his mech could not even handle the high heat, and if it were to be hooked by one of the sand scorpion's large tails, it would probably be torn apart. Sand scorpions are considered the weakest of the B-level beasts, but the numbers were overwhelming. Even Alan and Liu De had to spend a lot of effort to kill just one. Not to mention the others. My Xiaomai was constantly keeping an eye on Tan Moli, her hands twisting into knots inside the cockpit. Ah, Sister Moli, there is one behind you, watch out. Hearing her warning, Tan Moli immediately swung her hammer backward to block the scorpion's tail hook. Using the collision between her weapon and the tail, she flipped her mech 180 degrees and smashed the other hammer directly onto the creature's head, slamming it hard into the sand. While she was taking care of the one behind, the tail of the sand scorpion attacking from the front suddenly dropped briefly. It took about 7 or 8 seconds before it stood up again, but by then Tan Moli had finished with the first one and was free to resume fighting this one. Wang Dang, having withdrawn his mental power, felt that he had grasped the essence of a star energy user, which is to hide in the shadows and be a sniper. It really is a profession completely opposite to a mech warrior. With the exception of Wang Dang's mecha, everyone else's mechas were able to withstand the sand scorpion's attacks. But there were simply too many sand scorpions. Even with Alan and Liu De fighting with all their might, there were still 8 of them left on the field. Captain, my mecha cannot hold on much longer, came an anxious voice over the communicator. Wang Dang scanned the area and noticed that a purple medium-sized mecha had already lost half of its mechanical arm. At the severed arm, which was exposed to the air, star energy was crackling and sparking with tiny flashes of electricity. Heavy mechas cover the retreat. Liu De, you come with me to clear a path and protect everyone. Alan issued the order decisively. After killing 3 sand scorpions, he had already exhausted most of his stamina. Liu De had killed 2 and Tan Moli had killed 1. There were still 8 active sand scorpions remaining. If they continued to deadlock, the squad would surely suffer heavy losses. Xiaomai, Wang Dang, follow me. Tan Moli shouted over the private channel while wielding her hammer to fend off the sand scorpion in front of her. Wang Dang and my Xiaomai quickly set off, following behind Tan Moli as they fled into the distance. Once Alan had led Wang Dang and the others out of the sand scorpion's attack range, he and Liu turned back to cover the retreat of the heavy mechas. Keep running forward, there should be a military signal tower ahead. We will regroup there. Alan directed the team's retreat while continuing to provide cover for the heavy mechas that were bringing up the rear. After Alan and Liu left, Tan Moli took temporary command of the remaining group. The light mechas flew into the sky to scout the path ahead, while the medium mechas followed their guidance, sprinting at full speed toward the military stronghold. By now, the outside temperature had dropped to 40 degrees Celsius. Although it was still very hot for humans, it was nothing for mecha pilots who frequently use simulators. It was fortunate that the temperature had dropped, as 2 of the mechas in the fleeing team had suffered severe damage. If the 90-degree heat had persisted, they would have been forced to abandon their mechas and seek shelter in someone else's. Xiaomai, if you cannot hold on, get in my mecha. Tan Moli kept a close eye on my Xiaomai's condition while directing the others forward. My Xiaomai was a mechanic. Controlling the mecha with mental energy did not drain much physical stamina. But they had been traveling for a long time, and now they had to run at full speed. She was worried that Xiaomai's mental energy might not hold up. I am fine, Sister Moli. I train regularly, I can keep up. Although my Xiaomai's breathing sounded a bit rapid, she had not reached her limit yet. Do not force yourself if you cannot go on. You are the only mechanic we have, Tan Moli said in a low voice. The sand scorpions they had just encountered were already a very serious emergency for a simple cleanup mission. But no one could guarantee that such a severe incident would only happen once. If these sand scorpions remained burrowed deep under the sand, it would indeed be difficult for the military to detect them. But who could guarantee that the 15 they had just encountered were the only ones lurking there? Normally, a squad of 3 mecha pilots should be equipped with at least 1 mechanic. But at this moment, their 9-man squad only had 1. Once a mecha was damaged, it could not be repaired in time. The stronghold is about 5 kilometers ahead. Everyone move at full speed. The light mecha in the air reported back just in time. Clearing the beast planet of monsters is a long-term war, so the military establishes supply bases at various locations. These bases contain supplies and signal towers to contact the outside world. The supply base located in the desert was not large, consisting of only 3 medium-sized military tents. You all go inside, I am going to the rear to rendezvous with the captain and the others. The light mecha flew a wide circle around the base, confirmed there were no threats, and then departed. After entering the base, everyone disembarked from their mechas and placed them in the open space in front of the military tents for my Xiaomai to inspect. Tan Moli found the military signal tower and attempted to contact the outside to report the emergency. But after fiddling with it for a long time, her brain computer still showed no signal. Is it broken? Wang Dang asked, watching Tan Moli violently tapping the cover of the signal tower. If she kept tapping it like that, it would end up broken even if it was not before. There is no response. Tan Moli lifted the suitcase-sized signal tower with one hand and shook it vigorously, still no signal. Let me see, Wang Dang took the signal tower from Tan Moli. He took it apart to inspect it and frowned. Everything looks normal, but the signal source light is stuck on red. This should not be happening. None of the internal components were damaged and every part was functioning properly, yet it simply would not provide a signal. Forget it, if there is no signal, there is no signal. We will just stay here and wait for a week. Tan Moli sat down on the ground. The mission they had accepted was to clean up the battlefield, but it was clear that the sand scorpions they had just met were far beyond the scope of a cleanup mission. It could even be called a frontline battle. I heard Captain Allen say that cleanup missions are supposed to involve C-class monsters, with only the occasional stray B-class monster appearing. Wang Dang's heart was also full of questions. If it were just an accident that they ran into so many sand scorpions, then this broken military signal tower surely could not be an accident too. If these incidents keep happening one after another, then it must be a conspiracy. Tan Moli nodded. Either these sand scorpions were in a dormant state before we arrived, or the people at the military district were being lazy. Between the 2 possibilities, Tan Moli leaned toward the second one. Born in the Imperial capital, she understood exactly how the higher-ups on Blue Star operated, and naturally those below them would follow suit. I am going to check outside. After telling Tan Moli, Wang Dang ran over to watch my Xiaomai repairing the mechas. He wanted to see if he could sneakily learn any useful techniques. Back when he was a mechanic in his past life, Wang Dang understood one principle. In a technical field, you will never progress if you shut yourself off and work in isolation. In technical industries, you have to communicate and learn more. Because for every technician, everyone has their own unique little tricks. As long as you master all these little tricks, you can handle difficult problems easily in the future. But after watching my Xiaomai repair the mecha, Wang Dang was deeply disappointed. Because her method of repairing mechas could be summed up in one word: replace. If something was not working, she just replaced it, and her spatial ring seemed to hold spare parts for every conceivable model. In no time at all, she had finished repairing the mecha that had lost its mechanical arm. How about that? I am quite professional. My Xiaomai caught sight of the wide-eyed Wang Dang nearby and puffed out her chest proudly. What do you think, kid? My professional operations left you dazzled, did not they? Senior, I feel like every part of my mecha is acting up. It shakes 3 times every step it takes, just like a frail old man about to fall apart. Wang Dang hurried over to my Xiaomai and said with a serious expression, "Only a fool would not take advantage of a freebie." "What? Who modified that mech of yours? It is so ugly," my Xiaomai said with an expression of disgust. "A friend helped me with it," Wang Dang lied without batting an eye. Did he not want his mech to look wild, cool, and jaw-droppingly awesome? But the reality was that all the cover plates on this mech were scavenged from the mech of the clown-masked guy. Otherwise, it is likely that as soon as he entered this alien beast planet, his outer mech panels would have collapsed under such high temperatures and deformed on the spot. "Let me see, I will help you replace everything that can be changed," my Xiaomai said with a generous wave of her hand. "After all, I am your senior and your elder. I will listen to everything you say from now on, senior," Wang Dang replied with such sincerity and enthusiasm. He had just observed that the replacement parts my Xiaomai had were not ordinary goods you could buy on the market. This time he really hit the jackpot. Just as Wang Dang was feeling excited, Alan and Liu De successfully returned with the 3 heavy mechs that had been bringing up the rear. The first thing Alan did upon returning was to count the survivors and assess the losses. Then he ran into the tent to have a small meeting with Liu De and Tan Moli. Wang Dang, however, stayed outside to help my Xiaomai with her work. "Pass me the number 3 wrench." "Wait, remove the positioning plate first." My Xiaomai was surprised to find that no matter what technical term she used for a tool, Wang Dang could always accurately pick it out from a pile of equipment. She could not help but feel a bit puzzled. "Junior, I remember you are in the mech warrior department, right?" "Hey, I often help that friend of mine, I am used to it," Wang Dang said with a smile as he handed the stellar gyroscope to my Xiaomai. "Feel free to order me around, senior." The two were happily repairing the mech outside, but the 3 people holding a meeting inside the tent were filled with gloom. Whether it is more desert scorpions lurking in the sands or the military personnel playing dirty, the situation we are about to face will definitely be more dangerous than before, Tan Moli said with furrowed brows and a worried tone. "Captain, she is right, we should just stay at this outpost. At least it can maintain a constant temperature here and we have supplies," Liu De also advised with a worried face. Although waiting for rescue in place was not the style of military academy students. But the first blow this alien beast planet gave them was enough to make them realize how terrifying it was. Based on the habits of desert scorpions, there were at least hundreds more in the desert. Alan fell into silence after hearing what the two had to say. Staying put to wait for rescue was not his style, but he was not alone right now. He was responsible for the safety of 9 other people. In the squad, only he and Liu De had the ability to fight the desert scorpions head-on, and Tan Moli counted as half a person. 2.5 people, how could they fight hundreds of desert scorpions? The outpost had military barriers for protection, so they did not have to worry about the threat of alien beast attacks for the time being. But could they really wait until rescue arrived? If the military personnel are playing dirty, can we really wait for rescue? Alan asked a very realistic question. The question suddenly thrown out silenced the other 2. Clearly, they did not have much trust in the military either. After all, there was a saying that was widely circulated in the imperial capital. A soldier's military spirit is at its peak when they are still a student at the military academy. "We are students of the military academy, the school will definitely not sit by and do nothing," Liu De finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. "Even if the military interferes, our families will not stand by and watch." Tan Moli nodded. "The school will not abandon us." Although she said that, her eyes were fixed on the military signal station with its red warning light. She had not taken it to heart before, but now that she recalled what Wang Dang said about everything appearing normal yet having no signal, it sent shivers down her spine. Alan immediately noticed Tan Moli's unusual reaction and looked at the military signal station. "What is wrong? Did you discover something?" Tan Moli shivered. Wang Dang said that the military signal station appears to be fully functional, but it just has no signal. Wang Dang, that student from out of town. Liu De frowned, looking disapproving. As a student from out of town, he probably does not even know what a military signal station is. "No, I saw him disassemble and reassemble the signal station with my own eyes. His movements were very proficient," Tan Moli said with certainty. Perhaps he was interested in this field before. Is my Xiaomai not a mech mechanic? Can she fix the signal station? Alan's eyes lit up as if he had found a life-saving straw. Tan Moli was also moved by Alan's words. That is right, there is a professional right here, why not ask a professional for help? So she quickly went outside and called in my Xiaomai, who was on a ladder repairing her mech. Repair the signal station. My Xiaomai scratched her hair with a wrench, looking blank. My teacher never taught me how to do that. Wang Dang leaned against the door of the tent. The signal station does not need repair, nothing is broken. You know about this? Alan turned his head to look at Wang Dang. I do, as long as you understand mechanics, you can tell, Wang Dang said nonchalantly. When it came to repairing precision equipment, he was a veteran with 2 lifetimes of experience. My Xiaomai shook her wrench. No wonder you are so familiar with tools. Were you perhaps in the mechanical department before? Wang Dang looked at my Xiaomai, who was about to replace an expensive mech part for him, his adoration practically overflowing. I gained this experience from repairing optical computers and holographic machines for others. Alan held his breath for a moment. Then, from your experience, why is this military signal station unable to produce a signal? Wang Dang did not even think. The source of the signal must be the problem, he said without missing a beat. Maybe the satellite exploded, or the planet was destroyed or something. Alan looked at the naive student in front of him, who would rather believe in a satellite explosion or a planetary destruction than believe it was man-made, and his expression was quite complex. Indeed, a freshman just enrolled, not yet understanding the depths of society's corruption. What did you say? We might have been abandoned. Wang Dang looked at Alan dumbfounded. Are your families not all powerful and influential? As he spoke, he pulled over my Xiaomai, who was poking her cheek with a wrench. She is a mech mechanic. If he were the one being abandoned, he could accept that. Could it be that the lives of the wealthy and powerful do not count as lives? The wealthier and more powerful the family, the more their children are produced in batches. We are just one of many talented brothers and sisters. Alan sighed deeply. As long as we die, the family can receive reasonable compensation, and then they will pretend that nothing ever happened. Wang Dang looked at the other 3, whose faces displayed the same sense of loss as Alan's. His heart felt incredibly complex, so these rich people also end up in such a situation. Blue Star Imperial Military Academy. Dr. Su is currently on a video call with a young man via his light brain. So, did you find anything? Yes, he went to planet REY 331. According to secret military intelligence, it is a Class A beast planet. The military cleared out 42 Class A beasts and 221 Class B beasts there. Based on the supplemental data, multiple Class A energy fluctuations were detected right before the portal vanished. The 1st Military District, which is in charge of the clearing operation, claims they followed protocol strictly, but they have not ruled out the possibility that some Class A beasts have cloaking abilities or were simply dormant before evolving. Friendly factions near the beast planet surveyed the energy fluctuations and believe a Class A beast is about to evolve, and that it may be using cloaked beasts to guard its evolution. Dr. Su looks a bit distracted after hearing his subordinate's report. So does that beast planet have a Super A-class beast, or perhaps one that is already at S-class? Are there any mecha commanders among those friendly factions? After getting a negative reply, Dr. Su lets out a long sigh. Beyond my reach. After ending the communication, he falls into deep thought. Judging by the school's response, it is clear they want to smooth things over and avoid any damage to the Academy's reputation, which could lead to a reduction in the resources the Empire allocates to them this year. And his own forces currently cannot bridge the 2 million light-year distance to rescue Wang Dang. Yet he cannot let go of the temptation that Wang Dang has presented him with. Dr. Su sits in his office with his head lowered. After a moment of thought, he takes 2 documents from his drawer, changes the dates, and leaves his office. By now, it has been a day since Wang Dang and the others entered the Beast Planet. In the conference hall, Secretary Huang has placed all the homeroom teachers involved under house arrest to prevent them from taking any rash actions. Dr. Su, what are you doing here? Secretary Huang frowns as he sees Dr. Su appear at the door of the conference hall. I am here to see Teacher Yu. Dr. Su nods at him with a smile. I have a physical examination report for one of his students that I need him to verify. Teacher Yu is currently involved in a classified incident. Please come back in a few days to verify it with him. Secretary Huang says politely, with an apologetic expression. That is a shame, but this is a very urgent matter. Dr. Su shows no intention of leaving. The student in his class has the talent of a star energy master. Dr. Su, the school is currently dealing with a major safety incident. Please do not make trouble here. Secretary Huang frowns upon hearing his words. Are you kidding me? A student with star energy master talent would be training as a combatant in Yu Pengyi's class. Secretary Huang, I am not making trouble. Dr. Su calmly hands him the two documents. The truth is, this student has a very unique constitution. Because they were in a state of severe malnutrition for a long time, all the body's nutrients were used to maintain vital functions, which hindered their normal development. Once I discovered this, I immediately provided the student with rehabilitation treatment and drew blood for analysis. I extracted trace amounts of star energy elements from their blood, but their physical condition was too poor at the time to confirm. After a month of recovery, the latest blood test revealed highly active star energy elements. They undoubtedly have the talent of a star energy master. Secretary Huang is left stunned by Dr. Su's explanation, as he is not a professional in the medical field. He has never heard of malnutrition causing a latent star energy master talent to disappear. If he remembers correctly, Blue Star has been free of poverty for over 1,000 years, so how could such a starving person still exist? However, seeing how certain Dr. Su is, he opens the physical exam report and starts reading it seriously. Are you sure this student has the talent of a star energy master? Absolutely, Dr. Su nods with a smile. Matters regarding star energy masters are not something I would joke about. If you do not trust my expertise, Secretary Huang, you can bring in someone from the Star Energy Master Association to confirm whether this is indeed a Star Energy Master's blood test report. Hearing him mention the Star Energy Master Association, Secretary Huang finally smiles. In that case, I will inform the principal immediately. With an extra Star Energy Master, the resources the Empire allocates to us this year will surely increase significantly. Secretary Huang immediately opens his light brain, preparing to contact the principal. By the way, call this student over immediately. I want to see them now. That is exactly why I needed to find Teacher Yu. I currently cannot get in touch with this student. Dr. Su shrugs, looking helpless. Secretary Huang immediately walks up and opens the conference hall door. Teacher Yu, come out here quick. Having said that, he walks to the side and begins excitedly reporting to the principal. Yes, I have already called for the student. I will take them to the Star Energy Master Association for certification right away, and I will forward the certificate to you the moment it is issued. On the other end of the line, the principal beams with joy. He picks up the school's data, crosses out the 24 on the number of new Star Energy Masters for this year, and writes 25 instead. It was Dr. Su who discovered this, right? Dr. Su's spirit of dedication to students and bringing glory to the school is worthy of study by all teachers and instructors. When I get back, I must organize a Learn from Dr. Zuck conference. Remember to make sure everyone attends. Secretary Huang is so preoccupied with his animated report to the principal that he completely fails to notice Teacher Yu and Dr. Su staring blankly at each other. After blissfully cutting the connection, Secretary Huang narrows his eyes with satisfaction. The principal sounded very happy. When the principal is happy, they get more resources from the Empire, and when the principal returns, he might share a little bit of the spoils, allowing him to enjoy the benefits too. Returning to see Yu Pengyi and Dr. Su staring at one another, he feels a slight surge of irritation. Teacher Yu, why have not you gone to get the student yet? What are you standing there for? Yu Pengyi spreads his hands. Secretary Huang, the student went to the Beast Planet. You want me to go and call them back by myself? Secretary Huang's smile instantly shatters. The Beast Planet. You mean someone sent a Star Energy Master to the Beast Planet to die? Sending a rare Star Energy Master to the Beast Planet. In Secretary Huang's mind, the student sent to the Beast Planet is already as good as dead. And now, he is being told that one of the dead people was the school's most precious treasure. What? This matter was clearly beyond Secretary Huang's authority, so with a bitter face, he had no choice but to dial the principal's number again. Are you a damn idiot? The principal's hologram stood in midair. Notify the military immediately to send someone for rescue. Do not you have any idea how much resources an energy master gets? It is not about the scandal anymore. If an energy master dies on an alien beast planet, do you think the Energy Master Association will ever let their people stay at our school again? Use your brain, send someone over immediately. I will notify the teachers from the energy department myself. Make sure that kid is brought back in one piece. The principal was currently in a luxury hotel on the main planet, so angry that he felt a stabbing pain in every organ of his body. Energy masters are precious assets to the Empire. If one were to die under his watch at the Blue Star branch, that would be it. The Military Academy would never be able to recruit another energy master again. Of course, he could have chosen to pretend he never heard about this, but that idiot Secretary Huang actually contacted him via video call on the optical computer. There is no point in considering how to hide this anymore. he could only pray to the almighty god of energy in the universe. He prayed that the young energy master would not die on the alien beast planet just because of this day's delay in rescue. While the rescue operation was in full swing on Blue Star, the 10-person team on the alien beast planet was in low spirits. It had taken them an entire night to come to terms with the fact that they had been abandoned. Compared to the others, Wang Dang was the most optimistic. That was because Mai Xiaomai had completely overhauled his mech, replacing all his cheap parts with high-end gear. Even the Neuro Drive unit was upgraded to the latest 10,080T version. It was a masterpiece of a drive that allowed the pilot and the mech to move as one, striking exactly where intended. The two mechanical legs were limited edition Shadow Blades, made of titanium alloy with a sharp design and built-in energy assist modes. No more worrying about sore legs when I am running away. The neurons were all replaced with ones produced by the NVIDIA Group, the most advanced company on Blue Star, making the mech's movements natural, smooth, and seamless. The outer plating he had scavenged from the Joker mask mech had been repainted in matte black by Mai Xiaomai. Now his mech was matte black all over, low-key, luxurious, and cool with a razor-sharp design. Senior, you are truly a goddess of the mech world. Wang Dang was now calling Mai Xiaomai senior at every opportunity, and he meant every word of it. If he was not worried that Mai Xiaomai might be timid, he would have knelt down and asked her to be his foster mother. No one had ever spent so much money on him before. Never. It felt like a female friend of yours giving you a full set of ROG gear for no reason. Armed with the latest RTX and iCPU, a 240Hz high refresh display, and top-tier peripherals, you could max out the frame rates on every blockbuster game on the market. How could you not want to call her mom? Watching Wang Dang touch his mech with almost religious devotion, Mai Xiaomai was infected by his joy. Anyway, these things I left in my ring will not be of any use later on. Although she did not know why the military academy had suddenly abandoned them, it was clear that something tricky had happened on this planet to prompt that decision. Maybe in the next second, swarms of sand scorpions would attack and breach this stronghold. So she could only do her best to use her remaining stock to arm her teammates as much as possible. I wonder if it hurts to be eaten by a sand scorpion. Despite her internal fear, she had to act like a reliable senior in front of her junior. She could not let him look down on her. Wang Dang did not care about being a pawn. He only knew that his mech was now a work of art. Although the original doubled maneuverability stats were gone after Mai Xiaomai's modifications, he was sure he could get those stats back up once he took it apart and rebuilt it. Besides, all these expensive, priceless components were now equipped on his mech. What more could a guy ask for? Just as Wang Dang was worshipping his mech, Alan Liudu and Tan Moli came out, followed by Jojo, who was piloting a light mech. Jojo and I will investigate the location of the portal. The Vice Captain and Ninggu will investigate the other portal locations. Tan Moli, you stay behind to protect the stronghold and the other teammates. Alan assigned the tasks clearly to everyone. As for Wang Dang, learn more about mech maintenance from Xiaomai and try to be useful. Things are different now. In the past, we would have protected you, but now the situation has changed and you must contribute to the team. Wang Dang nodded. Do not worry, Captain, I have already learned some simple replacement techniques. Wang Dang did not hold any resentment toward these seniors. In fact, they had exceeded his expectations. He was used to seeing local students bullying outsiders at school. But Alan and the others did not treat him like cannon fodder. They told him to retreat with Mai Xiaomai whenever there was danger, and they never assigned him the most perilous tasks. They were quite unlike real seniors. After Alan and the others left, Mai Xiaomai approached with concern. Junior, do not be discouraged. Once you get stronger, they will let you join the fight. Wang Dang kept stroking his mech, grinning from ear to ear. I am not discouraged. Fighting would only cause wear and tear to his beloved machine. If his baby got scratched, he would be heartbroken. Plus, combat requires overclocking, which is bad for his mech. Tan Moli watched the completely mesmerized Wang Dang, who was practically drooling over the matte black mech, and shook her head. Xiaomai, he has lost it. It is useless talking to him right now. Mai Xiaomai turned back, confused. Moli, how do you know? A flash of unnatural expression crossed Tan Moli's face. She coughed twice and said nothing, simply waving Mai Xiaomai into the tent to rest. Because, when she got her first overclocked mech, she was exactly like Wang Dang. She even had to place her mech in a spot where she could see it while sleeping just to feel at peace. Perhaps this is the tacit understanding between mech pilots, something mech technicians and energy masters will never truly understand. It was like finding a comrade in arms to fight by your side. Alan and Liu discussed it all night and decided they could not just sit and wait for death. As mech pilots, they had to take the initiative even when facing a desperate situation. Since they had been turned into sacrificial pawns, it meant they would receive no support whatsoever. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they had to rely on themselves. As the elite prodigies of the military academy, they were already accustomed to seeing what abandoned pawns looked like. For instance, students from other regions were the military academy's sacrificial pawns. The only reason the academy recruited so many out-of-town students was purely for the Empire's subsidies. It allowed the academy to claim more resources from the Empire, and that was their only value. However, once these students were admitted, the academy got the resources, and the students' value promptly vanished. So from the moment they enrolled, they became pawns, left to be bullied by local students, with the school completely ignoring them. Because these out-of-town students could not win honors or secure further resources for the school or the Blue Star. Their only purpose in the school was to warn the elite prodigies that they could be discarded at any moment if they lost their value. This is why it only took Alan and the others one night to come to terms with the fact that they were now sacrificial pawns. But there were still those who could not accept being abandoned. Take the 3 pilots of the heavy mechs, for example. They were huddled in a tent, debating whether this was a Federation conspiracy. A dirty trick intended to weaken the young combat forces of the Empire. Heavy mechs lacked mobility and could not handle scouting duties, so they were forced to stay at the outpost and wait. It must be the Federation's doing. How could the school just abandon us so easily? Exactly, even if they do not care about us, they have to consider Senior Alan and Senior Liuda. We even have a mech master here. Yeah, and I heard that Tan Moli, the one with the dual hammers, has a father in the military high command. This is definitely a conspiracy. The Federation must have cut off our signal. The Federation is truly heartless. If we make it back, we must expose their conspiracy on the Starnet. The 3 of them were filled with righteous indignation, their voices growing louder by the second. Right at that moment, an alarm suddenly blared through the outpost. High-intensity star energy fluctuations detected. All soldiers in the outpost, please evacuate immediately. Repeat, high-intensity star energy fluctuations detected. All soldiers in the outpost, please evacuate immediately. The cold electronic voice echoed throughout the entire base. Mai Xiaomai and Wang Dang, who were still calibrating their mecha's star energy, stopped their work and looked at each other. Emergency evacuation. Wang Dang frowned and scanned his surroundings, seeing no sign of any strange beasts. Get into your mechs now, Tan Moli shouted, rushing out of her tent and standing in the open space outside. The others scrambled out of their tents as well. 2 of them did not even have their shoes on. The base broadcast continued to blare. Tan Moli was the first to board her mech. Without light mechs to clear the way, follow me and run. Wang Dang climbed into his mech. After Mai Xiaomai's modifications, its speed had dropped quite a bit. Fortunately, the Shadow Edge blades had thrusters and jets. If he used both, his escape speed should not be too hampered. Stay close, anything that triggers a warning from a military outpost is at least an A-rank beast. Tan Moli warned everyone through the comms. With no light mechs to scout ahead, she had no idea which way to flee. But she knew that even if Alan and Liuda were there, they would have no chance against an A-rank beast. So they just had to pick a direction and run for their lives. Stay close, Tan Moli's voice trembled slightly. If anyone falls behind, nobody look back. Wang Dang stayed tight on Mai Xiaomai's heels, his heart skipping a beat when he heard that over the comms. Although he knew this beast planet might be more dangerous than he thought, he never expected an A-rank beast to exist. An A-rank beast is the kind of creature that requires a squad of high-level mech pilots to fight. Is Captain Yan a lunatic? Sending students who have not even graduated to deal with an A-rank beast. Damn it, this world is just one huge, disorganized mess. The group fled at full speed, and behind them, a gargantuan sand scorpion leveled the outpost they had just left. Following the giant sand scorpion was a swarm of B-rank sand scorpions. As he ran, Wang Dang felt an immense wave of pressure, making the hair on his arms stand straight up. At the same time, the mech piloted by Mai Xiaomai ahead of him suddenly stopped. Wang Dang slammed on his brakes behind her, "Senior, run." But Mai Xiaomai seemed not to hear his calls and stayed rooted to the spot. Wang Dang watched in panic as the 3 heavy mechs passed them one by one. Hurry up, the sand scorpions are catching up. Xiaomai, what is wrong? Tan Moli also stopped and asked anxiously. But Mai Xiaomai still gave no response. Wang Dang felt the pressure reach the back of his head, so he immediately activated glass cannon, stepped forward, hoisted Mai Xiaomai's mech and took off. Once the glass cannon skill is activated, it not only boosts attack power but also doubles movement speed. It essentially sacrifices all defense for a massive increase in attack and mobility. Operating his mech and carrying my Xiaomais, Wang Dang barely managed to keep pace with the group thanks to the double stat boost from glass cannon and mech overclocking. The pressure released by high-level mental-type beasts has a severe effect on mech pilots with high mental power. Conversely, it has absolutely no effect on mech pilots who lack mental power entirely. Wang Dang's mental power had broken through to B rank last night, and his mind was reeling under the pressure of the A rank Sand Scorpion. It was thanks to his superior physical constitution and recovery rate that he had not completely lost his ability to act. My Xiaomai also had B rank mental power, but her physique was not as sturdy as a mech pilot's, and she had been knocked unconscious by the pressure of the A rank mental beast. When it comes to mental power, being even one rank higher means absolute suppression and control. Wang Dang, I am right behind you. If you cannot hold on, pass Xiaomai to me at any time. Tan Moli moved behind Wang Dang and took over the duty of guarding the rear. Now leading the way were 2 medium mechs, followed closely by 3 heavy mechs, then Wang Dang carrying my Xiaomai with Tan Moli at the rear. Tan Moli put away her large hammer and pulled out 2-star energy submachine guns, firing intermittently at the sand scorpions pursuing them. This helped slow down the scorpions' pursuit. Her 2 machine guns were loaded with level 3-star energy bullets, costing about 2,000 star coins each. Given the fire rate of submachine guns, she was essentially firing straight-up star coins. That was one of the ways the wealthy protected themselves. After a wild, frantic dash through the desert, the group had somehow stumbled their way out of the desert region and into a rocky area. Once they entered the rocky terrain, the sand scorpions stopped their pursuit and turned back one after another. How comes I feel like, Wang Dang wheezed, they were just trying to drive us away. Even though those sand scorpions lose some combat power and speed once they leave the desert. There was an A-class mental-type beast among them, which could have wiped them out in the blink of an eye with 0 effort. Yet they just drove them out of the desert and gave up the chase. It made no sense at all. It really felt like they were intentionally driving them away. But only Ultra A-class beasts show signs of intelligence when they are about to evolve into S-class. First, let us check on my Xiaomai. Wang Dang, do you know how to get her out of the mecha? Tan Moli was also panting, but at that moment, my Xiaomai's safety was the only thing on her mind. Wang Dang stepped down from his mecha, pulled out tools from his space ring, pried open the back panel of my Xiaomai's mecha, dismantled the star energy battery compartment, and removed the battery inside. With the mecha deprived of power, the safety locks automatically released. This design was intended for the battlefield, so that wounded personnel could be promptly extracted from their mechas and sent for medical treatment. Tan Moli carried my Xiaomai out of the cockpit and breathed a sigh of relief after a quick, thorough check. She passed out. I guess that A-class beast back there was a mental type. Hearing Tan Moli, the others finally relaxed a little. They all knew what kind of desperate situation they would face if they lost their only mecha technician in such a place. Sister Moli, what do we do now? Yeah, the captain and the others are still scouting in the desert. They would not. With both Alan and Liu De absent, Tan Moli was the strongest among them and naturally became their backbone. Tan Moli pondered for a moment. We cannot stay here. That A-class beast could attack again. We must move forward and get away from this danger zone. With that, she stored her mecha away, carried my Xiaomai into Mai's mecha and said, keep moving. We need to find the next outpost as soon as possible. Although they had switched to fresh star energy batteries before escaping, they did not have time to take all the supplies from the outpost. Star energy batteries cannot be stored together in a space ring, because the unstable energy space would cause them to explode. Therefore, everyone only had one spare battery in their space ring. After that last overclocked sprint for their lives, most of the energy in their mechas was gone. If they did not find another outpost to resupply before their batteries ran out, they were all doomed. After a quick regrouping, the group set off again, scanning the rocky area for any military outposts. Without a light-type mecha to scout the path, trekking was extremely difficult. They were terrified of running into another large swarm of beasts. If they faced one head-on, there would likely be no time to run. I will take point, Wang Dang communicated through the comms. Tan Moli was piloting my Xiaomai's mecha, which could not be stored back into a space ring, so she was not suited for scouting ahead. Wang Dang possessed the talent of a star energy master, so he could easily project his mental energy outward. Scanning a 1-kilometer radius around them was not an issue for him. No, the 2 medium mechas will take point, Tan Moli refused without a second thought. They had a group of veteran mecha warriors. They could not possibly let a recruit lead the way. The 2 medium mecha pilots did not say a word, but they silently moved to the front. It was no longer just about the students from outside. It was about the fact that as the strong, they had to fulfill their responsibilities. On the battlefield, the strong always go before the weak. That is the creed of a mecha warrior. Seeing that his words were ignored, Wang Dang grew anxious. If this group encountered beasts head-on, they would surely die. He had just started piloting a cool mecha, and he did not want to die so soon. So to get them to listen, he decided to play the emotional card. Listen to me, Senior Moli. I am just a recruit. I will only hold the team back. I can stay within the range of the comms signal. If there is danger ahead, I will notify you immediately. It does not matter if I die, but preserving the team's strength is the top priority. Do not you all want to return to the blue planet and get back to school? Hearing this, the others fell into deep thought. Admittedly, this went against the code of a mecha warrior. But indeed, sacrificing Wang Dang's life could buy everyone a chance to correct a mistake. To say they were not tempted would be a lie. Seeing that no one spoke, Wang Dang continued on his own. I am already grateful that you seniors have not assigned me any dangerous tasks along the way. But I am a mecha warrior too. Please let me fulfill my duty. Without looking back, Wang Dang piloted his mecha, overtook the two warriors, and moved to the very front. After Wang Dang had gained some distance, Tan Moli's hoarse voice came through the comms. Wang Dang, you are a true mecha warrior. Wang Dang smiled but said nothing. He was not that noble. His life philosophy was always to look out for number one. But right now, if his comrades died, he could not survive on his own either. Besides, my Xiaomai was in there too. The woman who was willing to spend her money on him. Wang Dang projected his mental energy to scan the area, and whenever he detected an abnormal fluctuation, he would firmly steer everyone in a different direction. Ever since his mecha had been heavily upgraded by my Xiaomai, his drive to survive had hit an all-time high. Once they were safe, he promised himself he would strip down the mecha and rebuild it 100 times, even if it meant dying, just to roll a triple multiplier stat. What? Damn it, the portal is closed. Jojo piloted the light mecha back to Alan's side. Although he had prepared himself for the worst, Alan could not help but curse when he heard the news. Go back first and see if Liu De had any luck. The two headed straight back to the outpost. They were stunned upon arrival. The outpost had been flattened and the tents were buried deep in the sand. Just as Alan was about to search for survivors, a sand-thorn turtle burst out from the ground. Jojo, Alan's pupils constricted as he shouted. Jojo did not disappoint. The white light mecha flew behind Alan, locked its two mechanical arms under Alan's armpits, and carried him straight into the sky. Having lost its target, the sandthorn turtle flew into a rage, whipped up a sandstorm, and surged towards Jojo in the air. Captain, retract the mecha, Jojo yelled. Alan closed his eyes. Death was coming, so he instantly retracted his mecha midair. Jojo dived down, caught Alan in his mechanical arms, and flew away into the distance. What? High in the air, Alan felt a searing, stinging heat roasting his entire body. If not for the physical durability of an intermediate mecha warrior, he would have been cooked through by now. An A-grade hedgehog beast, Alan's eyes lost all focus. He had originally thought that even without rescue, they would have a chance to leave this alien planet. But he never imagined that there would actually be an A-grade alien beast on this planet. Tan Moli and the others, they must have already. At this thought, Alan slammed his eyes shut. After Jojo flew Alan away from the range of the hedgehog turtle's attack, he found a relatively safe spot for Alan to enter his mecha. The outside temperature was now 97 degrees, and even for an intermediate mecha warrior, prolonged exposure would result in severe burns. Jojo felt utterly desperate as well. Against an A-grade beast, there was simply no possibility of victory. What is more, they had lost their mecha mechanic, leaving zero hope for survival. If anything went wrong with the mecha, they would be roasted alive by this scorching heat. We need to find a way to get out of this desert. Alan's thoughts were the same as Jojo's. Without a mechanic, they would not last long in such a brutal environment. What is that? Alan saw broken mecha fragments on the sand in the distance through the panoramic screen of the cockpit. That looks like the vice captain's mecha. Jojo recognized Liu De's mecha, his eyes growing damp. Only now did he realize he had not truly accepted the fact that they had been abandoned. Seeing the wreckage of his comrade's mecha brought that reality into sharp focus. On the verge of an emotional breakdown, his mecha began to sway violently in the air. Steady, Alan placed a hand on Jojo's shoulder. Patrol the area 3 times. As soldiers, it is our responsibility to bring our brothers home. Even if it is just a single fragment of their mecha. Understood, Jojo fought back his sorrow and controlled the machine to execute a patrol mission in the sky. After circling 3 times and confirming the immediate area was safe, Jojo brought Alan down to the desert floor. The two exited the mecha and began digging with their bare hands at the site of Liu De's wreckage. They hoped to find the remains of Liu De and the other teammate. Looking at the scene, it was clear that the two had fought an incredibly desperate battle. Both their mechas had been reduced to scraps buried beneath the sand. Had they not encountered that grade beast earlier, Alan might have wondered what could render an intermediate mecha warrior so utterly helpless. But now there was no need to ask. In the end, they found nothing, so they took a piece of plating from the wreckage and climbed back into Jojo's mecha to leave. Having confirmed that an A-grade beast occupied the planet, they knew the sky was safer than the ground. On Wang Dang's side, relying on his mental detection, the group had successfully left the rocky region and entered a primitive forest area. There should be a base here, Tan Moli felt a surge of hope. It was the military's custom to set up a base whenever the terrain changed. The rocky area they had just passed through was a buffer zone, which is why there had not been one. I need to change my star energy battery. Mine too, my energy is about to run out. Heavy mechas were much heavier than other models due to their high defensive capabilities. Consequently, they also consumed more energy than others. Then let us rest here, Wang Dang hurried back and take guard. Since the three heavy mecha pilots all had to exit their mechas to replace batteries, they were temporarily defenseless. Coming right back, Wang Dang's voice was noticeably weary. After extended use of his mental power, he felt like he was reaching his limit. Upon returning to the center of the group, he drank a special nutrient solution and closed his eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, the three students piloting the heavy mechas had already descended, positioned their machines, and began swapping their star energy batteries. Right then, Wang Dang suddenly sensed danger striking from beneath his feet. Dodge! Wang Dang screamed while steering his mecha backward. Just as he retreated, a purple vine suddenly shot out from the ground where he had been standing. The vine seemed to have eyes as it swung toward him again. A B-grade purple cloud vines. It was not just near Wang Dang. Purple vines were suddenly erupting from the ground beneath everyone. In an instant, the three heavy mecha warriors outside were tightly bound by the purple cloud vines. With cries of agony, the three were shredded by the crushing vines, blood spraying everywhere. The blood splattered onto the purple vines, adding an eerie, alluring sheen. Looking closely, the vines appeared to have countless tiny mouths, greedily sucking up the blood. As they drank, their aura surged rapidly. Help, hurry! Tan Moli's voice rang out over the comms. Wang Dang snapped out of the gruesome scene to find that Mai Xiaomai's mecha was already tightly coiled by vines. Since she was piloting Mai Xiaomai's mecha, which prioritized defense above all else, she was stuck. Tan Moli was not familiar with the controls, so she could not dodge the attack in time. Wang Dang tried to rush over, but three more vines burst from the ground at him, forcing him to dodge on instinct. Although his mecha had been modified, he could not think of any weapon he had that could penetrate the defenses of a B-grade alien beast. His glass cannon skill could only be used once a day, and he had already used it to save Mai Xiaomai. Besides, there was not just one purple cloud vine. The two medium mechas tried to assist, but they were swarmed by even more vines, completely unable to close in on Tan Moli. Fortunately, the mecha had high defensive stats. Even as the vines crushed with all their might, the blue and white machine only developed surface cracks. Trapped inside, Tan Moli watched as her companions were driven back, her heart burning with anxiety. She could not leave Mai Xiaomai's mecha while bound. If she did, she would meet the same fate as the other three teammates and become nourishment for the vines. Tan Moli glanced at the still unconscious Mai Xiaomai. Were they really going to be buried here on this alien planet today?